Chapter 1. Have I become the first fool of the primordial world? The master said, when parents are alive, do not wander far. If you do wander, it must be with a purpose. On the vast expanse of the primordial land, outside the fire cloud cave, the sound of recitation echoed brightly. Inside the cave, the disciples stood tall and handsome, adorned with the glimmer of clouds and mist. Opposite them stood an elder, serene and composed, with closed eyes and a tranquil demeanor. The aura of celestial power surged from him like roaring waves, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld him. Hongyun, the first cloud of heaven and earth, possessed profound fortunes and unfathomable strength. May I inquire, Master, what is the meaning of your words? After the reading, it was a moment of teaching, and the disciples remained silent in anticipation. However, Hongyun seemed lost in thought, failing to provide an answer, prompting the question. Only when Hongyun returned to his senses did he smile and explain, "Your parents are in my grasp. Do not think of escaping. Even if you try, I have ways to bring you back." The crowd fell into contemplation, their faces reflecting confusion. So this was the meaning of those words. Their master had once again resorted to frivolity. Such absurd and whimsical rhetoric was hardly something a native of the primordial realm could utter. Observing the eager eyes of the disciples below, Hongyun could not help but feel a twinge of helplessness. Having traversed into this primordial world for some time, the thought of his identity made his head throb. It was difficult to accept. Why was it that he, of all people, had to inhabit the body of the most unfortunate fool in the primordial realm? Hongyun's plight was far more grievous than that of a mere sycophant in later generations. Despite being the embodiment of the first cloud of heaven and earth, endowed with the innate essences of water, fire, and wind, and possessing great fortunes, his background was not to be underestimated, as he was a manifestation of Pangus heartblood, likely surpassing even the three pure ones. However, as the primordial world's quintessential good-natured person, he wielded immense power solely to assist others, never seeking personal gain. Hongyun had previously had the opportunity to become a disciple of a sage and had later received a strand of primordial purple energy from Hongyun. It seemed he was indeed fortunate. Yet if he failed to transform this opportunity into tangible strength, all was but empty talk. Hongyun felt utterly speechless. If events unfolded as they should, the chance to become a sage's disciple would be seized by the likes of Jane and Junti, dragging even Kunpeng into the fray, inciting the latter's ire. Consequently, after obtaining the primordial purple energy from Hongyun, Kunpeng, feeling aggrieved, had launched a surprise attack, resulting in his own demise. As time passed, it seemed the moment for Hongyun's discourse was drawing near. To preserve his life, Hongyun could only lay the groundwork in advance, preparing to expound upon the teachings of humanity. He hoped to accumulate some merit through this, allowing him to mitigate the impending tribulation and safeguard his existence. However, the things he spoke of would never be entirely serious. "Master, what does it mean that a gentleman who is not stern cannot establish authority?" Hearing a disciple's question, Hongyun replied nonchalantly, "As a gentleman, if you strike lightly, you cannot establish your own authority." The crowd. Was this truly a session of moral education and not a manual for brainwashing by evil forces? Hongyun paid them no heed, silently vowing to himself, in this lifetime, he must not walk the old path. As the saying goes, good people do not live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years. Being a good person only leads to becoming a laughingstock. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his current actions were still viewed as trivial and foolish by the great powers. Meanwhile, in the 33 heavens of Kunlun, the three pure ones sat together. I have heard that Hongyun is once again lecturing for the sake of all beings. Truly, he is of noble character. The touching sage stroked his beard, expressing praise. He is so preoccupied with his own affairs that he still has the heart to care for others. It is utterly foolish. Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, deeming Hongyun's actions not only detrimental to himself, but also fostering external influences, rendering it a loss on all fronts. In the primordial realm, strength is paramount. Instead of vying for the foundation of becoming a sage, He engages in some teachings and discussions. It's simply laughable, a waste. Tong Tian Dao furrowed his brow slightly, but nonetheless nodded in agreement. Though he harbored thoughts of teaching all beings, that was only after achieving sagehood, free from concerns for himself, allowing for leisure to enlighten others. As for now, the focus should remain on attaining sagehood, leaving mundane matters aside. The Wutong Divine Tree. Di Jun gazed into the distance, the events within the fire cloud cave vividly clear to him. Though Hongyun is kind, he seems to harbor some prejudice against our demon clan. Those he teaches are all weak human beings. Dong Huang Tai chuckled dismissively. What is there to teach? Teach them that their parents are in my hands. Do not think of escaping. Such heretical teachings, if spread, who knows how it will brainwash our kin. It would be better not to teach at all. Dijun. This was something he found utterly perplexing. Hongyun had been generous with his teachings regarding strength, leaving no stone unturned. Yet why did he always propose such absurd notions in terms of moral philosophy, leaving others speechless? Enough, Hongyun is but a trivial matter, not worth mentioning according to previous predictions. Hongjun will soon complete his path and emerge. Opportunities are at hand. Dong Huang Tai spoke solemnly. Di Jun's heart stirred, recalling the long-standing rumor. On the day Hongjun emerges, he will sit and expound, accepting disciples, aiding them to become sages. As the first to achieve sagehood amidst countless calamities, the weight of Hongjun's words is undoubtedly immense. Many powerful beings have been stuck at the level of the Luo Jinxian for far too long, unaware of the passage of time, desperately seeking the path to sagehood without success. Hongjun's public discourse had become a golden opportunity in the eyes of many powerful beings. With opportunities at hand, who would bother with a mere Hongyun? Di Jun gazed towards the horizon, his pupils deep and filled with anticipation. One wonders when Hongjun will begin his discourse. Before Di Jun could finish speaking, the Tao of heaven trembled. Heaven and earth resonated, with 9 chimes echoing, a mysterious wave emerging between the laws. Only after reaching a certain level of strength could one perceive the changes of the Tao of heaven. Di Jun's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, 3 days hence, in the Zixiao Palace, there will be a public discourse. Dong Huang Tai's lips curled into a grin, his face radiating joy. After waiting for 1,000 years, I have finally awaited this opportunity. Within the fire cloud cave, Hongyun was naturally qualified to hear the echoes of the Tao of heaven, murmuring to himself, has it finally come? If history were a torrent of unstoppable momentum, then the transformation of the Zixiao Palace would be the pivotal moment of his downfall. In this, he would lose the foundation for sagehood, while Kunpeng's resentment would lead to a surprise attack, resulting in his demise. Hongyun took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. His rebirth was not meant to serve as a stepping stone for others. This time, he must alter the outcome, never allowing himself to fall into a desolate fate. My old friend, the discourse in the Zixiao Palace will commence in 3 days. When shall we set forth? At that moment, Xinyuan's voice echoed in his mind, proposing their departure. Hongyun showed no hesitation, responding with a gentle smile. Let us depart at once. Shall we travel together? Agreed. Hongyun strolled through the air, treading upon clouds and mist. Stay here, I shall return shortly. Seeing Hongyun's celestial demeanor, the disciples felt a surge of admiration, engaging in animated discussions. Third senior brother, do you think Master will achieve his desires this time? Of course. With Master's eloquence, he could persuade the dead to rise. The least of my concerns is his discourse. Indeed, only a person with Master's thick skin could utter such a phrase. Achoo! On the journey, Hongyun felt an itch in his nose, sneezing several times. Chapter 2. The Zixiao Discourse, a trap that costs lives. A group of ungrateful disciples daring to speak ill of the Master. When we return, I shall deal with each of you. Hongyun sent a message back, silencing the disciples in fear. Satisfied, Hongyun nodded, revealing his true form as a cloud, entwined with the laws of water, fire, and wind, soaring towards the Zixiao Palace. Along the way, the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each displaying their divine prowess. Countless mighty beings exhausted their means, each vying for a share of the opportunity. However, compared to Hongyun, their speed was akin to that of a tortoise, hardly worth mentioning. In just half a day, Hongyun arrived outside the Zixiao Palace. The Zixiao Palace, though lacking in exquisite design, was enveloped in a dense aura of celestial essence, exuding a rugged and ancient charm. After all, everyone still had aspirations, aiming for the position of sage who had the time to engage in infrastructure and embellishments. With the innate laws of water, fire, and wind, and the strength of a Deluo Jinxian, Hongyun's speed was naturally unparalleled. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, he found only a handful of figures present, including the three pure ones in Yuhua. The three pure ones maintained their composure, their attitudes towards Hongyun differing. The touching sage nodded with a smile, expressing admiration for Hongyun's virtues as a sign of respect. Yuan Shitian Zun snorted disdainfully, viewing Hongyun as a fool wasting a great opportunity, too lazy to engage with him. Tong Tian Dao Run, eschewing pretense, addressed Hongyun directly. Hongyun, I harbor thoughts of enlightening all beings, but at present, should we not prioritize strength? One must savor the present while on the journey. Procrastination over the ages will inevitably lead to a change of heart. Hongyun spoke with a smile, his persona, as the quintessential good-natured person, worked to his advantage, and he naturally sought to amplify it. Tong Tian appeared to be enlightened, contemplating deeply. The red flowers, green lotus leaves, and white lotus roots, the three pure ones, were originally one family. Yuan Shi and Taishang naturally did not wish for Tong Tian to be misled, their expressions turning serious as they secretly transmitted messages to dissuade him. Hongyun glanced to the side, where Nuwa and Fushi greeted him with warm smiles. The human race shares a profound connection with the two, and as Hongyun expounds upon the teachings, it is natural that he earns their favor. Hongyun Taoist, your name has long echoed in our ears, yet we have not had the pleasure of meeting until now, and I must express my regret for this. Today marks our first encounter, and it is a wonder that one of such renown could arrive at the forefront, eliciting admiration. With a smile, Hongyun graciously responded, then feigned puzzlement. Is there any significance to this seating arrangement? None of great consequence. It is simply first come, first served, spoke Nuwa candidly. However, for what I perceive, this mat offers a tenfold enhancement to cultivation and aids in elevating one's comprehension. Within the grand hall, 6 grass mats were positioned prominently, each subtly infused with the flow of Tao, allowing any ordinary observer a glimpse of profound enlightenment and an increase in power. With a tenfold effect that augments understanding, the two remarkable benefits combined could save one countless years of arduous training. Cultivation is akin to a myriad of boats vying for supremacy. A single swift step propels one ahead. It is no wonder that those seated upon these 6 mats are regarded as the ordained 6 saints of heaven's way. Hongyun silently acknowledged this truth, bowed in gratitude to Nuwa, and proceeded to the 5th mat, taking a dignified seat. Before long, the 6th formidable presence arrived. Kunpeng, the master of the winds. With eyes like thunder, he cast his gaze upon the center of Zixiao Palace. The 6 mats, imbued with the essence of Tao, were anything but ordinary. Kunpeng, naturally, did not hesitate to claim his place, exclaiming with pride, "First come, first served. It seems I have not missed this grand opportunity. My esteemed fellow Taoists, you are swift indeed, and it fills my heart with admiration. However, treasures of the world rightfully belong to those fated to possess them. What say you, Hongyun Taoist?" Jiajin and Zhuanti entered in succession. Discerning the dynamics within the palace, the 6 mats concealed profound mysteries, and their eyes were alight with a mix of greed and regret. In mere moments, their fellow disciples had missed their chance. Exchanging glances, Jiajin and Zhuanti reached a silent accord. Having arrived late, we shall seize the opportunity. All treasures of the world are destined for the West. Identifying the individuals seated, they quickly set their sights on the most vulnerable target, Hongyun. As members of the same lineage, persuading them to relinquish their positions would require facing all 3 together, a task akin to chasing phantoms. Nuwa, cloaked in the virtues of the human race, and Fushi, no pushover himself, stood protectively by. In contrast, the current Zhuanti and Jiajin had no absolute confidence in their ability to prevail. The remaining two, with Kunpeng's greedy and tyrannical nature, would not yield easily. Persuading him to part with a treasure would surely provoke a fierce confrontation. Thus, opening a breach through the first-rate, good-natured Hongyun was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Without hesitation, Jiajin lunged toward Hongyun, casting aside any semblance of dignity as he began to lament his plight. "Woe is me, Hongyun Taoist. Are you aware that our western lands are barren? We possess not even a modicum of spiritual essence, let alone treasures. Rarely do we have the fortune to hear the Tao ancestor speak. We yearn to draw closer to the Tao ancestor, to listen to the sacred teachings, and to spread them far and wide. Might you, Hongyun Taoist, consider parting with your place?" Zhuanti appeared to be steeped in sorrow, invoking the plight of the masses as he placed a heavy burden upon Hongyun's conscience. Should he refuse to yield his position, Hongyun would be branded a sinner in the eyes of the world. The three pure ones exchanged cold glances, their hearts brimming with scorn, silently communicating. These two from the West remain as shameless as ever. Do you think Hongyun will relinquish his position? If he is unaware of the opportunity presented by the mat, there may be a chance, however. This is the foundation of the saints. He is already aware of this matter, and if he were to yield his position, it would suggest a lack of wisdom. Yet Hongyun could sense that beneath their facade of desperation, the two were already stirring and cultivating their own strength. Once he uttered a refusal, he would likely find himself beset by an overwhelming onslaught in the next instant. A warning bell rang incessantly in Hongyun's heart. Both Zhuanti and Jiajin possessed innate treasures, and should they strike in unison, he would surely suffer a grievous blow. A weight of solemnity settled in his heart. Could it be that the tides of history, much like a chariot coursing through a torrential flood, surged irreversibly forward? Absolutely not. If history were doomed to merely repeat itself, would he not be fated to face annihilation? Red Cloud quietly summoned his inner strength, preparing to join forces with Kunpeng for a grand endeavor. Yet at that moment, an emotionless mechanical notification suddenly echoed in Red Cloud's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have activated the Primordial Good Samaritan system. This system is designed to bestow roses upon others, leaving a lingering fragrance in your hands. When the host gives treasures to others, there is a chance to receive a reward with a multiplier ranging from 100 to 1,000,000 times." Red Cloud. A golden finger, or merely a gift-giving flow? If so, what more is there to discuss? By gifting treasures, he could receive a hundredfold reward. Red Cloud immediately looked down upon the worthless object beneath him. The so-called 6 saints predetermined by heaven clearly signified that he would merely become a lackey of Hongyun in the future. What talk of freedom was there? Bah! This trinket was unworthy even for dogs. Red Cloud promptly extinguished the power within him, stood up, and clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes brimming with tears, delivering a heartfelt performance. The two guardians of the Western Bull Heaven, who bear the burdens for the world's populace, have endured great suffering. Why contributions are but trifles. How can I dare to compare with the two of you and seize this spiritual treasure? The treasures of the world rightfully belong to the virtuous. If you do not disdain it, this humble mat is yours. Observing Red Cloud's pitiful demeanor, Kunpeng's eyes revealed a hint of derision. What a fool! The sages spoke of the 6 mats aligning with the great Tao. Surely they were extraordinary treasures. Such an opportunity, given away for nothing, a true waste. Chapter 3. Gifted treasures with thousandfold returns. Kunpeng was utterly deceived. Upon hearing this, Jin and Zhuanti were overjoyed, hastily bowing in gratitude, not anticipating such happiness to arrive so abruptly. Red Cloud, your noble intentions are commendable. We thank you for your generosity. The two took a position but did not immediately sit down. They exchanged glances and marched angrily towards Kunpeng. Kunpeng, this item bears a connection to our Western tradition. Your seizing of it here may not be wise. I do not consent, nor does my divine staff. Seizing the moment while the crowd was sparse, Jin and Zhuanti decisively took action. the 8 treasures pool of meritorious deeds, and the 7 treasures marvelous tree manifested, enhancing their divine staff. Kunpeng roared in fury, utterly enraged. The 2 from the Western teachings actually dared to act within the purple cloud palace. Transforming into his true form, Kunpeng's wings stirred, enveloped in the laws of wind, his demonic aura overwhelming. The Kun could swallow the heavens, the Peng could obscure the sun. Kunpeng was a primordial true spirit, one of the world's first deities and demons, comparable to Hongyun in power. The sky darkened, ripples of turmoil spreading for miles. Yet Jin and Junti remained unfazed. The power of the 7 treasures marvelous tree was inscrutable. A perfect blend of offense and defense, effortlessly blocking Kunpeng's spells. Junti thrust down the 6 pure bamboos, and Kunpeng, struck as if by a heavy blow, was sent tumbling downward. Jin revealed his Dharma form, his golden body towering over Kunpeng. With all his might, he struck, causing the latter to spew blood and be flung backward, crashing down at the entrance. Kunpeng, bloodied and filled with resentment, turned his gaze towards Red Cloud, hoping for assistance. Red Cloud, the mat beneath you must be a priceless treasure. How about we join forces to protect this position? Red Cloud smiled, resolutely declining. The 2 from the West have noble intentions. Having already spoken, I shall not go back on my word. Well said. Treasures may come and go, but adhering to one's true nature is exceedingly difficult. No wonder you are hailed as the foremost of the primordial good. Such a disposition we can only look up to the Demon Clan, Emperor Jun and Tai, the Witch Clan, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Even other great powers of the primordial realm arrive to extol Red Cloud's virtue. Meanwhile, Kunpeng, who sought to seize treasures and entice Red Cloud into action, was deemed a treacherous and despicable individual. How base of him to attempt to drag Red Cloud down with his own filth. Utterly outrageous. Birds are indeed birds, narrow-minded in their hearts. The praises of the crowd fell on deaf ears for Red Cloud, who was wholly captivated once more by the mechanical voice in his ear. Detected the active gifting of treasures to others. The 3,000-fold critical return reward has been triggered. Detected that the host has gifted the purple mat to Jin and Junti, receiving 1 Hongmeng mat and 12 chaos mats. Hongmeng mat enhances others' cultivation efficiency by 1,000-fold, increases comprehension, and reveals the great Tao. Chaos mat nurtures the strength of the spirit, aiding others in aligning with the heavenly Tao. Red Cloud's eyes suddenly widened with joy. Even the purple mat merely aided cultivation tenfold, yet this Hongmeng mat astonishingly enhanced it 1,000-fold. Just this one alone made Red Cloud immensely profitable. Moreover, the 12 chaos mats as a bonus were a tremendous gain. Red Cloud missed out on a treasure, yet remained beaming with delight. Such a magnanimous heart earned him the admiration of all. Red Cloud is truly an ethereal being, pure of heart, untainted by desire for fame or fortune. No wonder Red Cloud possesses such profound fortune. With such a pure heart, the great Tao naturally favors him. The crowd extolled, simultaneously disparaging Kunpeng. Some avian beings, driven by petty gains, actually sought to brawl within the purple cloud palace. Kunpeng, you ought to learn from this. As primordial deities, how can your qualities compare so unfavorably to Red Cloud? Unappreciative. The Tao ancestor permits you, a mere beast, to enter the palace and listen, yet you still greedily seek more. What utter avarice! Kunpeng's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as the derision of the crowd filled him with indignation, even exacerbating the hidden wounds inflicted by Jin and Junti, causing him to cough up blood. Hey, you avian creature, why are you so hot-tempered? The Purple Cloud Palace is a place of great elegance. Do not desecrate it here. Leave promptly, cleanse yourself, and then re-enter. Many great powers, concerned that Hongyun might take offense, reached a tacit agreement to expel Kunpeng. Outside the Purple Cloud Palace, Kunpeng was filled with rage. Smoke swirled around him, his demonic aura rising to the heavens. Kunpeng, who had lived freely for an eternity, had never endured such humiliation. A group of self-righteous individuals, robbing him of his treasures and mocking him. Moreover, he harbored resentment towards the weak and useless Red Cloud. If Red Cloud had a shred of backbone and were willing to ally with him, he would not have been usurped by the two from the Western teachings, and none of these subsequent troubles would have arisen. If this mat could work in conjunction, would he not soar directly? Red Cloud ignored their commotion, cheerfully retrieving all 13 mats, stacking them on the ground, and sitting down upon them. Unfortunately, he did not manage to exploit a bug. Only one type of mat can be effective at the same time. Red Cloud pouted, a bit disheartened. Zhen Yuanzi, observing Red Cloud's actions, assumed his old friend was stimulated by Jin and Zhuanti and spoke to console him that it's merely a few mats. What effect could they truly have? Red Cloud shook his head, dismissing the matter. Since the treasures could not be utilized for himself, he would instead be kind to others, establishing his reputation as a good-natured person. This is a newly acquired treasure. Its efficacy is likely not inferior to the purple mat, and it is excellent for nurturing the spirit. Zhen Yuanzi, allow me to gift you one. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, declining to accept that as the master of the laws of the earth. He possessed innate lotus blooms born from primordial essence, which were far more suitable for him than the mats. Red Cloud, a gentle voice emerged from beside him, as Hotu's expression wavered, somewhat hesitant. You just mentioned that this mat has nurturing effects for the spirit? The other 12 ancestors of witchcraft cast their eager gazes over. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft, formed from Pangu's flesh, possessed exceptional innate strength. Those who could make a name for themselves in this era were all of Pangu's lineage, none more esteemed than the others. However, one point constrained the development of the 12 ancestors. Their spiritual power was lacking, making it difficult to comprehend the DAOT their inception. The 12 ancestors strode across the 8 wildernesses, nearly unmatched. Yet as countless tribulations passed, those who were once weaker than the 12 ancestors began to catch up. Their strength seemed to be fixed, with poor enhancement effects. The 12 ancestors were anxious, as the strength of the powerful was the foundation of their clan's survival. If this continued, the decline of the witch clan would likely be inevitable. The 12 ancestors came here with the mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one. Therefore, upon hearing Red Cloud's description of the chaos mat's effects, they all revealed looks of longing. Dao friend, may we borrow this item for a time? Consider it a favor owed to the witch clan. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft, possessing more modesty than the two from the Western teachings, did not dare to seize it forcefully before everyone's eyes, instead earnestly inquiring. Red Cloud waved his hand dismissively. In terms of lineage, we are all formed from Pangu. We are indeed of the same family. Why speak of borrowing? That would be overly formal. You are 12 in number, and I happen to possess 12 mats. Take them. Emperor Jiang, the eldest brother among them, stepped forward to accept the mats. As soon as he grasped them, he felt a stirring of spiritual power within him, as if a long dry river suddenly encountered a source, regaining vibrant life. An astonishing effect. Emperor Jiang quickly distributed the mats, and upon experiencing their wondrous effects, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft were filled with profound gratitude towards Red Cloud. Chapter 4. The esteemed Taoist Hongyun embodies the highest virtues and serves as an exemplar for our kind. This treasure holds immense value for us. With it, the seemingly unbreakable strength of millennia feels on the verge of yielding. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Taoist Hongyun. This sentiment shall be eternally etched in the hearts of our witch clan. Taoist Hongyun, a paragon of virtue, truly exemplifies our kind. The 12 ancestral witches express their gratitude, their hearts brimming with boundless appreciation. With radiant eyes, Hutu observed, her gaze swirling with intrigue, among the 12 ancestral witches. She governed the earth and was the embodiment of purity and kindness, naturally harboring a favorable impression of the first kind-hearted individual of the primal chaos. Now, with a crucial gift from Hongyun, Hutu's heart stirred with newfound emotions. Zhurong, with his fiery temperament, immediately redirected his ire towards Jin and Zhuanti, preparing to defend Hongyun. Taoist Hongyun, Jin, and Zhuanti have shown themselves unworthy of being called sons of man. Usurping your treasure, it would be better for us to assist you in reclaiming your rightful position. Hutu cheered enthusiastically, her face alight with agreement. Indeed, we cannot allow Taoist Hongyun to suffer injustice. A tremor of alarm coursed through Jin and Zhuanti as they sensed the potential for Hongyun to acquiesce. Though the 12 ancestral witches may appear simple-minded, their power is undeniably formidable. Even the combined might of the 3 pure ones would struggle to withstand the united front of these 12 beings. After expressing gratitude to Zhurong, Hongyun kindly declined the offer of assistance. How could I entertain the notion of reclaiming a gift once bestowed? With the Hongmeng lotus beneath me, why would I concern myself with that inferior purple lotus? Jane and Jinyi sighed in relief. Yet they felt no gratitude towards Hongyun, merely considering him foolish. The opportunity to attain sainthood lay before him, yet he repeatedly spurned it. Hongyun, you truly deserve the title of the greatest fool of the primordial chaos. The lotus was given out of my sincere regard for the efforts of my 2 friends, Jane and Jinyi. Let us avoid stirring trouble. As the crowd observed Hongyun, they exchanged whispers among themselves. This great fool, Hongyun, could only elicit the wholehearted gratitude of the dim-witted witch clan. Moving forward, it would be wise to treat Hongyun with greater kindness, although his mind may not be particularly sharp. His fortune is undeniably profound. Should we manage to acquire his bestowed treasures, they might serve us in remarkable ways. Xinyuanzi, witnessing his old friend reveling in joy, let out a faint sigh. Given Hongyun's disposition, surviving in this predatory primordial chaos for such a lengthy period attests to his unparalleled fortune. Regrettably, he remains oblivious to seizing opportunities for self-improvement. Xinyuanzi resolved that after the discourse, he would seek a chance to earnestly advise Hongyun. The term kind-hearted is synonymous with great fool. How foolish can one be? Retaining such a title serves no purpose. In the following days, countless powerful beings arrived, eager to listen to the voice of the heavenly Tao. With the minimum cultivation level being that of Tai, golden immortal, each individual present, if plucked from this gathering and placed among the common folk, would be regarded as an earthly immortal beyond reach. In this space, no one dared to stir trouble, fearing the wrath of Hongjun and the loss of this rare opportunity to hear the saints impart their wisdom. As the 3-day period arrived, waves of the great Tao's principles surged, and the heavens seemed to part. A middle-aged figure emerged from the void, stepping forth as golden lotuses blossomed beneath his feet, ultimately transforming into sparkling fragments that danced within the purple cloud palace. Curiosity piqued, someone gazed at one of the shimmering fragments, only to find it imbued with intricate moral complexities, profound and inscrutable, far beyond their current comprehension. Had it not been for Hongjun's deliberate restraint, they might have been overwhelmed, rendered speechless, if such a glimmering fragment bore such profundity. What might be contained within the realm from which Hongjun hailed? The assembly, filled with ambitious individuals, sensed the pivotal moment and directed their intentions toward the rift in the heavens. However, they were met with disappointment, for the fissure revealed merely a void, devoid of any discernible difference. Only 7 individuals remained unaffected. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jin, and Junti, sat upon their respective purple lotuses, emanating a soft radiance that guided the 6 others through the void. At the heart of the rift, it appeared as though a magnificent celestial palace awaited, the grandeur of the heavenly Tao manifest. Chains bound the heavens and the earth, establishing the very framework of this primordial world. Hongyun's gaze flickered as the Hongmeng lotus led him through the outer illusions, unveiling the essence of the celestial realm. Chains of the great Tao bound the cosmos, having been forged in Hongmeng, creating this primordial world. Hongjun observed as the 6 revered saints seemed to grasp a deeper understanding, nodding in approval. Yet at that moment, Hongjun instinctively sensed an unease, as if someone had pierced through the illusions to glimpse the essence of the heavenly Tao. With the keen eyes of a hawk, Hongjun surveyed the crowd, eager to identify the culprit. However, Hongyun had already sensed the anomaly, lowering his head and closing his eyes, feigning insight to evade detection. Hongjun, unaware of any irregularities, waved his hand to seal the celestial gate, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Before the many formidable beings of the primordial chaos, Hongjun spoke calmly, commencing his discourse on the principles of the Tao. The 3 energies unite as one. One embodies essence, one embodies spirit, and one embodies Qi. What Hongjun expounded upon was the path of the great Luo, The gathered crowd, all at least at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, with most being at the pinnacle of Tai or even the early stage of Great Luo, found the teachings on the path of Great Luo Golden Immortal to be most fitting, and S's words resonated like the voice of the heavens. All present were drawn into the depths of profound contemplation. Time swiftly passed, and 300 years flashed by. Suddenly, waves of potent energy erupted, awakening the assembly from their meditative states. They turned their gazes forward, only to discover that the three pure ones in Yuhua had simultaneously broken through, attaining the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Remarkable, indeed. The red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus roots truly live up to their esteemed reputation. Even their advancements occurred in unison, inspiring envy among the onlookers. In a mere 300 years, they had ascended to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Adding 2 zeros to that number might not even yield the same results for others. The crowd expressed their admiration, engaging in lively discussions at this moment. Taishang opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flickering within, before he resolutely declared, "I have discovered my path to sainthood, establishing a doctrine and cultivating the merits of education." The audience fell silent, instinctively shifting their gazes toward Hongyun. Taishang's proclamation mirrored the actions of Hongyun from earlier. Was it merely a coincidence? Upon closer inspection, they were taken aback. Their astonishment. They observed a fluctuation in Hongyun's aura, indicating a breakthrough of his own. Could it be Jin and Juni had yet to achieve their breakthroughs? They had become the butt of the joke, occupying one of the 6 prime seats while still lagging behind Hongyun. Without the aid of the purple lotus, how could Hongyun achieve such rapid advancement? Just how profound was his innate talent? Indeed, his exceptional talent was undeniable. Otherwise, if one were to replace him with another who lacked focus, they would likely be left behind, unable to even catch a glimpse of the taillights. Yet, while this situation shattered the perceptions of many, for Hongyun, it was a natural progression. Utilizing the Hongmeng lotus, Hongyun first glimpsed the chains of the heavenly Tao, felt its resonance, and then, after 300 years of listening to Hongyun's teachings, he had effectively undergone 300,000 years of arduous cultivation. Given Hongyun's innate capabilities, if he could not break through under such circumstances, then others would find it even more insurmountable to attain the Great Luo. As the echoes of the Great Tao faded, Hongyun smiled and opened his eyes. "Do not squander your exceptional talent." Hongjun regarded him with an appreciative glance, nodding in approval. Were it not for the divine design assigning the 6 saintly positions, Hongjun might have genuinely considered ousting Jin and Juni, allowing Hongyun to assume their place. Taishang's gaze fell upon Hongyun, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Soon, he would contend with Hongyun for the merits of education. If the rival were Jin and Juni, Taishang's emotions would remain steady. However, since Hongyun was renowned for his kindness, seeking to usurp his path to success stirred conflicting feelings within Taishang. Yet he was not Hongyun. The road to sainthood could not simply be relinquished. Taishang resolved inwardly that, given Hongyun's nature, he would likely be benevolent and generous. At worst, he could compensate him afterward. The assembly congratulated Hongyun in succession. "Congratulations, Taoist Hongyun, on your achievements. Taoist Hongyun's talent is truly remarkable, inciting our envy. Alas, had you not relinquished that purple lotus, you might have surpassed the 3 pure ones, becoming the first to reach the mid-stage of Great Luo after the Tao ancestor." With such formidable abilities, many powerful beings felt a sense of trepidation. Jin and Junti might very well demand, "Your treasure is fated to be with me," and forcibly claim it for themselves, but if they employed more ruthless tactics, they might even assert, "You are destined to serve the Buddha," and draw him into the ranks of the Western teaching's guardian beasts. Hongyun's growing strength could only incite joy among the crowd, with his kind-hearted nature. If anyone approached him with a request, he would become an invaluable ally, difficult to resist. As the crowd continued to congratulate him, the 12 ancestral witches lingered in a corner, whispering in astonishment. "Brother, I sense the shackles of my primordial spirit loosening. There is a possibility of breakthrough. In simple terms, it is merely an itchy scalp, a sign that one must become wiser, it is widely recognized that the witch clan is inherently deficient in spiritual essence, relying solely on the cultivation of physical prowess. While ordinary individuals can enhance their abilities through the natural elements and moral understanding, the witch clan must refine their physical strength through the consumption of abundant nourishing substances. When it comes to the richness of flesh, who can rival the demon clan? Consequently, the witch clan is compelled to hunt powerful demons extensively to maintain the strength of their elite and nurture the younger generation. The demons, known for their ferocity, would never allow themselves to be slaughtered like livestock. The inherent conflict between the two races thus sows the seed for the impending war between the witches and the demons. If the witches could cultivate their spiritual essence, they would transcend their racial limitations and significantly mitigate their struggle for survival. Moreover, the 12 ancestors of the witches could synergize their spiritual essence with their physical form, breaking through their limits to become the most formidable beings in existence. Emperor Jiang is acutely aware that they have incurred a tremendous debt to Hongyun. He instructs his people with secret methods, emphasizing the utmost confidentiality. Hongyun is destined to be the most esteemed guest of the witch clan, a status that shall remain unaltered. The act of offering a seat to Hongyun has led to their intention to eliminate him and settle this debt. However, the 12 ancestors, possessing a naturally benevolent disposition, are resolute in their determination to traverse any hardship, even through mountains of knives and seas of fire, to repay the kindness of Hongyun. Decades pass, and both Zhuanti and Jane successfully achieve breakthroughs. Yet the others express neither surprise nor admiration, and some even jest. Occupying the prime position, their cultivation speed lags behind others by decades, truly disgraceful. In reality, it is merely a matter of a few decades. Compared to the lifespan measured in calamities by other great powers, a few decades equate to mere seconds for mortals, thus easily dismissed. However, comparisons breed discontent. They coveted the second-best position, yet their breakthrough speed is alarmingly slow. This naturally renders the two from the Western Church the subject of ridicule. Were it not for their ongoing discourse, they might have indulged in divine fruits and exquisite wines, reveling in conversation. Zhuanti's anger swells, and he finds himself harboring resentment toward Hongyun. One ought to yield gracefully. What need is there for such ostentation? Allowing his fellow disciples to become the subject of mockery is a grievous sin. 3,000 years elapse, and the final echoes of Hongjun resonate within the Zixiao Palace. 100,000 years hence, he shall once more impart wisdom, bidding all to return. As his voice fades, Hongjun's figure vanishes abruptly, leaving no trace behind. The assembly rises, encircling Hongyun, eager to become familiar, hoping to benefit from his treasures. Congratulations, Dao friend Hongyun, on your breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Such joyous news. When shall we celebrate? We would be delighted to partake in the feast. Emperor Jun exclaims with a smile, extending his congratulations. Yet he expresses regret for Hongyun, stating that had he not relinquished his position, he might have achieved a breakthrough to the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal in 3,000 years. What a pity! Emperor Jiang laments, be cautious with your words. Dao friend Emperor Jiang, interjects Jin, for Zhuanti has also broken through. They harbor a fierce desire for revenge. However, before he could finish, Zhu Rong's boisterous voice interrupts. What are the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal? Come, let us spar. Before the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestors were as brothers, united in spirit and strength, feared by all. After all, without overwhelming power, the witch clan's propensity for hunting powerful beings for their flesh and blood would have long invited retribution, leaving them in ashes. Provoked by the words of the crowd, Jane's expression darkens as he offers a bland courtesy to Hongyun before departing. The three pure ones, Niuhua, and others follow suit, gradually exiting the scene. The ancestor of the underworld observes, an ominous sea of blood swirling around him, contemplating Hongyun with a glint of thoughtfulness in his eyes. Kunpeng emerges from his meditative state, harboring animosity toward Hongyun. Had it not been for the latter's merciful offer of the purple mat, he would not have lost his grand opportunity. Nevertheless, with Hongyun's recent breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal, he is no longer a match for him. Even in speed, Kunpeng finds himself slightly outpaced by Hongyun. Otherwise, he would not have settled for the sixth position. Hongyun is merely a good-natured individual who inadvertently caused me harm. The true instigator resides in the spiritual mountain. Kunpeng muses darkly, his eyes flashing with determination. These two bald monks from the Western Church, though I cannot confront them directly, can I not find a way to strike from the shadows? Though their strength surpasses mine, they are no match for me in speed. How could he not seek revenge? With resentment festering in his heart, Kunpeng resolves to transform into his true form and take to the skies. Along the way, Jin and Junti continue to converse, noting the substantial gains from this endeavor. Hongyun is but a plump lamb, ripe for slaughter, Jin remarks with a smile. Indeed, the mats he produced are treasures we have never encountered before. He must possess other extraordinary artifacts. Junti wholeheartedly agrees, yet his expression darkens that it is those idle onlookers whose incessant chatter is truly vexatious. I possess a method to dismantle this situation, Jin states with a subtle smile. Hongyun is fated to our Western Church. Why not guide him into our fold? Thus, all his treasure shall be at our disposal. Junti claps in praise. What a splendid idea. Suddenly, both raise their heads toward the horizon. Kunpeng, what brings him to the West? This individual is not rooted in the West. His journey may harbor ulterior motives. They exchange worried glances, instinctively channeling their powers, sensing impending trouble, and accelerate toward the West. Chapter 6. Prepare to endure the retribution from Kunpeng. Though Jin and Junti's speed is swift, Kunpeng wields the laws of wind. Although their speed peaks, they cannot capture Kunpeng's fleeting shadow. Moments later, the western spiritual mountain lies in ruins. Countless disciples wailing amidst the relentless tempest, Kunpeng hovers above the sky with a cold smile, unleashing countless gusts imbued with the laws of wind from his mouth, though he has yet to attain sanctity. His power is terrifying. All below the Tai golden immortal perish instantly beneath his might. Come to my spiritual mountain and act with impunity. It seems you are tired of living. Junti's face contorts with rage as he channels the aura of the Deluo golden immortal, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rushes forth. A myriad of golden Buddhist figures erupt from his being, each possessing the strength of a Tai golden immortal. Collectively, they strike Kunpeng with unexpected ferocity, forcing him to retreat thousands of zhang. Only then can Kunpeng regain his footing. You have ruined my plans. You too shall pay dearly. Kunpeng's wings shimmer with countless golden lights, enveloping the sky above the spiritual mountain. With a mighty sweep of his expansive wings, countless golden feathers descend in an instant. In that moment, a tempest also arises around him. His strike is indiscriminate, leaving the disciples of the Western Church in disarray. Those with strength can barely withstand the onslaught, while the weaker ones are pierced by hundreds of feathers. This force resembles a colossal beast, rendering the multitude of Buddhist figures before him utterly impotent. With a cacophony of tearing sounds, the entirety of Junti's power detonates, and he is forced back 2 steps by the onrushing wind. After centuries of hardship, he has indeed broken through, yet his power remains somewhat unstable. Observing the scene before him, Jin's expression darkens as layers of Buddhist light radiate from his form. Act recklessly within our Western sacred land. Today I shall make you pay the price. The light of Buddhism shines forth. As the 12 ancestors exchange glances, astonishment fills their eyes. Both have achieved breakthroughs. Who dares to provoke the West? It appears to be that rascal Kunpeng. Emperor Jun speculates, though he cannot be certain. Besides the conflicts between Kunpeng and those two, he cannot fathom any external threats. Shall we lend a hand? Gong Gong grins wickedly, summoning a column of water imbued with the overwhelming laws of water. Let us wait and see. Should someone engage, we shall join in. The treasures within the spiritual mountain are plentiful. If we can seize an opportunity, why not take advantage? Hongyun sits amidst the heavens, resting upon the chaotic mat, absorbing the essence of the 3,000 great avenues, a faint smile gracing his face. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide, an invisible pressure sweeping toward him. With a flick of his hand, the approaching force dissipates, and he gazes solemnly toward the west. Not bad. Your speed is quite impressive, he remarks, rising to his feet and vanishing in an instant. As the 12 ancestors hesitate on whether to intervene, a flash of auspicious clouds appears above their heads. It is Tao, friend Hongyun. Let us follow and investigate. The benevolent beings of the primordial realm have all departed. Their absence would render the situation quite untenable. Suddenly, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan made their appearance, leaving Hongyun momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, Ho Tu, with a gentle smile, spoke. Are you, my friend Hongyun, intending to journey to Ling Mountain? There have been unusual occurrences in the heavens and earth above Ling Mountain, and I wish to investigate. We, the 12 of us, are also bound for that destination. Might we accompany you? Very well. Moments later, they found themselves hovering above Ling Mountain, where Kunpeng and the duo of Jin and Juni were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Although he had not secured this opportunity, the true might of Kunpeng was undeniably formidable. Each of his strikes was executed with lethal intent, capable of delivering his opponent to the brink of death. Yet his power was ultimately insufficient. Every blow he delivered was effortlessly countered, and he found himself on the defensive. After a series of thwarted assaults, he summoned forth 2 whirlwinds, his figure soaring majestically above the firmament. With a thunderous roar, as he unleashed his attack, Jin and Junti simultaneously advanced, their palms thrusting forward, releasing an overwhelming surge of Buddhist energy. The force dissipated, leaving Ling Mountain in disarray, with numerous disciples lying lifeless in pools of blood. The remaining survivors were few, some having met their demise at Kunpeng's hands, while others fell to Jin and Juni. Halting their actions, Jin and Juni wore expressions of grim determination, their eyes ablaze with fury. However, they refrained from further aggression, instead directing their gaze toward Hongyun. The assembly of primordial powers present was not limited to Hongyun alone. Tongtian, Taishang, and the 3 pure ones had also arrived, alongside Niwa and Fushi, drawn by the unusual disturbances. Hongyun, my friend, you and I share a bond with the Western realm. Let us join forces to vanquish this foe, and I shall guide you into the Western teachings. Jin boldly proclaimed, prompting disdainful glances from the onlookers. Hongyun, possessing profound fortunes, was regarded as a paragon of virtue in the primordial realm. Suggesting a connection with the West was perhaps more a reflection of his treasures aligning with that domain. You two truly have no shame. Kunpeng could not contain his exclamation from a distance, and the others began to murmur amongst themselves. While I may not favor Kunpeng, these 2 from the Western teachings are indeed devoid of dignity. Who wouldn't agree? To audaciously utter such words, I find myself regarding him with newfound respect. Amidst the chatter, the expressions of Jin and Junti darkened considerably, yet they remained silent, awaiting a response, with a calm demeanor and a faint smile. Hongyun was well aware of their intentions. Once the murmur subsided, he spoke slowly. I appreciate your goodwill, but as for entering the Western sacred land, let us forego that notion. Upon hearing this, Jin and Junti exchanged awkward glances. I believe Hongyun should reconsider, Jin began, but Kunpeng's voice erupted with fury from afar. You 2 bald heads, why the endless chatter? Can't you see he has no need for it? As he spoke, he transformed into his true form, while the voice of the system echoed within Hongyun's mind. Resolving the conflict among the 3 may yield multiplied rewards. Instantly intrigued, Hongyun realized he could trigger the system. Just as Kunpeng's powerful claws descended, he deftly evaded and, amidst the whirlwinds, intercepted the attack with a single palm, shattering the combined force of Jin and Junti with a singular punch. The overwhelming gust of his fist momentarily weakened Kunpeng's command over the winds. With a tranquil smile, Hongyun dismissed the residual power with a flick of his hand, prompting the 3 to cease their actions. Hongyun, this is none of your concern. Step aside. Kunpeng's voice was icy, his eyes glinting with menace. Yet he dared not engage Hongyun physically, resorting instead to verbal threats. Chapter 7. The primordial treasure to dissuade the 3 Jin and Junti's expressions grew somber as they subtly gathered their Buddhist powers. Hongyun, this matter does not pertain to you. It would be wise for you to withdraw. Do not be hasty. Continue your fight, and the disciples of Ling Mountain shall suffer the consequences. The Western teachings promote salvation for all beings. Do you truly wish to disregard the lives of your own disciples? With these words, Jin and Junti's demeanor softened, though their auras remained unyielding. You speak rightly, Hongyun, yet how can we allow this insolence to transpire within our western sacred land? You two bald heads, why all the idle talk? Not only am I audacious, but I intend to slay every last one upon Ling Mountain. As his declaration echoed, Kunpeng transformed into his true form, propelled by the laws of wind, swiftly ascending to Ling Mountain. His speed was unparalleled, leaving all present in awe, particularly the three pure ones and Yuhua, who, despite their superior realms, could not match Kunpeng's velocity. With a display of might spanning thousands of miles, Kunpeng loomed over Ling Mountain, his countless golden feathers casting a shadow over the disciples below. Faced with this terrifying sight, the disciples of Ling Mountain were engulfed in fear, their bodies enveloped in golden Buddhist light. But how could they withstand Kunpeng's impending strike? It was but a desperate struggle for survival. Witnessing this, Jin and Junti felt their energies surge, their faces contorted with rage. "You dare!" they bellowed in unison, transforming into two beams of golden light hurtling forth. Should Kunpeng's strike land, not a single soul upon Ling Mountain would survive. Too late. Kunpeng's face was alight with triumph as countless golden feathers descended. "You shall thwart my grand design. I will leave Ling Mountain barren." At this moment, dark clouds gathered above Ling Mountain, and bolts of lightning rained down, casting a pall over the onlookers. Could he truly possess the power of a peak Tai golden immortal? Perhaps not. With the aid of the laws of wind, his strength was akin to that of an early-stage Deluo golden immortal. Tong Tian and Laozi exchanged hushed words, both mid-stage Deluo golden immortals themselves. Yet they were immensely awed by Kunpeng's might. Point two of you. You may as well collect the remains of your disciples from Ling Mountain. Ha ha ha. Kunpeng's laughter grew increasingly arrogant. But at that critical moment, a golden light column erupted from the center of Ling Mountain, shattering the golden feathers mid-flight. After this singular strike, not only was Kunpeng rendered stunned, but the assembled crowd also wore expressions of bewilderment. As their gazes shifted, they discovered Hongyun standing among the disciples, holding a golden leaf. How long must grievances persist? Shall we settle this matter here and now? As he spoke, the golden leaf appeared before Kunpeng. Upon a glance, Kunpeng's face lit up with excitement that a primordial treasure. Just as he reached out to take it, Hongyun stepped forward, maintaining his serene smile, betraying neither anger nor joy. "This item is a gift for you. Kunpeng, I kindly ask for your cooperation." This moment, Kunpeng's focus was solely on the golden leaf, and he nodded eagerly to of course. If Hongyun has spoken, how could I refuse? The three pure ones were taken aback. It was indeed a primordial treasure, given away so readily. Hongyun's fortunes were indeed profound. This treasure likely held little significance for him. Tong Tian's expression grew grave as he silently resolved to cultivate a close relationship with Hongyun. The title of the primordial realm's benevolent figure was no idle claim to quell a matter unrelated to him. He offered a primordial treasure. Upon receiving the golden leaf, Kunpeng could hardly contain his glee. Discarding any earlier displeasure, Jin and Junti, green with envy, approached Hongyun, their auras now restrained. Exchanging glances, their expressions darkened considerably. "Hongyun, this situation appears rather inappropriate. He has harmed thousands of our disciples at Ling Mountain. Shall we simply let this matter rest?" "Of course not," as he spoke. Hongyun conjured two more beams of golden light, igniting a spark of excitement in Jin and Junti. "This is the purple jade robe. Consider it compensation for your losses." With a gentle smile, he extended the item, and Jin and Junti wasted no time in accepting it. As they scrutinized the robe in their hands, the exhilaration on their faces was unmistakable. "So, can we now consider this matter resolved?" Hongyun inquired tentatively, to which Jin hastily waved his hands. "What transpired earlier? We are unaware." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixated on the purple jade robe. Hearing his words, the expressions of those present darkened instantly. This fellow truly lacked any sense of integrity. How shameless could he be, having just been enraged, only to disregard the lives of his own disciples? Zhurong could not restrain himself and uttered a curse. which was swiftly followed by disdainful glances from the others present. Indeed, these two bald heads were truly cut from the same cloth. The gathered crowd whispered among themselves, their envy palpable. After cultivating for countless eons, primordial spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare and hard to come by. Yet, Red Cloud had produced two in one go and bestowed them upon unrelated individuals upon receiving the gold foil. Kunpeng felt an urge to depart. He cleared his throat and addressed the duo, Zhuanti and Jiejing, in a frigid tone. For the sake of my friend Red Cloud, I shall spare you both this time. Although his voice was icy, everyone present understood that he was merely suppressing the excitement within. Turning, he respectfully bowed to Red Cloud, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. A faint smile graced Red Cloud's face as he withdrew his aura. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received the following rewards: Chaos Treasure, Divine Origin Sword, Primordial Treasure, and the Unification Bell. Reward successfully received. Stunned at first, Red Cloud's face soon broke into an expression of sheer joy. The Chaos Treasure surpassed the Primordial Treasures, and the Primordial Treasure he acquired was no ordinary item. He dared not reveal too much in this place. His momentary excitement faded quickly, just as he turned to leave. The three Pure Ones had already approached him. Taishang offered a respectful bow and hastily spoke. Red Cloud, your heart is for the sake of all beings. You are a model for us all. Truly a saintly act. His exaggerated praise left Red Cloud both flattered and bewildered, prompting him to shake his head with a wry smile. You flatter me, Taishang. What is it that you seek? My companions and I have some insights on cultivation we wish to share with you, if you would allow it. Chapter 8. A round of nonsense aids the five saints' breakthrough. Tong Tian spoke first, a subtle smile on his face, yet the implications of his words were clear to the others. Tong Tian, are you suggesting an exchange of insights? Hutu could not help but question, though her words were dismissed by Tong Tian, initially believing only the two bald heads from the west to be shameless. Zhurong was astonished to find the three Pure Ones were equally so. Zhurong, with his fiery temper, found this intolerable. It felt as if they were mercilessly exploiting the old, good-natured beings of Hongyun. What did you say, Zhurong? Repeat that. Tong Tian was unyielding, his expression fierce, a glimmer of cold light manifesting in his hand. I said you three Pure Ones are shameless. Zhurong deliberately slowed his speech, a scoff of disdain on his face. No sooner had his words fallen than a surge of flames erupted from his body. Foolhardy as you are, if you wish for death, I shall oblige. As he spoke, Tong Tian's expression became savage, stepping forward. Yet Taishang intervened. Casting a cold glance at the 12 ancestor witches, he then spoke in a low tone. Why must we let such trivial matters disturb our harmony? With his words, Tong Tian shot a furious glare at Zhurong. Retracting his aura, what is Red Cloud's stance on this matter? As he turned, Taishang's frostiness melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. Excellent. The moment these words left his lips, excitement illuminated the faces of the three Pure Ones. Red Cloud's agreement signified they were one step closer to obtaining the treasure. I too have insights on cultivation I wish to share with Red Cloud, if you would grant me the honor. Nuwa stepped forward, her mid-stage Daluo Jinxian power fully engaged. Surely there must be an order to this, for we were the first to extend the invitation. Nuwa and Fushi suddenly stepped forth, catching the three Pure Ones off guard. Meanwhile, Pangu's face grew cold, unconsciously tightening his fists. Nuwa, emboldened by her own thoughts, was certain that Red Cloud, the old good-natured being of Hongyun, would not refuse her request. I have already agreed to them, it seems. Red Cloud. On the surface, he feigned indecision, but inwardly, a knowing smile crept upon his face. No worries. I will accompany you both. Yes, he had surmised. Nuwa would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, should the three Pure Ones acquire the treasure. They would undoubtedly rise to prominence. That it was known that after their breakthrough, their strengths would be comparable. A single primordial treasure could prove decisive. However, if you do not mind, let us all proceed to the Fire Cloud Cave. Splendid. The three Pure Ones replied in unison, while Nuwa and Fushi nodded in excitement. Half a day later, they arrived at the Fire Cloud Cave, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Taishang was the first to speak. As the saying goes, the Tao gives birth to all things. With the Tao as its source, in his eloquent discourse, everyone present in the fire cloud cave benefited immensely. And Yuhua inwardly mused, no wonder he is the leader of the three pure ones. After several breaths, Taishang finally paused, a faint smile of pride emerging on his face. The next speaker did not rush to begin. Instead, they absorbed the teachings. Decades later, the attendees slowly opened their eyes. Yet unbeknownst to them, Red Cloud had not contemplated it all. He had merely taken a nap. The moment he opened his eyes, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Engage in discourse with the three pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi, guiding them to breakthrough. Upon hearing the system's voice, Red Cloud instantly awakened, guiding these five to a breakthrough. Wasn't that setting a challenge for himself? This discussion spanning hundreds of years felt like mere moments. After a second of contemplation, he feigned profundity and began to speak slowly. The Tao is the source of all things, yet it varies from person to person. One's self is the Tao, and the Tao is one's self. He uttered this brief phrase, causing the five present to furrow their brows in contemplation. After a lengthy silence, Taishang was the first to open his eyes, an expression of excitement adorning his face. Thank you for your guidance, Red Cloud. He bowed respectfully, golden light gradually emanating from his form, showcasing a trace of saintly aura. Witnessing this, Red Cloud was taken aback, shock evident in his eyes. His idle words had inadvertently aided this fellow in breaking through. Turning to the other four, he observed them with closed eyes, sensing subtle shifts in their auras. That moment, Red Cloud's mind was a blank slate. He began to question the comprehension of these individuals. Decades later, Nuwa, her eyes alight with excitement, stood up, and faint traces of the five elements' power appeared upon her arm. Thank you, Red Cloud. Red Cloud, helpless, waved his hand, feigning calmness as he replied, it was but a small effort. No wonder these beings had achieved sainthood. Their comprehension was truly extraordinary. In that instant, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, directly merging with Fushi's body. This power was instantaneous. Only Red Cloud perceived it, while Laozi and Nuwa furrowed their brows, sensing the power but failing to witness it. Human sovereign? Red Cloud frowned, unable to suppress a whisper. Fushi was the first human sovereign in existence. He had thought only after Fushi attained sainthood could this power be accessed. Yet, through his guidance, this fellow was now able to grasp it. Time flew by, and the years slipped away. One by one, the five present began to reap their rewards, observing the joy on their faces. Red Cloud could only greet them with an awkward smile, inwardly lamenting, what a bunch of freaks. Thank you, Red Cloud, for your guidance. We are eternally grateful. You honor me, my friends. It was merely a trifling matter. Although they had gained enhancements, they showed no intention of leaving, each wearing a gentle smile, their gazes fixed upon Red Cloud. During the last encounter at Ling Mountain, Red Cloud had dissuaded the three with his primordial treasure. This time, they had shared insights on cultivation. Surely, they ought to express their gratitude. Alas, though we have improved, we lack a suitable weapon. Primordial treasures are rare and elusive. Taishang sighed, shaking his head in disappointment after speaking. Although Nuwa was at odds with Red Cloud, she did not oppose this time, instead nodding in agreement. Indeed, possessing strength without treasure, we may not stand a chance against those two shameless bald heads from the Western teachings. They exchanged words, each expressing their grievances and disappointments. Red Cloud, however, chose to ignore them, wearing a gentle smile. These five truly viewed him as a cash cow. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received the reward. Hongming Purple Chi. The system's voice rang out, and Red Cloud was momentarily taken aback, excitement swiftly spreading across his face. Yet to avoid drawing attention, he forced himself to regain composure to show his astonishment. The reward this time was indeed Hongming Purple Chi. Chapter 9. What a good person! Informing about the whereabouts of the innate companion treasures. The primordial purple energy is indeed the essence of primordial chaos, and only that old fellow Hongyun possesses it throughout the vast wilderness. Before he could fully relish the thought, the voice of the system resounded once more. Assisting them in acquiring the innate companion treasures would yield a doubled reward. Upon hearing this, Hongyun nodded with a faint smile. With such a reward, why not seize the opportunity? As the system's voice echoed, 5 treasures gradually materialized in his mind, yet these items were not within his grasp. The 5 individuals must retrieve them themselves. Clearing his throat lightly, he caught the attention of the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, Fushi, and others. Observing their somewhat greedy gazes, Hongyun inwardly sighed, realizing they truly regarded him as a fool. Lacking a suitable weapon was indeed a dilemma. Yet I possessed the clues to 5 innate treasures. Speaking thus, he waved his hand with a serene smile, and 5 streams of power entered the minds of the assembly. As the powers surged within them. The 5 were momentarily taken aback, soon thereafter revealing expressions of exhilaration. Thank you. Having obtained what they desired, they wasted no time and vanished from the scene. Watching their receding figures, Hongyun's expression turned slightly solemn. These 5 innate treasures could indeed stir the entire wilderness. In truth, they need not seek them out. The treasures would inevitably come to them. He merely expedited the process. The first to arrive was Niuhua's 5-colored stone. For she, embodying the 5 elemental laws, found her quest remarkably convenient. With her acquisition, Hongyun felt an additional 2 strands of primordial purple energy swirling within him. Sensing the burgeoning power within, Hongyun smiled softly. The primordial purple energy enveloping him, and his strength steadily amplifying. Although his realm remained unchanged, his power was now far beyond that of a mid-staged Luo Jinxian, a century passed in the blink of an eye. Within mere hundreds of years, he absorbed 10 strands of primordial purple energy, and if he unleashed his full might, he could easily crush a quasi-saint. This was largely thanks to the 3 pure ones, who encountered considerable obstacles in obtaining their treasures, thereby tripling the primordial purple energy he acquired on this day. Just as he stood, a peculiar disturbance echoed from the heavens. Countless flames engulfed the sky, while the ground below was inundated, riddled with destruction. Zhurong and Gonggong stood resolute in the firmament, their expressions dark, eyes brimming with unrelenting fury. Upon witnessing this, Hongyun furrowed his brow and ascended to the heavens. What causes such a commotion between the 2 of you? His inquiry received no response, rendering the moment somewhat awkward. Hongyun, this does not concern you. Step aside quickly, for today I must settle matters of life and death with him. Zhurong, encircled by fiery orbs, hurled a punch directly at Gonggong, explosions reverberating as the crimson flames obscured the sky. Observing this strike, Gonggong scoffed disdainfully, his countenance darkening as he raised his hand, unleashing a water dragon vortex that surged forth from behind him. Boom! The space quaked, the heavens dimmed, and the residual force of their clash flattened mountains and rivers for miles. These 2 rascals are ever so unruly. One wonders what they are thinking. Who knows? These 2 have always been at odds. Wait, is that figure Hongyun? The denizens of the wilderness murmured, and at that moment, they suddenly beheld a silhouette standing between Zhurong and Gonggong. Who else could it be but this benevolent figure of the wilderness? Surely he does not intend to mediate once more. Let us see. Wherever Hongyun appears, the people of the wilderness would not miss it. After the last incident at Ling Mountain, they had learned their lesson. The innate treasures had deterred Kunpeng, and after discussing the Tao with the 3 pure ones, Niuhua and Fushi, they had indeed obtained innate treasures. Hongyun, this does not concern you. It would be wise for you to depart. I wish not to harm the innocent. Zhurong's form was enveloped in red flames, his voice icy, his gaze fierce. Esteemed friends, may I have a moment of your attention? Your violent actions endanger the lives of the beings within this wilderness. They devote themselves to cultivation and have wronged no one. To strip them of their lives is surely a transgression against the heavenly principles. Amidst his impassioned discourse, Zhurong grew increasingly irate, the flames of fury blazing in his eyes. His clenched fists creaking ominously that Zhurong's temperament was notorious for its volatility. How could he bear to listen to moral lectures? You refuse to leave. In that moment, he had forgotten Hongyun's realm, raising his fist as dozens of fiery streaks surged forth from his hand. Witnessing this assault, Hongyun was at a loss for words. His earnest counsel had resulted in this. Stepping back, he concentrated golden light into his fist, shattering the force of Zhurong's attack, The Zhurong's furious strike provided an opportunity for those present. They surged forward to stand beside Hongyun, their auras now fully awakened. To show disrespect to Hongyun is tantamount to courting death. Donghuang Tai's expression darkened, his true form shifting as a veil of black mist enveloped the surroundings. To strike at Hongyun is to declare enmity with me. Kunpeng's voice rang out, a tempest swirling about him as he revealed his true form, standing proudly above the heavens. Hongyun has shown me kindness. Who dares to show him disrespect? The voice of Tongtian traversed the crowd, the three pure ones advancing with their treasured artifacts in hand, in the distance. The figures of Jean and Pewty were about to step forward when they overheard whispers among the crowd. What a shameless bunch. They have previously taken advantage of Hongyun's treasures. If I had the strength, I would join the fray. You. Don't be delusional. You likely couldn't withstand even a single blow from Zhurong. Those who approached Hongyun in this wilderness all held significant status. The weakest among them had already reached the pinnacle of Taijin Xian. This naturally stirred envy among some weaker individuals, who did not know of Hongyun's profound depth and the countless treasures in his possession. A little assistance would surely yield bountiful rewards. Observing the gathering crowd around him, Hongyun sighed inwardly, though he maintained a smile on his face. There is no need for all of you to concern yourselves. I am merely engaging him in a friendly spar. He was well aware of their intentions, all coveting the treasures in his possession. Speaking thus, he cast a glance towards the distant Zhurong, his meaning abundantly clear. Zhurong, with his fiery temperament, was not one to temper his emotions, yet now was not the time for such antics. Any slight movement on his part would surely provoke these individuals. Noticing Hongyun's gaze, Zhurong hesitated for a moment before nodding repeatedly. What business do you all have here? Are you intent on meddling in my spar with Hongyun? Upon uttering these words, he effectively quashed their ambitions. Enabling himself to retreat and scathed, I appreciate your good intentions, but I am merely sparring with him. Thank you, Hongyun said with a gentle smile, while Donghuang Tai and Kunpeng exchanged awkward glances. I see. We were overly concerned. Chapter 10. The emergence of the demon ancestor Luoho and the onset of catastrophe. Donghuang Tai bowed apologetically, retracting his aura. We misunderstood. I hope Hongyun will not take offense. He had initially sought to take this opportunity to teach Zhurong a lesson, hoping to gain benefits from Hongyun, only to find that the two had conspired together. Hongyun waved his hand with a gentle smile, his cultivation now subdued. It is of no consequence. Tai is also acting out of goodwill. As he spoke, he stepped forward, halting before Zhurong, placing a hand upon his shoulder. With a mere application of force, the flames enveloping Zhurong dissipated entirely. When Zhurong met his gaze again, he was visibly astonished. When had he become so dismissive? After a moment of stunned silence, his expression darkened. Had it not been for your leniency, I would not have had the chance to strike. Shall we leave this matter be? Hongyun's demeanor remained calm, his smile unwavering, yet his tone bore a hint of coolness. Very well. Upon hearing this, Hongyun smiled faintly. As long as Zhurong refrained from initiating conflict, matters with Gonggong would be far easier to resolve. Hongyun possesses a heart for the common folk. He is truly a sage. Tai stepped forward, bowing respectfully. After the flattery, he sighed and continued, I have encountered some obstacles in my recent cultivation. May I seek your guidance? Although his words were courteous, the gathered crowd understood his true intentions. After the previous discussion of the Tao with the three pure ones, they had all found their own innate treasures. This fellow has quite the thick skin. Should we join in? Among the demon race, not everyone was in accord with Donghuang Tai. Zhulong cast a scornful glance, about to step forward, when the nearby Mok Qilin furrowed his brow and spoke. Are you certain he won't kill you if you approach him now? Donghuang Tai, the demon emperor, is known not only for his fiery temperament, but also for his intolerance of even the tiniest grain of sand in his eyes. There will always be opportunities. Do not rush for fleeting gains. Qilin, after pondering deeply, took a step back and vanished into the crowd. Observing Tai Yi's expectant gaze, Hongyun sighed inwardly, realizing that it was not merely a bottleneck in his cultivation, but rather a lack of magical artifacts that hindered him. Our paths of cultivation differ, and thus I cannot assist you. However, This should prove beneficial to you. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Tai Yi's ear and whispered softly. Gradually, Tai Yi became increasingly excited. Just as Hongyun finished his words, he suppressed his emotions and smiled faintly in response. Thank you, fellow Taoist. With those words, he showed no intention of lingering, transforming and vanishing in an instant. Dong Huang Bell. I am coming. Watching Tai Yi's departing figure, the onlookers stiffened, and several individuals discreetly followed suit. Were it not for the treasures, Tai Yi would likely not have departed in such haste. Following him might yield an opportunity to acquire something. Today's events were merely a misunderstanding. Thank you all, fellow Taoists. Upon hearing Hongyun's voice, the crowd understood the situation and, with expressions of disappointment, dispersed. Before long, only he and Gonggong Zhurong remained, casting a calm glance at the two. A strand of primordial purple energy materialized in his hand. Your cultivation is hard-earned. This can aid your 12 breakthroughs. Though Zhurong and Gonggong were unfamiliar with this object, they sensed its power, and greed was evident on their faces. As Zhurong raised his hand, the energy in Hongyun's grasp split into 12 distinct strands. 2 of these entered the bodies of Zhurong and Gonggong, while the remainder soared into the skies above the Wu clan. Sensing the newfound strength within, they lost any inclination to fight, clasping their fists in salute before vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, only Hongyun remained in the vast expanse. Standing solemnly as he cast a grave glance at the horizon, that a sense of unease surged within him. The rift between Zhurong and Gonggong was deepening, indicating that the calamity for the Wu clan was imminent. He could not help but break into a cold sweat. If that time truly arrived, it seemed that only Ho Tu would emerge unscathed among the 12 ancestral Wu. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. The voice of the system echoed at that moment, leaving Hongyun perplexed. A hidden task. It seemed he had done nothing noteworthy. As he pondered in confusion, the system's voice resonated once more. This time's reward includes the Kayon, divine axe and fragments of the creation jade disc. Upon hearing this, the male protagonist's emotions surged. He waved his hand, and the Kaitian divine axe materialized in his grip. Though the craftsmanship was crude, it exuded an unparalleled purity of chaotic energy. This was the very artifact used by Pangu to create the heavens, and it retained a trace of Pangu's essence within. Even a mere fragment of this power was beyond the capabilities of a sage. Pangu, Hongjun, seated in the 33 heavens, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression turning grave, he belonged to the first generation of chaotic deities and demons, and he was acutely aware of Pangu's aura. Yet he could not fathom how Pangu could manifest in this primordial realm. He should have long since perished. That moment. He was not alone. In a dark abyss of the wilderness, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered, and an immensely terrifying demonic aura swept across the surroundings. Pangu, the voice carried a hint of fear, but it soon turned cold. Impossible. He is long dead. With that furious roar, the surrounding blood mist gradually dissipated, revealing the demonic ancestor, Luo, who, wielding dual blades, his eyes filled with unending murderous intent. I have returned. This primordial realm shall belong to me. Luo, he was among the earliest chaotic deities and demons. When Pangu opened the heavens, he attempted to stop him, but was severely injured by Pangu's axe. Though he managed to preserve his primordial spirit, the laws left by Pangu limited his strength. While his wounds had healed, his power remained at the peak of quasi-saint level. Even after tens of millions of years, the battle with Pangu was still vivid in his memory. As he contemplated this, his gaze grew colder, and he looked up, piercing through millions of miles. After a long while, his eyes locked onto Mount Buzhou. This mountain was formed from Pangu's Ketian divine axe. If he could reclaim this place, the heavens would surely collapse. When that time came, no one would be able to impede the march of his demon clan, and the chaotic world would resurface, with him as the sole demon god. After a considerable time, he withdrew his cold gaze and waved his hand, summoning 3 divine artifacts before him. Apart from his demonic ancestor's Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear, the final item was indeed a fragment of the creation jade disc. He paid little heed to the other 2, his focus intensely fixed on the creation jade disc fragment. The creation jade disc had once accompanied Pangu. If he could fully master it, acquiring the entire primordial realm would be a foregone conclusion. Go, bring that item back to me. With his command, for beams of blood light shot from his hand, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Chapter 11. The sign of the three clans' catastrophe. As the aura retracted, Hongyun stepped into the primordial realm, his target set on the eastern victory, divine continent. When Pangu opened the heavens, he was not the only one thwarted by Luo, who. The most tragic fate befell the chaos divine ape, whose physical form was shattered and soul split into four. Though he perished, his spirit became the legendary four monkeys of chaos. This time, Hongyun sought the six-eared macaque, a being capable of hearing the sounds of all things, possessing foresight and profound understanding. Upon arriving in the eastern victory divine continent, he found himself atop a towering, solemn mountain shrouded in dark clouds, where hundreds of bolts of lightning struck a colossal rock. Boom! With a deafening roar. The rock shattered, leveling the entire mountain. A faint trace of chaotic energy lingered in the surroundings, only to vanish moments later. As the radiant lightning illuminated the scene, a curled, white-furred monkey emerged from the debris. Moments later, the six-eared macaque opened its eyes, shimmering with intelligence. Scanning its surroundings, curiosity piqued by everything it encountered. Spotting a distant beast, it approached with the innocence of a newborn, trembling as it took hesitant steps forward. Stumbling, it fell to the ground. Yet undeterred, it struggled to rise, determination glimmering in its gaze. With a surge of strength in its legs, it leaped thousands of feet into the air. Initially, it failed to control its body, crashing hard to the ground. However, it became enamored with the fleeting sensation of flight, leaping once more, possessing a quarter of the chaos divine ape's strength. Though unrefined, its latent power was formidable. Hongyun was not overly anxious. He intended to take the six-eared macaque under his wing, but it was imperative for the fledgling to undergo ample training first. Within a cave he cultivated for decades. To them, it felt like mere moments. In that span, the six-eared macaque's growth was rapid, nearing the level of a Tai golden immortal. Not only that, but over the years of exploration, it had come to thoroughly understand the survival laws of the primordial realm. One day, after triumphantly subduing a beast, a golden light appeared in the distance. Although it could not yet wield its own power, its instincts for danger were far superior to those of ordinary beings. With a focused expression, it sidestepped the incoming force. Albeit losing control of the beast in the process, a shadow loomed ahead, grinning as it stood atop the beast, surrounded by a golden glow. This figure was Hongyun, though he had obscured his face, even altering his aura. "Who are you? Why do you steal my prey?" The six-eared macaque's voice was low, its gaze filled with intense, murderous intent. "Who says this is yours? Have you forgotten the primordial laws of survival? Only the strong prevail. I killed it." The six-eared macaque attempted to retort, but a beam of golden light from Hongyun surged toward it. Boom! He did not exert excessive force. Yet the strike was beyond what the six-eared macaque could withstand, sending it tumbling across the ground several times before finally coming to a stop. Damn it! Struggling to rise, the six-eared macaque's expression darkened, and it lunged upward with a gaping maw. Despite its strength, it relied solely on the most primitive and crude methods of attack. It must be said, however, that its speed was astonishing. Dozens of blood-red fangs flashed forth, aimed at Hongyun's shoulder. Just as it was about to strike, Hongyun suddenly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Slap! 5 red marks appeared on the six-eared macaque's cheek, while Hongyun grimaced in pain. Shaking his hand. "Why is your skin so thick?" His slap did not summon the powers of the great Luo, golden immortal. It was entirely a manifestation of his physical strength. The six-eared macaque was momentarily stunned by the force of the blow, and after struggling to rise, he dared not advance any further. Observing his flustered demeanor, Hongyun shrugged and feigned composure as he spoke. "Would you be interested in learning more profound powers?" Upon hearing these words, the six-eared macaque was taken aback, and without a hint of hesitation, he knelt down. "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." As this declaration escaped his lips, Hongyun nodded with a gentle smile, cleared his throat, and raised his hand towards the six-eared macaque in a calm manner. "Rise. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the name Six-eared Macaque, Six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque echoed the four characters in confusion, only to have his face light up with excitement moments later. Thank you, Master. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple collecting task. Reward. A postnatal treasure, the needle of free will. This reward did not elicit joy from the protagonist. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew the item and handed it to the six-eared macaque. As you are now my disciple, let this treasure serve as a gift for our first meeting. His decision to accept the six-eared macaque as a disciple was not born of desire, but rather because the six-eared macaque was an individual of paramount significance in the impending calamity. For the subsequent centuries, he remained in the Eastern Victory divine continent, where through his daily ramblings, the six-eared macaque's strength progressed at an astonishing rate. Witnessing the six-eared macaque reach the level of Tai, golden immortal, filled him with profound embarrassment. It was less a testament to his own merit than a reflection of the six-eared macaque's remarkable comprehension. Though he had remained in silence in the Eastern Victory divine continent, he was unaware that a great war had erupted among the three clans of the Phoenix. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan were embroiled in a conflict that marked the onset of the calamity. Countless corpses littered the seas, staining the waters crimson. Within the Dragon Palace, the ancestor dragon's expression was grim as he faced his three most trusted subordinates, Qionyou, Yizi, and by these three were not only his most capable aides, but also his prideful sons. Father, the Phoenix and Qilin clans have been arrogant for too long. It is our duty to subdue them in accordance with the heavenly mandate. Eldest brother speaks true. We act in alignment with the heavenly will, and this battle is sure to receive its blessing. Their voices overlapped, and the ancestor dragon, clearly exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. You two may leave first. Noticing his gesture, Yizi and Bin exchanged glances, then swallowed their words. With their departure, the ancestor dragon gestured to Qionyou. There's no need to remain kneeling. The Phoenix and Qilin clans have allied. If we confront them head-on, we may suffer great losses. Then what do you suggest, Father? Qionyou inquired, his voice low. The old, good-natured man of the wilderness. Isn't he fond of meddling? Go seek him out. The ancestor dragon had already formulated a plan in his mind. He did not expect Hongyun to offer them assistance, only to provide some treasures. The items he possessed were all innate supreme treasures. And should he acquire them, the Phoenix and Qilin clans would be as good as his. Yes, I shall go at once. Just as Qionyou turned to leave, the ancestor dragon's voice darkened, stopping him. To be safe, all 9 of you should go together. Chapter 12. The six-eared macaque comprehends thoroughly. The Phoenix and Qilin clans were ever vigilant of the Dragon clan's movements, undoubtedly having positioned numerous powerful beings in the shadows. The 9 of them traveling together would ensure some measure of support. Within the Qilin clan, Sure Qilin narrowed his eyes, surrounded by a palpable aura of slaughter. Beside him, Emo Qilin wore a grave expression, yet dared not utter a word. What do you think of collaborating with the Phoenix clan? Sure Qilin asked him. He hesitated for a moment before kneeling to respond. The Phoenix clan is proud and arrogant. They likely intend to use us as stepping stones. Upon hearing this, Sure Qilin nodded with a cold smile. Having discerned that, do you have a suitable countermeasure? Hongyun. Emo Qilin spoke candidly, striking a chord within Sure Qilin's heart. This matter is entrusted to you. Do not disappoint me. Though a partnership had been established, both he and the leader of the Phoenix clan harbored ulterior motives, each contemplating how to deal with the other once the Dragon clan was subdued. In the Eastern Victory divine continent, within a cave that resembled an ethereal realm, Hongyun sat cross-legged, feeling drowsy when a tickling sensation suddenly invaded his nostrils. Achoo! Rubbing his nose, he opened his eyes to find the six-eared macaque grinning widely at him. You mischievous monkey, instead of diligently cultivating, you come to disturb your master's rest. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, a glimmer of cold light appearing in his hand, before the six-eared macaque could react. He raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, sending forth torrents of spiritual energy that enveloped the six-eared macaque. Master, your strength is insufficient. The voice came from beside him, as the six-eared macaque wielded the needle of free will and struck down. Bang! The ground yielded to form a deep crater, and narrowly evading the blow. Hongyun's expression darkened. Are you trying to kill me? The six-eared macaque, having barely evaded, wore an awkward smile. I have matters to attend to. So, I shall take my leave. He took 2 quick steps back and dashed towards the cave's entrance at a rapid pace. I could see that moment. He pushed his speed to the limit, knowing that if he lingered, a beating would be inevitable. However, his speed could not compare to Hongyun's. In the blink of an eye, Hongyun had seized the back of his garment. Kicking his legs in the air, he forced a grin and raised his arm to smooth down Hongyun's chest. Master, don't be so agitated. I was merely joking. Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, Hongyun replied with a faint smile. A joke, is it? Then allow me to play a prank on you. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the cave. Moments later, as the camera zoomed in, one could see the 6-eared macaque sprawled on the ground in disarray. Though he bore no severe injuries, his cheeks were already swollen. When Hongyun's gaze descended, the 6-eared macaque hurriedly took a step back, flustered, and began to explain, I promise I won't do it again. Hongyun paid him no mind, turning his attention to the cave entrance. Go, greet our guests. Upon hearing his words, the 6-eared macaque stood up in confusion, cautiously sidestepping as he approached him. And oh one. Of course, he could not sense anything. Just as he voiced his confusion, Hongyun shot him a disdainful look. If you could sense it, would I still need to be your master? This remark left him speechless, and he nodded repeatedly. Upon stepping outside the cave, he scanned the horizon and spotted 9 figures. Noting the formidable auras emanating from them, he tightened his expression and advanced towards the sky. As Qionyou and the others hurried along, they sensed the power and their expressions grew solemn, their own auras erupting in response. Who are you? That is none of your concern. The 6-eared macaque smiled faintly, the needle of free will now in his hand. Yes, as soon as he spoke, Qionyou's expression darkened. We have important matters to attend to. Please step aside. He chose not to engage the 6-eared macaque, as he had come here specifically to find Hongyun. His countenance bleak, the 6-eared macaque shook his head. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hongyun's expression darkened. That I instructed you to come out and receive someone. How did you handle it? According to your reasoning, were you not supposed to teach them a lesson first? Before he could finish speaking, Hongyun, with an air of resignation, raised his hand and sent him staggering backward with a single strike. You truly make things difficult for me. Upon seeing him, Qionyou and the others could not hide their excitement. Master Hongyun. They hurriedly bowed respectfully before him. However, Hongyun showed little reaction, merely responding with a faint smile. No need for such formalities. Is there some matter that brings you here? My father is currently undergoing a breakthrough and wishes to invite fellow Taoist Hongyun for a discussion on the Tao. His words were couched delicately, yet the implication was clear. He sought to gain some advantage from Hongyun, and no sooner had he finished speaking than another figure approached from a distance. What is the dragon clan to speak of? If fellow Taoist Hongyun goes, it is only right that he comes to my Qilin clan. The cold voice of Mo Qilin echoed as he was followed by dozens of others, their auras surging in tandem. A palpable tension filled the air, and upon seeing Mo Qilin, Qionyou's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. If the first Qilin has not taught you manners, allow me to do so today. O dare call my ancestor's name so casually. You must be courting death. O Qilin was not one to tolerate such insolence. His cultivation surged, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. You think I fear you? Chapter 13. The choice of tasks. The 9 members of Qionyou wore expressions of fury, their auras flaring, their eyes darkened with rage. Observing the charged atmosphere, Hongyun was taken aback and quickly interjected, there is no need to let a trivial matter escalate into a conflict. This is no trivial matter. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, I implore you to accompany me to the Qilin clan. Mo Qilin shot a cold glance at Qionyou and then turned to Hongyun with respect. Just as he finished speaking, Qionyou stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Hongyun, that if we are going anywhere, it should be to the Dragon Clan. What significance does your Qilin clan hold? He echoed Mo Qilin's previous words, which only served to further infuriate Mo Qilin. What an arrogant tone! You must be tired of living. If you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, except for the first Qilin. Mo Qilin's strength was among the top in the Qilin clan. For Qionyou and the others to provoke him was tantamount to courting disaster, and he would show no mercy. With that, he leaped into the sky, and hundreds of icy beams cascaded downward. Xiongnu scoffed at the incoming force. I gave you face. If you wish to fight, I shall not back down, transforming his true form. He let out a furious roar, causing the descending icy beams to explode before him. A cacophony of tearing sounds filled the air as he ascended into the heavens, his fierce gaze locked onto Mo Qilin. Though their strength was only at the mid-stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, the commotion they caused was terrifying. From a distance, Hongyun frowned. Allowing these two to clash was not an option, just as he was about to step forward. The six-eared macaque gently covered his face and cautiously spoke. Master, why not let me handle this? Upon hearing this, Hongyun turned with a calm expression, causing the six-eared macaque to instinctively take a step back. Laughing awkwardly, go ahead, but remember, your role is to mediate, not to fight. With his permission granted, the six-eared macaque's face lit up with excitement. Rest assured, Master, I will not let you down. As he spoke, he waved the needle of freedom in his hand. Stepping into the sky, a figure of the magic ape appearing behind him, and why Master commands you to cease this conflict. Though the six-eared macaque spoke words of persuasion, his actions were swift and decisive. The needle of freedom expanded in his hand, casting a shadow over the entire sky. With a tremendous crash, the combatants were forcibly separated, creating a deep pit in the ground, the residual force causing the earth to tremble. Observing the power he exuded, Hongyun's brow furrowed. In that moment, he sensed the faint aura of the laws of battle. The moment their gazes met, the six-eared macaque flashed an awkward smile that I couldn't quite control it. Hearing his words, Hongyun sighed in resignation. He had previously refrained from allowing the six-eared macaque to intervene precisely for this reason. With a hint of battle laws already within him, once ignited, the macaque's competitive spirit would be impossible to contain. Stepping into the celestial expanse, the actions of Qionyou and Mo Qilin began to slow. What are your thoughts, fellow Taoist Hongyun? Mo Qilin inquired first, his aura receding considerably. I kindly request that Master Hongyun step into my dragon palace. Qionyou and his companions were equally persistent, bending slightly as they gestured for Hongyun to proceed. I could see this moment. Hongyun found himself in a predicament. He was well aware of their intentions, primarily to gain the treasures he possessed. He was about to speak when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Does the host wish to participate in the conflict among the three clans? Assisting in resolving the conflict will reward the host with a breakthrough to Quasi-Saint. Choosing to forego resolution will only grant a treasure, with the system doubling the reward. Presented with two choices by the system, a look of confusion crossed Hongyun's face. If he could break through to Quasi-Saint in a short time, it would indeed be advantageous. However, given his current cultivation level, reaching Quasi-Saint would take at least several million years. After much contemplation, he finally spoke with a faint smile. I choose the first option. Congratulations, host. Task accepted successfully. The deadline is 1 million years. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Hongyun's expression darkened. While 1 million years seemed substantial in the context of the vast wilderness, it was but a fleeting moment. Since you wish to discuss the Tao, why not accompany me to my fire cloud cave? Upon hearing his words, Qionyou and Mo Qilin's brows furrowed. While their auras were restrained, they did not express their discontent. This was not the answer they desired. Who did not know that after discussing the Tao with Hongyun, they could obtain innate treasures should the opposing side gain them? It would spell disaster for their clans. The gathered crowd remained silent. And the six-eared macaque scratched his head, his face growing stern as he stepped forward. If you do not agree, then please take your leave. My master has no time to waste. Very well. Mo Qilin had no choice but to concede. This was an opportunity for their Qilin clan that could not be squandered. Seeing him relent, Qionyou, unwilling to lose face, shot a cold glance at him and turned respectfully to Hongyun. Very well. In that case, I will trouble you to convey the message back. I will await you at the Fire Cloud Cave. That Mo Qilin, Qionyou, and the others clasped their fists in salute, showing no intention of lingering. Their auras shifting as they vanished from sight. They needed to relay this information back to their clans promptly. It was a matter of life and death. After their departure, Hongyun and the six-eared macaque also left Dongxing Shenzhou. Throughout the journey, the six-eared macaque looked around with curiosity. Having never left Dongxing Shenzhou since birth, he was filled with excitement. Master, they all say you are blessed with great fortune. What is fortune, and why can't I feel it? Listening to his probing question, Hongyun could not help but curse inwardly, though he maintained a facade of calmness as he replied, "This is the essence of the Tao, with your current level of understanding. It is beyond your grasp. You will understand in due time." Hearing his response, the six-eared macaque nodded, half convinced, "So, it is that I am too weak." They were still far from the fire cloud cave, and it would take them several days to reach their destination. As night fell, Hongyun slowed his pace, unhurried, leading the six-eared macaque into a valley. Though he possessed strength, he was not like the local monsters, who trained tirelessly day and night. "Master, why are we not moving?" The six-eared macaque asked. Having seen so much along the way, he wished to explore more. Why Master needs to rest. You have no objections, do you? Hongyun wore a faint smile, yet the slight chill in his demeanor made the six-eared macaque feel uneasy. Chapter 14. The scene of discussing the Tao comparable to Hongyun's era after a moment of hesitation. The six-eared macaque shook his head vigorously. "How could I?" He awkwardly stood and took a step back, vanishing from sight, leaving only his voice echoing in Hongyun's ears. "Master, I will go take a look around." As he gazed at the retreating figure, Hongyun, with a faint smile, shook his head and slowly turned away, his expression cooling in that very moment. "Come out, show yourself." His voice, though not loud, carried an icy chill. "Impressive. To think you could discover my presence." A blood shadow emerged from the darkness, enveloped in a thick aura of demonic energy, a member of the demon clan. Upon seeing this, Hongyun's face displayed a hint of shock. He had not anticipated the demon clan's swift appearance. Yet considering the passage of time, it was indeed about right. The calamity had begun, and the demons had emerged. "Why do you demon clan members seek me out instead of the three clans?" "You possess something I desire. Hand over the shards of the creation jade butterfly." "Oh, it was for that item. It's not with me. You might want to look elsewhere." His expression remained calm, but as soon as the words left his lips, a dark, murderous intent flickered across the face of the other. "Don't be ungrateful. While others in the wilderness may respect you, I'm not one of those fools." As he spoke, dozens of blood lights surged forth from his hand. But before he could make a move, they erupted before him. Hongyun, wielding the divine origin sword, wore a strange, cold smile. "You are no match for me, a congenital treasure." The demon's face broke into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What a stroke of luck to encounter such a supreme treasure right upon my arrival. I shall claim it." Observing the gleeful flush on his cheeks, Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. Feeling somewhat speechless, did members of the demon clan lack any sense? Could a mere Tai golden immortal truly seize such a treasure? Just as the demon was about to advance, Hongyun raised his hand, helplessly blocking him. "Are you certain you are my rival? Spare me the excess chatter. If you willingly hand it over, I may let you live." Looking at the still arrogant expression on the demon's face, Hongyun sighed in resignation. With a flick of the divine origin sword, he cleaved the demon in two. As the demonic energy dissipated, the figure collapsed to the ground, devoid of any aura. "For heaven's sake, bring some sense with you next time you venture out. With your kind, attempting to seize treasures is simply laughable." Hongyun's eyes were filled with disdain for the demon. Though he was typically kind-hearted, he would show no mercy when it came to the demon clan. Days later, he returned to the Fire Cloud Cave, where his previous disciples expressed great curiosity about the six-eared macaque. This fellow, who was quite familiar with everyone, quickly integrated with the disciples, boasting about his battle with the prisoner Nyo Mo. "You have no idea. When I fought them, it was a fierce struggle, and they were no match for me." Observing the six-eared macaque boasting among the disciples, Hongyun sighed helplessly. The macaque had truly shattered his understanding of reality. Reflecting on that once obedient and sensible monkey, he realized it had long ceased to exist. The news of Hongyun's philosophical discussion with the Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan soon spread, prompting the Phoenix Clan to hasten their arrival upon learning of it. Not only them, but even the 12 ancestors of the witch also received accurate news and rushed to the location without hesitation. After centuries of cultivation, their strength had approached that of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with the most significant advancements seen in Zhu Rong and Gonggong. These two were not only incompatible in temperament, but also competed fiercely in their cultivation. This time, as Taoist Hongyun opens the discussion, we must seize the opportunity. Hood's face was grave, his pace brisk as he feared arriving late and losing their place to outsiders. Rest assured, we received the news early. We will not be late. Of course, they were not the only ones making their way there. Many powerful beings from the wilderness were also arriving. On the surface, they sought to engage in philosophical discourse with Hongyun. But privately, their true aim was the fortune he possessed. Based on the experiences of the earlier attendees, they believed that attending Hongyun's discussion could yield treasures, even if they were merely acquired treasures. They were still better than having none at all. As the wilderness stirred, Hongyun, standing atop the 33 heavens, furrowed his brow. After pondering in a darkened mood, he waved his hand, and the scene of the wilderness materialized before him. He observed many powerful beings hastening towards the fire cloud cave, their faces radiating excitement. What is happening? His expression darkened as a young attendant appeared before him. Master Ancestor, Hongyun is hosting a discussion, and all the powerful beings of the heavens are rushing to attend. Upon hearing this, Hongyun's expression turned even grimmer. This was reminiscent of the scene when he had hosted his own discussion years ago. Let us go and see what is happening. They are certainly not there just to listen to a lecture. His heart was as clear as a mirror, yet the scale of the commotion left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Yes, the attendant retreated, and Hongyun's demeanor shifted, suppressing his aura as he vanished from the scene. He was determined to assess the true capabilities of this individual. As Hongyun opened his eyes, the six-eared macaque hurriedly approached him. Master, you must come see. There are so many people outside. Hearing this, Hongyun felt perplexed. Even if there were many, surely they would be limited. However, upon stepping out of the fire cloud cave, he immediately regretted his thoughts. Hundreds of figures stood outside, with the foremost being the three clans, the primordial phoenix, the primordial qilin, and the ancestral dragon. Upon seeing his figure, all three bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formality. Gentlemen, my fire cloud cave may not accommodate all of you. Perhaps we should hold the discussion outside instead. The gathered crowd offered no objections, merely nodding with faint smiles. They had not come merely to listen to a philosophical discourse. Their true intent was the treasures. Despite this, decorum was still observed, and they settled into their seats, while Hongyun spoke with a calm demeanor. The Tao is the aspiration of the heart. The so-called Tao is merely one's own path. His voice rang out clearly, yet lacked any divine resonance. The audience felt no power emanating from it. Each individual wore a serious expression, their eyes filled with questions that is he playing with us? How come I feel nothing? Who knows? Let us take a chance. Perhaps we might obtain a treasure. Some weaker individuals had no interest in listening. They sought only the final outcome, while stronger individuals gleaned insights from his words. Though there was no divine resonance, many found profound understanding within. As Hongyun's voice faded, Hongyun, hidden among the crowd, furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes, although it did not match the Tao he had once imparted. The depth of understanding displayed was far superior to his own. Given time, Hongyun might indeed influence his standing in the wilderness. Decades swiftly passed, and the attendees sat cross-legged beneath the heavens, their powers varying in strength and weakness. In the 15th chapter, the clan leaders of the three clans successively broke through. Over these decades, Hongyun had merely taken a brief slumber, never imagining that his words would inspire the clan leaders of the three clans to achieve breakthroughs one after another. As he groggily opened his eyes, he saw the ancestral dragon smiling faintly, gazing up at the sky, a resounding dragon's roar piercing the clouds. Roar, as the resounding roars of dragons echoed through the air. The members of the dragon clan bowed in reverence, their forms illuminated by a radiant golden light. The ancestral dragon had broken through, signifying an elevation for the entire dragon lineage. However, the effects of this advancement were not markedly evident, save for the likes of Qinyo and a few others, who had leaped to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. After a considerable interval, the golden light dissipated and the aura of the ancestral dragon subsided, only to be succeeded by the melodious cry of a phoenix. The entire phoenix clan rose, each member tilting their heads skyward, their faces alight with excitement. The commotion was reminiscent of the earlier disturbance caused by the ancestral dragon, with their aura only slightly less potent. Following the breakthroughs of these two great clans, the Qilin clan found themselves restless, having reaped no rewards over the past several decades. Should their clan leader fail to achieve a breakthrough, annihilation awaited them. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the Qilin clan, the initial Qilin gradually opened its eyes, a flash of golden light crossing them. As a Qilin figure surged skyward, the golden radiance cascaded down, eliciting delighted smiles from the Qilin clan. The successive breakthroughs of the three clan leaders left the onlookers in awe. Among the crowd, Hongyun wore a furrowed brow, his narrowed eyes betraying an inescapable murderous intent. Casting a cold glance at Hongyun, he rose and vanished from the scene. Observing the figures of the three clan leaders against the heavens, Hongyun could not help but sigh in admiration. First, it was the three pure ones, and now it was these three clan leaders. He felt a newfound trepidation in expressing his thoughts. Gazing up at the sky, those present collectively shook their heads in disappointment. The profundities articulated by Hongyun were too intricate. Over the decades, they had only grasped a mere fraction of the underlying principles. As the pressure abated, they approached Hongyun, bowing respectfully, their faces still adorned with faint smiles. Ordinarily, they would have departed following their breakthroughs. Yet none wished to be the first to leave. This matter owes much to the esteemed friend Hongyun. I possess some insights regarding breakthroughs. Might I trouble you, Hongyun, to accompany me to the Dragon Palace? The ancestral dragon was the first to speak, but before he could finish, the initial Qilin interjected coldly. If you go, you shall go with us. What does your Qilin clan amount to? While I remain calm, do not mistake my forbearance for fear. The ancestral dragon glared fiercely, his eyes alight with overwhelming murderous intent, as a dragon's soul surged skyward. The initial Qilin, unyielding, transformed into its true form, enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying aura. Should you wish to fight, I shall accompany you to the end. At this moment, the initial phoenix also unleashed its power, as the ancestral dragon displayed its might, exuding an aura capable of contending with the leaders of the two clans. Witnessing the palpable tension among the three, the lesser beings beneath the Tai golden immortal realm exchanged glances, hastily retreating. Surely they do not intend to engage in combat here. The 12 ancestors of the Wu wore solemn expressions, their auras still at the ready. They did not depart, merely taking a cautious step back. For this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the number of competitors dwindling, their chances of obtaining treasures increased. The expressions of the ancestral dragon and the two others were ferocious, their eyes burning with unrelenting anger. With a resigned glance at the three, Hongyun stepped forth into the heavens, positioning himself amidst the trio, his own aura radiating outward. The power of a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal far surpassed that of the three. There is no need for such hostility among you three. It would be wise for me to remain uninvolved in the matters of your clans, and as for the discourse, let us set it aside for now. This statement undoubtedly extinguished the flickering hopes within the hearts of the three, for he had neither acquiesced to the ancestral dragon nor to the others. As he spoke, the power of the Deluo golden immortal spread outward, and the three phantoms above were rendered powerless, shattering in an instant. The ancestral dragon and the others felt a tremor in their hearts, hastily suppressing their auras. Though Hongyun was renowned as a good-natured figure in the primordial realm, his strength was not to be underestimated. The three remained unable to regain their composure as Hongyun, with a serene smile, remarked, "Your good intentions are appreciated, yet the continuation of this conflict bodes ill." He understood that his words held little weight. The discord among these clans had persisted for centuries. To believe he could resolve it with a mere statement was akin to a fool's errand. The three understood his implication, casting grim looks at one another before instantaneously vanishing into their true forms. As Hongjun descended from the 33 heavens, the previous attendant appeared in the distance, a faint smile adorning his face. While still reveling in the power he felt in his hands, he abruptly lifted his gaze to see Hongjun, hastily suppressing his expression that, "I have seen the master. What brings such joy?" Hongjun inquired with a frosty demeanor, his voice soft yet chilling. The attendant before him faltered, his gaze darting anxiously, struggling to articulate his thoughts that I commanded you to speak. Just now, I gleaned some insights from your discourse. The attendant's face turned pale, and he dropped to his knees, fear evident in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Hongyun's expression darkened, a glimmer of cold light manifesting in his hand. That's so. Such matters are subjective. Being able to comprehend the Tao signifies exceptional talent. As he spoke, he tightened his grip, the cold light disintegrating. His words elicited confusion on the attendant's face, who cautiously lifted his gaze to inquire. Master, you do not blame me. Why would I blame you? Your breakthrough is a boon. Go forth. The attendant had felt as if his heart were in his throat, but now he could finally breathe again, hastily bowing and vanishing at remarkable speed. With his departure, the smile on Hongyun's face gradually turned cold, his gaze piercing through the 33 heavens, fixating intently on the fire cloud cave. That moment, within the fire cloud cave, Hongyun sensed something amiss, due to limitations in his strength. He could only feel the presence of someone watching, unaware of their identity. Master, there are many individuals surrounding the fire cloud cave. Should I deal with them? As he spoke, the six-eared macaque summoned the unfettered needle into his hand. No need, he was well aware that these were arrangements made by the three clans, merely fearing that the other two clans would take action. Truly unnecessary. I fear they may harbor ulterior motives. The six-eared macaque wished to say more, yet upon noticing Hongyun's expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. Then I shall not disturb you further. After a respectful bow, he departed in haste. Chapter 16. Only Master may call me a mischievous monkey. The moment he stepped out of the fire cloud cave, a meaningful smile graced his face, and his power surged forth. While Hongyun had merely stated that there was no need, he had not forbidden action. Knowing Hongyun's temperament, the warrior's spirit ignited within him. He had now become a quintessential combatant. With a single step, he ascended to the heavens, the unfettered needle in hand already transforming. Gazing downward, he swiftly spotted 10 figures. The strengths of these individuals varied considerably. The strongest had only just reached the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, while the weakest were mere Golden Immortals. Noticing the hundreds of forces emanating from the heavens, the members of the three clans furrowed their brows. They had never encountered the six-eared macaque, yet the demeanor suggested ill intentions. Just as his power was about to descend, a red figure burst forth from the fire cloud cave. A torrent of spiritual energy sweeping through, shattering the power above. Witnessing this scene, the six-eared macaque froze for a moment, only to have a fierce determination ignite within him. Who? The anger on his face was palpable, but as he turned, he was left utterly stunned. After hesitating for a second, he quickly masked his expression, donning a faint smile as he stepped forward. Master. Speaking cautiously, he began to retreat. Did you not comprehend what I said? Hongyun's countenance remained placid as he waved his hand, the unfettered needle returning to his grasp. How could I fail to understand your words? I merely wish to engage in dialogue with them. Before he could finish, he seized an opportunity, appearing 1,000 zhang away in an instant. His speed was unmatched, yet Hongyun remained unfazed, waving his hand as the six-eared macaque trembled in midair and crashed violently to the ground. At that moment, he was entirely immobilized. Although his power could be summoned, escape was futile. As he raised his head, he found Hongyun smiling calmly before him. In that instant, the six-eared macaque was rendered utterly speechless. Yet he dared not persist in silence. Hastily offering an explanation, I truly came to discuss the Tao with them, to share insights on cultivation. Their strengths are lacking. It is Master who wishes to engage with you. To speak frankly, a glimmer of cold light emanated from Hongyun's hand, the free-spirited needle soaring into the heavens propelled by spiritual energy. Boom! Following a tremendous roar was the agonizing cry of the six-eared macaque. And after a considerable time, the free-spirited needle was retracted from the firmament. The six-eared macaque, in that moment, was in a wretched state, with not a single part of his body unscathed. Master, I swear I shall not dare again. Go and persuade the members of the three clans to retreat. How should one persuade them? In the past, he would have certainly ignored such matters. Since it was a persuasion, he would directly take action. However, having just endured a brutal beating, he wished to first gauge Hongyun's intentions. You understand it as such. With those words left behind, Hongyun vanished from sight. The six-eared macaque stood there, bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. Should he take action or not? Within the western sacred land, Zhuan-Ti and Jin exchanged solemn glances, stepping forth to stand upon the heavens. This journey must secure his allegiance to our western sect. With that proclamation, they departed from the western sacred land. Arriving at Hongyun Cave half a day later, as soon as they halted, the six-eared macaque emerged from the cave, toting the free-spirited needle, his demeanor resembling that of a rogue. Who are you two? Where did these ruffians come from? We seek the esteemed Hongyun, so hurry and let us see him. Zhuan-Ti and Jin each spoke, causing the six-eared macaque's expression to darken. You call me a ruffian? You two bald heads, say that again. As he spoke, the six-eared macaque raised his hand and struck, catching Zhuan-Ti and Jin off guard. They were sent reeling back hundreds of meters before they could regain their footing. Oh, not bad at all. You two bald heads possess some strength. After repelling them, the six-eared macaque couldn't resist taunting, and with that he hurled the free-spirited needle into the air, transforming it into thousands of needles. Except for my master, no one can call me a ruffian. I shall slay you two bald heads. Countless forces descended, swiftly engulfing Zhuan-Ti and Jin. Yet they remained unscathed. At that moment, a radiant light of Buddha enveloped their bodies. Thousands of Buddha images emerged from behind Zhuan-Ti, shattering the power of the free-spirited needle. Boom! After a series of resounding blasts, the six-eared macaque, standing in the heavens, was pressed down by a golden Buddha image, forcefully sending him back thousands of zhong. Zhuan-Ti and Jin stood amidst the celestial expanse, hands pressed together, two golden Buddhas emerging behind them. Considering your arduous cultivation, swiftly yield to us, or do not blame us for our mercilessness. In your dreams, bang, the six-eared macaque, his face contorted with rage, drove the free-spirited needle fiercely into the ground, causing the earth to shatter as hundreds of colossal stones shot skyward amidst his countless flashes. In that case, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. At the instant those boulders surged upward, the six-eared macaque gripped the free-spirited needle, a faint bloodlight emanating from his body, his eyes brimming with battle intent. Come forth, the free-spirited needle in his hand enlarged infinitely, shooting towards the clouds, countless encroaching Buddha images exploding before him. The six-eared macaque resembled a world-destroying divine ape, the skies darkening, as Zhuan-Ti and Jin were entirely consumed. Though they were ensnared within the laws of battle, their auras remained undiminished, resonating with celestial sounds, two beams of golden light surging towards the heavens as a Buddha image slowly descended from the clouds. With a sweeping motion of the Buddha's great hand above, the six-eared macaque was forced to bend his body. The ground cracked, and the six-eared macaque trembled, white fissures appearing along his arms with a furious howl. He gripped the free-spirited needle tightly, struggling to stand, his aura gradually intensifying. From a distance, Hongyun observed a faint smile gracing his face. Though the six-eared macaque possessed merely a quarter of the battle laws within him, the power it bestowed far exceeded that of an ordinary being. Despite having guided the six-eared macaque for centuries, true breakthroughs could only be achieved through relentless combat. Zhuan-Ti and Jin's expressions darkened as they prepared to act. But at that moment, a cloud appeared in the sky, and Hongyun emerged, waving his hand to shatter the Buddha image. My foolish disciple lacks understanding. I hope you two esteemed friends will not take offense. At his words, Zhuan-Ti and Jin were momentarily stunned, hastily retracting their cultivation. Though the six-eared macaque was reluctant, he respectfully stood behind him. It is Hongyun's disciple. No wonder such formidable power. What brings you two here? In response to Zhuan-Ti's praise, Hongyun merely smiled faintly. It concerns the matter from last time. I wonder how you have considered it. Esteemed Hongyun, Chapter 17. The sea transforming Kunpeng, after exchanging respectful words, Zhuan-Ti and Jin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This time, unimpeded by outsiders, presented a rare opportunity for them. Observing the expressions on their faces, Hongyun smiled faintly, not intending to speak, but he understood their intentions well. He had initially thought they had given up. Yet hundreds of years had passed, and they still remembered. Hongyun, esteemed friend, Zhuanti inquired tentatively. And just as he finished speaking, a derisive laughter echoed from a distance. Who would have thought such a commotion was caused by you two bald heads? As the voice rang out, a colossal figure approached, Kunpeng, wearing a faint smirk. Upon seeing him, Zhuanti and Jean's expressions darkened, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Last time we let you go. This time you shall pay the price. Come on. Do you really think I fear you? With those words, his expression darkened, golden light surging from his body. A mere glance at Hongyun caused him to frown. No wonder Kunpeng dared to be so arrogant. He had absorbed the previous golden foil. Just as they were poised for confrontation, Hongyun spoke with a calm smile. Gentlemen, it would be unwise to engage in conflict here. Not only would it harm the innocent, but my disciples within this Huyun cave may also be implicated. His nonchalant remark rendered the three speechless, and after a moment of hesitation, they swiftly retracted their cultivation. You speak wisely, esteemed Hongyun. While speaking, Kunpeng subdued his aura. He could disregard anyone's authority, but not Hongyun's, for he had bestowed upon him many valuable items previously. Zhuanti and Jean shot a cold glance at him, retracting their powers as well. They had other objectives for being here and did not wish to waste time with this rascal. Esteemed Hongyun, I was not clear enough earlier. I wish to invite you to discuss the Tao at our Western Spirit Mountain. Having received no response previously, he understood the answer and saw no need to prolong the stalemate. Since the previous approach had failed, he would seek another method. As his voice fell, before Hongyun could speak, Kunpeng could not help but mutter a curse. Truly shameless, such sweet words, though his voice was not loud. Everyone present heard him clearly. The expressions of Zhuanti and Jean darkened instantly, the anger they had just suppressed flaring back to life. Say that again. Hearing their voices, Kunpeng wore a disdainful smile, stepping forward to lean closer and say, Did you not hear clearly? Then I shall repeat myself. You two are truly shameless. Kunpeng showed no fear. Even if a fight ensued, these two might not be able to subdue him, especially since Hongyun had just emphasized that no one should act. Seeking death, Zhuanti roared, his tightly clenched fist radiating golden light as he prepared to strike upward. But at that moment, Kunpeng retreated behind Hongyun. Oh, you wouldn't dare challenge Hongyun, would you? Have you forgotten what he just said? Zhuanti's fist had no choice but to halt, and Kunpeng wore a mocking smirk. Regarding this Kunpeng, Hongyun felt a touch of helplessness. He even suspected that the one standing behind him was not the true Kunpeng. Everyone knew Kunpeng's temperament, yet he had transformed into this, constantly hurling insults. Zhuanti and Jean forcibly subdued their inner fury, then respectfully addressed Hongyun. What are your thoughts, esteemed Hongyun? Though they were enraged, they did not forget the matter at hand. Why waste so many words? If you are unwilling to leave, I shall simply visit Spirit Mountain myself. With a chilling sneer, Kunpeng abruptly interrupted the two and transformed, swiftly heading towards the direction of Ling Mountain. This sudden action left the two momentarily stunned. Without a hint of hesitation, they mobilized their powers and pursued Kunpeng. They could not allow this creature to reappear at Ling Mountain, for his strength had increased several fold since their last encounter. Should he reach his destination, it would spell catastrophic doom for Ling Mountain. As they gazed at the three figures flashing across the sky, the six-eared macaque's expression turned fervent, inadvertently tightening his grip on the free will needle. Master, should I follow and see? What if they inadvertently harm the innocent? You are going for the sake of the innocent. They will not engage in conflict. Hongyun replied calmly, casting a glance and sighing as he shook his head. Remaining stationary, he did not move an inch. Shortly after, Kunpeng approached from the distance, a faint smile lingering on his face. Upon seeing him, Hongyun felt no surprise. This creature commanded the laws of the wind, and his speed was far from ordinary. In terms of velocity, few in the entirety of Hongwang could rival him. Shaking off Zhuanti and Jean would require little effort. Greetings, Hongyun Taoist. Pray tell, what brings you here? I have but one question. The Tao is the essence itself. How then should the body be understood? At this utterance, Hongyun stood frozen, realizing it posed a conundrum that he had merely spoken off-handedly last time. He had never anticipated that someone would come seeking clarification. After pondering for considerable time, he feigned astonishment and spoke. The body is the foundation of one's self, a vessel for all power. This seemingly profound statement was In truth, a mere fabrication. He had no true understanding of it, as his own cultivation required no such insight. Yes, he spoke. Kunpeng's expression gradually grew solemn. After a long contemplation, he bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your enlightenment. Hongyun Taoist, I take my leave. Last time, when Hongyun imparted wisdom, Kunpeng was merely part of the crowd, yet this phrase had eluded him until now. With this newfound understanding, he believed that a breakthrough was imminent. After sending him off, Hongyun let out a long sigh of relief, resolving to contemplate simpler matters in the future. Otherwise, it would become troublesome to ensnare himself in difficulties. What are you staring at? Hurry and return to your cultivation. He couldn't resist a retort as he observed the six-eared macaque deep in thought. The six-eared macaque felt utterly wronged. Why was he being caught in the crossfire for merely pondering? Yes, ding. The host has completed 100 good deeds. The system rewards 200 source points, and the shop is now open. Upon hearing this, Hongyun's interest was piqued. It had been a long time since he had heard the system's voice. Upon returning to the Fire Cloud Cave, he had barely settled when a system template appeared before him, showcasing a plethora of treasures. Upon seeing it, he was filled with confusion. Shouldn't the items be directly given to him? What was this? This is the system shop. The host can purchase treasures using source points. Just as his doubts arose, the system provided an explanation. As the voice echoed, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated. Chapter 18. The system shop is open. However, when he saw the source point requirement for a particular item, he became entirely unsettled. He currently possessed only 200, while each item required at least 1,000,000 source points. You must be jesting. The host can increase source points by performing good deeds. This simple statement left him at a loss for words. The items within the system shop were indeed impressive, primarily consisting of innate treasures, but the sheer number of source points required rendered them unattainable. After a resigned sigh, he made his way to the back of the Fire Cloud Cave, observing the disciples diligently cultivating. He approached with a gentle smile to offer guidance. Your posture in meditation is incorrect. Follow my lead. Ding! Source points increased by 50. The sound. Hongyun was taken aback, glancing around in confusion before resuming his actions. As the disciples began to follow suit, the system's voice chimed in again. Source points increased. This moment, he was certain he hadn't misheard. A faint smile graced his face as he guided dozens of his disciples in unison. His unusual behavior sparked curiosity among the disciples, and as he stood aside reveling in his success, some whispered to one another. Has the master taken some strange medicine? It seems so. He has never paid attention to our cultivation before. I should keep my distance. Who knows when he might turn on us again? Coming back to his senses and hearing the murmurs of his disciples, his expression turned frosty as he cleared his throat twice. What? Do you have objections to me guiding you? At his words, the disciples before him froze and hastily shook their heads. In light of your rapid progress, I have prepared a small gift for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and dozens of silver armors materialized in the air. These were artifacts he had selected from the system shop, each costing only a little over 100 source points. As the items descended, joy illuminated the disciples' faces. Thank you, Master. They had previously received various treasures, but none could compare to this. Cultivate diligently. I have matters to attend to. Hongyun waved his hand dismissively, turning to take just 2 steps when an excited smile broke across his face. He had approached this with a trial-and-error mindset, but to his surprise, his source points had now soared to 10,000. Stepping outside, he set his sights on the diligently training six-eared macaque. Glancing over, he approached the six-eared macaque with a mischievous grin. Master, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Why be afraid? I don't eat monkeys. That stick technique you displayed earlier was impressive. Show it to me again. Upon hearing his request, the six-eared macaque nodded in confusion, the free-will needle already appearing in his hand. As the six-eared macaque continued to wield it, astonishment crossed Hongyun's face. How did you learn this? Over a century, he had never taught the six-eared macaque this technique, and it bore no resemblance to any known styles in Hongyun that just appeared in my mind. I don't know why. I just tried it out. The six-eared macaque was not lying. Hearing this, Hongyun's expression shifted. If what the six-eared macaque said was true, this must be the chaos staff technique used in the source of chaos. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, The six-eared macaque sheathed the free will needle and quietly said, "This staff technique of mine is incomplete. Do you have a way to help me?" He could sense the formidable nature of the chaotic formation. Yet he possessed only a fragment in his mind, requiring him to stop halfway through his training. Upon hearing this, Hongyun froze for a moment, then closed his eyes, giving no indication of a reply. The six-eared macaque stood before him, puzzled, waiting respectfully, while Hongyun opened the system shop. As he had expected, the system shop had everything, with the chaos staff technique priced at 10,000 source points. Hongyun was quite satisfied with this price. Glancing at it, he did not hesitate to spend his source points. Slowly opening his eyes, he raised his hand, and a golden light entered the six-eared macaque's mind. Cultivate diligently, and don't let your master down. With the entrance of this golden light, the six-eared macaque's previously fragmented memories were now whole. "Thank you, master. I will not disappoint you." The six-eared macaque nodded excitedly, leaping into the sky, watching the exuberant six-eared macaque. A slight smile graced Hongyun's face. Now, his source points had reached 20,000. Previously, he had thought 100,000 source points were out of reach. Now, he realized it was merely a matter of a wave of his hand. Moreover, what surprised him most was that even after giving away items, his fortune had not diminished in the slightest. Upon re-entering the fire cloud cave, he fell into contemplation that if he were to guide each disciple individually, the increase in source points would be notably slow. He needed to devise a different approach. After a long period of reflection, a light suddenly flickered in his mind, accompanied by a knowing smile. The people of Hongyun were indeed interested in his fortune and treasures. This was an opportunity he could exploit. Repressing his excitement, he assumed a tranquil posture and waved his hand outward, six-eared. The six-eared macaque, who was cultivating in the sky, heard the call and descended directly in front of him. "Master, what can I do for you?" The crimson cloud remained silent, raising a hand to conjure a beam of white light that penetrated the mind of the six-eared macaque. Indeed, he instructed the six-eared macaque to disseminate the news that he would host a discourse, promising treasures to all who attended. The six-eared macaque was astonishingly swift. Before long, this information had reached the ears of various powerful beings across the primordial realm. "What did you say? Is this news confirmed?" inquired the Father Emperor. Yes, without a doubt. It was spoken directly by his disciple. Within the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon's expression turned grave, a glimmer of cold light appearing in his eyes. "We must not delay. Let us proceed at once. Since it comes from the six-eared macaque's own lips, this cannot be false. 30 years later, as the ancestral dragon rose with resolve, the nearby Chunyo spoke again, his brow furrowing in concern. This is also the intention of Hongyun. Blindly sending these individuals could lead to chaos that he cannot control. During these 30 years, aside from cultivating, he had utilized the system to create a palace. For the denizens of the primordial realm, 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Hongyun's palace was situated atop Mount Bujo on a day when he barely opened his eyes. He sensed the commotion outside the palace and the myriad powerful presences. Chapter 19. Years of waiting for the source of the Tao. The first to arrive were the three pure ones, who entered and respectfully bowed to Hongyun's own need for formality. "Please, take your seats," Hongyun replied with a gentle smile. Just as the three pure ones settled, the 12 ancestral witches, Nuwa and Fushi, appeared before him. "We pay our respects to fellow Taoist Hongyun." The 12 ancestral witches expressed genuine reverence. While Nuwa and Fushi were merely feigning courtesy, their intentions driven by ulterior motives. As time passed, the number of attendees swelled. In no time, the grand hall was filled with powerful beings from across the primordial realm. The assembly rivaled the grand discourse of Hongyun in years past, with attendance surpassing that of previous gatherings by several folds. Approaching the crowd, Hongyun greeted them with a serene nod, a faint golden light enveloping his form. Observing the expression on his face, the attendees pretended to emanate their own auras. After scanning the assembly with a tranquil demeanor, he slowly began to speak. "All things arise from chaos. The remnants of Pangu's spirit transform into the Tao. We, too, pursue the great Tao, yet remain unaware of the myriad lesser paths." His resonant voice echoed. The initially carefree crowd began to furrow their brows, They had not anticipated such profound insights into the Tao from fellow Taoist Hongyun. This visit was not in vain. It might even aid them in their breakthroughs. When Hongyun paused his discourse, the attendees entered a meditative state, their breaths becoming remarkably steady. Hongyun patiently awaited their enlightenment, for with the understanding of even one individual, he would gain a source of the Tao. Years passed, and as Taishang slightly opened his eyes, a golden light enveloped him the moment he stood. Upon his rising, Hongyun abruptly opened his eyes, excitement illuminating his expression, though breakthroughs were rare for Taishang. He had accumulated an additional 50,000 points of the Tao source. Noticing Hongyun's gaze, Taishang smiled faintly and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Hongyun, for your guidance." As soon as Taishang finished speaking, Hongyun waved his hand in a modest gesture, summoning a stream of primordial purple energy that flowed into Taishang's being. Feeling this power, Taishang's face glowed with elation. The primordial purple energy was something he had long sought, in the entirety of the primordial realm. Only Hongjun possessed such a treasure, yet here was Hongyun with it as well. Tao source points increased by 100,000. The system's voice resounded, and Hongyun was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with exhilaration. However, to avoid losing face in that moment, he forcefully subdued his elation. "Fellow Taoist Taishang possesses extraordinary talent. I have merely offered a small assistance." Naturally, he would not distribute primordial purple energy to everyone, for that would lead to chaos in the primordial realm. Taishang had no time for idle chatter. The primordial purple energy was a rare find. After respectfully bowing, he vanished at remarkable speed, casting a glance at the gathered crowd. Hongyun's face blossomed with a smile of excitement. If each person received 100,000 points of the Tao source, this endeavor would yield immense rewards, and furthermore, it would ease the tensions among the three clans, simplifying future resolutions. Unbeknownst to him, however, the demon clan, led by Luo Ho, was already stirring in the shadows, the gathering of powerful beings in the primordial realm presenting an opportunity for him. In the dim abyss, Luo Hong's expression was grim, with countless demons at his feet. Demon ancestor, tens of thousands of demons are poised to strike and can take down the three clans at any moment. The speaker was a robust figure with horns upon his forehead, his bloodlust palpable that he was the foremost general under the demon ancestor Luo Ho, known as the demon sovereign Jiddu, whose power had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. "Do not rush. Let them infiltrate the three clans and ignite their internal strife. When the time is right, we shall strike decisively." Understood. Previously intrigued by the fragments of the creation jade butterfly, he realized they would be futile without the so-called creation lotus. Only by gathering these three items could he unleash the power within the creation jade butterfly, go to the witch clan, and incite discord. They have a profound connection to Pangu, and the 12 of them can collectively manifest the remnants of Pangu's spirit. Ultimately, the only entity in the primordial realm capable of posing a threat to him was Pangu himself, and the power of Pangu's remnants was utterly terrifying. It would be best to find a way to eliminate the 12 ancestral witches, with the most vulnerable targets being Gonggong and Zhurong. These two have always been at odds. With a slight push, they will be at each other's throats as the years slipped by. Several centuries passed, and Hongyun found himself growing impatient. One day, upon opening his hazy eyes, he saw the six-eared macaque gazing at him with wide eyes, a mysterious expression on its face. "Master, I have broken through," the six-eared macaque exclaimed excitedly, a golden light enveloping its form. Hearing this, Hongyun furrowed his brow in confusion. Had the six-eared macaque truly absorbed his words? He found it hard to believe, for during the past several hundred years, the six-eared macaque had shown no interest in the discourse. With cautious skepticism, he mobilized his cultivation to take a glance, and his face reflected sheer astonishment. The creature had indeed spoken the truth. It had genuinely achieved a breakthrough. The Tao source points on the system had also increased by 30,000, though this was less than Taishang's. Hongyun was nonetheless quite satisfied with the outcome. "Excellent. You have not disappointed your master." He nodded approvingly at the six-eared macaque and waved his hand, sending a stream of primordial purple energy into its body to go forth. I grant you 100 years to absorb this primordial purple energy. But remember to keep it discreet. Sensing the power within, the six-eared macaque nodded excitedly and swiftly departed the grand hall. Initially approaching this with a mindset of mere experimentation, it was unexpectedly rewarded with a breakthrough. After the primordial purple energy was dispensed, the Tao source points increased by 100,000, as usual. Following the departure of the six-eared macaque, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian gradually opened their eyes. Though they had not comprehended much, their auras had indeed been significantly enhanced. How do you both feel? Noticing no signs of breakthrough on them, Hongyun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. We have grasped some insights, though not fully mastered them. But we must extend our gratitude to fellow Taoist Hongyun. Upon hearing this, Hongyun felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he concealed it well. He divided a stream of primordial purple energy in his hand into two and sent it into the bodies of the two. This energy was slightly weaker than the previous, yet it was more than sufficient for them. As they sensed the aura of primordial purple energy, their faces lit up with excitement. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hongyun. As time progressed, the number of individuals awakening one after another had become quite substantial. Upon receiving their gifts, each of them displayed utmost reverence, while Hongyun felt a slight sense of embarrassment. In Chapter 20. The unexpected joy brought by Nuwa. One might say that assisting them was less about helping them and more about the significant aid they provided him. Without their presence, how could he have advanced so swiftly? His Tao source points were now nearing 1 million and continuing to rise. Centuries later, only Nuwa, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, and the leaders of the 3 clans remained in the Grand Hall. Hongyun was somewhat surprised that the 12 ancestors had lasted until the end. He was eager to see what surprises these 12 might bring him. Of course, the aura emanating from Nuwa was no trifling matter. Ever since she had mastered the power of the 5 elements, her strength had been growing day by day. Decades passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, a radiance of 5 colors surged within the Grand Hall, followed by a tremendous sound. Boom! At the sound's emergence, Hongyun was instantly awakened, casting his gaze around, his eyes locking firmly onto Nuwa. At that moment, Nuwa was enveloped in a radiant aura of 5 colors, with an unceasing flow of power converging towards her form. Witnessing this spectacle, Hongyun's face lit up with excitement. Nuwa had truly not disappointed him. Even before the event had fully commenced, his Tao source points were rising at an astonishing rate, increasing by 100,000 in the blink of an eye. In that moment, he became intensely interested, observing Nuwa's aura continue to swell. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and summoned 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi to wrap around her figure. Shortly thereafter, the heavens stirred, and Nuwa's true form transformed. A serpentine shadow soaring toward the sky, followed by countless bolts of lightning. After a considerable time, Nuwa's aura finally receded, and she had achieved the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, her power rivaling that of a quasi-saint. This commotion captured the attention of the beings of the primordial world, their gazes shadowed with a hint of gloom. Indeed, Hongyun was a remarkable figure, with just a few words. He had facilitated Nuwa's breakthrough. We are truly but a fraction of his prowess. As Nuwa's aura diminished, Hongyun's face was already filled with an elated smile. Nuwa alone had granted him 500,000 Tao source points. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his strength attained a qualitative leap. Thanks to you, fellow Taoist Hongyun. Upon hearing her words, Hongyun merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively as the 5-color stone appeared in his grasp. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, for this object resembled the 5-color stone she had previously obtained, yet the power contained within it was worlds apart. Although both were innate treasures, the potency within this one was exceedingly pure, several times stronger than that found in the 5-color stone. While she pondered this, Hongyun had already placed the item into her hands. This object contains an immensely powerful force of the 5 elements. I believe it will be of great assistance to you. Upon hearing this, Nuwa was filled with excitement. Her gratitude for the breakthrough was boundless, but she was astonished that Hongyun would bestow such a precious treasure upon her, noticing the expression on her face as she opened her mouth to speak. Hongyun gently interrupted with a smile. There is no need for such formalities. Nuwa, having no further words to express, nodded enthusiastically and vanished in an instant. The five-color stone and the five-color gem were indeed rare treasures. Now, she needed to merge this object with her own powered as soon as she disappeared. Hongyun's face revealed his exhilaration. Although he had given away the innate treasure, the increase in his Tao source points had reached 1,000,000. Returning to the Grand Hall, he observed that the ancestor dragon had opened his eyes, a golden light shimmering around his form, with a dragon coiling behind him. Upon seeing Hongyun, he stepped forward and clasped his fists in salute. "Thanks to you, fellow Taoist Hongyun." Just as he prepared to speak again, the other two clan leaders also opened their eyes in succession. The Kirin leader's expression darkened, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. However, this was not directed at Hongyun, but rather at the ancestor dragon. Seeing their expressions, Hongyun couldn't help but sigh. If looks could kill, these three would have perished hundreds of times over. "Gentlemen, this is not the unyielding mountain. Are you certain you wish to engage in conflict here?" The unyielding mountain was a sacred place in the primordial world, and even Hongjun would not dare to unleash his wrath here. This mountain supported the heavens and the earth. Its destruction could lead to the collapse of the very sky. Upon hearing his words, the three individuals slightly restrained their auras, yet none of them exhibited any intention of departing. Their meaning was quite clear. Hongyun, undeterred, summoned a strand of Hongmeng purple qi into his hand and split it apart. Upon seeing this object, the three were momentarily stunned, but before they could speak, Hongyun's voice echoed in their ears. "This is Hongmeng purple qi, a substance you are familiar with. However, should you wish to absorb its power, you three must cultivate together. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage can you circulate this power." As he spoke, the three furrowed their brows. They were adversaries, and how could they possibly cultivate together? "Fellow Taoist Hongyun," the ancestor dragon began to speak, but Hongyun waved his hand dismissively. "If you three do not agree, I shall reclaim this power. The purest form of this Hongmeng purple qi was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should it be withdrawn, they would miss their chance." "Wait, I agree." The ancestor dragon was the first to speak. For only absolute strength could ensure the stability of the dragon clan. The leaders of the Phoenix clan and the Kirin clan wore dark expressions, yet Hongyun was in no rush to hasten their decision. He had ample time, that we also agree. Ultimately, they succumbed to the allure of the Hongmeng purple qi, realizing they could not afford to miss such a divine opportunity. Hearing their agreement, Hongyun nodded with a smile. And three strands of energy entered their bodies. Beneath the heavens, three beams of golden light descended, a testament from the heavenly Tao. Should any of them betray this pact, they would invite the wrath of the heavenly Tao. "Wishing you three the best of luck." The absorption of this Hongmeng purple qi would not be an easy feat. It would require at least 1,000,000 years. That be why that time his task would be complete. And whatever the three clans chose to do would no longer concern him. Their cultivation would be established at the intersection of their three clans, facilitating management and guarding against those with ulterior motives. With their departure, only the 12 ancestors of witchcraft remained in the Grand Hall. The others had shown little progress, but only Hutu caught Hongyun's attention. Hutu, the mistress of the earth, had significantly amplified her strength within the confines of the unyielding mountain. In the ensuing years, Hongyun began his cultivation, aided by the system. The previous powerful beings had granted him numerous Tao source points, allowing him to purchase hundreds of strands of Hongmeng purple qi and chaos qi. The chaos qi was what Pangu and others had employed during their cultivation in the chaos world, providing a substantial boost to his advancement. After years of accumulation, his aura had grown markedly dense. Yet he had deliberately refrained from breaking through. In Chapter 21, jealousy brews in the heart of Hongjun. As he retracted his aura, Hongyun nodded in satisfaction. He could see the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. He possessed strength akin to that of a mid-level quasi-saint. With the addition of the chaos qi in his possession, his power could reach the peak of the quasi-saint level. Boom! Just as he stepped into the Grand Hall, a tremendous noise reverberated, causing the hall to tremble slightly. He focused his gaze forward, where Hutu floated in the air, a golden light descending from the heavens. Countless threads of golden light penetrated Hutu's body, rapidly augmenting her realm. The law of reincarnation, Upon witnessing this, Hongyun's brow furrowed, and a strand of Hongmeng purple chi appeared in his hand, and he could hardly believe that Hutu was capable of manipulating the law of reincarnation. After the Great Calamity, the 12 ancestors had fallen one after another, and Hutu had transformed into the realm of the underworld, her obsession becoming the later incarnation of the Queen of Calmness. Yet, the law of reincarnation was something she had only grasped afterward. How could she be in contact with it now? Was it due to the unyielding mountain? The golden light from above gradually dissipated, and the Hongmeng purple chi in Hongyun's hand transformed 12 strands of Hongmeng purple chi entered the bodies of the 12 ancestors. And at that moment, Hutu hazily opened her eyes. She was unaware of the duration of her cultivation. But upon sensing the power within her, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Among the 12 ancestors, she was the first to break through to the great Luo golden immortal stage. Suppressing her exhilaration, she approached Hongyun and offered her respects. "Thank you." Listening to her respectful voice, Hongyun merely smiled faintly and waved his hand. He refrained from speaking further, and Hutu also had no desire to prolong the conversation, as her mind was elsewhere. A surge of power had manifested within her, a sensation she could distinctly feel, resembling the legendary Hongmeng purple chi. Although she did not bestow any treasures upon the monkey earth, this encounter had significantly enhanced her Tao source points. In the ensuing centuries, the 12 ancestors of Wu also achieved breakthroughs. With the departure of Emperor Jiang and his companions, the discussion of the Tao came to a close, and Hongyun reveled in the experience. Having gained 10 million Tao source points from it, just as he prepared to leave Mount Buzhou, a golden light enveloped the surroundings, and Hongjun gracefully descended from the heavens. Hongjun squinted slightly, his expression inscrutable. But the moment he caught sight of Hongyun, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. "I have heard that you are here to discuss the Tao. I have traveled for hundreds of years. Would you mind my presence?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried the weight of a saint, as though a mere gesture could subjugate all beings across the realms. Unaware of saint's arrival, "I have failed to extend a proper greeting to you, Hongjun." As he spoke, Hongyun bowed respectfully, for this man was the sole saint of the primordial era, deserving of utmost reverence. As Hongjun spoke, a profound smile emerged on his face. Though it bore a chilling quality, there is no need for formality. "I have come today to discuss the Tao with you." Upon hearing these words, Hongyun was taken aback, hastily replying to clarify, "I am but a minor Tao. I cannot compare to your grand Tao that benefits all beings. As you mentioned, there are countless minor paths beneath the 3,000 grand Tao. What harm could there be in conversing with me?" Determined to engage in a discussion, Hongjun proceeded into the grand hall. Disregarding Hongyun's protests, at that moment, Hongyun dared not hesitate and hurriedly followed. Upon entering the hall, he beheld Hongjun surrounded by a shimmering golden light, a hint of pride evident in his gaze. "Please, Tao friend Hongyun." Hongjun gestured courteously, though inwardly he scoffed. Hongyun was merely a cloud at the dawn of creation, not worthy of comparison to the first batch of primordial deities. Under the imposing presence of the saint, Hongyun could only sit respectfully before him. As he settled down, the authoritative aura of Hongjun enveloped the hall, and Hongyun felt a weight of gravity in his eyes. Yet he dared not move at him. Why understanding of the Tao differs from that of Tao friend Hongyun. The Tao is the origin we should cultivate by embodying the Tao and pursuing the source, rather than elevating ourselves as the Tao. With his voice resonating, a faint smile graced his face, while Hongyun began to feel drowsy. Amidst the incessant flow of words, years slipped by. Hongyun dozed off, showing no interest in what was being said. "This is my understanding of the Tao. I wonder how it differs from that of Tao friend Hongyun." As his last words echoed, he posed a question back to Hongyun. Upon hearing this, Hongyun was momentarily stunned. Hastily opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings before slowly responding, "The dawn of the primordial era. There exist 3,000 grand Tao above and countless minor paths below. The 3,000 grand Tao manifest. Yet the pursuits of all beings vary. They do not solely adhere to these 3,000 grandee. In truth, he was merely speaking off the cuff. Yet this statement left Hongjun momentarily speechless. The smile on Hongjun's face vanished in an instant. his brows furrowing at that moment. After a prolonged silence, he rose and walked toward the hall's exit. Approaching the grand entrance, he flicked his sleeve and coldly remarked, "What Tao friend Hongyun has said is indeed insightful." The weight of the saint's presence intensified, and Hongyun felt the pressure bearing down upon him. Yes, he sensed this force. A shiver ran through him. An unease surged within his heart. But by the time he turned his gaze forward, Hongjun had already vanished, leaving behind only the lingering aura of the saints. Has this fellow harbored murderous intent towards me? Hongyun muttered to himself, his expression becoming grave like a tea that moment. He realized he faced numerous formidable rivals within this primordial world, all possessing immense strength. Though he had achieved the status of a saint, Hongjun's jealousy was evident. If he continued on this path, it would inevitably threaten his standing in the primordial realm. Contemplating this, a sense of helplessness crossed Hongyun's face. Were it not for the Tao source points, he would not have engaged in discussions atop Mount Buzhou. Raising his head solemnly to gaze at the heavens, he silently vowed, "I must exercise caution from now on." Upon returning to the 33 heavens, Hongjun bore a dark expression, his eyes filled with unrelenting murderous intent. As one of the first primordial deities, he found himself at a loss for any rebuttal to Hongyun's words. This individual could not be allowed to remain. He held dominion over the entire primordial realm, and as a saint, he still wielded the authority of life and death. However, he was unaware that due to his current mindset, he would soon face a calamity. Though he had attained sainthood, it was intricately linked to his previous power. Now, plagued by inner demons, unless he eradicated them completely, the position of saint in the primordial realm would soon change hands. Yet he could not act just yet. The blessings surrounding Hongyun and the protection of the Grand Tao would only backfire against him. Casting a cold glance around, his eyes fell upon his prized disciple. "Hao-yin, what is your command, master?" This was indeed the same Taoist boy from before, destined to become the ruler of the heavenly court. "Has the Tao discussed by Hongyun proven beneficial to you?" he inquired with an indifferent expression. Hao-yin, taken aback by the question, hesitated for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Chapter 22. The delusion of depleting Hongyun's fortune. Seeing him nod, Hongjun's expression remained devoid of emotion as he continued to inquire, "How does it compare to mine?" Upon hearing this, Hao-yin was completely stunned, realizing the delicacy of the question. A careless answer could lead to dire consequences. The Tao imparted by Master is indeed the Grand Tao, encompassing all. What I have learned is but a minor path, and there exists a significant disparity between the two. With this, he hastily lowered his head, not daring to meet Hongjun's gaze again. Hongjun was pleased with his answer, a faint smile appearing on his face as he placed a hand on Hao-yin's shoulder. With a surge of power, Hao-yin's peak-tight golden immortal strength was instantly sealed, sensing the rapid dissipation of power within him. Hao-yin was taken aback and quickly looked up. "Master, have I done something wrong?" "You have done nothing wrong. I wish for you to undertake a task. I have sealed your cultivation. You will go and take Hongyun as your master." Depleting his fortune, as he spoke, the smile on his face gradually turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, Hao-yin vanished from sight. Outside the fire cloud cave, the six-eared macaque had just put away his primordial staff technique when he heard a resounding crash from afar. Delighted by the sound, he swiftly pursued the source of the power. Moments later, he stopped at the edge of a deep pit, where a figure lay within, observing the lack of cultivation in this person. The six-eared macaque frowned, and with a wandering needle appearing in his hand, he bent slightly to poke at the figure. "He hasn't died, has he?" Retracting the wandering needle, he took a step forward and heard a faint cough. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this sound, he hurried forward and helped Hao-yin up from the ground. "Oh, you're still alive. Are you all right?" Hearing his words, Hao-yin's expression darkened immediately. "Thank you for saving me. I came to find Senior Hongyun." As soon as he finished speaking, the six-eared macaque shook his head. "You came at the wrong time. My master is not here. Then I shall wait here. I wish to pay my respects and become his disciple." With that, Hao-yin pushed aside the six-eared macaque and knelt before the ground, his eyes filled with boundless respect. Seeing him like this, the six-eared macaque scratched his head in confusion, approaching him and lifting him up from the ground. "There's no need for such formalities. My master will surely accept you. Come with me to the fire cloud cave. Before long, They arrived outside the fire cloud cave. Just as they halted, a figure descended from the heavens. Upon seeing Hongyun, the six-eared macaque was momentarily stunned, swiftly retracting his aura. "Master, during your absence these past few days, you could have taken it easy." After breaking through at Mount Buzhou, the six-eared macaque had returned to the fire cloud cave and had not relaxed in his cultivation over the years. "Rest assured, Master, I have never dared to slacken my efforts, and I have also grasped the strand of another power. Let me demonstrate it for you now." As he spoke, the wandering needle appeared in his hand. And with the power of a peak, a golden immortal, a shadow of a demon ape emerged behind him. Upon witnessing this, Hongyun's expression tightened, and before the six-eared macaque could raise his hand, he waved it, interrupting him. "There's no need to show me. I believe in you." "And who might this be?" At that moment, he finally noticed Hao Ian beside him. He felt no power emanating from Hao Ian, not even a hint of presence. Just as his gaze shifted away, Hao Ian suddenly knelt with a thud on the ground. "Disciple Hao Ian, here to pay my respects to Senior Hongyun and seek your guidance." Upon hearing this, Hongyun furrowed his brow slightly, as the name Hao Ian stirred a sense of familiarity within him. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened. Wasn't this the lord of the heavenly court? How had he fallen to such depths? As far as he knew, this individual was a disciple of Hongyun, serving under him, far better off than in his current predicament. The appearance of this person before him evoked a mix of surprise. Just as he was about to inquire, Hao Ian, with tears brimming in his eyes, began to explain. "Previously, after hearing your discourse, my cultivation experienced a breakthrough, which led to my banishment from the 33 heavens." This explanation made sense. Previously, Hongjun had harbored murderous intent towards him. In that case, you shall accompany me back to Hongyun Cave. Hongyun did not press for further details. He was indifferent to the man's thoughts. Accepting him would merely augment his own reservoir of Tao sources by 100,000 points. Upon hearing this, Hao Hian's face lit up with excitement, nodding fervently. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. There is no need for such formality. Since it was Lu'er who brought you here, you may follow him in your cultivation henceforth. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to voice it to me." As his words fell, a strand of primordial purple chi split from his hand, entering the bodies of both individuals. "Master, what is this?" Lu'er, the six-eared macaque, looked on in astonishment. He had previously obtained primordial chi and understood its rarity. Now, another strand appeared. "Your rapid progress warrants this as a reward from your master." Upon hearing this, Lu'er nodded excitedly, and after a respectful bow, he took Hao Hian and vanished from the scene. "Master, rest assured, grant me 100 years, and I shall surely break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal." Listening to his fervent declaration, Hongyun found joy in it, sending forth another strand of primordial purple chi, thereby augmenting his own reservoir of Tao sources significantly. Upon returning to Hongyun Cave, a layer of spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings. And at that moment, he opened the system shop. "Congratulations, your purchase has reached its limit. Please refresh." The system's voice echoed, and without hesitation, he expended 100,000 Tao sources to refresh the system shop. The shop had indeed been of great assistance, yet the items it yielded were unpredictable. This time, the only thing that caught his attention was a golden lotus flower. After a glance, he puzzledly spent 10 million Tao sources. The golden lotus appeared in his hand, and the system's explanation began to resonate in his mind, that a lotus flower born of the one who masters the laws of chaos. This item can summon 100 strands of chaotic chi. Upon hearing this, Hongyun paused for a moment, and then a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. The moment he saw this item, he felt a sense of déjà vu, not realizing he had stumbled upon something so fortuitous. In the primordial chaos, there existed 3,000 great paths, each corresponding to 3,000 laws. The laws of chaos were the foremost of all laws. When Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the master of the chaos laws had summoned the golden lotus to assist him. This successful endeavor birthed the land of Hongwang, but with Pangu's demise, his essence was exhausted, leaving him to decay into dust. It was once thought that this chaotic golden lotus would never reappear, yet here it was, available in the system shop, in this primordial realm. Even obtaining a strand of chaotic chi was akin to ascending to the heavens. Yet he now possessed 100. Should he absorb all this power, it would be sufficient to elevate him to the level of a sage. However, haste was inadvisable. Breakthroughs required the right opportunity. In the following years, Hongyun remained detached from worldly affairs. Within Hongyun Cave, shrouded in primordial purple chi for decades, Hongyun's own power reached its zenith. Little did he know, significant events had unfolded over the years. The conflict between Gongong and Zhu Rong had escalated, and the witch tribe was in disarray. Though their territory was not vast, the relentless warfare had plunged the witch tribe into dire straits. Amid years of oppression, a rebellious sentiment began to take root within the tribe, led notably by the great witch Dai. Following the debate at Buzhou Mountain, both Zhu Rong and Gongong had experienced rapid advancements, now standing at the early stages of the great Luo golden immortal level. Their strengths nearly equal. Unbeknownst to them, this turmoil was the result of a demonic plot. The demon lord, Jidu, had stealthily infiltrated the witch tribe, instigating the discord between Zhu Rong and Gongong, within a dark abyssal hall of the primordial realm. The demon ancestor, Luo, who bore a cold smile, kneeling before him, was the demon lord, Jidu. As per your instructions, the discord between Zhu Rong and Gongong has been successfully incited, and the great witch within the tribe has begun to act. The one most active among them was Dai. Shall we not exploit this opportunity to eliminate them entirely? His words trailed off, yet the chilling smile on his face conveyed his final intent. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile crept across Jidu's face. Rest assured, demon ancestor, I shall not let you down. Within the witch tribe, he concealed his cultivation and identity. Having developed numerous connections over the centuries, the closest of which was with the great witch, Qiyu. Given Dai's ambitious nature, Qiyu had an unwavering desire to unify the 8 witch clans. In the Qiyu clan, Jidu's expression darkened, while Qiyu's eyes radiated an unending killing intent. I had sensed something amiss with this fellow, yet I never anticipated such ambition. If he is so bold, why should I refrain from taking action? It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to conquer Dai's clan. Without hesitation, Qiyu nodded with a cold smile, justifying that it was Dai who initiated the aggression. Back in Hongyun Cave, Hongyun sensed something amiss. While he had quelled the conflicts among the 3 clans, troubles within the witch tribe had only multiplied. Lu Er. His voice resonated throughout Hongyun Cave and the 6-eared macaque. Deep in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, and as the sound faded, Lu Er knelt before him, a look of excitement on his face. Master, what is it? Go to the witch tribe for me, and see how they fare lately. Yes, Lu Er, brimming with enthusiasm, stood to leave, but hesitated after taking a step. Master, things have been unstable in the witch tribe. If they turn against me, just don't get killed. Hongyun replied calmly, and Lu Er's interest was piqued. Rest assured, Master, I will not strike too hard. With that, he hurriedly disappeared without a moment's delay. Observing his hurried departure, Hongyun sighed, realizing that despite Lu Er's advancements in cultivation over the years, his combative mindset had only intensified. Stepping out of Hongyun Cave, he looked up to see Hao Qian in the skies above. After several decades, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the Tai golden immortal. Of course, this was also tied to his innate talent, as Hongyun had provided little more than essential resources for cultivation. Upon seeing Hongyun, Hao Qian quickly concealed his cultivation, approaching him with a respectful salute. Master, your progress is commendable, Hongyun remarked with a gentle smile, waving his hand to conjure a 7-foot golden sword. This was not an innate treasure, yet its power was far beyond that of an ordinary artifact. Upon seeing this item, Hao Qian was momentarily taken aback. But before he could speak, Hongyun placed it in his hands. This is the Heavenly Tao sword, a postnatal treasure I intended to give you earlier, but your previous strength was insufficient to wield it. Now that your power has increased, it is time for you to make use of it. Hao Qian received the item with excitement, a faint smile gracing his face as he gently caressed the sword's edge. He felt an overwhelming force. Not daring to linger on his expression, he quickly stowed the sword and bowed respectfully to Hongyun. Thank you, Master. Days later, Lu Er arrived at the witch tribe. As soon as he halted, He sensed eyes watching him from the shadows, coldly scanning his surroundings. His expression hardened, and he summoned his weapon. Quit lurking in the shadows. If you have the courage, step forward. The witch tribe welcomes no outsiders. A chilling voice resonated through the air as a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, clutching a massive axe. The individual bore a frosty expression, their eyes glinting with an inexhaustible thirst for blood. This was none other than Xingtian, one of the 8 great shamans of the witch clan, whose strength had ascended to the realm of Tai, golden immortal. Casting a disdainful glance at him, the 6-eared macaque waved his hand dismissively. You are no match for me. Step aside at once. With his prowess as a great Luo golden immortal, he regarded the Tai golden immortal before him as utterly insignificant. Should he choose to strike, this foe would stand no chance of retaliation. Such arrogance. This utterance ignited Xingtian's fury, and he swung his colossal axe with ferocity, his form gradually expanding, just as the axe was poised to descend. The 6-eared macaque shook his head with a smile, causing the wandering needle to shoot skyward at will. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Xingtian's axe shattered into fragments, and his massive frame stumbled back several paces. Regaining his footing, Xingtian glared with rage and launched a fist downward. However, before he could close the distance, the 6-eared macaque leapt into the heavens, the wandering needle striking forth and sending him hurtling hundreds of yards away. Observing Xingtian's disheveled state, the 6-eared macaque intended to advance further, but hesitated and withdrew his foot. I promised my master I wouldn't kill anyone. The 6-eared macaque scratched his head in frustration, his aura diminishing slightly, drawing the attention of other great shamans nearby. Yet by the time they arrived, the 6-eared macaque had long since vanished, leaving only Xingtian sprawled on the ground in a state of disarray, with a grave expression. Qiyu was the first to approach Xingtian, helping him to his feet. What transpired? How did you come to be so injured? I encountered a formidable monkey. His strength is impressive, and I was unable to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Qiyu nodded solemnly. Tend to your wounds. Thank you. With the support of Qiyu, Xingtian stood upright, the surrounding energies beginning to flow into him. Upon witnessing this, Dai's expression tightened, and he reigned in his own aura. Refraining from advancing further, Ti and Qiyu were at odds, and when trouble befell Xingtian, he had initially intended to step in, only to find Qiyu had arrived first. After resolving matters with Xingtian, the 6-eared macaque ascended above the Qiyu tribe, intending to investigate the situation within the witch clan. However, just as he paused, a figure surged forth from the Qiyu tribe, Demon Lord Jidu, a sinister smile upon his face, wielding a blood-red crescent blade. How dare a mere monkey venture into our territory? He taunted. Speak. What brings you here? Listening to his brazen tone, the 6-eared macaque's expression darkened instantly, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. What I do here is not for you to dictate. Get out of my way. Such haughty words. It had been centuries since he had lifted a hand in anger, yet today he would use this fool as an offering for his blade. With both blades in hand, Demon Lord Jidu advanced, unleashing a torrent of blade shadows conjured from demonic energy. Seeing the impending attack, the 6-eared macaque scoffed, furiously wielding the wandering needle, shattering the oncoming blade light entirely. Is this all you've got? With a fire of battle igniting in his eyes, the 6-eared macaque radiated a golden aura, his form now accompanied by an ethereal shadow. The realization dawned upon Jidu that the 6-eared macaque had reached the early stages of great Luo golden immortal, surpassing him by a full realm. Come, do not disappoint me. The 6-eared macaque showed no mercy, a gleeful smile gracing his face as he transformed into a blur, the wandering needle multiplying into hundreds of forms in his grasp. Faced with the oncoming forces, Demon Lord Jidu's visage twisted into a grimace. A roar echoed throughout the heavens, as a layer of blood-red, demonic energy enveloped him. Come forth. I fear not a mere monkey. The surging blood energy behind him gradually took shape, a massive shadow emerging as he struck with all his might against the 6-eared macaque. Yet ultimately, he was no match. The 6-eared macaque, being a great Luo golden immortal, effortlessly withstood the force. Boom! With a series of resounding explosions, the blood shadow behind Jidu erupted, and he found himself flung thousands of yards away. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he staggered and collapsed to the ground. Casting a venomous glare at the six-eared macaque, he turned and vanished from sight. This battle had left him severely wounded, and he dared not linger. The grand scheme of the witch clan had yet to unfold, and he could not afford to act recklessly at such a critical juncture. Observing his retreating figure, the six-eared macaque felt a surge of confusion. Is he not one of the witch clan? Although puzzled, he hesitated not, quickly absorbing the current state of the witch clan. Upon returning to the fire cloud cave, Hongyun had been waiting outside. Seeing his figure, Huyun waved with a faint smile. How did it go? The witch clan is in turmoil, and I encountered an intriguing character. His words. Hongyun's brow furrowed in concern, his expression turning grave. Are you certain you did not mistake him? Hearing the weight in his voice, the six-eared macaque nodded affirmatively. Absolutely not. He was no match for me and fled after our encounter. Hongyun's brow knit tighter as unease stirred within him. The demon clan had indeed begun to move. For hundreds of years, she had sensed the impending calamity, knowing the demon clan would not remain passive, and her suspicions were confirmed. With the witch clan already under attack, it was likely that the other three clans were not faring much better. Remain in the fire cloud cave and cultivate in peace. Without my command, do not leave, nor venture into the witch clan on your OW. As her voice fell, she vanished before the six-eared macaque could respond. Standing amidst the heavens, Hongyun pondered for a long moment before a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. The calamity facing the witch clan was unavoidable, but she could minimize the losses. North Jiulu Prefecture, if her memory served her right, was home to the first flame in existence, the flame of karma. Before long, she arrived at a volcanic site, the air thick with searing heat, and she faintly sensed a presence. A figure stood amidst the flames, their demeanor remarkably calm, adorned with a layer of crimson golden light. Upon noticing this, she smiled gently and descended before the individual, who appeared to be a child. Indicating her arrival was perfectly timed. The flame of karma opened its eyes in confusion, a hint of wariness flickering in its gaze as it cautiously stepped back. Who are you? You will not break through with your current method of cultivation. I can't assist you. Hongyun smiled warmly, and as her words fell, a stream of primal purple energy coursed into the flame of karma. Though the flame of karma was still on guard, it could sense the strength within. As the primal purple energy flowed in, a glimmer of excitement appeared on its face. This power is incredible. Just as it prepared to absorb the energy, the primal purple energy reappeared in Hongyun's hand, leaving the flame of karma's efforts in vain. What have you decided? If you become my disciple, I shall impart this power to you. Hearing her proposition, the flame of karma hesitated. The strength it had just experienced was formidable. Absorbing her power would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in its abilities. Yet, Hongyun's origins were shrouded in mystery, and it feared she might harbor ulterior motives that poised to speak. The flame of karma was interrupted by Hongyun's calm voice. If I were to act against you, do you truly believe you could escape? As she spoke, she raised her hand, and a golden seal descended from the heavens, enveloping it entirely. What are you doing? Alarmed, it retreated several paces, while Hongyun withdrew her energy. Well then, will you become my disciple? I can help you grow stronger. After a lengthy pause, the flame of karma knelt before her. Master, please accept my bow. Though respectful, its thoughts were far from sincere. Once it obtained the power, it would seek a way to escape, as surrendering was out of the question. Pleased with its response, Hongyun smiled and waved her hand. There is no need for such formality between us. Use this power wisely, and I shall remain here to accompany you. As the ethereal aura of Hongmeng enveloped him, the fiery eyes of Yihua gleamed with excitement as he stepped forward. Countless waves of searing heat coalesced around his form, with one hand glowing purple and the other crimson. The temperature in his vicinity soared to its zenith, causing the very ground beneath him to gradually melt away. Observing the immense power radiating from him, Hongyun could not help but furrow his brow. It was no wonder that this entity was regarded as the foremost flame in existence. Its strength was indeed formidable, surpassing that of the true fire of Samadhi by 100-fold or more. Of course, there was a reason for his meticulous nurturing of the inferno. The matters concerning the Wu clan were beyond his direct intervention. but his disciples could act on his behalf. Chapter 25. The disciples of Fire Cloud Cave venture forth. In the blink of an eye, several decades had elapsed, during which Hongyun enjoyed a refreshing slumber. On this particular day, upon awakening, he was greeted by the eager gaze of Yihua, who excitedly proclaimed, "Master, I have absorbed your power. Look." As he spoke, a violet flame flickered to life in his palm, and he raised his hand to strike the heavens. The firmament itself seemed to split asunder, cleaved by a singular, straight blaze. Moments later, as the flames dissipated, he ceased his movements and turned to Hongyun with a face alight with exhilaration. Though he did not speak, his eyes conveyed everything. "You have made significant progress. I have a task for you," Hongyun declared, summoning a crimson folding fan adorned with an immense aura of spiritual energy. Before Yihua could register the gesture, Hongyun placed the fan into his hands. Within it resided not only spiritual energy, but also a trace of the Hongmeng aura, cleverly concealed from Yihua's perception until he ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Clutching the fan, Yihua's face shone with excitement. Sensing its resonance with his own essence, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze locking onto a towering, perilous peak. With a swift flick of the fan, a stream of fire shot forth from his hand. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as the distant mountain erupted, engulfed in violet flames. While he once contemplated escaping Hongyun's oversight, that thought had vanished in an instant. "Master, what is your command?" he inquired, as a beam of white light surged into his mind. And Hongyun vanished from sight. "Upon completing this task, return to the Fire Cloud Cave to meet your master." After years of recuperation, the demon Sovereign Ji-Du's injuries had healed as he stood. He felt the summons of the demon ancestor Luo, who, upon hearing the call, he wasted no time and swiftly entered the grand hall, where he immediately knelt in reverence. "Demon ancestor, how fares your recovery?" Luo, who waved his hand with an indifferent expression, prompting Ji-Du to rise unsteadily. In response to the demon ancestor, "My injuries are no longer severe, but the breakthrough eludes me." Though he did not finish his thought. The implication was clear. He had healed but still had a considerable distance to traverse before achieving a breakthrough. As his words faded, Luo, who smirked and raised his hand, a surge of demonic energy instantly coursing into Ji-Du's being. This was the power of the demon ancestor, and the moment it entered, a look of anguish crossed Ji-Du's face as cracks appeared across his body, causing him to collapse to the ground. A roar of fury echoed from the abyss as countless demons cast bewildered glances. The aura of the demon ancestor. He had acquired the essence of the demon ancestor. After a brief hesitation, an uproar of excitement erupted. With the power of the demon ancestor, he could likely ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Whispers of anticipation rippled through the throngs of demons, while within the grand hall, the aura surrounding Ji-Du began to surge in an instant. As he opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickered in his gaze, and his realm ascended to that of the great Luo golden immortal. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings, a profound smile gracing his features. "Thank you, demon ancestor. With this power of mine, do not let me down in the forthcoming endeavors." Indeed, after a respectful bow, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. As Ji-Du departed, a ghostly figure flickered into existence. Demon ancestor. Though the three clans appear tranquil, internal strife has ignited, and chaos may erupt at any moment. The powers of Shiqilan, Shifeng, and Zulong are on the verge of breaking through. Only a catalyst is needed. Then let us target the Dragon Clan. His 9 sons have inherited his proclivities. Understood. Within the Fire Cloud Cave, numerous disciples stood before Hongyun, who wore a calm expression, remaining silent for an extended period. After some time, as the 6-eared macaque sensed the atmosphere, Hongyun finally spoke. "You have all experienced a qualitative leap while under my tutelage. It is time for you to venture forth into the world." As he spoke, several beams of golden light emanated from his hand, swiftly merging into the bodies of the disciples. Upon receiving this power, excitement illuminated their faces. Having cultivated within the Fire Cloud Cave for so long, they yearned for the life of the primordial wilderness. Just as the fervor within them reached its peak, Hongyun spoke once more. "I have but one request of you." assist those in need, but do not provoke unnecessary conflict. Hearing his words, the disciples nodded in unison, except for the six-eared macaque, who remained stoic and showed no intention of departing. Go forth. Hongyun waved his hand with a placid demeanor, and the disciples mobilized their energies, vanishing in an instant. Shortly thereafter, only the six-eared macaque and Hongyun remained within the fire cloud cave. After a moment's observation, Hongyun inquired, "Why are you so subdued today? Usually you are more spirited." "Is this not your intention, master? They have all received gifts, yet I have not. Do you not wish for me to remain?" The six-eared macaque's words pierced through the air, eliciting a faint smile from Hongyun. "Indeed, you are a promising disciple." As he spoke, a stream of Hongmeng aura flowed from his hand into the heart's desire needle. The moment this power entered, the needle trembled in the six-eared macaque's grasp. He glanced at it, confusion etched upon his face, pondering Hongyun's intentions in not directly bestowing the power, but rather placing it within this artifact. Though perplexed, he remained silent, his gaze revealing all. "Once you achieve your breakthrough, this power will be at your disposal." As his words resonated, a beam of white light entered the six-eared macaque's mind, and with it his countenance transformed with exhilaration. "Rest assured, master, as long as they harbor no murderous intent towards me, I will not strike first." In the span of 15 years, the Wu clan had splintered into two factions. Qiyu and Xing Tian represented one, while the Yin Kwa Fu formed the other. Over the decades, their conflicts had intensified, leading to unrest within the clan, while the 12 ancestors of Wu, having achieved their breakthroughs, paid little heed to the clan's affairs. Their inaction had its reasons. For the Wu clan to flourish, they had to embrace the survival of the fittest. Those who remained would be the successors of the Wu clan, while the weak would inevitably be devoured. Little did they know, this chaos was all part of the demon ancestor Luo, whose grand design aimed at their annihilation. For centuries, although small-scale conflict had arisen among the three clans, none had mobilized their entire forces. One day, the 9 prison bulls ventured into the realm of the primordial wilderness, weary from their training, seeking a brief respite. Before long, they arrived at the convergence point of the three clans. Due to the triangular intersection, no significant forces from the three clans were present. Rather, the area was populated predominantly by humans. Within a valley, the human inhabitants possessed cultivation abilities, albeit all were merely golden immortals. Chapter 26. Of the same nature as the ancestor dragon. Golden figures flickered in the heavens, drawing curious gazes from the humans below. As the 9 prison bulls paused in mid-air, standing tall against the sky, they peered downwards with intrigue. How can these humans be so powerful? Their strength was not derived from cultivation, but rather from their innate constitution. The 9 prison bulls maintained a calm demeanor, their auras subdued as they descended. As they touched down, the humans of the tribe approached, casting bewildered glances, for they had resided there for a century, yet had never encountered such peculiar beings. They cannot be of the demon clan. Can they? Do not speak recklessly. Be cautious lest they decide to strike. The multitude of the human race, driven by their insatiable desires, cast furtive glances at the 9 individuals as they spoke. Under their watchful gaze, the captives, including Chinyo, began to cautiously alter their stance, retreating step by step as the others advanced with trepidation. They had long since developed a tribal consciousness, remaining ever vigilant to the presence of outsiders. After only a few steps, Yaji halted, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips, with a sly lick of his lips. He approached a woman. The development of the humans in this place was still quite primitive, their garments mere rudimentary animal hides. The woman possessed a voluptuous figure and a strikingly beautiful face. Despite her constant battles with fierce beasts, her skin was remarkably fair. Though the prowess of Chinyo and his companions varied, they all inherited the ancestral dragon's penchant for beauty, having spent thousands of years in the Dragon Palace. Such a woman was a rare sight indeed, igniting desires within them. Upon his gaze, the woman instinctively took a step back, yet her foot had not yet touched the ground when he seized her hand, an eerie grin still adorning his face. "Why not accompany me back to the Dragon Palace?" The woman fervently shook her head, hastily wrenching her hand away, only to be shielded by a burly man who stepped forward. His expression was grim, eyes glinting with ferocity, and he gripped a makeshift spear tightly. "What are you doing? Who let this scum approach? Get lost." Yaji had no intention of engaging in dialogue with him. In his eyes, the dragon race was always superior to the human race. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he struck that he did not exert tremendous force, yet the strength of a mid-stage Tai golden immortal was beyond the capacity of any mere human to withstand. The burly man tumbled helplessly across the ground several times, struggling to rise, but ultimately collapsing, breathless and utterly worthless fool. Yaji scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his features as he advanced upon the woman once more. However, as he took a step forward, the humans encircled him, their expressions dark and their eyes filled with murderous intent. "What do you think you can accomplish with mere trash like you?" Chinyo and his companions were disinterested in him, instead searching for their target amid the crowd. Since they had come this far, they could not afford to return empty-handed. Just as they prepared to move forward, a radiant golden light erupted from the humans, surging towards them, yet there were no match for the 9 of them. Yaji sneered as his true form emerged, the sky darkening as hundreds of icy beams flashed through the throng. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as those nearest to him met their demise. "An utterly worthless fool." As he spoke, he grasped the woman's throat, lifting her effortlessly from the ground. "It is your honor that I find you worthy. Do not be so ungrateful." His voice grew colder as he tightened his grip. The woman's face turned crimson as she struggled, finally delivering a sharp slap to his face. Smack! The inhabitants here were all at the golden immortal level, and the force behind that slap was substantial. Yaji turned his head, a clear 5-fingered imprint appearing on his cheek. The mirth vanished from his expression, replaced by a shadow of fury that a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, followed by the sound of cracking bones. In an instant, the woman's wide eyes dulled as she ceased to breathe in his grasp. After a prolonged silence, the area transformed into a sea of blood as Chinyo and his companions emerged from the tribe, cold smiles on their faces, with no humans left alive. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the inferno, a figure emerged, bearing a cold smile and exuding a potent aura of demonic energy that it truly exceeds expectations. With that chilling remark, the body of the demon god Ej gradually shifted, stepping forth before the 9. Who dares? As he appeared, Chinyo's expression darkened, his cultivation immediately mobilizing. "After slaying so many of my kin, you still dare to inquire my identity?" As he spoke, a blood-red phoenix began to materialize behind him at a member of the Phoenix clan. "This is human territory. What business do you have here? Get lost." Yaji's countenance darkened further, his eyes still glinting with malice. Before he could finish his words, Ej's expression turned frigid, and he abruptly lifted his gaze, a cold light flashing from his eyes. Taking a slight step forward, he instantly appeared before Yaji, gripping his throat with one hand as countless purple flames erupted from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Yaji's face contorted in agony, enveloped in an endless inferno. "How dare you harm me?" Though he writhed in pain, he did not forget to threaten as his words left his lips. A cold smirk appeared on Ej's face. "Then I shall gladly take that challenge." Upon witnessing this, Chinyo and the others mobilized their powers, yet they had no chance to strike as the flames dissipated. Yaji was reduced to ashes, even his primordial spirit incinerated. Just as Chinyo and the others prepared to advance, Ej turned with a mocking smile, and the 9-demon tower materialized in the sky. A crimson glow descended from the tower, ensnaring Chinyo and his companions. Observing the two struggling against their bonds, Ej coldly pressed his hand downwards, and at that moment, the 9-demon tower descended, yet he restrained his strength. Allowing Chinyo to break free in that moment, Chinyo dared not linger, casting a fierce glance at Ej before vanishing. The remaining companions, however, were devoured by a horde of demons within the 9-demon tower, their anguished cries echoing, and moments later, they were reduced to mere bones as Ej retracted the 9-demon tower. A cold smile graced his lips as he transformed, soaring towards Shumi Mountain. This truly is a remarkable treasure. Within Shumi Mountain, the demon ancestor Luo Ho wore a chilling smile. Moments later, Ej found himself before him, kneeling on one knee and respectfully presenting the 9-demon tower. The task you entrusted has been executed. Only one of the Dragon 9 sons remains. Excellent. Contest with my demon clan for the fortune of the great Tao is sheer folly. Within the fire cloud cave, Hongyun squinted slightly, lifting his gaze towards the heavens. Above the three clans, dark clouds gathered densely, an abundance of auspicious energy enveloping the area, and countless beams of golden light descended at that moment. The fortune of the great Tao? Previously, he had contemplated quelling the discord among the three clans, yet it now appeared far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Considering the time, a century had already elapsed. The leaders of the three clans should have completed their absorption by now. Back in the Dragon clan's main hall, Chinyo returned in a disheveled state, collapsing to the ground as soon as he entered. I beseech Father to take action on our behalf. What is the matter? Chapter 27. A century of ceasefire among the three clans. The ancestral dragon was immersed in the primordial purple energy within his body. He had no time to concern himself with such matters. We have been honing our skills outside, while the other brothers were slain by the Phoenix clan. Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon shuddered, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as waves of dragon might envelop the entire dragon palace. The Phoenix clan? Why have they taken action? Listening to his inquiry, Chinyo dared not hesitate, recounting the entire sequence of events. As he spoke, the ancestral dragon's expression darkened. As soon as his voice fell, an enraged dragon roar resonated throughout the dragon palace. Despicable! To slay 8 of my sons over mere humans. I shall ensure they pay dearly. Dragon clan, heed my command. In the name of the ancestral dragon, I declare war on the Phoenix clan. This proclamation echoed throughout the heavens, attracting the attention of the powerful beings of the primordial world. The three clans were at war once more. Could it be for the fortune of the great Tao within the Phoenix clan? Shifeng's expression was grim, fury igniting in his eyes. The primordial beings had all heard the voice of the ancestral dragon, and he was no exception. To dare make such a grandiose declaration was to completely disregard him. Stepping out of the hall, he instantly transformed into his true form, standing against the sky as the cries of phoenixes resonated throughout the entire Phoenix clan. Phoenix clan, heed my command. Annihilate the Dragon clan without mercy. As the echoes of furious howls surged forth, the Phoenix clan erupted in a riot of colors, millions of flames shooting up towards the heavens. Within the Qilin clan, Qilin bore a cold smile. Yet he showed no intention of taking action, causing those nearby, such as Mo Qilin, to grow anxious. Ancestral, shall we simply observe? Do not be so hasty. They have just arrived. As his words fell, Shifeng had already appeared beyond the palace. Retracting his true form as a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Have you not always aspired to lead the myriad clans? If we join forces to annihilate the Dragon clan, that position shall naturally be yours. Such goodwill from you? With the fortune of the great Tao descending, I see that you wish to utilize my strength to seize this fortune. Qilin's expression was cold. Yet Shifeng shook his head. The fortune of the great Tao shall be shared between our two clans. His unexpected generosity was indeed beyond Qilin's expectations. After a prolonged contemplation, Qilin finally nodded, though his expression remained grave. However, although he had agreed, he was secretly plotting otherwise. The strength of the Phoenix clan was inherently inferior to that of their Qilin clan, and with the Dragon clan's destruction, it would ultimately be he who dictated the outcome. They had forged an alliance, and the Dragon clan launched a massive offensive, leading to a war that raged for centuries to them. 100 years was but a fleeting moment. Under the relentless suppression from the other two clans, the Dragon clan had retreated entirely to the sea. Previously, his might had surged, allowing him to carve out a significant domain on land. Yet as time wore on, they gradually succumbed to defeat. Within the grand hall of the Dragon clan, the Sea Dragon Kings wore somber expressions, while the ancestral dragon's countenance was shrouded in darkness. What is the status of the Divine Dragon Formation? Returning to the ancestor, the Divine Dragon Formation has been completed and is ready for deployment at any moment. Then what are we waiting for? Activate the Divine Dragon War at once. Hearing his frigid command, the Sea Dragon Kings dared not hesitate and promptly withdrew. As they departed, the ancestral dragon transformed and vanished from sight in an instant. The golden, colossal dragon circled the heavens, its roar resonating throughout the cosmos. While the figures of Shikolin and Shurfeng materialized in the distance, that a glance at them elicited a knowing, cold smile from him. Those feeble beings dare to be so arrogant. Shikolin's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet as it fell, hundreds of icy beams surged toward the two over the course of a century. Hongyun's cultivation had significantly advanced, and his previous reserves were now nearly depleted. Casting a glance at the system shop, he rose with resignation, realizing that the consumption of this source point was alarmingly swift. With a helpless expression, he redirected his gaze, piercing through the vast primordial expanse, his focus locking onto the path of great fortune. 100 years had passed, and not only had this power not diminished, it had grown increasingly potent. Moreover, he discovered that he was not the only one observing this force. Various factions within the primordial realm were also unable to contain their restlessness, most notably the old ancestor of the underworld river and the Yuming clan. However, due to the disparity in strength, the old ancestor of the underworld river merely watched from afar, showing no intention of intervening. Retracting his gaze, he felt it prudent to minimize his involvement in this conflict. Others would undoubtedly intervene. This had persisted for a century, and even Hongyun, the foremost sage of the primordial realm, could hardly remain idle. With a final glance, Hongyun stepped out of the fire cloud cave, stretching languidly as he contemplated the situation of the witch clan. Suddenly, a disturbance atop Mount Buzhou captured his attention. A golden light descended from the heavens, plunging directly into the mountain. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Hongyun furrowed his brow. In his recollection, Mount Buzhou should not exhibit any anomalies at this time. Where could this golden light have originated? Filled with curiosity, he summoned a cloud beneath his feet and vanished in an instant. After traversing, he arrived atop Mount Buzhou, where the point of descent of the golden light had sprouted a vine. Upon seeing this, he was taken aback. This was an innate spiritual root, something he had previously searched for in the system without any indication of its existence. The innate spiritual root was a treasure that could be encountered, but not sought. Within the primordial realm, aside from this, the only other comparable entity was the lifespan fruit tree of Zenyuanzi. Upon reaching Mount Buzhou, Hongyun lost all intention of departing. Such a treasure could not be overlooked. However, this item was of no use at present and would require maturation. The fierce conflict among the three clans had rendered the myriad beings of the primordial realm wretched, with numerous tribes embroiled in the chaos. In the 33 heavens, Hongyun's expression darkened, and a saintly aura enveloped him as Hongyun knelt before him. Master, the beings of the primordial realm are suffering greatly. As a saint, you could rescue them from their plight. With Hongyun's words, Hongyun slowly opened his eyes and waved his hand, retracting all his aura. This is the will of heaven. I can only impede them for a century. After this declaration, he vanished in a single step, reappearing at the intersection of the three clans that a golden light descended from the heavens, causing the leaders of the three clans, who had been poised to act, to momentarily freeze before retreating. Upon recognizing the figure within the golden light, they dared not hesitate and clasped their fists in salute. We pay our respects to Saint Hongyun. Hongyun, with an impassive expression, surveyed the three before speaking in a calm tone. From today onward, the three clans shall cease hostilities for a century. With these words, the ancestral dragon's countenance instantly darkened. His painstaking preparations for the divine dragon formation were intended to seize these two adversaries in one fell swoop. Yet Hongyun's pronouncement shattered all his plans. Why? Unable to contain his rage, he let out a roar, summoning the power of the great Luo golden immortal as countless dragon might surge from him, enveloping the heavens. Chapter 28. The 12 ancestors of the witches make a choice. Sensing the waves of dragon might, Hongyun calmly raised his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as the majesty of the saint shattered the dragon shadows above, without uttering a word or showing any intent to strike. Hongyun's mere gaze directed at the ancestral dragon sent him crashing to the ground from 1,000 feet away. Under Hongyun's equal gaze, the ancestral dragon trembled, his dragon might dissipating without a word. I shall abide by the will of the saint. Ultimately, he could only choose to yield, knowing he had no chance of victory in a confrontation. As he spoke, Shifeng and Shikolin also bowed in unison. "We shall abide by the will of the saint." With the three departing, Hongyun's expression remained indifferent as he looked down upon the assembled crowd from the heavens. Under his saintly might, the beings of the primordial realm all knelt in reverence. Performing acts of worship, the human race bore the brunt of this turmoil, and at the moment the crowd knelt, Hongyun felt the surge of faith power, observing the faint golden light emanating from his hand. He smiled softly and vanished from the heavens. Upon returning to the dragon palace, the ancestral dragon's expression was grim, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as decades of plans lay shattered in that instant. With the cessation of hostilities among the three clans, the great fortune of the current era reached a conclusion, yet they remained unaware that this fortune was gradually diverging, falling into the hands of the three clans. Among them, the most enraged was not the ancestral dragon, but the old ancestor of the underworld river. Having waited patiently for an opportunity from across the river, Hongyun's intervention had rendered the Yuming clan's century-long chance null and void. Although displeased, he dared not confront Hongyun directly. The Yuming clan had survived for over 10,000 years, painstakingly nurturing a modicum of strength. Should he provoke Hongyun now, the Yuming clan would face utter annihilation. With a cold gaze directed toward the heavens, he muttered to himself, "A century is but a brief wait. I shall see if these three clans can maintain their composure." Upon returning to the 33 heavens, Hongyun immediately sat cross-legged in meditation, enveloped by a multitude of golden lights, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Previously, he had believed that being a saint represented the pinnacle. Now he realized how absurd his prior thoughts had been. As he repeatedly attuned to his own strength, a long-lost smile emerged on his face. Decades later, Hongyun suddenly opened his eyes, his expression grave as he gazed toward the heavens, a wave of saintly power sweeping across the primordial realm. Sensing this force, Hongyun's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor growing considerably serious. Hongyun had broken through once more. As the aura of the saint spread, the beings of the primordial realm looked up to the heavens, each unable to suppress their WSO formidable. This second discussion of the Tao is likely about to commence. We must seize this opportunity. Yet I fear this chance may elude us. Though the power was formidable, it did not necessarily pertain to them. There were numerous great Luo golden immortals within the primordial realm. The first discussion of the Tao had aided many in breaking through to the Tai golden immortal level, while this second would facilitate a breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal level. Should a great Luo golden immortal grasp this opportunity, they would become a quasi-saint in one fell swoop. Above the North Sea, sensing this boundless power, Kunpeng's expression tightened, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Over the centuries, his strength had reached the great Luo golden immortal level, but he still lagged behind figures like Nuwa and others. He must seize this opportunity that in the western sacred land, a toppling mountain. Zhuanti and Jean slowly opened their eyes, excitement evident on their faces. During the last discussion of the Tao with Hongyun, they had made breakthroughs, and they would not let this chance slip by. It was the optimal moment to ascend to quasi-saint status. The greatest threat to the two of them was the North Sea Kunpeng. They needed to deal with him before this discussion commenced. Thus, Zhuanti and Jean reached a consensus. The discussion of the Tao would take place in a century, and they must eliminate Kunpeng, their greatest threat. To ensure their own safety, within the palace of the Fushi clan, Nuwa, Fushi, Tai, and Emperor Jun exchanged glances. The discussion of the Tao was merely a century away. Time would pass swiftly, and this time, the demon clan must not repeat their previous mistakes. Dijun's countenance was shrouded in gloom. Previously, Nuwa and Fushi had the fortune of attending the discourse, while he and Tai were left at the threshold, barred from entry. One could hardly blame others for this, as the number of cushions was limited and reserved for the capable. They were no match for the three pure ones, hence they refrained from contesting with them. However, the circumstances had changed. They too were great Luo golden immortals. Furthermore, Tai had acquired the Hongmeng Bell, making it possible for them to challenge the three pure ones this time. Within the Wu clan, the 12 ancestor witches wore somber expressions. After a long standoff, Dijiang finally spoke. There were two matters at hand. Firstly, this second discourse. Last time, they had relied on the assistance of Hongyun Taoist, but this time they must depend on their own strength. Even if it meant leaving only one person behind, they must seize a place at the table. Following his words, even the most contentious among them, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, nodded in agreement, for this was a matter of pride for the 12 ancestor witches. With unanimous consent among the 12, Di Jiang refrained from further elaboration and shifted the topic. The second matter pertained to the sacrifices and gains among the Wu clan's great witches over the years. The Wu clan had been rife with turmoil, now splintered into two factions, each led by De Yi and Shiyu. This undoubtedly posed a dilemma, as these were their own kin. Rash action could alienate one side. As Di Jiang spoke, none in attendance dared to interject. After a prolonged silence, Ho Tu finally ventured to speak. "What is your intention, elder brother?" "To annihilate Shiyu," he replied, his demeanor darkened. Deep down, he had long arrived at this conclusion. Although both factions operated independently, their attitudes towards their kin diverged significantly. De Yi was wholly devoted to his people, whereas Shiyu was the very antithesis. Shiyu was inherently brutal, merciless even to his kin. Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows. Shiyu's lineage was the most formidable within the Wu clan. Should they be exterminated, the strength of the Wu clan would diminish considerably. Di Jiang discerned the unease among the remaining few and maintained a tranquil expression. "We shall only slay Shiyu. As for the others, they will be left to De Yi to manage. I trust he will find a solution." With Di Jiang's assurances, the others nodded in agreement, ultimately saying no more. Only Ho Tu remained grave. As the strongest among the 12, she found it difficult to accept the thought of Chiyu's annihilation. Yet this was a decision that had to be made. For years, the Wu clan had endured constant upheaval, with countless members lost in the chaos. On Mount Buzhou, Hongyun rose with an expression of indifference. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and the six-eared macaque wielding the needle of free will appeared before him. "Master, have you completed the task I entrusted to you?" As soon as he uttered these words, the six-eared macaque's expression soured. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. "It is not that I am unwilling, but those great witches possess formidable power." Chapter 29. Leave the accounts for later settlement. The six-eared macaque felt a deep sense of grievance. Over the past few years, he had suppressed his cultivation to engage in combat with Xing Tian. Yet, to his surprise, Xing Tian grew increasingly formidable with each encounter, even breaking through his own limits with his assistance. Among the great witches, he was considered exceptionally gifted, having reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage over the decades, and combined with his inherent physical prowess, he found himself unable to contend with Xing Tian. Observing the six-eared macaque's disgruntled countenance, he helplessly shook his head and waved his hand, summoning the needle of free will into his grasp. That a flash of golden light erupted, revealing countless fissures upon the needle. The sight rendered the six-eared macaque momentarily stunned, a pang of anguish surfacing in his eyes. "Master, this," before he could finish his sentence, the needle of free will began to mend itself, enveloped in a myriad of golden glimmers, undergoing a qualitative transformation in his hands. When the six-eared macaque finally received the artifact, his expression brightened instantly. "An innate treasure. Master, how did it achieve such a breakthrough?" His excitement rendered him incoherent before he could elaborate. Hongyun merely smiled and shook his head. In truth, this item was an innate treasure all along. After being wielded by you for so long, it has finally reached its moment of ascendance. You now possess the confidence to vanquish Xing Tian?" Hongyun inquired with a gentle smile. As soon as the question left his lips, the six-eared macaque nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Master, if I cannot subdue him this time, I shall perish beneath his colossal axe." With that declaration, the six-eared macaque vanished in a flash. Watching his retreating figure, Hongyun sighed in resignation and followed closely behind. He had faith in the six-eared macaque's prowess, yet he still harbored concerns regarding his impulsive nature. In the Wu clan, the conflict between De Yi and Shiyu had escalated to a boiling point. Within the dimly lit tribe, De Yi bore a solemn expression, his eyes shadowed with gloom. Shiyu commanded formidable generals, Xing Tian and Qua Fu, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Aside from himself, he had but the flame of karma and the six-eared macaque remaining. Of course, he remained unaware of their true identities. Noticing the dark cloud on Yi's brow, the six-eared macaque scratched his head in impatience that we have cornered them. It would be more prudent to resolve them decisively. Brother speaks wisely, he concurred. It is better to join forces and eliminate them than to waste time. Initially, the flame of karma had been defiant towards the six-eared macaque, often sparring verbally. Yet, due to his own inadequacies, he would invariably face a beating after their exchanges, far worse than when he was under Hongyun's tutelage. Listening to their discourse, he furrowed his brow, his expression darkening further as he hesitated to speak. Observing his demeanor, the six-eared macaque and the flame of karma exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of his contemplations, they could vanquish their foes, but what about the thousands of clan members? Surely, they could not allow them to accompany their demise. At the core, he still cared for his kin. Otherwise, he would have acted long, soon as he finished speaking. The flame of karma and the six-eared macaque wore grim expressions. They were not of the Wu clan, thus could not fully grasp the weight of the situation. In truth, they held little interest in the affairs of the Wu clan. Had it not been for Hongyun's command, they would not have ventured here. Just as the two pondered how to counter his concerns, a resigned sigh escaped Hongyun from above, and a beam of golden light instantly penetrated the flame of karma's the power surged within him. The flame of karma shuddered, and when he lifted his gaze once more, determination had replaced his previous uncertainty. You worry for your clan. If this war continues, none of your kin will escape unscathed. It has dragged on for decades. Small pains can be endured. Upon hearing this, the flame of karma felt a sudden jolt, glancing up at the heavens with newfound confusion. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that his body was no longer his own, but rather under someone else's control. What are you staring at? The six-eared macaque interrupted, puzzled before the flame of karma turned back to him and whispered, Master, do you think he will come? Seeing his cautious demeanor, the six-eared macaque scoffed. What are you thinking? That old fellow is on Mount Buzhou. He wouldn't dare come here. Hongyun, listening intently from above, felt his expression darken instantly. Brother, how can you speak of master in such a way? It would not bode well if he overheard. What? Do you wish to inform on me? The six-eared macaque's countenance turned icy, a knowing smirk gracing his lips as the needle of free will appeared in his hand. Observing his instinctive movement, the flame of karma trembled, hastily shaking his head. No. I heard nothing at all, as he spoke. The flame of karma cautiously stepped back, eager to distance himself. You little rascal. Above, Hongyun nodded with a cold smile. There was no rush. The accounts with the six-eared macaque could be settled in due time. After their playful banter, their gazes converged onto Yi, whose resolve had solidified considerably. As you say, we shall take down Qiyu in one fell swoop. Days later, the great battle commenced. Qiyu wore a cold smile, flanked by Kwa Fu and Xing Tian. Yi's expression was grim, accompanied by the flame of karma and the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque had little interest in the other two, his focus solely fixated on Xing Tian. Over the years of skirmishes, Xing Tian had significantly improved. This time he would not allow him to escape. Xing Tian's gaze remained fixed on him. After a brief glance, his expression darkened, and his weapon trembled in his grasp, unleashing a wave of terrifying pressure that engulfed the surroundings. With one hand gripping an axe and the other a shield, Xing Tian charged forward. The six-eared macaque, undeterred, summoned the needle of free will, transforming it into a blur as he lunged to engage. Arriving before Xing Tian, he raised his weapon and unleashed a flurry of strikes, the primordial staff technique in hand, sending forth a barrage of icy glimmers aimed directly at Xing Tian. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the air as the ground shattered. Xing Tian, shield raised high, remained steadfast, resolutely absorbing the impact of the blow. With a fierce bellow, he swung his colossal axe, aiming directly at his opponent's visage. The six-eared macaque, caught off guard by this fierce strike, hastily retreated several paces. Just as he halted, Xing Tian unleashed another downward swing, this time leaving the macaque with no chance of escape, the willful needle hovering ominously above his head. A deafening rumble echoed across the heavens as the six-eared macaque was pushed back several steps. After regaining his footing, he felt a tingling numbness in his arms, his expression darkening to its utmost depths. Fortunately, the enhancement of the willful needle by Hongyun had fortified him. Otherwise, he might not have withstood such a forceful blow. High above in the skies, Hongyun furrowed his brow, recognizing the formidable strength of Xing Tian. It was no wonder the six-eared macaque had struggled against him earlier. Nevertheless, he had no intention of intervening. Believing that the macaque was more than capable of handling Xing Tian, as he surveyed the scene with keen interest, the flames of Yuhua clashed with Kwa Fu. Despite Kwa Fu's massive stature, he could not land a single blow on Yuhua. The latter, agile and wreathed in crimson flames, danced through the air, rendering Kwa Fu utterly defenseless. Casting an enraged glance at Yuhua above, Kwa Fu's expression twisted into a fearsome snarl as his aura surged, his form gradually swelling to that of a small mountain. In no time, his fist, glimmering with golden light, surged toward the skies, aimed directly at Yuhua. Unfazed by the incoming attack, Yuhua maintained a serene smile, unleashing a torrent of flames from his body to counter the assault. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the surroundings as Kwa Fu struggled to keep his massive form upright, staggering back a step. Observing this, Yuhua scoffed derisively, his body enveloped in searing flames. Quickening his steps, he moved westward with Kwa Fu in hot pursuit, each of Kwa Fu's steps causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, as these titans clashed, De Yi and Shiyu engaged in their own fierce battle. Both were powerful shamans of equal might, yet Shiyu had grown significantly stronger over the years of conflict, now capable of overwhelming De Yi. Yield your position, and I may spare your life, Shiyu taunted, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he observed De Yi's precarious state. You are the one who should yield. I will never hand over my kin to you. De Yi retorted with a frosty demeanor, emanating a purple glow as hundreds of icy beams shot forth from his hands. Shiyu, unimpressed, summoned a blood-red blade, effortlessly shattering the incoming barrage with a mere flick of his wrist. Watching the chaos unfold below, Hongyun maintained a calm expression, aware that the outcome of this grand conflict was already predetermined. He turned his gaze toward the distance, where the 12 ancestors of Wu appeared, greeting him with respectful bows. We have not seen you in some time, Hongyun Daoist, they exclaimed. Your assistance has propelled our growth. Without the primordial purple energy you gifted us, we would not have attained such heights. Their gratitude was genuine, and Hongyun reveled in their appreciation. Having aided them significantly, he too had gained much, receiving 500,000 source points from the 12 ancestors. Not dwelling on this matter, Hongyun looked down at the ongoing battle among the Wu clan and inquired with a faint smile. What are your thoughts on this situation? The strong prey upon the weak. This is the way of the Wu clan, Di Jiang gravely declared, his expression darkened by the grim reality unfolding before them. Though he did not wish to witness such chaos, he felt powerless to intervene. Let us simply observe, he concluded. Amidst the relentless pursuit, Kwa Fu was drenched in sweat, feeling parched under the intense heat of Yuhua's flames. The most potent fire in existence. Yet, driven by his competitive spirit, he refused to allow Yuhua to escape his grasp. The six-eared macaque and Xing Tian were locked in a fierce battle, initially with the macaque at a disadvantage. However, in the ensuing exchanges, he began to gain the upper hand, shattering the shield that Xing Tian wielded. Boom! Another thunderous crash echoed as both the six-eared macaque and Xing Tian reeled backward, the latter swaying unsteadily. Fixing his gaze ahead, a glint of cold fury flickered in Xing Tian's eyes. Cursed wretch! He roared, his aura surging forth as he took a defiant step, causing the ground beneath him to shatter instantly. In an instant, he transformed into a formidable mountain-like figure, wielding his colossal axe, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. With a mocking sneer, the six-eared macaque countered, channeling his own energy. Is it only you who can grow larger? He scoffed, thrusting the willful needle into the earth, his form soon expanding to the size of Pangu. Swinging the willful needle, he launched a devastating strike aimed squarely at Pangu's face. A tremendous crash resounded as Pangu was propelled back thousands of steps. Yet he showed no signs of halting, his axe moving with an unyielding will. The force of this strike was several times greater than any he had unleashed before, prompting the six-eared macaque to retreat hastily for a distance of 1,000 meters. Dodging the axe's lethal arc, he countered with a swift blow, unleashing the full might of the willful needle, a force beyond ordinary comprehension. Boom! The heavens trembled as several mountains were leveled by his strike. And Xing Tian staggered backward, his axe disintegrating in his grasp. Shocked, he looked up only to be met with another blow from the six-eared macaque, sending him hurtling 1,000 miles away, crashing into a mountain. Xing Tian's aura dissipated almost entirely. A deafening roar erupted as the six-eared macaque regarded the scene with a faint smile. One blow is all it takes, he declared, retracting his energy, his intentions to fight now extinguished. However, he remained oblivious to the blood-red blade flashing across the sky above, severing Xing Tian's body and head with ruthless precision. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qi Yu turned to flee, but Yi would not grant him such an opportunity. As he stepped forward, hundreds of golden beams descended from the heavens. Weakened, Qi Yu collapsed onto the ground, his aura extinguished. Observing the stillness of his foe, Yi withdrew his own energy, only to witness a soul escaping Qi Yu's body. Unbeknownst to him, it was only Hongyun above who perceived this occurrence. With a bemused smile, Hongyun shook his head, recognizing that this calamity would repeat itself in millennia to come. Yet by that time, the outcome would differ. It was not his concern to manage it. He ceased his movements. The Qi Yu clan similarly halted their actions, cautiously retreating a step, their eyes filled with trepidation, unwilling to utter another word. Meeting their fearful gazes, the Yi's expression turned cold. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke evenly. The Wu clan is one family. There is no need for such trepidation. Those who had previously followed Qi Yu discerned the truth of the matter and promptly knelt before the 12 ancestors of Wu, satisfied with the Yi's actions, surveyed the scene and then vanished from sight. With their departure, Hongyun stepped forward to stand before the six-eared macaque, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The sight of him caused the macaque to falter, instinctively retreating a step. "Master," he exclaimed, astonished by Hongyun's sudden arrival. Just as he uttered these words, Hongyun smiled gently. "What did you call me before?" At this, the six-eared macaque's mind buzzed, a forced smile spreading across his face. In Chapter 31, Unexpected Joy from Pengu's Blood. Previously, he believed Hongyun would remain unaware, but now his conviction had shifted entirely. With an awkward chuckle, he hastily retreated, turning to flee toward the distant heavens. Yet, how could he escape Hongyun's grasp? As he looked up, a golden bell descended from the sky, enveloping him within. Buzz! A resounding roar echoed as he found himself ensnared by Hongyun, whose face bore a knowing smile. "That weren't you quite arrogant before? Why the sudden change?" he teased, eliciting a panicked response from the six-eared macaque within the chaos bell. "Master, I won't dare to do it again." As soon as his voice resonated, Hongyun released him, wearing a smile laden with profound implications. Before Hongyun, he dared not make any movements, merely nodding awkwardly with a forced smile. "So, when my master is not in your presence, this is how you address me." Hongyun maintained a gentle smile, his hand resting upon the shoulder of the six-eared macaque, who trembled all over. After a moment of hesitation, he fell to his knees. "Master, spare me. I assure you, this is the last time." Hongyun was well aware of this fellow's character. At present, he was merely begging for mercy with his words, while who knows what slander he might be uttering behind his back. This disciple evoked a blend of affection and resentment in him. Both in strength and talent, he was the most remarkable among all his disciples, rivaling even the flames of karma. Within the confines of Mount Shumi, the demon ancestor Luo, whose expression darkened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Cursed be this old fool. Long before in the chaos world, he had been at odds with Hongjun, and now, to his dismay, his grand scheme had once again been thwarted by this wretch. He could no longer vie for the fortune of the great Tao. For several decades, that fortune had already been divided, ultimately leaving him and his demon clan with no stake in it. However, he would not relinquish his ambitions so easily. Though he could not obtain the fortune of the great Tao, he was determined to seize the 3 Genesis lotus flowers. "Master Demon, what shall we do next?" asked the demon Sovereign Jiddu, his expression grave, a faint aura of blood swirling around him. "Since we cannot attain it, We shall first deal with the 12 ancestors of sorcery. I intend to erase them completely from this wasteland. As you command, this matter would bring some peace, yet the discord between Gong and Zhu Rong had once again flared up after the previous lesson. The two had refrained from fighting within the sorcery clan. Beneath Mount Buzhou, Gong and Zhu Rong stood opposed, their eyes burning with unquenchable rage. Hearing the commotion beneath Mount Buzhou, Hongyun shook his head helplessly. These two truly could not remain still for even a moment. With a resigned glance, the chaos bell materialized in his hand. He waved it, and two beams of golden light descended from the heavens. He could not allow Gong to destroy Mount Buzhou. Otherwise, his innate roots would vanish alongside it. By the time they realized what was happening, both were already trapped within the chaos bell, their powers suppressed. "Who goes there?" roared Zhu Rong, unleashing countless flames toward the chaos bell. Yet, how could his power breach this artifact? With a resounding crash, the chaos bell remained unmoved, while he was instead knocked back several steps. His fiery temperament led him to continue his futile efforts, until exhaustion finally overcame him. In contrast, Gong remained relatively calm. He sensed the presence of a superior being, and thus had no intention of making a move, choosing instead to sit quietly within. Although both had ceased their actions, Hongyun had no plans to release them. 100 years later would be ample time for that. Their discourse had never been destined to intertwine with them. And rather than waste time in the 33 heavens, it would be more prudent to focus on diligent cultivation here. For them, a century was but the blink of an eye. After separating the two, Hongyun found himself much more at ease. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present, and then opened the system shop. Having previously sold out all items, he was eager to see what new treasures might appear. Upon refreshing the system shop, a drop of primal blood instantly captivated his attention. Pangu's blood. Previously, he had not thought much of this system, but to his surprise, it could indeed offer Panga's blood, the most esteemed blood in all the realms. A surge of excitement crossed his face as he exchanged all his Dao source points for this item, which had increased by tens of millions during the battle with the sorcery clan. However, it paled in comparison to the value of this single drop of Panga's blood, which was worth 50 million. Thus, he had finally exhausted all his Dao source points. With utmost care, he held the blood in his hand. After much contemplation, he swallowed and hold as soon as it entered his body. He felt an unending surge of power. That moment, dizziness enveloped him, and the world around him spun relentlessly, forcing himself to stabilize. He shook his head vigorously, calling upon the peak power of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As time passed, the terrifying aura surrounding him gradually stabilized. Eventually, he sat cross-legged, enveloped in a golden light, as he refined the Panga blood drop little by little. It was uncertain how much time had passed when Hongyun suddenly perceived a divine will. "Esteemed guests, please proceed to the 33 heavens." The voice of Hongyun resonated, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Feeling the surge of his newfound power, he wore an expression of exhilaration. Previously, his physique had not been the strongest in the wasteland, but now he could confidently assert that the might of his physical form had undoubtedly surpassed that of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who primarily cultivated through physical prowess. Gazing at the golden light radiating from his arm, he waved his hand, summoning the divine source sword. This was a congenital supreme treasure, and today he would test his strength with it. Bang! A wave of terrifying force surged forth. Yet his arm bore no trace of the sword's mark. Instead, the divine source sword itself morphed. His face registered shock. Over the past century, he had absorbed merely half of the power. If he managed to absorb the remaining energy, his physique would undoubtedly achieve the zenith of the wasteland, perhaps even beyond. However, now was not the time for such thoughts, as the second discourse was about to commence. He was determined to vie for a position at the Lotus Seat, as this was a crucial period for his breakthrough into quasi-sainthood. Just as he dashed away from Mount Buzhou, a figure flashed across the sky. Zhen Yuanzi approached from afar. "Hongyun, my friend, let us proceed together." Hearing his voice, Hongyun nodded with a faint smile. While they could go together, whether he could secure this Lotus Seat would depend on their respective capabilities. If memory served, there were a total of 16 purple Lotus Seats this time, but the competition was exceptionally fierce. By the time they arrived at the 33 heavens, the place was already teeming with people. The great powers of the wasteland had gathered, all anxiously awaiting the descent of the lotus seats. Observing their eager expressions, Hongyun remained unfazed, fully aware that he still possessed a chaos lotus seat. Chapter 32. Ultimately unrelated to the ancestors of sorcery. However, he could not reveal too much now. If these individuals discovered his secret, they would undoubtedly target him. Much like the first discourse, after a considerable wait. The 16 lotus seats slowly descended from the sky. Those who occupied these seats would undoubtedly break through to quasi-sainthood, and the great powers for various realms were employing their divine abilities, rushing upward in droves. Among them, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and others stood out, each capable of becoming a saint in the future, their movements swift and decisive. The 3 pure ones were the first to sit down, and the foremost lotus seat was enveloped in a faint golden light. When Nuwa approached, 2 figures sought to contest her for it. As they drew near, a terrifying force surged toward them, not from Nuwa, but from Fu 11. As long as I am here, no one shall seize this. He had prepared for this moment beforehand. As long as Nuwa could reach quasi-sainthood, all efforts would be worthwhile, sensing the fierce glint in his eyes. The 2 who had approached instinctively took 2 steps back. There was no need for them to engage in a fierce battle over a lotus seat. They could simply seek out the 12 ancestors of sorcery instead. On the other side, Kunpeng faced off against the duo of Junti and Jin, but this time he had gathered allies. He was not the only one coveting the lotus seat that Junti and Jin prized. Emperor Jun and Tai sought it as well. You too, be wise and hand over what you possess. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Emperor Jun wore a cold smirk, his medicinal power already mobilized. Yet Kunpeng was not so easily placated. As soon as Junti and Jin hesitated, he roared, "What are you 2 bald heads hesitating for? With just the 2 of you, can you stand against the 3 of us?" With that, Kunpeng stepped forward, instantly transforming into his true form. "Last time, I spared you 2 bald heads. This time, I shall make you pay the price. Do you think you are worthy to contend with me? If you wish to fight, we shall accompany you to the end." Junti and Jin were undeterred, charging forward as they advanced. Tai and Emperor Jun simultaneously struck, unleashing countless icy beams that instantly repelled the 2. As soon as they halted their retreat, hundreds of icy beams descended from the heavens. The sound of tearing filled the air as the 2 were engulfed, and after a long while, the power dissipated, leaving dozens of cracks upon their bodies. Looking ahead, the eyes of both were filled with darkness. Had it been just Kunpeng, they might have managed, but with the addition of 2 demon emperors from the demon clan, they found themselves utterly powerless. "This won't do. You must get out of my way. I have no time to waste with you." Hearing Kunpeng's taunts, the 2 were consumed by fury. "This lotus seat is ours today. No one can take it from us." Junti uttered a resolute declaration, and behind him, a radiant golden Buddha apparition emerged. For centuries, he had never idled. His power had now ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. On the verge of a breakthrough, this was an opportunity he had awaited for 10 millennia, one he would not let slip by, regardless of who stood in his way, observing the might emanating from him. Kunpeng furrowed his brow. Over the years, he had only reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While this individual had already attained the peak, it had been several years since their last encounter, and his strength had indeed grown significantly. Kunpeng's expression turned cold as he retreated a few steps. Although there were adversities that could be overcome in the primal chaos, he was certain this would not befall him. Not only did he perceive the danger, but even Tai and the others frowned, acknowledging the formidable strength of these 2 from the west. Previously, they had underestimated them, but now they did not dare to entertain such thoughts. After surveying the surroundings, they shifted their focus. Amidst their contention, Hongyun approached a purple mat with an impassive expression. Just as he was about to sit down, Di Jiang appeared before him. "Hongyun, could you allow me to take this item?" His demeanor was calm as he spoke, even bowing slightly towards Hongyun. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hongyun seated himself. "I do not wish to part with it." Upon uttering these words, Di Jiang was left utterly dumbfounded. How could this benevolent figure of the primordial chaos deviate from the expected script? "Hongyun, This item is of utmost importance to me. Could you reconsider?" Observing his earnest expression, Hongyun sighed in resignation. This debate had nothing to do with the 12 ancestral witches. Even if he obtained it, it would ultimately be snatched away by outsiders. Since you were so in need, I shall reluctantly grant it to you. After all, it would enhance his own source of Tao points. What harm was there in playing the Good Samaritan? Watching him rise, Dezhong's face lit up with excitement as he hurried towards the mat. Yet before he could sit down, an unwelcome guest arrived. "This debate has nothing to do with you 12 ancestral witches. Begone." The ancestor dragoness expression was frosty, radiating an aura of draconic might. His strength could reach the pinnacle, and today he was determined to seize the purple mat. Having missed out last time due to the scarcity of mats, he would not let this opportunity slip away again. Hearing his words, Dezhong's countenance darkened instantly, his cultivation energy surging forth, faced with Dezhong's fierce gaze. The ancestor dragon scoffed, and in an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from within him. "Oh, you really think you, a mere body cultivator, can challenge me?" His tone dripped with disdain as he surged upwards. The moment the dragon soul was unleashed, Dezhong was sent tumbling back thousands of zhong. The 12 ancestral witches were not complete beings. They were transformed from Panga's flesh and blood, lacking a true soul, and thus could not withstand the ancestor dragon's strike. Coming to a halt, Dezhong's face turned pale as numerous cracks appeared on his body. Casting a cold glance at him, the ancestor dragon sat down with a faint smile. For this mat was ultimately meant for him. Witnessing this, Hongyun sighed in resignation. He had anticipated such an outcome, but on the other side, those who had secured mats found themselves targeted by Shifeng. And like Dezhong, they were no match for her. Moments later, the 12 ancestral witches had initially claimed 3 mats, but they were soon replaced by the leaders of the 3 clans. Observing the grim expressions of the 3, Hongyun shook his head with a wry smile, producing another purple mat in his hand. When the onlookers beheld this, astonishment washed over their faces. There were only 16 in total. How had Hongyun managed to conjure another? Seeing this item, Dezhong and the others rushed forward, their expressions revealing their confusion. "Hongyun, this item." As he spoke, the 3's gazes remained fixated on the mat, their faces bearing a hint of gravity. Best not to dwell on it. "I cannot part with this item. However, I possess other things that I believe may assist you." Upon uttering this, a mysterious smile graced Hongyun's face, leaving Hutu and the others puzzled, unaware of his intentions. As they pondered in disbelief, Hongyun raised his hand nonchalantly, and they felt a force surging into their bodies. Chapter 33. The 9 turns mysterious skill, repeatedly refreshed though they were unsure of the nature of this power. They could distinctly feel their own laws being enhanced. Before long, the power of their individual laws manifested within them, leaving them momentarily dazed. When they glanced up at Hongyun, their eyes were filled with astonishment. "Hongyun, what is this?" "Just a few minor techniques that, if you can comprehend and absorb this power, I believe your gains will surpass those from this debate." The 3 understood that they were now out of the running for the debate, and it would be more beneficial to grasp this power. "Thank you, Hongyun." After respectfully bowing to him, the 3 summoned their energies and vanished in an instant from the 33rd heaven. Once outside the 33rd heaven, Hutu cast a reluctant glance back, but ultimately sighed in resignation. She understood that fate had been decided. No amount of effort would change the outcome. Rather than waste time, it was better to focus on enhancing their own strengths. Watching their departing figures, Hongyun smiled faintly, raising his hand to summon the chaos bell from Mount Buzhou back into his grasp. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong emerged simultaneously, exchanging glances that instantly darkened their expressions. Before they could make a move, a sacred sound resonated through the heavens and earth. Tao gives birth to all things. The essence of Tao is the foundation of the cosmos. The echoes of this profound sound reverberated, causing both to relax their tightly clenched fists, momentarily stunned. This is not good. The debate has commenced. At that moment, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong ceased their petty squabbles, casting somber looks at each other before transforming into fleeting shadows as they rushed forward. However, it was too late. The debate had begun, and the 16 mats in the 33rd heaven had long been claimed. standing outside the 33rd heaven. Their expressions were grim as they realized they had been trapped for a century. Missing out on this debate, Zhu Rong let out a furious roar as flames erupted around him. Curse it! I shall unearth the culprit behind this disturbance. This was the singular opportunity to ascend to quasi-sainthood. Having missed it now, who knew how many more years they would have to wait? Should someone else achieve a breakthrough, the last debate would also be beyond their reach. If it weren't for your insistence on confronting me, we would not have missed this debate. Gong Gong's face darkened as a torrent of water erupted from his hand. As the power approached, Zhu Rong raised his palm and shattered the water column with a forceful blow. How dare you blame me? If you had not stalemated with me atop Mount Buzhou, I would not have missed this debate. Zhu Rong, with his fiery temper, showed no signs of restraint. His eyes ignited with fury as he lunged forward. His visage twisted with rage and engulfed in flames. Yet before he could close the distance, a figure appeared in the distance, absorbing his flames entirely. At that moment, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Turning around, he saw Yi Hua smiling gently, waving his hand, with a purple flame flickering in his grasp. Don't be so hot-headed. It's unwise to engage in battle here. Though Yi Hua's voice was calm, the aura he exuded was formidable, and as he spoke, his form was enveloped in crimson-purple flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. Noticing the power emanating from him, Zhu Rong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before finally retracting his aura. Who are you? He shared the fire laws with Yi Hua, yet he could sense a significant disparity between them. Observing Zhu Rong's serious demeanor, Yi Hua proudly lifted his chin, cleared his throat, and addressed him with an even tone. I'm the first flame of heaven and earth, and Wine Master has instructed me not to allow you two to engage in conflict here. Your master? Upon hearing this, both Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were filled with confusion. What does your master have to do with us? Zhu Rong's expression grew icy, flames igniting in his hand. Gong Gong too summoned his energy, for they were not fond of outsiders meddling in their affairs. My master is Hongyun, and that old fellow has commanded you to return to the witch clan. Upon uttering this, Yi Hua feigned calmness as he scanned the surroundings, but failing to spot Hongyun. He finally sighed in relief. Thank goodness that he believed he had evaded Hongyun's notice, unaware that during this debate, Hongyun had merely taken a brief nap, and all his actions were well within Hongyun's awareness. Within the purple cloud palace of the 33rd heaven, as Yi Hua's voice echoed, a gradual smile spread across Hongyun's face. This fellow has truly learned to misbehave from the six-eared macaque, upon hearing the infernal flames divulge the identity of his master. The movements of the two individuals in his grasp underwent a noticeable transformation. After exchanging a glance, they promptly vanished. Were it anyone else, they might not have shown such deference, but Hongyun was an exception. Within the Zixiao Palace, the resonant voice of Hongjun reverberated incessantly, eliciting expressions of excitement among the gathered crowd. Yet, Hongyun's countenance remained unperturbed, enveloped by a faint, ethereal glow. He harbored no interest in the doctrines expounded by Hongjun. The only allure for him lay in the panga blood within his body that had yet to be fully absorbed. Time slipped away, and eventually, Hongjun ceased his discourse. 16 golden lotuses surrounded 16 individuals, their powers incrementally intensifying. As Hongjun gradually opened his eyes, his gaze pierced through several figures, locking onto Hongyun. Noting the absence of any fluctuation in Hongyun's aura, he scoffed dismissively. The blessings of the heavenly Tao were hardly impressive. Previously, he had deemed that Hongyun could pose a threat to his status in the primordial realm, but it now seemed he had overestimated the situation, that Hongyun's strength was utterly feeble. How could he possibly be compared to him? Hongyun, too, caught wind of Hongjun's disdainful glance but chose to disregard it. After all, he was the sole saint of the primordial realm. Without sparing him a single glance, Hongyun opened the system store, prior to the commencement of the discourse. He had aided the trio of Hutu, resulting in a significant increase in his Tao source points. Was there nothing available to hasten his absorption? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, and just as he pondered, a notification from the system resonated in his ears. Recommended item for the host. As these voices echoed, an object within the system store began to shimmer incessantly, capturing Hongyun's attention. Point 9. Turns mysterious skill. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he expended 10 million Dao source points to acquire it. Holding it in his hands, a smile spread across his face as he realized it had refreshed multiple times. To his astonishment, it was a cultivation technique from the primordial chaos, one that Pangu himself had employed. Before long, the 9 turns mysterious skill had been thoroughly absorbed, and his actions began to shift in tandem. With the cultivation method of Pangu combined with the Panga blood, he felt an exhilarating surge. As his blood seemed to boil, he could distinctly sense that this absorption was far more rapid than the hundreds of years he had previously spent. The remaining power would soon be within his complete control. As the years swiftly passed, it was now several hundred years later. Chapter 34. If he does not break through, he will be unable to contain it. During these centuries, while others sensed the Tao imparted by Hongyun, he alone had completely absorbed the Panga blood. With a look of excitement, he raised his gaze, only to discover that none among the crowd displayed any signs of breakthrough. At that moment, he felt a twinge of exasperation. After such a lengthy period, why had no one else made a breakthrough? Should he himself strive to advance, or refrain from doing so? After some contemplation, he forcefully repressed his cultivation level. Yet, this was not a lasting solution. Having reached his peak, he could only suppress himself for a few decades at most. In the ensuing decades, Hongyun dared not let down his guard, as forcing himself to restrain his power was a source of immense discomfort. Before long, a sudden flash of golden light appeared in the distance. As Taishang floated gracefully in the air, an aura of quasi-saintliness emanating from him, surrounded by a halo of golden light, stepping into the realm of quasi-saint. Feeling the surge of power, Hongyun's previously drowsy head instantly straightened, a glimmer of joy crossing his face. Finally, the moment had arrived. Taishang was the first to break through, the development Hongjun had long anticipated. With a faint smile, he cast a glance and nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward to stand before Taishang as the aura enveloped him. Taishang froze in place. "I have met the Saint Hongjun," he exclaimed hurriedly, bowing deeply, but Hongjun halted him with a hand. "No need for such formality. Are you willing to be my disciple?" Upon hearing these words, Taishang was taken aback. Astonishment etched across his face. To gain the favor of a saint was a dream cherished by all in the primordial realm. Of course. "I am willing." He nodded eagerly, his joy reminiscent of a child, completely shedding any semblance of a quasi-saint demeanor. Listening to the external voices, Hongyun's face broke into a knowing smile. In his memory, it should take some time before Hongjun accepted the 3 purities as disciples. Why was this fellow so impatient? Although puzzled, he chose not to dwell on it, as it was of no concern to him. With Taishang having broken through, he believed that Yuan Shi and Tong Tian would not be far behind. Once these two advanced, he would ascend as well as he had expected. Shortly after Taishang's breakthrough, within a few years, the quasi-saint auras emerged from Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Boom! The power radiating from the two simultaneously enveloped the 33 heavens. Bathing the world in golden light, they descended from the sky. Excitement illuminated their faces. This was the power of a quasi-saint. Tong Tian surveyed his newfound strength with exhilaration, while Yuan Shi maintained a composed demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having waited for hundreds of years, the onlookers had long since abandoned their pursuit of the golden lotuses, opting instead to witness the order of sanctification, with the 3 of them having consecutively broken through. Who might be next? Niwa possesses a profound aura. I believe she will be next. I doubt it. Do you not recall the last time? Are you referring to the old red cloud of the primordial realm? They dared only to whisper among themselves, but their voices could not escape Hongyun's ears. Hearing their astonished tones, Hongyun smiled faintly, silently asserting, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly." After enduring for so many years, he could finally make his breakthrough. As he contemplated this, his aura surged forth, a multitude of golden lights converging upon him from all directions. With a single step, he ascended to the heavens. A beam of golden light descended, enveloping him. And in that moment, his realm soared to new heights. The assembled powers looked up, their expressions filled with shock. Is it true? He has not yet obtained a golden lotus. yet he has already achieved a breakthrough this early. Indeed, you were right about this fellow. His fortunes have risen. Moments later, as the golden light dissipated from Hongyun's form and he slowly opened his eyes, a golden glimmer flickered within, the aura of a saint enveloping the Zixiao Palace. Though he was only at the early stage of quasi-saint, his strength was on par with that of a mid-stage quasi-saint. Amidst the astonished gasps, he gradually descended to the ground, waving his sleeve to disperse his aura. "Hongyun, my friend, you truly are a remarkable being." Just as he turned, Zhen Yuanzi expressed his admiration, though a bitter smile played upon his lips. Several hundred years had passed, and he had merely just reached the late stage of Daoyuo Jingxian. Having been close friends with Hongyun, he had never perceived the value of such fortune until now. With the blessings of the Dao, breaking through in the primordial realm was as effortless as a walk in the park, something he had witnessed clearly in Hongyun's case. While the crowd showered Hongyun with praises, Hongyun's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within. "The power of fortune has indeed increased. I underestimated you," he mused inwardly, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. Although he had broken through, Hongyun showed no intention of departing. After momentarily acknowledging the crowd, he respectfully seated himself aside. What he needed to do now was wait. Only 16 individuals would achieve sanctification this time, while others would miss their chance to become quasi-saints. And he intended to assist these individuals that, of course, he would not act without cause. His assistance would ultimately serve to augment his own Dao source points. Time passed swiftly, and soon several decades had elapsed. When he opened his eyes slightly once more, the surrounding presence of quasi-saints enveloped him. Niwa, Tai, and Emperor Jun stood tall in the firmament simultaneously. Niwa's breakthrough elicited the greatest excitement from Fushi, who, after a wait of 100 years, felt that his efforts had not been in vain. Regarding Fushi, Hongyun felt a twinge of regret. He had indeed had the opportunity, but had relinquished it. Had he seized this chance, the impending conflict a millennium later would not have spiraled into chaos. Though the first human emperor, he had been unable to wield this power effectively, leaving it instead to future generations that, as more individuals achieved breakthroughs. Zhen Yuanzi wore a downcast expression, just as he turned to exit the 33 heavens. Hongyun materialized before him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay a while longer? I have no affinity for quasi-saints this time. Reaching the pinnacle of Daoyuo Jingxian is already quite a feat, and I shan't linger any longer." Though his words were light, his eyes betrayed a sense of disappointment, which did not escape Hongyun's notice. "Do you not wish to experience the power of a quasi-saint?" The moment those words escaped his lips, they struck a nerve within Zhen Yuanzi, who raised his head, a bitter smile emerging on his face. "What of it? I have yet to achieve a breakthrough even after hundreds of years. The next opportunity may not present itself for another 1,000 years." After exchanging words, he dejectedly shook his head. Just as he prepared to speak again, Hongyun waved his hand, and a complete primordial purple aura entered his body. "I can only assist you to this extent. Whether you can absorb this power depends on your own fortune," Hongyun said earnestly, gently patting him on the shoulder. Feeling the power within him, he was utterly stunned. And soon, excitement spread across his face. He had only heard of the primordial purple aura before, never expecting to encounter it himself. Chapter 35. Assisting the primordial spiritual roots to mature, he was not inclined to ponder where Hongyun had acquired this power. His immediate focus was on swiftly absorbing the primordial purple aura. However, he proceeded with utmost caution, not wanting to attract the attention of any nefarious individuals. The primordial purple aura was exceedingly rare, and if it caught the eye of outsiders, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. Observing his departing figure, Hongyun smiled faintly, as the Dao source points in the system shop had significantly increased. 0.1 strand of primordial purple aura was merely worth 10,000 Dao source points. Yet sending it out had granted him an increase of 100,000. With this individual departure, Hongyun turned his gaze to a few others. Not long after, Mo Qilan emerged from the Zixiao Palace. His eyes filled with disappointment. Before coming here, he had anticipated the outcome of this debate, but he never imagined he would fare so poorly. After several centuries, he had only managed to advance to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Noticing his grim countenance, Hongyun approached him with a gentle smile. Observing the expression on Hongyun's face, Imochilan's demeanor instantly darkened. "What brings you here, Dao friend Hongyun?" he inquired, his mood evidently sour, and his tone grew considerably colder. Despite his attitude, Hongyun maintained a smile, producing a strand of primordial purple aura that had already been refined. In truth, he wished to offer more, but this primordial purple aura was the weakest energy in his possession. Upon seeing the aura in Hongyun's hand, Imochilan's face lit up with excitement. Just as he was about to speak, the faint primordial purple aura slipped into his body, as the power coursed through him. A golden light gradually enveloped Imochilan's form. With the dissipating energy, the gloom on his face vanished, replaced by a look of respect. "Thank you, Dao friend Hongyun." After expressing his gratitude, he vanished from the scene. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough in this debate, with the primordial purple aura, he was confident he could reach the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With his departure, Hongyun lost interest in lingering. He had other matters to attend to. A century had passed, and the spiritual roots atop Buzhou Mountain should be maturing. Days later, he arrived at Buzhou Mountain. As soon as he halted, he beheld the brilliant, multicolored light emanating from within. The sight of 7 colorful gourds filled his vision. Yet upon closer inspection, he frowned. He had arrived a tad too early. The primordial spiritual roots had yet to mature, and it would likely take several hundred more years for them to do so, that he did not have the luxury of waiting that long. After pondering for a while, chaotic energy manifested in his hands. Surrounded by a grayish aura, he suppressed the 7 beams of light, dividing the chaotic energy into 7 strands, each entering the 7 colored gourds. With this chaotic energy, the gourds would mature in a matter of decades. The strand of chaotic energy was exceedingly rare, costing him several million Dao source points. However, when he thought of the power of the Qingquan gourd, he deemed it all worthwhile, far better than being at the mercy of others in his previous life. Moreover, his tribulations were approaching. This breakthrough had drawn the attention of Hongyun, and the path ahead would not be easy. Decades of waiting passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, he suddenly opened his eyes, and 7 beams of colorful light shot into the sky, enveloped by a vast, ethereal energy. Sensing the power, Hongyun's expression turned jubilant as he harnessed the aura of a saint and moved forward, grasping the red gourd in his hand. This gourd was the strongest among the 7 and rightfully belonged to him. As it appeared, it became a primordial treasure, having absorbed a trace of chaotic energy. And the power within was immensely formidable. As 1 beam of light dissipated, the remaining 6 beams surged with even greater intensity, drawing the attention of many beings from the primordial chaos. The primordial treasure has emerged. We must not miss this heavenly spirit treasure. Zhuan approached with excitement, his quasi-saint aura activated as he vanished from sight. At this moment, he was not the only one seeking the treasures atop Buzhou Mountain. Beiming Kunpeng had also made a breakthrough during the debate. Sensing the power emanating from the mountain, he paused momentarily, then a look of excitement crossed his face as he soared into the sky, instantly transforming into his true form. Having advanced to quasi-saint, his power was no trivial matter, capable of stretching across thousands of miles. After stowing the Qingquan gourd, Hongyun's eyes glinted with purpose, and a meaningful smile graced his face. With his aura retracted, he concealed himself in the shadows, and soon 3 figures flashed into view. Seeing the 3, he was taken aback. It was none other than the 3 purities. However, he understood their presence. They had broken through first and were slightly stronger than the others. Observing the treasures below, the 3 were filled with excitement and stepped forward, each claiming one of the gourds. But before they could revel in their fortune, several cold lights flashed from a distance. Before Yuan Shi and Tong Tian could react, their possessions were struck down. That the fleeting shadow passed by, and Yuhua, with an indifferent expression, collected 2 primordial treasures in her grasp. "Careful, my 2 senior brothers. I shall take these treasures." Having both advanced to quasi-saint, they had joined Hongjun's teachings, with Yuhua ranking just after the 3 purities. Yet this did not diminish her strength. Should a conflict arise, she could easily overpower Yuan Shi and Tong Tian single-handedly. "Return what you have taken. These do not belong to you." Tong Tian's expression darkened as he brandished the sword of extermination, unleashing 4 beams of sword light towards the heavens. Senior brother, do you truly believe I fear you? The extermination sword formation may work against others, but against me, it falls woefully short. Niuhua scoffed, producing the 5-colored stone, which radiated dazzling brilliance. With a deafening roar, the newly formed extermination sword formation shattered as the myriad sword lights were consumed by the flames of power. When the 5-colored energy surged towards her, she raised her hand to shatter it in an instant. As the energy dissipated, her expression darkened, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. I advise you one last time. Return what you have taken. As she spoke, fury ignited in her gaze, and her quasi-saint aura instantly engulfed the sky, prompting Yuan Shi to step forward. Niuhua, I advise you to reconsider. You cannot control these treasures if you do not comply. We will let you leave, but otherwise you shall not escape today. His voice grew colder, and the Taiji diagram materialized in his hand, a companion treasure capable of withstanding any quasi-saint attack. Then you need not worry yourselves, for I have my own methods. Niuhua refused to back down, disdainfully smiling as her aura surged forth. Before Yuan Shi could act, another figure emerged from the distance. Fushi, with a cold demeanor, halted, and the power of a peak great Luo golden immortal radiated from him. Hongyun sighed helplessly. It was one thing for several quasi-saints to engage in a skirmish, but now even Fushi, a great Luo golden immortal, had joined the fray. Chapter 36. All things are governed by fate. Upon seeing him, the 3 purities' expressions darkened instantly, and Tong Tian sneered. A mere great Luo golden immortal dares to intrude. You must be tired of living. Begone. As those words left his mouth, Fushi's expression dimmed, and he summoned his aura, unleashing dozens of cold lights from his hands. His speed was astonishing, but as a great Luo golden immortal, the gap in cultivation could not be bridged by mere velocity. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded as the cold lights erupted, and he found himself several dozen feet away. Puff! Steadying himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation had been nearly obliterated, and his gaze turned forward, eyes filled with profound darkness. Just as Tong Tian was about to advance, Hongyun emerged from the shadows, and the sword of extermination near him was sent flying back with a single palm strike. Why make such a fuss over this? There are still 3 left. If we don't act now, someone else will seize them. Tong Tian's expression remained grim, but he held his tongue, for he had come seeking these primordial treasures. Taking a step forward, he claimed a completely purple gourd into his possession. This treasure is mine. A piercing sound suddenly erupted, and dozens of golden feathers sliced through the heavens. Kunpeng swiftly seized the object in his grasp. As he turned, 2 other items were simultaneously taken by the duo of Junti and Jin. Holding the violet and dark golden gourd in his hand, Kunpeng wore a faint smile, yet he remained oblivious to the intense killing intent that had already engulfed Tong Tian's gaze. Return what is mine. Tong Tian's cold voice resonated, eliciting a dismissive shake of Kunpeng's head. This is an ownerless object. Who decreed that this innate spiritual treasure belongs to you? Whoever obtains it shall claim it. You leave me no choice. Tong Tian, having lost all patience, summoned countless sword lights that appeared in the sky. Brandishing the half-finished treasure, the sword of extermination, he charged forward, while 3 additional swords were simultaneously summoned. Witnessing the formidable display of power, Kunpeng revealed a chilling smile and soared into the sky, instantly transforming his true form. Oh, you think I fear you? From his wings, countless golden feathers surged forth, creating a cacophony of clashes as the 2 were ensnared within an endless torrent of power. Above the heavens, they engaged in combat, while Yuan Shi focused his gaze on the approaching duo of Junti and Jin. After a cold glance, the Taiji diagram re-emerged. Elder brother, assist me. Despite sharing the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength, he realized he could not contend with these 2 alone, but with the addition of Taishang, the outcome would be markedly different. Yet, Taishang, with a solemn expression, stepped forward, his mid-stage quasi-saint power manifesting. The onlookers were struck by awe at his might. Even Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. I end just over a century since the discourse began. Taishang had remarkably advanced to mid-stage quasi-saint. It seemed he was determined to acquire this treasure. Taishang, my friend, your strength is truly formidable. Junti could not help but express his admiration, though his tone gradually turned cold. A glint of frost flashing in his eyes. It is only through action that we shall discern. Taishang's expression darkened, a golden light flickering in his hand, his strike akin to a colossal beast, tearing through space wherever it passed. Upon witnessing this attack, Junti and Jane both frowned. The radiance of Buddha enveloped their forms, and a golden flame shadow appeared behind them, raising a fist to retaliate. Boom! Following a tremendous explosion, the two found themselves 1,000 feet away, the Buddha shadow behind them dissipating entirely. Taishang stepped back, his expression grim, yet his aura intensified rather than diminished. Once more he cast his gaze forward. And Junti and Jane felt a growing sense of trepidation. Although they had not yet exercised their full power, remaining in a stalemate with Taishang was far from advantageous. Exchanging knowing glances, they silently reached a mutual decision. We are willing to relinquish one item. Let this matter end here, shall we? They understood each other's foundation well. For Junti and Jane to make concessions was no small feat, and if they continued to bide their time, it would likely lead to mutual destruction. Should you refuse, we shall have no choice but to engage in battle, but such a conflict may only serve to benefit others. Junti and Jane wore solemn expressions, golden lights swirling around them as hundreds of golden Buddha shadows appeared above their heads. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce to his wishes, for prolonging this standoff would bring no good to any of the four involved. Upon uttering these words, Junti and Jane felt a weight lift from their hearts. Yet, just as they were about to relinquish the items, a fleeting shadow suddenly darted from afar. If you do not wish for the innate treasures, then I shall gladly accept. The voice of the ancestor of the underworld echoed around them as he seized the items into his grasp. His sudden appearance took everyone by surprise, and Yuanshir's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Return what you have taken, and I shall spare your life. Yuanshir's face was grim as he waved the Taiji diagram, propelling it forward, despite his swift movements. The ancestor of the underworld was equally quick, sidestepping the attack as dozens of blood chi surged towards Yuanshir. This strike caught him off guard, forcing him to retreat several steps as a portion of his spiritual energy was devoured. Fixing his icy gaze ahead, Yuanshir's countenance was etched with unyielding rage. Observing his furious glare, the ancestor of the underworld not only felt no fear, but rather displayed a chilling smile. This is an ownerless object. Why should I yield it to you? In less than no time, the gathered individuals were embroiled in fierce combat. Notably, none dared to confront Taishang. Whether present or spectating from the shadows, Taishang's power instilled awe in all. Although they had simultaneously achieved quasi-saint status, their progress over the past century had been minimal. Regardless of the circumstances, I must acquire an innate spiritual treasure. Within Shumi Mountain, the demon ancestor Lu's expression was grim as he intoned, and 4 streams of bloodlight shot forth from his hands. The power from Mount Buzhou surged continuously, while Hongyun remained unperturbed, showing no intent to engage. Taishang, observing this unusual behavior, cast aside his doubts. Hongyun, do you not covet this innate treasure? What is there to dispute over innate spiritual treasures? Such matters are dictated by fate. What is meant to be will ultimately come to pass. He spoke these words with a calm demeanor, causing Taishang's expression to darken as he inadvertently glanced at the crimson gourd in his grasp. He believed in Hongyun's words, yet he was also apprehensive about his ability to safeguard this treasure. Perceiving the subtle change in his expression, Hongyun smiled gently. "Oh, not worry. This item is yours." This was no jest. The gourd contained the fire of heaven and earth. The true fire of Samadhi would prove immensely beneficial to Taishang, and this item was specifically prepared for him. Hearing this, Taishang merely nodded politely. "Thank you, Hongyun." His mind was solely focused on the unfolding events in the heavens. Chapter 37. Hongyun's enigmatic maneuver following his gaze. Hongyun also looked to the sky, where Tongtian and Kunpeng were locked in a fierce struggle, though it was evident that Kunpeng was at a distinct disadvantage. Observing this, Hongyun sighed. It seemed this object was fated to remain beyond Kunpeng's reach. Yet there were still many variables at play. Kunpeng retracted his true form, retreating several thousand feet, just as Tong Tian pursued upward, a knowing smile gracing his face. Before Tong Tian could summon his sword, a golden bell descended from the heavens. Buzz! A resounding roar echoed throughout the world, sending Tong Tian staggering back several thousand meters, while the surrounding sword lights erupted violently. Raising his gaze once more, he beheld two figures descending from the sky. Tai and Dejuan appeared with cold expressions, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in their eyes as they approached Kunpeng. This treasure belongs to my demon clan. You are unworthy. Tai's voice was frigid as the Hongmeng heavenly bell trembled in his grasp, showering countless golden rays upon Tong Tian. In that instant, as the strike descended, Dejuan summoned his strength, a demon spirit erupting from his back, and waves of demonic power surged forth from the heavens. Both of these individuals were quasi-saints, and the force they exuded was immensely terrifying. Having already endured a fierce battle, how could Tong Tian withstand such overwhelming might? Yet, Tong Tian's fiery temperament would not allow him to retreat. His expression darkened as his aura surged forth. If you wish to strike, I shall not shy away. Today, I shall see who meets their end. Countless sword energies swept forth, and 4 divine swords soared into the heavens. Extermination sword array, fall. A deafening roar reverberated through the cosmos as countless forces descended in an instant. However, his power ultimately fell short. Bolstered by the Hongmeng heavenly bell, Dejuan's strength reached an unimaginable peak, shattering the extermination sword array with a single blow. Boom! An overwhelming torrent of power surged from Dejuan's body. And Tong Tian found himself hundreds of feet away, his form marred by numerous cracks. As the energy dissipated, Dejuan nonchalantly shook his hand, a look of disdain etched across his face. Utterly worthless, hearing his derisive remarks. Tong Tian's countenance darkened, and just as he was about to advance, Taishang intercepted him. This treasure is not meant for you. Upon hearing these words, Tong Tian stood frozen. Despite his injuries, he believed he was still worthy of the treasure. Why should I not claim it? This is an ownerless object. The strong take what they desire. Tong Tian's furious voice echoed, yet Hai was solemn as he shook his head, just as Hongyun had stated. There was no trace of Tong Tian's essence upon the treasure. Even if he exerted every effort to obtain it, it would inevitably be snatched away by another. After all this time, only the artifact in Yua's hands had remained unclaimed. However, he did not let his guard down, aware that there were still some lurking figures observing. Just as she had anticipated, her gaze shifted forward and a golden dragon shadow soared into the heavens. Roar! A resounding roar echoed, shrouding her in a torrent of dragon might as the ancestral dragon approached with a faint smile, the aura of a peak quasi-saint surging forth. Hand over the treasure, and I shall spare your life. Listening to his frigid voice, Yua's countenance darkened, and the power of the 5 elements manifested in her hands. The colorful stones flickered incessantly as her peak quasi-saint strength was summoned, enveloping the surroundings in a vibrant aura. With a single leap, he ascended towards the heavens. Sensing the elemental forces around him, the ancestral dragon smirked disdainfully, unleashing a roar that reverberated with dragon might, causing the energies that approached him to explode in an instant. You could never be my match. The treasures are mine. At this moment, his voice was chillingly cold, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Such innate treasures would not be surrendered easily. As he spoke, he transformed and charged forward, and in that instant, Yua no longer hesitated, stepping into the sky as her true form surged forth. Seeing this, Fushi also ascended, but as a mere great Luo, golden immortal. How could he withstand the ancestral dragon's onslaught? With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying 1,000 zhang away. Covered in bloodstains, his great Luo power dissipated entirely. He was forced back, and Yua could not maintain her position in the air for long. Though she had made significant advancements, she was still no match for the Grand Dao, with the Grand Dao's fortune enhancing him. The ancestral dragon's power had also increased considerably. Boom! With a colossal sound, Yua found herself thousands of zhang away, while the ancestral dragon now wielded an innate treasure. Upon acquiring this item, the other two clans would certainly object. But the ancestral dragon had no time to react. A figure resembling a Qilin darted past, the primordial Qilin's expression grim as it swiftly consumed the treasure. The speed was so astonishing that the ancestral dragon was taken aback. By the time he turned to look, the item had already vanished. The Qilin wore a cold smile, regarding him with a meaningful gaze as it licked its lips at a fine treasure. But alas, it is not meant for you. This statement utterly enraged the ancestral dragon, whose furious roar echoed across the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that engulfed the sky as a beam of golden light shot into the heavens, causing Mount Buzhou to tremble slightly. While in the distance, Hongyun frowned at the sight. Though these individuals possessed only quasi-saint strength, such a situation would surely overwhelm Mount Buzhou. After surveying his surroundings, his expression darkened, and he summoned his aura, a chaotic energy flickering in his hands, causing the treasures held by various realms to appear before him in astonishment. Among them, the primordial Qilin was most shocked. Having consumed the treasure, it was forcibly extracted from within him. Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin struggled to resist, but their efforts were futile. One stumbled and fell to the ground, helplessly watching the treasure return to Hongyun's grasp. The powerful beings from various realms halted their actions, their cold gazes locking onto Hongyun. Under their scrutiny, Hongyun shivered involuntarily and quickly spoke to clarify. "Gentlemen, do not misunderstand. I mean no harm. We cannot continue to fight here, for Mount Buzhou cannot bear it. You had better hand over the treasure, or I shall turn Mount Buzhou into your burial ground." Tai Dijuan's face darkened, his eyes filled with a profound, killing intent. Their encounters with Hongyun had been few. Thus they did not regard him highly. That if Hongyun proved troublesome, they would not hesitate to make this place his grave. Hearing the cold voices of the two, Hongyun could only manage a wry smile. He merely sought to ensure the safety of Mount Buzhou. Yet these individuals were far too scheming. After pondering for a while, a faint smile flickered across his face. Apart from the item in Taishan's possession, he cast the remaining 5 innate treasures towards the Honghuang realm. Boom! Everyone, the treasures are no longer on Mount Buzhou. If you wish to obtain them, go ahead. His instinctive action left everyone momentarily stunned. But they did not hesitate to transform into afterimages and rush away. The swiftest among them were Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin, but the speed of Kunpeng only increased as his true form transformed, unleashing 100 golden feathers that descended upon them. This caught Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin off guard, forcing them to halt and evade. Chapter 38. Absorbing the blood of chaos divine demons. Kunpeng chose not to engage them in a protracted battle. Thus he did not exert much effort. Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin quickly shattered this power, but by the time they regained their senses, the powerful beings had already entered the Honghuang realm. Watching their retreating figures, Hongyun smiled faintly, harboring no desire to pursue, with only Taishan remaining by his side. "Hongyun, you possess remarkable means. Are you truly uninterested in this treasure?" Taishan asked darkly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Listening to his words, Hongyun remained nonchalant, turning to smile lightly as he replied, "What do you think?" Hongyun's expression was calm, yet his eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within. Upon catching his gaze, Taishan was momentarily taken aback, inadvertently taking a step back. "You." Before he could finish, Hongyun smiled lightly and said, "Some things are better left unsaid. I have obtained one item and am no longer interested in the rest. It would be wise for you to leave before unexpected incidents occur." Though Hongyun spoke in a tone of persuasion, the implication was not lost on Taishan, who nodded darkly, adjusting his aura before vanishing from the scene. Watching his receding figure, Hongyun smiled faintly, and at that instant, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Successfully defended Mount Buzhou. Dao source points increased by 30 million. Upon hearing this, Hongyun was taken aback, excitement quickly spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he hurriedly opened the system shop. With 30 million Dao source points, the shop would surely have refreshed, as he had anticipated. The Dao source points had increased, and the items in the system shop were entirely refreshed. He paid little heed to other items, instead fixating on a droplet of blood. Having witnessed the potency of Pangu's blood previously, this new blood was certainly on par. if not superior. Hongyun thought little else. As long as it was blood, he would gladly accept. Yes, soon as the blood was in his hands, he felt its power, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It was indeed the blood of the devouring ancestor. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the blood, and countless chaotic energies surged forth, enveloping him in a dark gray aura. Having previously absorbed Penga's blood, he found this process significantly expedited. Decades later, atop Mount Buzhou, Hongyun suddenly opened his eyes, a meaningful smile gracing his face. The law of devouring was indeed remarkable. While this power fell somewhat short of Penga's blood, it still brought unexpected delight. Although the devouring ancestor was no more, his half-formed treasures had endured to this day, and if he could acquire the devouring pearl, he would be able to devour all things in the future. After much contemplation, he transformed the crimson golden gourd. For several decades had passed, and it was time to refine this item. Holding in his hands, he scrutinized it closely, and a stream of Hongmeng purple energy surged forth. This item already contained chaotic energy, and now augmented with the Hongmeng purple energy, its power approached that of an exceptional innate treasure. However, his current strength was still insufficient. He needed to add another item. Looking down from the heavens, an innate spiritual root materialized in his hands. The individuals from before had been so intent on seizing innate treasures that they overlooked the true strength of the innate spiritual root. Capable of nurturing 7 innate treasures, its power was evident. However, those quasi-saints had been blinded by greed and had no mind to attend to the innate spiritual root, feeling the aura emanating from it. Hongyun smiled faintly, igniting a flame in his palm. This flame was derived from his own primal fire, capable of incinerating all things, and even this innate spiritual root would struggle to withstand it. Countless flames surged forth, engulfing the innate spiritual root in the process, while Mount Buzhou was bathed in a crimson golden light. After a considerable time, he slowly withdrew his hand, channeling the 9-turns-Xiantian technique. A dark golden glow emanated from the innate spiritual root, merging directly with the crimson golden gourd. Boom! A terrifying spiritual energy swept across Mount Buzhou, and Hongyun bore a faint smile, continuously channeling the 9-turns-Xiantian technique. After a few moments, a layer of dark gray light emerged from the Qiankuan gourd, gradually descending from the sky, and as soon as it was in his hands, a long-lost smile broke out on Hongyun's face. The Qiankuan gourd, an exceptional innate treasure, a beam of golden light shot skyward, and the surrounding area was enveloped by a terrifying wave of energy. This disturbance captured the attention of the beings in the Honghuang realm. Within the purple cloud palace, the 3 pure ones simultaneously raised their eyes, piercing through tens of thousands of miles. Another treasure has emerged. Tongtian's expression was one of excitement, just as he was about to step forward. Taishang raised his hand to stop him. It is an innate treasure, but this item already has an owner. Elder brother, last time you prevented me from acting. Had you not, I would have acquired that item. Are you going to stop me again this time? Tongtian felt quite dissatisfied. If not for Taishang's intervention, he would not have missed the opportunity for the innate spiritual treasure. Noticing the pallor that graced his cheeks, Taishang let out a sigh and shook his head that, if you do not believe, simply take a look for yourself. Since Tongtian is unwilling to trust in himself, further words would be futile. Upon hearing this, a profound smile instantly appeared on Tongtian's face, and with a single step, he vanished into the 33 heavens. Brother, are we truly allowing him to depart like this? Yuan Shi felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Their strength was vastly inferior to that of Taishang, and there were matters beyond their perception. Yet, Taishang's words were certainly not fabricated. Without uttering a word, Taishang followed suit, for if his intuition were correct, the only being capable of provoking such cosmic upheaval was likely none other than Hongyun. Indeed, as they arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the power that had once surged was already dissipated, leaving only the solitary figure of Hongyun. Casting his gaze upward at the 3 figures in the sky, Hongyun bore a gentle smile and remarked, "Esteemed friends, how delightful to see you at Buzhou Mountain." His words elicited responses solely from Taishang and Yuan Shi, while Tongtian continued to scan the surroundings with keen interest. After a prolonged moment, his brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze fixated on Hongyun. The innate treasure is in your possession? Hearing his cold and unfriendly tone, Hongyun merely smiled and nodded. You speak of this item, do you not? The Qian Kuan gourd materialized, causing the surrounding heavens to pale. As a terrifying aura swiftly enveloped the entire Buzhou mountain. Upon sighting the object, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he refrained from advancing, instead feigning calmness as he cleared his throat twice. Hongyun, my friend, might you consider parting with this item? His boldness stemmed from Hongyun's reputation as a benevolent being. Having previously relinquished the futon, it seemed plausible that Hongyun would find it difficult to refuse an innate spiritual treasure. Observing Tong Tian's avaricious gaze, Hongyun shook his head with a faint smile as the Qian Kuan gourd floated before him. Chapter 39. The Heavenly Spiritual Root. Ginseng Fruit Tree. As the Qian Kuan gourd came to a halt, Tong Tian excitedly raised his hand, but as it approached, a wave of scorching energy surged forth from the gourd, sending him staggering back several yards. Regaining his composure, his expression darkened as he glared at Hongyun, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. You tricked me. Hearing his chilling voice, Hongyun had no choice but to explain, this object recognizes me as its master. You cannot take it away. This was no jest. Having absorbed copious amounts of primordial purple energy, it had long since acknowledged its owner. No one, not even Hongyun, could lay claim to it now. Tong Tian's expression twisted into a grimace, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable malice. What if he were to perish? Tong Tian spat in fury, taking a step forward, but Taishang struck him back 1,000 miles with a single palm. Do not be disrespectful. Casting a frigid glance at Tong Tian, he turned to Hongyun and bowed respectfully. Why younger brother lacks understanding. I hope Hongyun does not take offense. Upon hearing his words, Hongyun waved his hand dismissively, for he was eager to test the potency of the Qian Kuan gourd. We have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you any further. After exchanging words, he stepped up to Tong Tian, who wore an angry countenance. Yet he refrained from speaking further, only uttering coldly, "Come with me." Though Tong Tian felt dissatisfaction brewing within, he could not stand against Taishang and could only follow behind with a sense of grievance. After some time, they had distanced themselves from Buzhou Mountain, and Tong Tian began to vent his frustrations. Why did you just now strike against me? Before he could finish, Taishang's expression turned stern. Though he was a benevolent being, he was no fool. How could he bestow such a supreme, innate treasure upon Tong Tian? He had already discerned that the Qian Kuan gourd was no ordinary item, which was why he intervened to prevent Tong Tian from approaching. Otherwise, Tong Tian would have been unaware of the impending danger. As Taishang spoke, Tong Tian's brow furrowed slightly, yet disdain filled his eyes. Yes, that's so. If you do not believe, then go ahead and try it out, I assure you. Neither of us will intervene. Taishang's expression remained indifferent as he uttered these words before vanishing from sight. Hongyun had already refined his treasure, and he could no longer afford to waste time. With the departure of the three pure ones, Hongyun returned to the fire cloud cave. Absorbing the laws of devouring, he could now accurately sense the location of the devouring pearl. Biming. However, he could not venture there just yet. This innate spiritual root had already been obtained, and the next to emerge would undoubtedly be the ginseng fruit tree. Yet this treasure was not in his possession. To acquire it, he would have to seek out Zhen Yuanzi. Lu'er. After pondering for a while, he called out the two characters, and outside the fire cloud cave, Lu'er the monkey appeared before him in an instant. Master, what are your commands? Lu'er the monkey asked excitedly, dropping to one knee. Run an errand for your master. As he spoke, Hongyun waved his sleeve, and a beam of white light swiftly entered Lu'er's mind. I shall set off at once. Lu'er the monkey nodded with enthusiasm, conjuring the devouring needle in his hand, adjusting his aura, and with a single step, he vanished from sight. In the dim Taoist temple at the convergence of Dongsheng Shenzhou and Xinyo Hezhou, Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow. A faint purple glow enveloping his form. 100 years had passed since their last discourse, and he had absorbed half of the primordial purple energy during that time. Just as he immersed himself in meditation, a golden light suddenly surged from the heavens into his temple, accompanied by an influx of earth energy. The progenitor of the earth, The energy surrounding him was formidable. Yet at this moment, he found himself unable to control it, even his own power being drawn in. Frowning, he slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze ahead. The golden light dissipated, revealing a deep pit filled with rich earth energy. What is this? He wondered aloud, taking a step forward, only for the temple to begin shaking, the ground fracturing as countless vines erupted forth. Witnessing this scene, Zhen Yuanzi was utterly dumbfounded, enveloped in the earth energy. Cautiously retreating a step. After a considerable time, a colossal ancient tree appeared before him, adorned with glimmers of golden light. An innate spiritual root, he exclaimed with excitement, his face aglow with exhilaration. This was a manifestation of the essence of the earth, maturing over millennia, and this single ginseng fruit could augment his cultivation by 1,000 years. Previously, he had been troubled over the lack of innate treasures. Now, there was no need to seek others. For here it was, an exceptional one at that. However, the disturbances in this place had also attracted the attention of numerous powerful beings. Within Mount Shumi, the demon ancestor Luo Ho's eyes snapped open, revealing a knowing smirk. The ginseng fruit tree. The demon clan has an innate treasure emerging. Shall we go take a look? The demon's sovereign Ji Du's expression darkened as he spoke, but Luo Ho shook his head. This item blooms once every 1,000 years, and bears fruit after another 1,000. Send someone to observe, and when it ripens, spare no effort to seize it for me. Understood. With his orders given, 4 figures instantly flashed out from Mount Shumi. Lu Er the monkey, having sensed the aura, halted in his tracks, a faint smile gracing his face as he prepared to infiltrate the temple. Yet, from a distance, 4 more figures appeared. These 4 did not notice Lu Er, but as they drew closer, they exchanged wary glances, their expressions darkening. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Lu Er the monkey cautiously took a step back, conjuring the devouring needle. "Who are you?" he inquired, sensing an overwhelming aura of hostility emanating from the 4. "You are not worthy of an explanation from us. Be gone." The figure of chaos bore a dark expression, bloodlight flashing in his eyes, as he was enveloped in crimson demonic energy, a phantom emerging from behind him. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, Lu Er the monkey was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile spread across his face. Having broken through, he had been restrained by Hongyun and had not been given the chance to strike. He had thought this millennium would be spent in monotony. Yet unexpectedly, someone had come to his doorstep. With a blaze of battle intent igniting within him, the devouring needle shimmered with golden light, pointing toward the heavens as hundreds of icy rays cascaded downward. In that moment, he thrust upward with his staff. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the phantom behind chaos shattered completely. Yet Lu Er's movements showed no signs of halting. The devouring needle danced in his hands, and amidst the resounding booms, the 4 figures were sent reeling back several 1,000 meters. Just as Lu Er the monkey prepared to strike again, a golden light illuminated the earth, and Zhen Yuanzi slowly emerged from the temple. Who dares to act recklessly here? Upon hearing this voice, Lu Er the monkey was taken aback, quickly retracting the devouring needle. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to Zhen Yuanzi, bowed respectfully, and with a faint smile, produced a strand of primordial purple energy. "I have come my master's behest. He instructed me to deliver this to you." Chapter 40. Enveloped in the thrall of devouring as he spoke, he reluctantly extended the primordial purple energy. In truth, he felt an immense reluctance. The power contained within this primordial energy was formidable. Had he devoted a century to its absorption, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of quasi-saint. Yet, bound by the commands of his master, he dared not defy the words of Hongyun. Upon witnessing the swirling aura of purple light in his hands, Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, holding in a state of hesitation for some time before he tremulously accepted it with both hands. Another strand of primordial purple energy. Such treasures were exceedingly rare in the world, even more so than innate spiritual artifacts. When he had previously acquired primordial purple energy, he had scarcely registered its significance, as he had been wholly focused on his cultivation at the time. However, with Hongyun presenting yet another strand, he was genuinely taken aback. He had just lifted his gaze to the 6-eared macaque, who lowered his voice and quietly remarked, "My master wishes for me to cultivate here for a time. Come, follow me into the temple." With the departure of the six-eared macaque, Hongyun found himself considerably more at ease. With the other disciples having descended the mountain, only the fire of karma remained by his side. Within the fire cloud cave, Hongyun's expression remained composed as he transformed the Qian Kuan gourd. And the system store was opened that he scrutinized the items within the system store and did not hesitate to refresh it. The previous items had been commendable, yet they held no utility for him at present. Instead of lingering uselessly, he opted to explore other offerings. However, this time, nothing piqued his interest, save for a singular artifact utilized by Nuwa, the furnace of refining demons. After much contemplation, he exchanged a modest amount of source points for this item, which Nuwa would not obtain for several centuries. Since he would have to wait for centuries, he thought it prudent to perform a good deed, perhaps even reaping unexpected rewards for himself. After carefully contemplating the furnace of refining demons in his hand, he maintained a tranquil demeanor, raised his hand, and the furnace soared into the sky. As an innate spiritual artifact, it would automatically recognize its master. Once it appeared, it would soon seek out its true owner, and it would not be long before Nuwa encountered it. Retrieving the system store, he cast his gaze northward, where he resolved to absorb the chaos pearl. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the North Sea. Unaware that the fire of karma had already ventured alone into the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens were divided into upper and lower realms. The uppermost here was not a place where the fire of karma dared to tread, for there resided Hongyun. However, in the lower realm, no one could detect his presence, allowing him to move freely. "If my master will not grant me a spiritual artifact, then I shall seek one myself," he muttered, his gaze sweeping over the countless treasures of the primordial chaos, half of which resided in the 33 heavens. Yet he dared not make overly bold moves, taking only a small portion from each location. At this moment, Hongyun had ascended above the North Sea, the domain of the Kunpeng. As he arrived, the Kunpeng immediately took notice of him. Coming to a halt, not yet having retracted his cultivation, a colossal shadow passed overhead, and the true form of the Kunpeng materialized before him. "Hongyun, my friend, what brings you to my North Sea?" Hongyun replied with a gentle smile, offering no explanation, while the Kunpeng continued, "Are you in search of something? I can assist you." With profound fortune and a recent breakthrough, Hongyun's auspiciousness had greatly increased, and cultivating a closer relationship with him could only yield benefits for the Kunpeng. "I indeed seek a certain item, yet it is beyond your reach. I shall pursue it alone," Hongyun stated, preparing to take a step forward. However, as he lifted his foot, the Kunpeng swiftly raised a hand to halt him. "And one knows the North Sea better than I. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." This rare opportunity, not to be squandered, could afford the Kunpeng a chance to obtain an innate spiritual artifact by aiding Hongyun. Observing the Kunpeng's intentions, Hongyun internally sighed. He was well aware of the creature's motives. Retracting his lifted foot, he divided a strand of primordial purple energy in his hand, which instantly flowed into the body of the Kunpeng. "I apologize for the intrusion. Consider this a token of compensation. I may need to linger in the North Sea for several days." The moment the energy entered, the Kunpeng's face lit up with excitement. "This is primordial purple energy." His expression was flooded with astonishment, while Hongyun remained impassive, simply nodding in acknowledgement. "Feel free to take what you desire, my friend." After speaking these words, he transformed his essence, leaping into the depths of the North Sea. His arrival was swift, and his departure just as rapid. Hongyun had grown accustomed to this behavior. The Kunpeng sought to extract benefits from him, having already obtained what it desired, and would not waste further time. However, this did lighten Hongyun's burdens. As long as the Kunpeng did not return to him, he could traverse the North Sea with ease, making the search for the devouring pearl much more convenient. The devouring pearl was a half-life artifact of the ancestor of devouring, having absorbed the blood of the ancestor. This pearl would respond to him, its resonance intensifying the closer he drew, proudly soaring above the heavens. He summoned the quasi-saint aura within him, allowing him to pierce through thousands of miles with a mere glance. Moments later, he arrived at the depths of the North Sea, where an object floated before him. A dark gray pearl, no larger than a thumb, emanated a faint aura of chaos. This was the devouring pearl he had sought for so long. Without the ancestor of devouring's blood, he would have never sensed its presence. Despite having been in the North Sea for tens of thousands of years, the Kunpeng had never discovered this item. Hongyun smiled as he grasped the pearl in his hand and swallowed it whole. Boom! Having previously absorbed the blood of the ancestor of devouring, he exerted minimal effort in consuming this item. The moment it entered him, a terrifying surge of devouring law energy erupted from within. Thunderous roars reverberated throughout the North Sea, awakening the meditating Kunpeng, who blinked in confusion. Yet, this force was fleeting. He remained oblivious, casting a puzzled glance before hastily closing his eyes again. Hongyun was far too engrossed in his task to concern himself with such matters. Absorbing the primordial purple energy was his utmost priority. Not only was he cultivating, but Hongyun was also attuning himself to the power derived from the laws of devouring in the deep sea. Decades later, Hongyun opened his eyes, joy illuminating his face as a dark gray radiance flickered in his gaze. Drawing in a deep breath, he devoured tens of thousands of spiritual fruits surrounding him in a single gulp. Previously, absorbing such energy would have required considerable effort, but with the laws of devouring at his disposal, this process now occurred in an instant. Dozens of warm currents coursed through his meridians, and his gaze shifted toward the distance. The North Sea was teeming with treasures, and a small portion of them would not be fiercely contested by the Kunpeng. With this thought, his pace quickened significantly. Days later, he had consumed all the spiritual treasures in the deep sea and leapt into the heavens. His sharp gaze piercing through the North Sea for thousands of miles. Initially, he felt somewhat unaccustomed, yet as time passed, he gradually fell in love with the sensation of devouring. Chapter 41. Ransacking the North Sea, taking a step forward. He transformed into a blur, racing toward the horizon for thousands of miles, absorbing every spiritual treasure in his path. Throughout these days of consumption, the spiritual energy within him had reached its zenith. Finding a secluded spot, he unleashed his aura, which surged forth, propelling him through a rapid ascendance in cultivation. In truth, he had exhibited signs of a breakthrough several decades prior. However, he had refrained from acting upon it, choosing instead to suppress his cultivation. Streams of golden light cascaded from the heavens, and the aura surrounding Hongyun gradually intensified as he absorbed the power of the spiritual treasures. This surge of energy continued for a century. And on this day, Hongyun suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing several beams of golden light that radiated outward. Boom! As he stepped into the sky, his form enveloped in golden light, the terrifying might of a saint spread across every corner of the North Sea. Although he had only reached the late quasi-saint stage, his power approached that of a true saint. Nevertheless, he could not be compared to the likes of Hongyun, that ancient figure who had attained sainthood thousands of years prior. While he had only just broken through, feeling the power coursing through his body, a faint smile graced his lips as he cast his gaze downward, surveying the remaining spiritual treasures of the North Sea. After a century's time, the Kunpeng had absorbed nearly all of the primordial purple energy. Upon opening his eyes, a profound smile emerged on his face, for he had finally attained the mid-quasi-saint level of power. Yet, as his gaze swept across his surroundings, a look of confusion etched itself upon his features. Is this truly the North Sea? In that moment, he felt somewhat dazed. The North Sea was renowned for its abundance of treasures. Yet at this juncture, he sensed nothing, not even a hint of spiritual energy. Rising in bewilderment, he gazed upward, still perceiving the vast expanse, yet ultimately discovering nothing. Has the North Sea been plundered? He exclaimed in astonishment, his true form manifesting as he stood poised in the heavens. Hongyun, my friend. He sought to locate Hongyun, yet his words garnered no response whatsoever. This moment. Apart from himself, there was no trace of Hongyun within the vastness of Beiming. What on earth was happening? As he spoke, he raised his hand and seized a demon from the sea, lifting it effortlessly. The creature's visage was filled with panic as it struggled desperately in his grasp. However, with only the strength of a golden immortal, it was utterly powerless to escape his hold. Who could be responsible for this? His countenance darkened, and the demon, taken aback by his demeanor, hurriedly began to explain. It was Hongyun. He devoured all the spiritual treasures of Biming. Upon uttering these words, the demon promptly lowered its head, fully aware that neither of them were individuals it could afford to offend. Hongyun. The voice of Kunpeng grew increasingly cold, his expression shadowed. After a few moments of contemplation, he spoke with a chilling demeanor. Are you certain? Absolutely. The aquatic beings of Biming all witnessed it. Infuriating. He ground his teeth in frustration, casting the demon back into the ocean. For now, he could only suffer in silence, for he had previously promised Hongyun that he could take anything from Biming at his leisure. Yet, after a brief moment of tension, a profound smile crept across his face. As a benevolent figure of the primordial chaos, Hongyun had taken so much from him. Surely, he ought to provide some form of compensation. Within the depths of Hongyun Cave, Hongyun beamed with delight. After a century's time, Niwa had successfully acquired the demon refining cauldron, and his Tao origin points had increased by an astounding 30 million. Moreover, upon absorbing all the spiritual treasures from Biming, he discovered an enhancement in the principles of chaos. After much contemplation, he opened the system shop, paying little mind to the items within. He meticulously retrieved various celestial fruits and spiritual herbs. These items amounted to merely a handful of Tao origin points. And soon, thousands of them appeared before him. Ensuring that no one was watching, a subtle smile graced his face as he summoned the principles of chaos, swiftly drawing all these treasures into his being. Despite the vast quantity he had absorbed, he still felt it insufficient. With a contemplative expression, he retracted the principles of chaos, and suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he pierced through tens of millions of miles, directly locking onto Penglai. Within the primordial realm, only 3 locations boasted an abundance of spiritual treasures. Aside from the 33 heavens, the remaining 2 were Biming and Penglai. Having already claimed everything from Biming, he deemed Penglai worth a visit, especially since it was an unclaimed territory. In a century's time, Tom Tian would take notice, but for now, this place was entirely overlooked due to its remote location. As he prepared to depart, sensing his own cultivation, he turned and noticed the furtive approach of Yehua outside Hongyun Cave. Yehua cautiously retreated, glancing around with vigilance. This behavior piqued Hongyun's curiosity, leading him to take a step back and clear his throat. Disciple, where are you off to? Upon hearing his words, Yehua trembled, a sheepish grin spreading across his face as he turned to explain, I didn't go anywhere. However, Hongyun swiftly discerned the underlying truth. The aura of spiritual treasures emanating from Yehua was unmistakable, and even his own cultivation had improved significantly. Yes, that's so, Hongyun remarked, raising his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, Yehua was drawn before him, and after a brief struggle, hundreds of spiritual treasures tumbled from his person. Witnessing this, Hongyun couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. This disciple had truly exceeded his expectations. Where did you acquire these items? There are none of these within Hongyun Cave to possess such treasures. One would need to venture to Biming or Penglai. Yet, he had felt no presence of Yehua in Biming during the hundreds of years he had been absent. Master, I found them. Can you believe it? Yehua replied cautiously, taking a step back and attempting to conceal the treasures with his foot. What do you think? A knowing smile danced across Hongyun's face as he waved his hand, and the items were entirely absorbed into his possession. Seeing this unfold, Yehua felt a pang of regret. These treasures have been obtained at great personal risk. If you are unwilling to share, then I shall simply keep these items for myself, with no other recourse. Yehua, lowering his gaze, hastily explained, I ventured to the 33 heavens. These treasures are what I brought back. It was clear that he was not lying, and Hongyun did not press the matter further. With a gentle nod, he returned half of the items to Yehua. Well done, this pronouncement. Yehua was taken aback, his expression one of confusion as he wondered if he had misheard. Master, what did you say? It's nothing. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Realizing he had misspoken, Hongyun cleared his throat and waved his hand toward Yehua. Noticing the gesture, Yehua dared not linger, offering a respectful bow before hastily departing. However, this marked a positive beginning. Since Hongyun had not chastised him, Yehua felt emboldened to be more forthcoming in the future. Chapter 42. A request for compensation as he stepped out of Hongyun Cave. A knowing smile adorned his face as he gazed skyward. With a shift in his aura, he vanished from sight. Though he had been cautious, such subtlety could hardly elude Hongyun's awareness. Yet, Hongyun had no intention of intervening. If Yehua wished to pursue this path, he was free to do so. The treasures Yehua acquired would undoubtedly aid him significantly. After a brief glance, he adjusted his aura, but before he could take a step, an unexpected guest appeared outside Huyun Cave. "Greetings, Taoist Hongyun." Kunpeng greeted him with a gentle smile, offering a slight fist salute. Hongyun was somewhat taken aback by his sudden appearance. Surely, he wasn't here to cause trouble? However, before Kunpeng spoke, it was prudent to refrain from jumping to conclusions. "Taoist Kunpeng, do you come with a matter at hand?" He feigned ignorance, gesturing for Kunpeng to speak. Yet, Kunpeng showed no intention of moving. Instead lamenting, "All the spiritual treasures from Beiming have been taken by you. My cultivation has become increasingly problematic." His words, albeit unfinished, conveyed the essence of his visit. Hearing this, Hongyun felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet he maintained a smile. "This is indeed my oversight. How about this item as compensation?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, summoning a stream of primordial purple energy to manifest before Kunpeng. Upon seeing this, Kunpeng's eyes sparkled with greed, the desire evident in his gaze. "Absolutely." He reverently extended his hands, receiving the item as it fell into his grasp. The primordial purple energy was a rarity within the primordial realm. Such a treasure was worth more than countless spiritual artifacts. With his goal achieved, Kunpeng had no desire to linger further. He clasped his hands toward Hongyun and transformed into his true form. "Departing, I shall not impose further. Farewell." His voice echoed throughout Huyun Cave, while Hongyun's expression soured. He had already bestowed considerable benefits upon Kunpeng, and now this fellow had come to request compensation. Yet now was not the time for such thoughts. Venturing to the sacred land of Penglai was of utmost importance. The spiritual treasures there were no less valuable than those of Beiming. He could not allow anyone else to profit. Days later, he arrived at Penglai, and as he halted, he beheld countless spiritual treasures before his eyes. With no one around, he felt no need for restraint. The devouring principles surged forth, and a multitude of treasures streamed toward him in a relentless tide. After a brief moment, he reluctantly withdrew the devouring principles, having significantly enhanced them. Yet these ordinary items no longer satisfied him. After much contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon a particular abyss beneath Penglai, where vibrant colors danced and a terrifying aura of spiritual energy swirled within. This was a segment of the five-colored stones refined by Nuwa. But now that he possessed the five-colored stones, this particular treasure had lost its value. With that thought, a smile graced his face as he stepped forward. Before him lay a cerulean stone, surrounded by countless wisps of water energy, the atmosphere akin to a turbulent ocean with swirling water dragons. Indeed, quite impressive. He could not help but exclaim, no wonder this object would eventually become a part of the colorless stone. Cautiously holding this item in his hands, ensuring that no one was around, he activated the devouring law, feeling the aura within it flow along his arm and into his body. After a considerable time, a sudden flash of blue light appeared in his eyes, and the stone in his hand had lost its original luster. Years later, he had absorbed all the spiritual treasures of Penglai, stepping forth towards the firmament. While within the blood sea, a stir began. Countless quasi-saint auras entwined, and dozens of crimson water columns surged towards the heavens. Upon witnessing this, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before finally regaining his composure. The blood mosquito Taoist. In the course of the Great Desolation's development, he had completely forgotten this crucial figure. This individual had remained hidden within the blood sea, never emerging for discussions of the Tao or otherwise. He never anticipated that after a millennium, he would step into the realm of quasi-saint. Observing the surrounding auras, he sighed, realizing that the Phoenix clan might be in trouble. The blood mosquito Taoist was the first mosquito in the world. Although his strength was not remarkable, his speed was terrifying, rendering most quasi-saints utterly helpless against him. If his memory served him correctly, this individual would later develop enmity with the Phoenix clan, consuming thousands of their eggs. Amidst the diffusion of power, he soon vanished from that place, for he had no desire to squander time there. However, he failed to notice the countless pairs of eyes watching him from within the blood sea. The power above the blood sea persisted for several years, and on this day, the heavens stirred. With a tremendous roar, a mosquito the size of a small mountain burst forth from the blood sea. A resonating, buzzing sound filled the air, and the aura of the blood mosquito Taoist surged, reaching the early stage of quasi-Saint T. Last he had broken through. The treasures of Punlai, here I come. This place was merely a few thousand miles from Punlai, and he had long been aware of the treasures atop it. Yet when he arrived, the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded, standing there speechless for a long time. An enraged roar echoed through the heavens, as streams of blood light enveloped the entire Punlai immortal island. The sanctity of Punlai had lost all spiritual treasures. Not even a single spiritual fruit remained for him, in his icy gaze. A swarm of tiny black shadows surged from the blood sea was Hongyun. Indeed, he had devoured all the treasures atop Punlai. That first cloud of the great desolation, the blood mosquito Taoist's expression darkened. His voice turning frigid, it was him. The countless black shadows before him whispered amongst themselves, causing the blood mosquito Taoist a headache. Silence. His cold voice resonated through the heavens, and the surrounding mosquitoes ceased their chatter. Hurry and retrieve what I desire. As his voice fell, he transformed into his true form and leaped several thousand zhang away. Inside the fire cloud cave, Hongyun was leisurely absorbing all the spiritual treasures from these two locations, having become somewhat restrained. However, his daily intake of spiritual treasures continued unabated, for the flame of karma never rested. As long as he visited the 33 heavens, he would not return empty-handed, no matter how much he brought back. He had to take something. This had been the case for the past century, as the inhabitants of the 33 heavens had noticed, yet they could never catch the flame of karma. The most recent sighting was merely a fleeting shadow. Of course, this was also due to the indifference of the three pure ones in Yuhua regarding the matter. Otherwise, how could the flame of karma escape unscathed? Although a portion was taken by Hongyun each time, he was nonetheless pleased, for after years of accumulation, his spiritual treasures were no trifling matter. Upon returning from the 33 heavens, he would not keep anything for himself, instead presenting all his findings before Hongyun. Chapter 43. The blood mosquito Taoist's frantic self-destruction after offering everything. A faint smile crept onto his face, showing no signs of retreat. Noticing the expression on his face, Hongyun furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Master, what do you think of these items? I nearly lost my life to acquire them. Though he said this, the expression on his face had already betrayed his inner thoughts, and Hongyun could easily discern what was on his mind. A strand of primordial purple energy appeared in his hand, which he waved into the flame of karma. How could I forget you? Keep this primordial purple energy for yourself to absorb. Upon feeling the surge of power within, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement on his face. Thank you, Master. He respectfully bowed, retreating several steps before turning and vanishing into the fire cloud cave. Once outside, he leaped up the mountain, a searing flame erupting within him, primordial purple energy enveloping his entire being. The power radiated. He could not help but exclaim, truly the primordial purple energy. This strength surpasses that of my previous treasures by several times. Those items are utterly incomparable. Above the firmament, the blood mosquito Taoist suddenly appeared, surveying the surroundings of the fire cloud cave, his gaze locking onto the flame of karma. He had not detected Hongyun, but the power emanating from the flame of karma caught his attention. With his own aura reigning in, he stepped forward, countless flames swirling around him, the heat so intense that even he could not approach. Seeing this, he frowned slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He recognized the primordial purple energy. How could the flame of karma possess such a thing? If he killed the flame of karma now, this treasure would be his. His expression turned cold, and a flash of chilling light shot forth. However, to his surprise, just as his power was about to close in, a flame erupted from the flame of karma, instantly shattering his bloodlight. Who goes there? The flame of karma's expression turned icy, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. As he rose to his feet, a congenital spiritual treasure appeared in his hand, and countless flames surged forth from his grasp. Boom! His strength was terrifying. One strike caught the blood mosquito Taoist off guard, sending him staggering back several steps, engulfed by the unending flames. Oh, you truly think me an easy target. The flame of karma, though usually modest before Hongyun, showed no restraint in front of outsiders. Casting a cold glance at the flames beside him, the blood mosquito Taoist's expression darkened as he crushed the power with a single palm. He had already reached the quasi-saint level. Although he had only recently broken through, he was more than capable of handling a flame of karma. With a leap, he surged into the heavens, his massive form expanding, and hundreds of blood lights cascaded downward at that moment. Witnessing this scene, the flame of karma was taken aback, retreating several steps before instantly transforming into a shadow and rushing into the fire cloud cave. He could withstand the attack, but he would undoubtedly be severely injured. Instead of wasting time with this individual, it was better to leave the matter to Hongyun. Bursting into the fire cloud cave, he dared not pause, hastily calling out to Hongyun, "Master, save me! Someone is causing trouble." Hearing his urgent voice, Hongyun looked up in confusion. "That you're afraid of such a character? You truly bring shame upon your master." Speaking these words, he rose with an indifferent expression, stepping outside the fire cloud cave. "I'll capture him." The aura of the blood mosquito Taoist intensified, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. "It is you who stole the treasures of Penglai. Return them to me, and I shall spare your life." Upon hearing this, Hongyun shook his head with a smile, the heavenly opening divine axe appearing in his hand. He had possessed this item for quite some time, but had never utilized it until today to test its might. The treasures of Penglai are inherently unowned. They rightfully belong to the strongest. How will you prove that these treasures are yours? Hongyun's expression remained calm, completely dismissing the blood mosquito Taoist. His words instantly provoked the latter, and countless blood lights filled the heavens as hundreds of cold lights descended from above. As he faced this incoming strike, Hongyun neither dodged nor evaded, a faint smile gracing his face. As the powers approached, he brandished the heavenly opening divine axe, golden lights radiating, an enormous axe shadow cleaved down from the heavens. Boom! The impact shook the heavens, and the blood lights before him erupted completely. As the power dissipated, the blood mosquito Taoist found himself several thousand zhang away. His true form's wings severed. He lacked the strength to stabilize his body, retreating several steps with a mortified expression, retracting his true form and vanishing into a blood shadow. Hongyun, however, paid him no mind, instead examining the heavenly opening divine axe in his hand with great interest. This item, truly a companion treasure of Pangu, contained power that could only be described as terrifying. In the 33 heavens, the might brought forth by the heavenly opening divine axe caused the entire realm to tremble. In the main hall, Hongjun, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and others abruptly opened their eyes, with the three pure ones and Nuwa displaying expressions of confusion. Only Hongjun's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed the power of Pangu. How could this be possible? With a somber tone, he silently pondered, "It is indeed impossible for Pangu to manifest within the primordial chaos. So from whence does this power arise?" After a moment of contemplation, he focused his aura, piercing through the 33 heavens with a single glance, aiming directly towards the vastness of the primordial realm. Yet at this moment, Hongyun had long since stowed away the heavenly opening divine axe, rendering him unable to capture its presence. After a fruitless sweep, he furrowed his brow and withdrew his gaze, above in the firmament. Blood mosquito Taoist, grievously injured, exuded an aura that had diminished to its nadir. Cursed be it! He uttered this with a darkened countenance, yet there was no time for idle thoughts. He must swiftly regain his strength. Looking downward, he discerned 1,000 miles with a single glance, his sight fixated intently on the Phoenix clan. However, his interest lay not with the clan's people, but rather with the unhatched Phoenix eggs. With a flicker, he entered the Phoenix clan, remaining there for several days. His strength had nearly been restored. Yet the Phoenix clan suffered greatly, with thousands of Phoenix eggs destroyed. Within the Grand Hall, Shi Feng's expression was grim. a trace of murderous intent glinting in his eyes as he beheld the two ruined phoenix eggs before him. Kong Xian, I entrust this matter to you. Be sure to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. He spoke with a voice as cold as ice, prompting Kong Xian to kneel, fury burning deeply within his gaze. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall ensure this fiend is flayed and rendered to bone at this moment. Blood Mosquito Taoist remained unaware of the unfolding events, still seeking his next target within the Phoenix clan. Red Cloud, seated amidst the heavens, wore a placid expression, a knowing smile gracing his face. This Blood Mosquito Taoist has truly not disappointed me. If so, let us engage with this fellow in earnest. Gradually descending, he instantly entered the Phoenix clan. Upon seeing his figure, Shi Feng did not furrow his brow. Red Cloud, my friend, you have time to visit my Phoenix clan. Upon hearing this, Red Cloud responded with a gentle smile. Do you not wish to know who is responsible for the loss of 1,000 phoenix eggs from your clan? At his words, Shi Feng trembled, his demeanor cooling instantaneously. What knowledge do you possess, Red Cloud? This time, Red Cloud offered no words, merely nodding in silence, prompting Shi Feng to spring to his feet, closing the distance to stand before him. I beseech your guidance, Red Cloud, Blood Mosquito Taoist. That foul mosquito from the sea of blood. Shi Feng's expression darkened, rage igniting in his eyes that he firmly believed Red Cloud's words. After a moment of tension, he spoke coldly. Let the entire clan hear. Flay that foul mosquito. With his furious roar, the sound of phoenix cries reverberated through the heavens, summoning the Phoenix clan. Not only them, but Shi Feng's expression turned frigid, flames igniting around him. Red Cloud, feel free. With that, he transformed into his true form and leaped into the firmament, a myriad of flames enveloping the surroundings. Observing the power radiating from him, Red Cloud smiled gently, as clouds formed beneath his feet, propelling him towards the heavens. He was eager to witness how Blood Mosquito Taoist would evade this onslaught. As the phoenix cries echoed, Blood Mosquito Taoist sensed the impending danger. Just as he set down a lifeless phoenix, hundreds of fiery feathers rained down upon him. With a tremendous crash, he was flung 100 zhang away, devoid of any chance to react, consumed entirely by the sea of flames. This is not good. Observing the terrifying power surrounding him, his expression darkened, and he silently cursed his misfortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his cultivation, transforming his massive form like a small mountain, and charged through the searing flames. However, just as he reached the heavens, Shi Feng's expression was frigid, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. "O dare act with impunity within my Phoenix clan, I shall ensure you return no more." Return no more. Does he truly think himself so significant? We are all at the quasi-saint level. I fear you not. Blood Mosquito Taoist scoffed, unleashing hundreds of blood-red beams from his flapping wings. Shi Feng's countenance darkened, the unshakable intent to kill lingering in his gaze. As the attack approached, fury ignited in his eyes. With a flap of his wings, he shattered the incoming force. The flames surged above the heavens. The world dimmed, a scorching wave hurtling toward Blood Mosquito Taoist. Though Shi Feng was merely at the early quasi-saint stage, the power of the flames belonged to the foremost of the three clans. Even the ancestral dragon would regard it with trepidation. Boom! Following the series of resounding impacts, the cracks on Blood Mosquito Taoist's body multiplied, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had underestimated Shi Feng. Casting a somber glance at the heavens, he flapped his four wings, swiftly retreating hundreds of zhang away. Unable to defeat him, but he certainly had the speed to flee, and his current target was the sea of blood. Once there, he would call the shots. He moved with great swiftness, but Shi Feng was determined to deny him that chance. Crimson flames ignited around him, and the sound of phoenix cries echoed throughout the firmament. In response to this sound, the Phoenix clan members, those above the Tai golden immortal level, instantly transformed into their true forms. Pursue! Came the chilling command as hundreds surged forward. The Phoenix clan was indeed swift, but they were ultimately outmatched by Blood Mosquito Taoist. The disparity in realms was not trivial. As the hundreds lunged forward, Shi Feng transformed, leaping thousands of zhang in an instant. Mere moments later, they had arrived above the sea of blood, where blood mosquito Taoist lay in wait. Observing the fury in the eyes of the Phoenix clan, he sighed helplessly and disdainfully remarked, "Is it really such a big deal that I merely sampled a few of your phoenix eggs?" This statement instantly incited the ire of the Phoenix clan. Feng stepped forward, his expression darkening as countless fiery feathers swept across the heavens. "It is not just that. Today, you shall vanish alongside the sea of blood." In his icy voice, the other Phoenix members summoned their power, and thousands of flames erupted above the firmament. The brilliant blaze enveloped the entirety of the sea of blood, and within moments, the waters began to boil. Observing this from the heavens, Red Cloud could not help but display a look of astonishment. Casting a meaningful glance at Blood Mosquito Taoist, he sighed inwardly. This fellow's millennia of cultivation would be rendered waste today. Although he had preserved his physical form, his cultivation would remain stagnant at the great Luo Golden immortal level. After a series of deafening booms, the waters of the sea of blood boiled violently, and Blood Mosquito Taoist found himself submerged beneath the tumultuous Feng withdrew his aura. It dissipated entirely in a matter of moments. Hovering amidst the heavens, Feng surveyed his surroundings with a cold demeanor. A fierce glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Phoenix clan, heed my command. Quell this sea of blood." With his icy declaration, the Phoenix clan members wasted no time, igniting their flames and preparing to strike. At that moment, Red Cloud stepped upon clouds, leaping down from the heavens. "Feng, my friend, please wait." Upon hearing this, Feng paused for a second, his expression frigid, yet a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. The one who deserved to die has been dealt with. The other beings within the sea of blood are innocent. Listening to his words, Feng's clenched fists did not relent, his gaze shrouded in murderous intent. Noticing the change in his expression, Red Cloud smiled gently. Stepping forward as a stream of primordial purple energy enveloped him, "I am willing to use this power to spare these innocent beings." His voice remained calm, while Feng's emotions surged. Sensing the strength emanating from the primordial purple energy, he nodded without hesitation. "Since you, Red Cloud, are concerned for the lives of the innocent, I shall abide by your wishes." "Thank you." Hongyun smiled lightly as he bowed to him, while Feng did not hesitate to emit a phoenix cry, causing the members of the Phoenix clan to vanish from sight. Watching his departing figure, a profound smile appeared on Hongyun's face. This time, by saving the Blood Sea, he had elevated his status by 1,000,000. Although the matter had reached a conclusion, he showed no intention of leaving. With no strong opponents remaining in the Blood Sea, the spiritual treasures left behind would only be wasted. It would be far better for him to absorb them. The power of devouring laws surrounded him as he leapt into the sky, continuously consuming countless spiritual treasures. Within a matter of days, he had absorbed all the spiritual treasures from a Blood Sea. Meanwhile, a fragment of the soul hidden within the Blood Sea, belonging to the Blood Mosquito Taoist, was also captured. However, he dared not venture outside, for he had not only offended the Phoenix clan, but had also accumulated significant grievances with Hongyun. Should he step out now, he feared he would be unable to protect even this fragment of his soul. He believed he was hiding well, yet Hongyun had perceived everything. Chapter 45. The emergence of the Kunpeng sparks debate after absorbing all the spiritual fruits. Hongyun cast a meaningful glance at the Blood Sea and vanished in a single step. That fellow was now rendered useless. To recover, he would need at least a millennium. Present, he posed no threat, and there was no need to waste time here. Just as he prepared to return to the Fire Cloud Cave, a sudden disturbance shook the heavens and the earth above the eastern Victory Divine Continent, as a golden light shot towards the sky, enveloping the entire region in a myriad of spiritual power. Sensing this anomaly, his expression tightened, and moments later, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Another innate spiritual treasure had emerged. If his guess was correct, it must be the Kunpeng he had been waiting for all along. With this thought, he hastened his steps, covering thousands of zhang in an instant. He was not the only one who felt the extraordinary event. It was likely that the other quasi-saints had also sensed it. As he expected, by the time he arrived, several days had passed. He had scarcely stopped when 5 figures surged towards him from the distance. Besides Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, The two saints from the west followed closely behind. Upon seeing the figures of Junti and Jean, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Wherever there were magical treasures, these two could always be found. Noticing his presence, Taishang frowned slightly, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He had thought that the three of them were the first to arrive, yet unexpectedly, Hongyun had beaten them to it. "Friend Hongyun." He halted, the cold glimmer in his eyes dissipating as he respectfully bowed, then turned his gaze towards the golden light. "You three should take your leave. This treasure is not meant for you," Hongyun stated calmly, while Tongtian's face darkened, slightly turning away. "Such an innate treasure is not to be contested. How can you claim it is not meant for us? Last time, due to Hongyun, he had missed out on an innate treasure, and this time, he would not let it slip away again." Listening to his icy tone, Hongyun sighed inwardly. He was merely offering a kind reminder. Since these three had chosen to ignore it, there was nothing more he could do. The three purities had never gotten along well with Hongyun. Seizing the opportunity, Junti and Jean approached Hongyun, both smiling faintly as they bowed. "As friend Hongyun interested in this treasure. I merely came to take a look." Upon hearing this, Junti and Jean exchanged knowing glances, their faces revealing a significant smile. "We can assist friend Hongyun in acquiring this treasure." Upon uttering these words, not only was Hongyun surprised, but even the three purities were taken aback. When had these two become so accommodating? Previously, they had risked severe injuries over an innate spiritual treasure, but now they were being so generous. "What do you mean?" Hongyun inquired. Though he already understood their intentions clearly, he could discern that Junti and Jean were not genuinely offering help. They had ulterior motives. Even after 100,000 years, their desire to draw him into the West had not waned. "We mean no ill will. We merely wish to invite friend Hongyun to our western spiritual mountain to discuss the Tao," Junti said with a faint smile, but before Hongyun could respond, a colossal shadow swept across the sky. "Your western spiritual mountain for a discussion. You should reconsider your worthiness." The cold voice of Kunpeng resonated, his true form materializing as he stepped forward, ignoring the three purities and bowing respectfully to Hongyun. "A mere Kunpeng dares to intrude here. This is not a place for you, so be gone." Junti and Jean's expressions turned icy, their eyes filled with lingering murderous intent. "I advise you two bald heads to mind your words, or I cannot guarantee how much longer your spiritual mountain will exist." A disdainful smile played on Kunpeng's face as an overwhelming aura surged forth, still in its early stages, yet his power was undeniably formidable. Noticing the cultivation level on him, Junti and Jean frowned. Both were at the early stage of quasi-saint, yet Kunpeng's power was exceptionally dense. Although they were displeased, they dared not speak further. Kunpeng's strength had reached the quasi-saint level, his speed exceeding 100-fold. If he set off towards the spiritual mountain, they might not even be able to catch up. The three purities had remained silent, their gazes fixated on the golden light above, as everyone anxiously awaited. The golden light in the sky gradually dissipated, and a golden cauldron slowly descended from the heavens. The moment they spotted this object, the three purities were the first to mobilize their powers, their figures flashing as they dashed forward, with Junti and Jean following suit. Yet, Hongyun remained rooted in place, his expression as calm as ever. Observing his lack of action, Kunpeng grew increasingly anxious. "Friend Hongyun, this item is an innate treasure. Surely you..." Before he could finish, Hongyun shook his head. "Innate spiritual treasures are meant for those with fate. This item is not destined for any of you." As he spoke, a dark gray aura emanated from his hand. And just as the five were about to act, the object transformed into golden light and appeared in Hongyun's grasp. In that moment, all present were utterly dumbfounded, their faces reflecting shock. They had completely missed what had transpired. Kunpeng, equally astonished, widened his eyes and turned to Hongyun in disbelief. "Friend Hongyun, what a remarkable technique. Hand it over, or do not blame me for being impolite." Tongtian stepped forward, his expression grim as the Excalibur of the Immortals appeared in his hand. "I already mentioned that this item is not meant for you. Tongtian, it would be wise not to waste your time." Hongyun maintained a calm demeanor, his face betraying no emotion, yet Tongtian's gaze darkened significantly. "Is it not meant for us? Then how can it be meant for you?" As he spoke, his voice turned icy, and he transformed into a blur, dashing forward with hundreds of sword lights descending from the heavens. Although the power of this strike was tremendous, Hongyun showed no intention of engaging. Instead, Kunpeng understood his cue. Leaping into the sky, his true form materialized, and countless golden feathers surged forth from his wings. Dare to be disrespectful to friend Hongyun. His cold voice echoed throughout the sky as several beams of golden light descended, shattering the approaching sword lights in an instant. Although he managed to block that force, Kunpeng was still forced to retreat hundreds of steps. Ultimately, there was a gap in strength when compared to Tong Tian. You dare to meddle in affairs you do not understand. Seeking death, Tong Tian's face darkened as he prepared to advance. But Taishang intercepted him. What are you doing? Last time you stopped me this time. Before he could finish, Taishang's palm struck him back 100 zhong. This item is not meant for you. Why must we linger? There are countless treasures in the wilderness. Seek another. Chapter 46. The unyielding Junti and Jane. Taishang's voice chilled the air, and having said that, he turned to Hongyun and bowed before vanishing. Yuanshi followed suit promptly. Although the three purities had departed, Junti and Jane showed no signs of retreating. The Qian Kuanding was an exceptional, innate spiritual treasure. If they could refine it, their powers would soar. They were not as agitated as Tong Tian, suppressing their Buddha light somewhat as they stepped before Hongyun. Friend Hongyun, is it possible? Before they could finish, Hongyun shook his head. This item is also not meant for you two. Upon hearing this, their expressions darkened. Junti, in particular, struggled to contain his rising anger as he inquired, How could you know? Friend Hongyun, if this treasure were fated for you, it would not have appeared in my hands, would it not? Hongyun's demeanor remained calm, but inwardly he cursed. These two had failed to think critically. What connection did the Qian Kuanding's operations have with their Buddhist teachings? The reluctance in the hearts of the two was palpable. Illuminated by the radiant light of the Buddha, as two golden figures of Buddha suddenly manifested behind them. Let us test our strength, they declared, their expressions gradually turning cold, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing in their eyes. Ultimately, they had taken this step. The innate spiritual treasure lay before them, and if they did not give it their all, it would surely change hands. 3,000 Buddha shadows. 10,000 Buddhas returned to the source. Both struck simultaneously, 100 shadows of Buddha erupting forth in an instant. As they faced the oncoming force, Hongyun sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and summoned the heavenly opening axe into his grasp. At the moment the Buddha shadows surged toward him, he opened his eyes wide, golden light flickering within them, and with a tremor of the heavenly opening axe, he swung it down from the heavens. This strike was akin to a colossal beast. While it might not reach the primordial power of Pangu, it was certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary quasi-saint to withstand. Boom! The resounding echoes reverberated through the firmament, and the world dimmed in the presence of this golden light, obliterating the force that approached him. The two, Junti and Jin, had no time to react before they found themselves 1,000 feet away. Though they exerted all their strength to evade, they still suffered significant injuries in the wake of the overwhelming residual force. As the power dissipated, their faces turned pale, the aura of quasi-saintliness almost entirely diminished. How could this be? This is the power of Pangu. How can it reside within him? At this moment, the two were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how Hongyun could possess the strength of Pangu. Observing the grim expressions on their faces, Hongyun said nothing more and sheathed the heavenly opening axe. Just moments ago, amidst the radiant light, they had been unable to discern what Hongyun wielded that I told you. This treasure has no connection to you two. In that instant, they dared not hesitate any longer, suppressing their inner fury as they bowed to Hongyun. You speak true, fellow Taoist Hongyun. This treasure indeed has no ties to us in the West. With that, the two no longer lingered, channeling their energies and vanishing from the land of Dongsheng Shenzhou. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, the three pure ones, who had departed not long before, also halted in their tracks. Though they had distanced themselves from Dongsheng Shenzhou, the residual might of that force still reached them. What is this power? They felt an eerie familiarity with it, yet could not pinpoint its origin. The aura of Pangu. Taishang's expression darkened. This could not have been conjured by those two bald-headed figures from the west, nor could it be attributed to Kunpeng. The only remaining suspect was Hongyun. How could he possess the essence of Pangu? Before Tong Tian could finish his thought, his eyes were clouded with darkness, and he felt a twinge of relief that he had not engaged Hongyun in combat. At this moment, it was not only them. Even Hongjun sensed the anomaly. In the 33 heavens, he suddenly opened his eyes and shot towards Dongsheng Shenzhou. Though his speed was swift, the aura of Pangu had already dissipated by the time he left the 33 heavens. Above Dongsheng Shenzhou, Hongyun had already absorbed the energy, yet Kunpeng remained in a state of shock. His eyes filled with disbelief. He felt immensely grateful that he had not clashed with Hongyun. Otherwise, he would have met a fate unknown. Fellow Taoist Hongyun is indeed a divine being. He could not help but exclaim, his eyes reflecting unshakable reverence. You flatter me, Kunpeng. It was merely a small display of skill. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. He watched Kunpeng depart. A sense of delight filled his heart. Hongyun's strength was truly formidable, indicating that he possessed numerous magical treasures. After a brief standoff, Kunpeng transformed into his true form, intending to return to the North Sea. Suddenly, a flash of sword light crossed the sky, the might of a saint shining down, forcing him to kneel. Looking up, he saw Hongjun standing above, his expression grim. Who was here just now? He knew this commotion could not have been caused by Kunpeng. Startled by the coldness in Hongjun's voice, Kunpeng quickly explained, it was fellow Taoist Hongyun. He has already departed. Faced with the overwhelming authority of a saint, Kunpeng dared not hesitate, hastily lowering his head after speaking. Hongyun. Hongjun's voice was heavy with gravity as he uttered the name, and with a single step, he vanished from sight. Watching him leave, Kunpeng let out a long breath. He had sensed a hint of murderous intent moments ago. He dared not dwell on it further, shaking his head in a flurry. Disappearing from view, he could only hope he was overthinking. As a saint, Hongjun should not act with overt aggression. After departing Dongsheng Shenzhou, Hongyun felt as though he was being followed, prompting him to quicken his pace. After several days of relentless travel, he arrived at Hongyun Cave. Just as he prepared to enter, a beam of golden light descended, enveloping him in the might of a saint. The sudden turn of events startled him, and with a solemn expression, he quickly retracted his aura. I have encountered Hongjun, the saint. His voice echoed through the heavens as Hongjun descended step by step from the celestial realm. Coldly regarding Hongyun for a moment, Hongjun then spoke in a neutral tone. Were you in Dongsheng Shenzhou recently? Hongyun remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed everything. Did you perceive the aura of Pangu just now? Was it your doing? Listening to his icy voice, Hongyun did not dare to hesitate. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in acknowledgement that it was my doing. As he spoke, he produced a fragment of a stone, faintly exuding the essence of Pangu upon seeing the object. Hongjun's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. What is this? This is something I inadvertently discovered on Mount Buzhou. He respectfully offered the fragment, yet Hongjun showed no intent to accept it, coldly stating, I only inquired. I have no interest in this item. With that, he vanished in a single step. Instinctively, Hongyun sensed that Hongjun was not being truthful, but he dared not press further. Watching Hongjun's retreating figure, Hongyun's expression gradually grew somber. Chapter 47. I am the son of Pangu. This fellow arrived at quite the opportune moment. Had I not been prepared, there would be no place for me in the wilderness after this. Returning to Hongyun Cave, he summoned the Qian Kuinding. Golden light radiating as a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. With a weighty gaze, he waved his hand, allowing several strands of primordial purple energy to enter the vessel. The Qian Kuinding contained a miniature world of the Middle Thousand. If he could refine this object, he would no longer need to traverse back and forth to Hongyun Cave. However, he was somewhat taken aback that such a supreme, innate spiritual treasure had only drawn 5 individuals. While the other quasi-saints seemed oblivious, though puzzled, he dismissed it, focusing instead on refining the treasure. As the primordial purple energy entered, he ignited chaotic energy in his hand. The primordial purple energy was akin to an innate spiritual treasure, rare and sought after, while the chaotic energy was of the highest quality. Under the augmentation of these two forces, The Kunpeng glowed with golden radiance, its inherent power becoming extraordinarily formidable. This power would not dissipate easily, enduring for hundreds of years within Mount Sumeru. The demon ancestor, though, sensed the power of Pangu, his expression dark and filled with unyielding murderous intent. Previously, he believed the 12 ancestors of sorcery to be the greatest threat, only to discover that there were others in the wilderness. From where did that aura originate? Listening to his cold voice, the demon Lord Jidu dared not hesitate, quickly bowing to explain, Dongsheng Shinzhou, a supreme innate spiritual treasure emerged there. The demon Lord Jidu nodded with a darkened expression. Yet by the time they arrived, the treasure had already been taken, and they were completely unaware of what it was. I want to know who was present just now. Yes, this matter must be executed flawlessly. He could not allow Pangu to interfere with his plans, whether it was a wisp of soul or power wielded by outsiders. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were on the brink of madness. In the wilderness, they had felt the power of their paternal god for the first time in millions of years. Above the Wu clan, Di Jiao wore a grave expression, standing alongside Hutu and Zhu Junin. In this wilderness, there was someone capable of wielding the power of the paternal god. It seemed he would need to investigate further. Di Zhong's face darkened as he uttered these words, his aura shifting instantaneously. After centuries of seclusion, their strength had now approached the threshold of quasi-saint. However, due to their incomplete forms and their understanding limited to the cultivation of the physical body, upon reaching the pinnacle of De Luo Jinxian, they found themselves at a loss for how to break through. Their quest for the power of Pangu was not without reason. Perhaps it could assist them in their ascension, of course. This was merely a consolation in the hearts of the three. And whether it could be realized would depend on what lay ahead. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, centuries had passed. During this time, Hongyun had completely refined the Kunpeng. Not only that, but he had also absorbed a portion of its power, bringing his strength close to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. It must be said that in this primordial realm, the might of a supreme innate spiritual treasure was indeed formidable. With the Kunpeng in hand, he stepped outside the Hongyun cave, causing the sky to be instantly enveloped by this artifact with a few swift movements that, in an instant, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. While the Kunpeng in his grasp radiated a gentle white light. Witnessing this scene, a profound smile crept across his face as he waved the Kunpeng, restoring the original brightness around him. What he had just demonstrated was a divine ability within the Kunpeng, the ability to envelop heaven and earth. The power contained within the Kunpeng was far beyond this. Aside from this formidable force, there were other capabilities. With a graceful turn, he stepped inside the Kunpeng. Within this vessel lay a miniature world, though it was but a fraction of the primordial realm. The Kunpeng had absorbed his chaotic energy, allowing for a highly efficient cultivation experience within. After scanning the area with great care, he reluctantly exited. After a considerable time, he arrived at Mount Buzhou. And just as he halted, the 12 ancestor witches appeared before him in succession. How can you possess the aura of the Father God? Di Jiang inquired in a low voice, his expression somber. Upon hearing this, Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a while, he placed his hands behind his back and replied calmly, "Since you have discovered my secret, I shall no longer conceal it. I am the son of Pangu." As he uttered these words, disbelief washed over him. Yet the 12 ancestor witches were utterly convinced, their eyes filled with astonishment. "You truly are the son of the Father God." At this moment, Hongyun remained silent, merely nodding with an impassive expression as his aura surged forth. Having previously absorbed Pangu's blood, his essence indeed resonated closely with that of Pangu, observing the faint golden light surrounding him. The 12 ancestor witches frowned in unison, hesitating for a moment before bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the elder brother." This declaration nearly shattered Hongyun's composure, prompting him to hastily shake his head and maintain an indifferent demeanor toward the 12. "My identity is not to be revealed lightly. I hope you will keep it confidential. Rest assured, elder brother." At that moment, Hongyun found himself at a loss for words. After contemplating for an extended period, he waved his hand to disperse a strand of primordial purple energy. As this power flowed in, the 12 ancestor witches furrowed their brows, perplexed by Hongyun's intentions. However, before they could voice their inquiries, Hongyun calmly explained, "This is the will of the Father God." Upon hearing this, the doubts in the hearts of the 12 ancestor witches were alleviated, their faces lighting up with excitement. "You 12 have reached your limits. This power will surely aid you in breaking through." The bestowal of primordial purple energy to the 12 was a decision made after careful consideration by Hongyun, since the 12 ancestor witches were so resolutely convinced of their beliefs. It was advantageous for him to forge a good relationship with them, preferable to being alone in this primordial realm. Although the 12 ancestor witches were thrilled, they found no avenue for breakthrough. While they could elevate their souls, their incomplete forms left them utterly clueless about their cultivation direction. Despite their efforts to conceal it, how could they escape Hongyun's keen perception? "Do you harbor any doubts?" Upon hearing his voice, Di Jiang and the others dared not hesitate. Nodding solemnly, "We are incomplete beings. Though we have managed to cultivate our physical power to its zenith, we cannot break through." Hongyun had already anticipated this. As soon as Di Jiang finished speaking, he nodded with a somber expression, "I wish you all success in your breakthroughs." With those words, he assumed a meditative posture, his quasi-saint aura radiating around him. Feeling the power emanating from him, the 12 ancestor witches did not hesitate to mobilize their own energies. With his assistance, they sensed the prospect of breakthrough. They remained on Mount Buzhou for several centuries, basking in the golden light as the realms of the 12 ancestor witches gradually ascended. In order to aid their breakthrough, Hongyun had invested significant resources, employing not only primordial purple energy, but also the essence of chaos within this aura. Of course, this was known solely to him. After hundreds of years, his own strength had also considerably increased. Slowly opening his eyes, he retracted his aura. Having spent centuries here, the 12 ancestor witches were now merely a step away from breaking through. However, they could not achieve this until the third discourse of Hongyun, for only the essence of a saint could truly assist them. He had come to Mount Buzhou initially to aid his own cultivation. Yet by a twist of fate, he found himself assisting the 12 ancestor witches. Nevertheless, this posed little loss to him. Not only had his strength returned to its original point, but his Tao source points had also increased by 30 million. Combined with the previous amount, his Tao source points had now reached 90 million. After avoiding the 12 ancestor witches, he opened the system shop without hesitation. With so many Tao source points at his disposal, he felt it was somewhat wasteful not to utilize them. As he surveyed the system shop, his gaze settled upon a glimmer of golden light. This item was priced at 40 million Tao source points. Yet he could not discern what set it apart. The sacred great Luo method? Now, within the system shop, this was the only item that captured his attention, although he was uncertain of its utility. He retrieved it, and the moment it came into his grasp, it instantly entered his mind. As this item merged with him, Hongyun stood frozen in place, a sense of glee emerging on his face shortly thereafter. The 8 great Daos and the 52 gathering Tao flowers were all contained within. While he possessed the power of the laws, the onset of Panga's creation had significantly diminished this power. What astonished him most was the Tao of life and death. Had it not been for the system, he would have never encountered such a concept in this lifetime. The Tao of life and death. Following the Yin-Yang Tao was a path attained through inner peace, but he would have to wait several millennia for that. After suppressing the manifestations within the sacred Great Luo method, several days later, he returned to the Hongyun cave, where the flames of karma had already illuminated the space. Master will enter seclusion for 1,000 years. During this time, you may manage everything within the Hongyun cave. Upon hearing this, Yihu's face lit up with excitement, though he did not linger on this expression for long. Suppressing his smile, he cautiously addressed Hongyun. "Master, you may rest assured about the Hongyun cave. But there is a minor matter I must trouble you with." Upon hearing this, Hongyun's expression turned quizzical, unsure of what he meant. "What is it that you wish to convey?" With that, Yihu did not dare to hesitate any longer and nodded earnestly. "Recently, there's been a rather peculiar individual lurking outside the Hongyun cave. I fear that if you enter seclusion, he may cause trouble. Perhaps you should take a look?" Upon hearing this, Hongyun frowned slightly, puzzled as to who would come to cause trouble at the Hongyun cave. Nevertheless, he suppressed his doubts and ventured outside, channeling his aura to pierce through the distance of 1,000 miles. Indeed, just as he had said, there was indeed an individual lurking in the shadows, and their aura bore a striking resemblance to demonic energy. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he surged upward in a single leap, catching the demon Lord Ji-du off guard. Before Ji-du could react, Hongyun had already appeared before him. As he turned around and caught sight of him, the demon Lord Ji-du shuddered and cautiously took a step back. How did you discover me? You are so brazen that it would be impossible for me not to notice you. Demon Lord Ji-du. Hongyun accurately stated his name, causing Ji-du to be taken aback. He had been exceedingly discreet in his dealings with the red light, so how could he have attracted Hongyun's attention? His expression darkened, and a glint of coldness flashed his eyes. You possess the aura of Pangu. You cannot be allowed to live. This was the sole message he had received from Luo Ho prior to his arrival here, since he had encountered Hongyun in his true form. He would not hold back. As he spoke, the demonic energy swirling around his body coalesced, and dozens of demonic shadows burst forth. Seeing this display, Hongyun did not evade. He initially intended to intimidate this fellow with the open heaven divine axe, but ultimately decided against it, knowing that attracting the attention of Hongyun would be unwise. Summoning a strand of chaotic energy into his hand, he waved his sleeve, instantly shattering the demonic shadows. Do you think you are qualified to challenge me? The voice was devoid of emotion, and a profound smile lingered on his face. Noticing the expression on his visage, Ji-du was momentarily taken aback, inadvertently stepping back. Before he could utter a word, Hongyun had mysteriously appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder and applying a slight pressure, instantly pushing him back hundreds of miles. Oh, not be arrogant here. Vanish from my sight at once. The demon Lord Ji-du felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a sensation he had only previously experienced with the demon ancestor Lu. Casting a cold glance at Hongyun, he turned and vanished from the scene, daring not to linger for even a moment, for he feared that a moment's inattention might lead to his sudden disappearance. As he watched Ji-du retreat, Yehua was momentarily stunned. Just as he prepared to pursue, Hongyun raised a hand to stop him. Let him go. Speaking thus, he transformed the Qian-kuan-ding, a beam of golden light instantly embedding itself between Yehua's brows. This treasure I leave for you. Should anyone seek to trouble you, you know what to do. Feeling the power contained within, Yehua nodded excitedly. Master, rest assured, I will not allow any outsiders to step foot in the Hongyun cave. As he spoke, he confidently patted his chest, a subconscious action that made Hongyun break into a cold sweat. This fellow won't go seeking trouble with outsiders like the six-eared macaque, will he? Do not seek trouble with outsiders. If I find out, there will be no mercy. Fear not, I shall not emulate my senior brother. Though skeptical, Hongyun chose not to elaborate further. Entering the Hongyun cave, the sacred Luo law materialized, his body enveloped in golden light, with the paths of life and death swirling around him. There were 8 great paths in total, and he chose to absorb the path of life and death first, for its power was the mightiest, albeit it came with the most significant drawbacks. As the aura of life and death permeated, his expression grew increasingly grave, diverging from his initial expectations. Within the path of life and death lay 3,000 minor paths, and with each absorption, he would expend over a year of his time. Initially, he had estimated 1,000 years would suffice, but it now seemed it would not be enough. Standing outside the Hongyun cave, Yehua observed his master's cultivation, a knowing smile spreading across his face. With the Qian-kuan-ding now in hand, he vanished from the spot in a single step. Armed with this treasure, he could finally take revenge on those who had bullied him. The thought made him chuckle with delight. In no time, he found himself above the East Sea, and as soon as he halted, the Qian-kuan-ding flipped from his grasp. "Qianyo, come forth," his icy voice reverberated across the East Sea, causing the ancestor dragon to furrow his brow. Who dares to cause a ruckus above my East Sea? Chapter 49. The establishment of the heavenly courts, intent his countenance, was frigid, the might of the dragon radiating from him. Just as he rose, Qianyo appeared before him, blocking his path with a hand. That I am here to deal with this. Let me handle it. Qianyo's cheeks darkened, his true form stirring as he leaped from the East Sea. Centuries had passed since the great battle of the 3 clans, and he was on the brink of transformation into a dragon, his dragon might surging, countless golden lights rushing toward Yehua. His dragon aura stirred the entire East Sea. Yet Yehua wore a look of disdain, flipping the Qian Kuan Ding, dispersing the dragon might in an instant, and stepping forth to confront him. After all these years, you've improved so little. Truly pathetic. Yehua scoffed, his face cold with mockery. This remark instantly enraged Qianyo, who let out a furious roar, charging toward Yehua with a body the size of a small mountain. His fury surged, and his aura escalated, quickly reaching the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Yet Yehua showed no intention of evasion, a scornful smile adorning his face. Just based on you. Boom. The dismissive words were followed by a thunderous sound. The heavens above the East Sea dimming, the waters roiling, while the dragon palace in the deep sea trembled uncontrollably. Yehua was already nearing the quasi-saint realm, and with the Qian Kuan Ding, his power surged to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The force of this strike was beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. As the energy dissipated, Qianyo found himself 1,000 feet away, his body covered in cracks, his true form already vanished. How could you possess such a treasure? Previously, when he had clashed with Yehua, he was no match for him. It was inconceivable that Yehua could possess such a divine artifact. Observing Qianyo's sullen expression, Yehua smiled faintly, the Qian Kuan Ding manifesting in his hand. What can I say? I have a good master. As he spoke, he raised the Qian Kuan Ding, just as a roar of dragon fury erupted from within the East Sea. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, followed by the figure of the ancestor dragon, soaring above the heavens, his icy gaze fixed downward, instantly subduing Yehua with overwhelming dragon might. Seeing that frigid gaze, Yehua was momentarily stunned, stepping back in trepidation. What are you doing? He was indeed the first fire of the universe, with a supreme innate spiritual treasure aiding him, yet he still fell short in realm compared to the ancestor dragon. You dare to act recklessly above my East Sea? Hand over your treasure, and I shall spare your life. The ancestor dragon's voice echoed across every corner of the East Sea, his mouth emanating golden light as he struck downward. Had it not been for the earlier commotion, he hoped Yehua would not be too interested, but now he had changed his mind. Such an innate treasure lay before his eyes, and he did not wish to miss this opportunity. The force behind this strike, reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint, caused the entire East Sea to tremble. Seeing this, Yehua quickly retreated, the Qian Kuan Ding enveloped in golden light, pressing upward towards the heavens, as the strike descended. Countless crimson flames erupted from the Qian Kuan Ding, easily neutralizing the ancestor dragon's attack. As the power dissipated, the ancestor dragon frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing his eyes. He swung his dragon body and dove downward. The treasure is commendable, but you are unworthy of it. Upon encountering that fierce gaze, Yehua hesitated, taking several steps back before turning to flee, the Qian Kuan Ding vanishing in a burst of golden light. Though he could not win, he still had the speed to escape, and in the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself by 1,000 feet, the ancestor dragon's strike missing its target. Watching Yehua's retreating figure, the ancestor dragon's expression darkened, his murderous intent unabated, as he transformed into a fleeting shadow in pursuit. Yet as time passed, he felt increasingly uneasy. Yehua's fleeing path led to the Hongyun cave. Could he be that old fool's disciple? The ancestor dragon mused internally, realizing that if he were truly Hongyun's disciple, it would be wise to avoid provoking him. Casting a dark glance, he unleashed his mid-stage quasi-saint power, leaping forth to block Yehua's path. Who are you? I am Yehua, disciple of Hongyun. If you dare to harm me, my master will certainly not spare you. Now hovering above the Hongyun cave, Yehua felt emboldened, a hint of pride gracing his features as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon's expression darkened, contemplating for a moment before responding with a faint smile that, so you are a disciple of my friend Hongyun. My apologies. May I inquire if your master is present? My master is in seclusion, so return in 1,000 years. Having received the answer he sought, the ancestor dragon had no intention of lingering, nodding with a faint smile before vanishing in a flash. Since Hongyun was in seclusion, it made sense. He resolved that 1,000 years later, he would extort a hefty sum from him. Within the 33 heavens, Hongyun had also touched upon the principles, surrounded by a golden light that represented the path of all beings. He had studied this for decades, yet to no avail. Each time he could only sense a trace of power within. Utterly incapable of harnessing it for himself, that I am a saint. How can I not grasp such principles? His voice was low, muttering to himself as countless spiritual energies swirled around his hands, the path of all beings merging into his body. After a century, he suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face, as the path of all beings successively appeared in his grasp. During this century, he realized that to master this principle, one must be deeply concerned for all beings. Holding this treasure, he pondered it carefully before leaping into the heavens. The might of the saint enveloping the entirety of the primordial world, the great powers of the primordial world sensed this aura. They all looked up, their eyes filled with deep respect. In the gaze of the reverent crowd, Hongyun's aura gradually intensified, and at that moment, he did not need to exert himself. The path of all beings had already fused with him. Golden light surrounded his body, a golden pillar descending from the heavens, the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Raising his hand to glance around, he revealed an expression laden with profound significance. With a gentle step forward, a golden phantom appeared behind him, and countless mysterious sounds illuminated the entire primordial world. I follow the intent of the great Tao. Today, I establish the heavenly court, with the emperor of the Lingxiao Palace as Hongyun, and the queen mother of the Yaoqi. The sound reverberated throughout the vast wilderness, causing the powerful beings to furrow their brows in unison. Even Hongyun displayed a look of bewilderment. The establishment of the heavenly court signified that Hongyun had grasped the principles governing all sentient beings. He was in urgent need of their faith. Just as the crowd was taken aback, the resounding voice of Hongyun echoed once more. Those who have attained the golden immortal realm may ascend to the heavenly court for further breakthroughs. Every action he took resonated with the great Tao, and as his words fell, a beam of golden light surged directly into his being. The entry of this golden light indicated his recognition by the great Tao, affirming the truth of his recent proclamation. Chapter 50. A millennium of absorbing the Tao of life and death, observing the powers enveloping his form. Hongyun bore a faint smile. The golden light radiated outward, allowing him to perceive the entirety of the wilderness in a single glance. The inhabitants of the wilderness simultaneously looked up, as auspicious energies permeated the heavens, and the power of the sage encircled them. Though they felt merely a trace of this power, it stirred their excitement profoundly. For aside from a few Deluo golden immortals, they may never have the opportunity to approach a sage in their lifetimes. The establishment of the heavenly court by Hongyun undoubtedly presented them with an unparalleled opportunity. Should they seize it, a breakthrough would be imminent at this moment. Not only the human race, but also the demon race. The witch race and the underworld were similarly affected by this power. All within the wilderness underwent a baptism in the presence of the sage's might, yet one clan remained unaffected, the demon clan under the command of Luo. As the sage's authority enveloped them, instead of feeling exhilarated, they were ignited with fury in Shumi Mountain. The demon ancestor Luo, whose countenance darkened as he suddenly opened his eyes, a blood-red cold light flashing from them. I truly underestimated this fellow. He has indeed grasped the principles governing all sentient beings. Over the past few centuries, Luo, who had reached the peak of quasi-saint power but was still a step away from a breakthrough, he sought to ascend to sainthood through demonic means, a path not permitted by the great Tao, which require mastery over the principles of demons. Yet due to his current strength, he dared not venture out and could only send his subordinates to search. However, centuries had passed, and he had yet to even catch a glimpse of the principles he sought. I have given you a millennium. If you do not find it, you know the consequences. Listening to his icy words, the demon sovereign Jidu was taken aback, hastily nodding before retreating to in the following millennia. Hongyun devoted himself to studying the principles of all sentient beings, while the heavenly court was managed by the postnatal beings and the Queen Mother. To the people of the wilderness, a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Within the fire cloud cave, Hongyun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the intertwining black and white energies swirling in his hands. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Over this millennium, He had completely mastered the Tao of life and death. However, regrettably, he had only grasped this one principle out of the 8 for the principles of reincarnation. Immortality and demons, he had had no opportunity to touch upon them. Although the remaining 7 principles differed from that of life and death, their differentiation bore striking similarities, with each principle containing 3,000 minor principles. Had it not been for the constraints of time, he would not have awakened so promptly. He calculated that his tribulation was imminent. Raising his gaze to the heavens, dark clouds loomed, and several bolts of lightning danced about. The heavens above the fire cloud cave stirred, and the flames of karma furrowed their brows. Over the past millennium, he had also grown lax in his cultivation. Decades prior, he had broken through to quasi-saint level. Yet his power remained feeble. Though he felt a sense of confusion, he could not afford to dwell on it. Stepping forward, he instantly arrived within the fire cloud cave. Upon nearing, he noticed Hongyun standing up. And seeing him, a look of confusion crossed his face as he approached to inquire, "Did you not say it would take several millennia? How is it that you have awakened in just 1,000 years?" Before he could finish his question, Hongyun smiled lightly and replied, "My master possesses extraordinary talent. A millennium is more than sufficient to master such a modicum of power." He was putting on an act. Yet the flames of karma believed him wholeheartedly. "What power have you truly mastered? May I see it?" The flames of karma asked excitedly. As soon as he spoke, Hongyun conjured 2 beams of light, one white and one black. The white light represented life, while the black light symbolized death. Upon seeing these 2 forces, the flames of karma furrowed his brow and instinctively stepped back. The white light felt extraordinarily familiar to him. Yet from the black light, he sensed an aura of death. After a brief moment of hesitation, he reached out to probe, but before he could approach, Hongyun had already withdrawn the power and turned to him with a meaningful inquiry. "In this millennium, have you caused any trouble for your master?" As he spoke, he calmly raised his hand, and the Chinquan cauldron suddenly materialized from the flames of karma's grasp, startled by the sudden appearance of the object. The flames of karma instinctively reached out to catch it, but upon noticing Hongyun's gaze, he sheepishly withdrew his hand. "How could I possibly trouble you? For these several millennia, I have been cultivating outside the fire cloud cave." Upon hearing his words, Hongyun nodded with a faint smile. As he retracted his cultivation, a dragon shadow flashed across the heavens. The ancestral dragon retracted its true form and stepped before him, though wearing a gentle smile. Its aura continuously intensified. "Greetings, Tao friend Hongyun." His sudden appearance left Hongyun somewhat perplexed. He had only just mastered the Tao of life and death, so why would the ancestral dragon seek him out? Did this creature possess knowledge of his achievements? Yet, considering the circumstances, that seemed unlikely, for his 8 principles were contained within the system, and aside from him, no one in the wilderness could possibly know. "May I inquire if Tao friend ancestral dragon has come to my fire cloud cave for a particular reason?" he asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Just as his words fell, the ancestral dragon replied with a serene smile, "Indeed, there is a matter at hand." Upon hearing this, Hongyun instinctively fixed his gaze upon the flames of karma. Under his scrutiny, the flames of karma involuntarily took a step back and hurriedly explained, "Master, you need not worry about my actions. He is here to cause trouble, and I will help you drive him away." As he spoke, the flames of karma stirred his aura, engulfing himself in a myriad of flames. If he had remained calm, it would have been one thing, but this instinctive reaction had thoroughly exposed him. As the flames ignited, Hongyun waved his hand, suppressing the flames. "Stay put." After uttering these words, he advanced with a calm demeanor, while the ancestral dragon continued with a gentle smile. "Previously, the disciple of Tao friend Hongyun caused a disturbance in my eastern sea, not only injuring my son, but also attacking tens of thousands of aquatic beings. How does Tao friend Hongyun propose we address this matter?" Upon hearing this, Hongyun could not help but emit a cold snort within, pondering how to handle the situation. It was evident that the ancestral dragon had already formed a notion in his mind. The gentle smile on the ancestral dragon's face remained, yet a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Hongyun possessed countless treasures in his possession, if he did not provide a satisfactory resolution. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Observing the expression on the ancestral dragon's face, Hongyun's countenance shifted. A primordial purple energy materialized in his hand, albeit one he had modified. Would this item suffice as compensation? Upon seeing the primordial purple energy in Hongyun's hand, the ancestral dragon was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal excitement shortly after. Certainly. As he spoke, the ancestral dragon raised his hand, and Hongyun smiled gently as he placed the item into his grasp. The ancestral dragon had plenty of primordial purple energy, yet outsiders remained unaware, and this substance was of great value for cultivation. Having obtained what he desired, the smile on the ancestral dragon's face lingered as he nodded. Preparing to take his leave, Dao friend Hongyun is so generous. I shall not impose any longer. Farewell. With these words, he bowed to Hongyun and leaped into the sky, his true form vanishing in an instant. Chapter 51. The unexpected awakening of the divine incarnation. Watching the retreating figure, Hongyun maintained a calm expression, while the flames of karma burned with indignation. Master, you are unaware of the intricacies of this situation. Why did you give him the item? He could not help but voice his complaints, to which Hongyun replied with an unfazed demeanor. He came solely for the item. If I did not give it to him, do you think he would simply let it go? Kiki, this is the primordial purple energy. Yefei, with a reluctant expression, has received only a limited amount of primordial purple energy since the beginning. Yet this time, Hongyun unhesitatingly bestowed this precious essence upon the ancestor dragon. Without further ado, Hongyun turned his gaze towards the vast expanse of the sky. With the establishment of the heavenly court, the third discussion of the Tao would commence in a millennium. Retrieving his gaze, he stepped onto the auspicious clouds beneath him and soared into the heavens, eventually arriving at Buzhou Mountain after a considerable duration, feeling the dense aura of Pangu surrounding him. He conjured the divine axe of creation with a flick of his wrist. As soon as the axe was summoned, a peculiar stir resonated throughout Buzhou Mountain as countless energies converged within the divine axe. Observing this phenomenon, a smile of excitement graced his face. He had initially approached this endeavor with a mere sense of experimentation, never anticipating its efficacy. Should these two forces be interconnected, he would subsequently be able to harness the power of Buzhou Mountain. Time flowed by, and a century passed in the blink of an eye, during which he siphoned off half of Buzhou Mountain's energy. However, the changes in this place were known only to him. Even if Hongyun were to visit, he would be none the wiser. As soon as he stood from the ground, he spotted 12 figures approaching from afar. The 12 ancestor witches wore faint smiles, their eyes twinkling with mirth. Upon reaching Hongyun, they simultaneously knelt on one knee. Greetings, elder brother. Upon hearing this, Hongyun was taken aback, and after a moment of hesitation, he quickly responded, "There is no need for such formality. Please rise." He had nearly forgotten this matter, but the greeting from the 12 ancestor witches reminded him of the lie he had woven a millennium ago. Why is elder brother present on Buzhou Mountain? Di Jiang was the first to inquire, curiosity evident in his eyes. As he spoke, the others followed suit, casting bewildered glances in Hongyun's direction. Observing their inquisitive expressions, Hongyun could not help but internally lament their insatiable curiosity. I merely sensed some unusual activity on Buzhou Mountain and came to investigate. What brings you here? He certainly would not divulge the truth of his actions. If the 12 ancestor witches were to discover it, it would spell disaster. Like elder brother, we sensed that the power of Buzhou Mountain was waning, so we came to take a look. Di Jiang replied gravely. Hongyun's heart trembled, and a faint bitter smile crept onto his face. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of the sage Hongjun and momentarily forgotten about the 12 ancestor witches. They were birthed from Pangu's flesh and thus held an intrinsic connection to Buzhou Mountain. The dissipating power would surely be within their perception. After a brief contemplation, Hongyun lowered his voice and spoke with a serious countenance. I have felt the presence of our Father God's power. Hence my visit. Buzhou Mountain is unharmed. You may return. Upon hearing his words, the 12 ancestor witches were momentarily stunned, their faces revealing shock. All 12 of them, having originated from Pangu's corporeal form, had not felt the presence of Pangu's power in thousands of years. The power of our Father God. Elder brother, might you share it with us 12? They recognized this as a rare opportunity. If they could receive guidance from Pangu, they would undoubtedly break through to the quasi-saint realm. Di Jiang spoke with fervor, and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on Hongyun as if they wished to devour him whole. Noticing their unwavering gaze, Hongyun sighed inwardly. He gradually mobilized his energy, and 12 beams of golden light surged forth, merging into Di Jiang and the others, feeling the incomparably pure energy coursing through them. The 12 ancestor witches bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother. There is no need for such gratitude. The Father God has commanded that you 12 safeguard the witch clan. Go forth." With his words, the 12 ancestor witches transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing without a trace. Watching them depart, Hongyun exhaled deeply. He possessed no guidance from Pangu. What he had given them were merely 12 drops of his own blood. Ever since absorbing Pangu's essence, his blood had undergone a qualitative transformation. He felt a pang of regret, for his lifeblood contained not only Pangu's power, but also the strength of the Chaos Demon ancestor. After ensuring no one was around, he retrieved the 52 gathering Tao flowers. Having spent a millennium absorbing the Tao of life and death, his next focus would be these gathering Tao flowers. Naturally, he could not absorb them all at once. Thus, he summoned one flower to his hand, activating the principle of devouring. Now, he required no external aid. By employing the principle of devouring, the power would become his own. As this essence entered his body, he felt a torrent of warmth coursing through his meridians. After a considerable time, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light igniting within them. Just as he prepared to continue, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have activated the divine incarnation." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed his face. When the system activated, he clearly saw his information. Other matters held no interest for him. Only this realm piqued his curiosity. The Primordial Realm. Quasi-Saint Pinnacle, System Realm, Divine Incarnation, Level 1. Upon seeing this, he was utterly taken aback. He had been cultivating in the Primordial Realm, yet a System Realm had unexpectedly manifested. Frowning in bewilderment, he delved into the details. With the system's explanation, his furrowed brow gradually eased, replaced by joy. The System Realm and the Primordial Realm were two distinct concepts, yet they could be utilized in tandem. The Primordial Realm governed the external, while the System Realm governed the internal. In simpler terms, by employing the principle of devouring to absorb power, he could elevate his cultivation. Furthermore, with the divine incarnation, he could not only enhance his own cultivation, but also achieve the same effect for his soul. Even more astonishing was that upon activating the divine incarnation, he could devour spiritual treasures, and even innate treasures would be within his grasp. With a mindset of experimentation, he retrieved the divine Yuan sword. This item was an innate treasure, having been in his possession for quite some time. While he had no immediate use for it, it could serve as a test. Holding it in his hand, he activated the power of the divine incarnation level 1, causing a golden vortex to materialize, gradually erasing the sword from his sight. Moments later, the divine Yuan sword had entirely vanished, its power merging completely with him. Feeling the surge of newfound power within him, he was elated that a beam of golden light burst forth from his hand. With a swift motion, dozens of sword shadows cascaded down from the heavens. Chapter 52. The extraordinary power of the divine incarnation. As the sword light dissipated, his face was alight with excitement. Another gathering Tao flower reappeared in his grasp. He had absorbed the divine Yuan sword. Yet the power within it was now at his command. After consuming this gathering Tao flower, he distinctly felt an enhancement in the strength of his divine incarnation level 1, though it had not yet reached level 2. Although he registered this discrepancy, he did not dwell on it, for the Kunpeng cauldron had materialized in his hand. Since the power within remained unchanged, why not absorb the Kunpeng cauldron? His own realm could be elevated, and the cauldron could still be utilized. Mobilizing the energy within him, the golden vortex reappeared. However, this time, the Kunpeng cauldron did not dissipate, but instead, he received a response from the system. Insufficient level. The host cannot absorb superior innate treasures. Upon the utterance of these words, Hongyun was momentarily taken aback, ultimately feeling a sense of disappointment as he withdrew the items. He had assumed there were no restrictions. But it seemed he had overthought the matter. Nevertheless, he did not allow this setback to dishearten him. Although he could not absorb this object, the power within the Ju Dao flower was not to be underestimated. For a century, Hongyun had been absorbing energy atop this unyielding mountain, and of the 52 Ju Dao flowers, only the final bloom remained. Despite his considerable absorption, the realm of his sacred incarnation had only ascended by a single level. Most concerning was his inability to sense when a breakthrough might occur. He only recalled that when he absorbed 36 Ju Dao flowers, his sacred incarnation had exhibited unusual activity, casting a meaningful glance at the last golden Ju Dao flower in his hand. He felt a golden vortex surging forth, and the final crimson golden flower vanished into his being. As anticipated, there were no signs of a breakthrough, just as he was preparing to rise and depart in disappointment. A sudden influx of warm currents surged within him. His foot, which had just begun to step forward, became rooted in place as golden light enveloped his form, and a beam of golden radiance descended from the heavens, engulfing him entirely. Feeling this surge of power, he was momentarily stunned, but soon excitement flickered across his face. Although there was no breakthrough, the density of power within him was steadily increasing. After a few breaths, the golden light dissipated, and a smile of exhilaration graced Hongyun's countenance. He fixed his gaze upon a massive stone, raising his hand forward, causing the stone to be drawn into the vortex. However, it was not the stone he sought, but the power contained within it. With a flick of his sleeve, the stone erupted in mid-air, and a trace of Pangu's essence infused his being. This power was indeed extraordinary. He could not help but exclaim. Now, not only could he devour spiritual treasures, but he could also convert the cultivation of any being with a realm into his own. Upon returning to the Fire Cloud Cave, his attention was immediately drawn to the sneaky presence of the Yuhua. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Yuhua before him. "Why are you hiding from your master?" he inquired, his tone remarkably calm, accompanied by a hint of a knowing smile, startled by his words. Yuhua quickly lowered his head and stammered, "I didn't," unwilling to speak the truth. Hongyun remarked with a gentle smile, as the golden vortex materialized, instantly drawing Yuhua into his being. Of course, he did not tap into the power of his sacred incarnation, lest Yuhua's cultivation be compromised. In a dimly lit realm, Yuhua floated in mid-air, unable to discern the bounds of this place, only hearing Hongyun's voice that, "If you refuse to speak, then you shall remain here." As he spoke, countless dark golden energy stars surged from all directions, swiftly engulfing Yuhua. Feeling this power, Yuhua trembled, a grimace crossing his face as he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. I'll tell you. See, was that so hard? No need to exhaust your energy in stubbornness." With a flick of his hand, Hongyun released him from that place. Observing Hongyun's composed expression, Yuhua awkwardly smiled and took several steps back, ensuring a safe distance before slowly speaking. "I didn't do anything. With my senior brother absent, I merely took a trip to the underworld as this point he faltered, and Hongyun surmised that this fellow must have stirred up trouble again. "Did you go to provoke the Yuming clan again?" "How could it be trouble?" Yuhua retorted. "I sensed there were spiritual treasures there, so I went to take a look. Who knew the ancestor of the underworld river would not welcome me? So I gave him a slight lesson." Though he claimed it was merely a lesson, this fellow would undoubtedly hold nothing back in a fight. You could contend against the ancestor of the underworld river? Hongyun expressed skepticism. After all, the ancestor had attained quasi-saint status. Yuhua, while being the first flame in the world, was only at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. How could he possibly be a match for a quasi-saint? "That was thanks to your assistance, master. Didn't you leave me a shard of power before?" Upon hearing this, Hongyun was taken aback, his expression darkening. He had indeed forgotten this matter. Previously, when absorbing the Tao of life and death, he not only left Yuhua, the Qian Kuanding, but also a shard of chaotic energy at the quasi-saint peak. With a weary glance at Yuhua, he sighed and waved his hand. "Go. I shall handle this matter." It was too late to discuss it now. If he did not intervene, Yuhua would be unable to withstand the consequences. Hearing his words, Yuhua froze momentarily, then a smile broke across his face, nodding repeatedly before vanishing in an instant. Not long after Yuhua departed, a figure appeared in the sky. ancestor of the underworld river, his expression dark and his eyes filled with an unquenchable killing intent. Upon spotting Hongyun, he descended from the sky in a single bound, the aura of a quasi-saint enveloping the fire cloud cave. Hongyun Taoist, I believe you are already aware of the situation. Hearing his ominous tone, Hongyun nodded with a calm expression. I am indeed aware of the situation, but I cannot be blamed for my disciples' actions. Though the underworld sea belongs to your Yuming clan, those spiritual treasures went unnoticed, rendering them unclaimed. This was not mere conjecture. In the primordial realm, whether innate treasures or various spiritual artifacts, they belonged to the strong. The fact that Yuhua could acquire them indicated his capability. His placid words instantly provoked the ancestor of the underworld river, whose expression darkened. I see light flashing in his eyes. Oh, you are saying this is my fault. His questioning was relentless, his gaze heavy with indignation. If they belong to the strong, then if you are defeated by me today, the fire cloud cave shall belong to my Yuming clan. As he spoke, a flash of blood light emanated from his hand, and 2 rivers of blood cascaded down from the heavens. Seeing the incoming attack, Hongyun's expression darkened, revealing a knowing smile. With a flick of his hand, one of the rivers of blood surged into his sacred incarnation. This power coursed through him. Excitement flickered across his face. Chapter 53. The Blood Mosquito Taoist, wrongly accused. He had previously heard that the waters of the underworld river were formed from Panga's blood. Though he had not believed it, today's experience left him somewhat astonished. Indeed, within this essence lay Pangu's power, and it was formidable. After absorbing it through his sacred incarnation, this power was wholly retained within him. Noticing his instinctive reaction, the ancestor of the underworld river was momentarily taken aback, fury igniting in his eyes. Unaware of Hongyun's methods, he continued his assault without pause. Rise, underworld river! 10 blood-red rivers surged forth from the wide sleeves of his robe, barreling toward Hongyun. The entire sky dimmed, the aura of quasi-saints permeating the atmosphere. Hongyun bore a serene smile, the golden vortex now manifesting behind him. The ancestor of the underworld river had not disappointed him. The incoming forces were effortlessly devoured by the vortex, unable to penetrate his being. Moments later, a faint smile appeared on Hongyun's face as he flicked his hand, sending the blood rivers spiraling back, causing the ancestor of the underworld river to be pushed back several hundred feet. Thank you. Upon uttering these words, the ancestor was momentarily stunned, yet the fire of his rage remained. What have you done? Why can't my blood river harm you? That is not something I can conveniently disclose. Should you persist, I will gladly engage you further. The ancestor of the underworld river, realizing he was no match for Hongyun, took a step back and vanished from sight. Not only had he lost 11 meticulously crafted blood rivers, but his reputation had also been severely tarnished. Watching him retreat, Hongyun raised his hand in an attempt to stop him, but before he could speak, the ancestor was already thousands of miles away. Sighing, Hongyun retracted his sacred incarnation at that moment. He had hoped to absorb more power, but the ancestor of the underworld river had escaped too swiftly. Soaring into the sky, the ancestor's expression remained grim. His eyes filled with murderous intent. He had intended to gain some advantage from Hongyun, but in a moment of impulsiveness, he had lost quite a bit. Reflecting on this, he cast a cold glance towards the direction of the fire cloud cave before arriving above the sea of blood, where he noticed unusual movements in the distance. Peering through the depths of the sea, a figure emerged. Taoist blood mosquito. This wretched mosquito was still alive. He was somewhat surprised. Previously, the Phoenix clan had exerted significant effort to slay this fellow, showcasing his tenacious vitality. Though his voice was low, Taoist blood mosquito could hear him clearly. What did you just say? A thunderous roar reverberated across the sea of blood as the blood mosquito Taoist surged forth from its depths. Previously, he had endured humiliation at the hands of the Phoenix clan, compounded by a grievous injury inflicted by the Red Cloud. That a millennium has elapsed since then, and his wounds have long since healed. Along with a slight breakthrough in his capabilities, with unyielding fury in his eyes, he instantly transformed into his true form, unleashing a multitude of crimson beams aimed directly at the ancestor of the Dark River. The ancestor, already seething with pent-up rage, found the odious mosquito presenting itself as an unwelcome opportunity for release, as the power approached him like a serpent. The aura of a quasi-saint surged within him, and with a single punch, he shattered the array of chilling beams. Odious mosquito, do you truly consider yourself significant? Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you, the ancestor of the Dark River declared. His expression grim as he ascended, bloodlight coalescing in his fist, aiming directly at the blood mosquito Taoist's face. He did not hold back in this strike. The blood mosquito Taoist was utterly defenseless, and with a resounding crash, he was sent flying 100 feet away. The most lethal of his weapons, his nose, was shattered by the ancestor's blow. Observing the absurdity of his predicament, the ancestor could not suppress a laugh, adding a mocking comment. Now that you are weaponless, I wonder how you shall cultivate henceforth. Yes, he laughed. The ancestor of the Dark River radiated his cultivation, no longer wishing to waste time on this fool. Having vented his frustration, he deemed it unnecessary to linger with this individual. Watching the retreating figure of the blood mosquito Taoist, the flames of rage in the latter's eyes remained undiminished. Just as he prepared to advance, a sudden, intense pain surged through his cheek, forcing him to halt. "Curse you! Wait for me!" he spat, and after uttering these words, he cautiously raised his hand to touch his cheek, only to be met with a wail of anguish. "Ah!" The cry echoed throughout the blood sea, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from the demon tribes under his command. Yet upon seeing him, they stifled their mirth, fearful of becoming the target of the blood mosquito Taoist's wrath. Within the fire cloud cave, Red Cloud contemplated gravely. He was in urgent need of power, but was at a loss as to where to find such a multitude of spiritual treasures. Just as he was deep in thought, the fiery blaze approached him cautiously. "Master, you seem troubled." Hearing his voice, Red Cloud nodded with a neutral expression. "I am pondering where to acquire spiritual treasures." Upon hearing this, the fiery blaze's face lit up with excitement. "Master, I may have a say in this matter." Without waiting for Red Cloud to respond, he eagerly explained, "The spiritual treasures within the Dark River are countless. I discovered a portion previously. If you were to go, you would undoubtedly uncover even more." After speaking, anticipation gleamed in his eyes, hoping that Red Cloud would accompany him. This way, he could obtain more treasures himself. Their previous conflict with the ancestor of the Dark River stemmed from the grand scale of his treasure-seeking endeavors. After a prolonged silence, Red Cloud nodded with an impassive expression. "Then I shall reluctantly make the trip." Upon hearing this, the fiery blaze excitedly followed closely behind, and with a surge of power, the two vanished from the location. Moments later, they arrived above the Dark River, their auras shifting as Red Cloud's gaze locked onto an area several thousand jong away. After a meaningful appraisal, a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, this fellow had not deceived him. Just as he was about to descend, dozens of figures surged forth from the Dark River, with the ancestor of the Dark River sporting a darkened expression and eyes filled with murderous intent. "I have no intention of causing you trouble, yet you dare to invade my domain. You are unwelcome here. Vanish at once. Do not be so agitated. I have come merely to seek a few items." Red Cloud replied with his customary calmness. The instant his words left his lips, the ancestor of the Dark River let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Seeking items here? Everything in this place belongs to my Netherworld clan. Depart swiftly, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Before he could finish, the fiery blaze stepped forward, his eyes brimming with disdain. "What need is there for such idle chatter? Spiritual treasures within the primordial realm belong to the strong. You are no match for my master. Why should we not retrieve what is rightfully ours?" His words struck a nerve, as the ancestor had recently suffered defeat at Red Cloud's hands. Now, with the fiery blaze's provocation, his fury reignited. "What business is it of yours? If you refuse to leave, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Seize them. Ensure they remain here. They shall never leave with my treasures." Chapter 54. Let the Dark Sea Descend Afoot. Hearing his cold command, the members of the Netherworld clan gathered their powers, their eyes igniting with ferocity. Their ranks varied in strength, with the weakest being Tai Golden Immortals and the strongest reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm. Observing the encroaching figures, Red Cloud sighed in resignation and softly cautioned, "Disciple, do not strike too heavily." At these words, the fiery Blaze's face lit up with a fervent smile as he unleashed his aura. Flames swirling around him as he surged upward. Countless crimson flames erupted from his hands, and he swiftly engaged the members of the Netherworld clan, sending them reeling back toward the Dark River with a flurry of punches. Casting a dismissive glance at them, he returned to Red Cloud's side and respectfully stated, "Master, you see, I did not exert my full strength." Red Cloud smiled faintly, his gaze fixed intently on the ancestor of the Dark River. "Are you prepared to fight, or will you withdraw?" With these words, the ancestor's expression darkened. He knew he could not contend with Red Cloud. Yet to retreat now would mean losing his standing in the primordial realm. "I wish to test my mettle," he replied, his face set in grim determination, the aura of a quasi-saint surging forth as the blood within the Dark River boiled, sending forth countless crimson torrents skyward. At the sight of this assault, Red Cloud's face broke into an excited smile. There was no time for idle words as he activated his divine incarnation, with no place to absorb power previously. The ancestor had unwittingly presented him with a grand opportunity upon their first meeting. "Come forth," he exclaimed, transforming into a blur as he charged ahead, golden light flashing as he drew the blood essence into a swirling vortex. In mere moments, the power that had once surrounded him vanished entirely, leaving the ancestor of the Dark River utterly dumbfounded at the aura Red Cloud had summoned. Staggering backward, his eyes were now clouded with despair. "How did you achieve this? What difficulty lies therein? If you doubt me, feel free to try again." Red Cloud's gentle smile remained, further urging him to act. The ancestor was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he conjured dozens of chilling beams. Just as he was about to advance, Red Cloud manifested the Kunpeng. Having no time to waste, a flash of sword-light flickered, and an invisible pressure bore down upon the ancestor of the Dark River from the heavens. Though he struggled to remain standing, he found himself powerless against the onslaught. The chilling beams erupted in his grasp, and his face twisted in agony, that a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. How can this be? How do you possess such an item? Despite having cultivated for tens of millions of years within the primordial realm, he had never encountered a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, having only seen the likes of innate treasures at most. "Do you wish to continue fighting?" The ancestor had once harbored the desire to battle, but now he dared not entertain such thoughts, shaking his head repeatedly. Observing the expression on his face, Red Cloud did not press further. Retracting the Kunpeng with a cold glance, the ancestor, now unwilling to hesitate, vanished from sight. With this nuisance gone, Red Cloud fully unleashed his aura, leaping into the skies. Countless golden lights shimmered as hundreds of whirlpools manifested within the Dark River. Within mere moments, he had absorbed over 1,000 spiritual treasures, his actions showing no signs of ceasing. Deep within the Dark Sea, the ancestor of the Dark River watched in fury as the treasures continued to vanish before his eyes. Yet, knowing he was no match for Red Cloud, he could only watch helplessly. "Ancestor, must we truly endure this?" The members of the Netherworld clan were unable to bear the sight any longer. If this continued, everything within the Dark Sea would be completely depleted. "Whatever treasures he can seize, you shall pursue as well. No matter the quantity, bring every spiritual treasure back to the Netherworld clan." Yes, the members of the Netherworld clan began their race against Red Cloud. But their speed was no match for his. Each time they discovered a spiritual treasure, it was already consumed by the golden whirlpool, leaving them no opportunity to intervene. Over the course of several days, the treasures in this area dwindled to a mere handful, and the number of spiritual treasures was pitifully small. Of course, the Netherworld clan still managed to secure a total of 10 items, while the rest were absorbed by Red Cloud. Observing the meager collection of spiritual treasures before him, the ancestor of the Dark River wore a dark expression, eventually muttering coldly, "Better to have this than to let him take everything." He can only find solace in himself now, for he is no match for Hongyun. What else can he do? To provoke Hongyun is out of the question. He certainly does not wish to see his millennium of cultivation crumble in an instant. Hongyun has gained significantly, and Ihua is secretly pleased, having assisted Hongyun in acquiring numerous treasures, while he himself retains a fair share. Moreover, Hongyun has rewarded him with a strand of Hongmeng Ziki. Days later, Hongyun suddenly opened his eyes, a profound smile gracing his face as he directly informed him that there is something deep within the depths of the underworld sea. The moment his gaze shifted downward, the ancestor of the underworld river felt a wave of unease rise within him. Upon seeing Hongyun, the ancestor dared not hesitate and instantly appeared before him. Other treasures could be compromised, but this particular one is the foundation of my Yuming clan. The ancestor's expression darkened, his eyes betraying the gravity of the situation, and he had already prepared himself for death. He could tolerate the previous losses, but the foundation of the Yuming clan must remain untouched. Do not be agitated. I have no interest in the foundation of your Yuming clan, that I merely require a cauldron of the blood water from this place. Really? The ancestor of the underworld river's expression turned grim, his demeanor becoming exceedingly serious. Observing the expression on Hongyun's face, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, since Hongyun expressed disinterest in the foundation of the Yuming clan, there was no need for further discussion. The blood water here flows endlessly. One cauldron, or even 10 cauldrons, would pose no issue for Hongyun. Upon finishing his words, a faint smile graced Hongyun's face as the Qian Kuan Ding appeared in his hand. He had stated he would take only one cauldron, and that promise would undoubtedly be kept. With a surge of energy, the Qian Kuan Ding was released, soaring above the underworld sea. Under the power of the Qian Kuan Ding, countless streams of blood water surged into the cauldron, a process that continued for several days. 10 days later, the Qian Kuan Ding returned to Hongyun's hands, while the entire underworld sea had receded by a foot. This action ignited a fervor among the members of the Yuming clan, as the ancestor of the underworld river stared wide-eyed, his face etched with profound shock. How on earth did he achieve this? He had agreed to Hongyun's request, yet he never anticipated that Hongyun could cause the entire underworld sea to lower by a foot. With his objective fulfilled, Hongyun had no inclination to linger any longer. Casting a meaningful glance at the artifact in his possession, he vanished in an instant. This maneuver left Ihua perplexed. He had come here for spiritual treasures, yet he was inexplicably taking this item back. Following closely beside Hongyun, he quickly inquired, "Master, why are we not?" Chapter 55. The 12 ancestral witches leap into semi-sainthood. His words remained unfinished, yet the smile on his face was far from amicable, clearly indicating his discontent. Choosing to leave the Yuming clan alone, while instead taking the blood water, seemed to him a case of losing more than gaining. Noticing the expression on Ihua's face, Hongyun sighed softly and countered, "What have I taught you before? We must not take that which belongs to others." His tone was slightly frosty, and Ihua, taken aback, nodded despondently. "Master, your teachings are wise, but this blood water is of no use. The entire underworld sea is. Why must we take these?" He still seemed puzzled, a look of confusion etched on his face. Hongyun offered no reply, merely smiling knowingly. "I have my reasons. By the way, do make sure to cultivate diligently upon your return." Days later, they arrived back at the Fire Cloud Cave, and no sooner had they stopped than Hongyun excitedly produced the Qian Kuan Ding. Gazing around the interior of the cave, he summoned forth a brilliant golden light, and with a sweep of his hand, a seemingly bottomless pit appeared before him. The blood water from the Qian Kuan Ding began to flow ceaselessly, yet the pit could not contain such an abundance. 3 days later, the pit before him was completely filled, while the contents of the Qian Kuan Ding were reduced by half. Such a significant amount must not go to waste. With the holy incarnation, he could fully extract the power from this blood water. Countless golden whirlpools surged into the Qian Kuan Ding, and in a moment he felt hundreds of strands of Panga Qi. When the glow enveloping him faded, he opened the system shop, only to feel a tinge of disappointment upon seeing the number of Dao source points. Recently, he had not performed any noteworthy deeds. The count of Dao source points had only diminished. Rising to his feet, he pondered deeply, his gaze settling upon the witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches were on the verge of breaking through, and now was the perfect time for his guidance. When he arrived above the witch clan, 12 formidable auras permeated the air, the 12 ancestral witches seated within, their bodies aglow with a faint golden light. Witnessing this, a knowing smile spread across Hongyun's face. He had come at just the right moment. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the system shop, revealing 12 Hongmeng lotus seeds in his hands. These had been exchanged with his remaining Tao source points, and they would undoubtedly aid the 12 ancestral witches significantly. As the items descended, expressions of shock adorned the faces of the 12 ancestral witches. They had never encountered such artifacts before, but the power contained within surpassed that of the purple lotus seeds they had previously come into contact with by several folds. Looking up at the heavens, they instantly caught sight of Hongyun's figure. Without hesitation, they rose and respectfully bowed towards him. "Thank you, elder brother." Upon hearing the words, a faint smile graced Hongyun's face, though internally he felt rather embarrassed. He had to maintain a facade of composure as he nodded that "It is but a small effort. I will serve as your protector." With this proclamation, the 12 ancestral witches dared not tarry any longer, each channeling their cultivation. Empowered by the Hongmeng lotus seeds, their pace of advancement quickened exponentially. Watching their auras swell, Hongyun smiled gently. Upon arriving at the witch clan, he settled into a meditative state. The 12 ancestral witches would require several decades to break through, providing him the perfect opportunity to rest. Decades passed in the blink of an eye, and he merely took a brief moment of slumber, but on one fateful day, he abruptly opened his eyes as a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. Hutu stood tall among the clouds, enveloped in golden radiance, her face alight with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she retracted her power and stepped forward to Hongyun. "This breakthrough is thanks to your assistance, elder brother. Otherwise, we would not have achieved such rapid progress. There's no need for such formality." Although Hongyun's expression remained relatively calm, he was internally elated. Hutu's breakthrough alone had increased his Tao source points by 5 million. There were still 11 others. If his assumptions were correct, their gains should be similar. Under his watchful gaze, Dijiao gradually floated into the air, shrouded in golden light, an overwhelmingly terrifying semi-saint aura emanating from him. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens as Dijiao was engulfed in arcs of lightning. Boom! The force above lingered for several breaths before Dijiao slowly retracted his power, surveying his surroundings before his face lit up with excitement. He descended from the skies to stand before Hongyun. "Thank you, elder brother." His eyes brimmed with profound respect, having reached the pinnacle of reverence for Hongyun. Hongyun merely waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to the remaining figures. Their breakthroughs occurred in close succession, with only a few years separating them. Among the 12 ancestral witches, the last to break through was Zhu Jiuyin, whose power lagged slightly behind the others. But the ultimate outcome was of great significance. Now, they were all semi-saints, and the path ahead in their cultivation would be considerably smoother. Alas, they would never ascend to the ranks of saints in their lifetimes. After departing from this place, a smile of elation lingered on Hongyun's face, his countenance brimming with excitement. The 12 ancestral witches had indeed exceeded his expectations. His Tao source points had now reached nearly 80 million. Upon returning to the Fire Cloud Cave, he had just settled down when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Holy Incarnation has achieved a triple breakthrough, rewarding the host with soul-gathering fruits. As this voice rang out, Hongyun, filled with curiosity, opened the system, nearly dropping his jaw at the sight before him. Before him lay 12 soul-gathering fruits, radiant with golden light, each containing chaotic energy. Such a phenomenon had never been encountered in the primordial world. The only plausible explanation was that this item originated from the chaotic era. Overcome with excitement, he seized one without hesitation and swallowed a whole, eager to discover the effects of the soul-gathering fruit. The moment it touched his tongue, a look of exhilaration graced his face. While this item did not enhance his physical form, the chaotic energy within it significantly bolstered his soul, since acquiring the Holy Incarnation. His soul had already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, and this singular fruit propelled him to the Tai golden immortal level. Brimming with excitement, he retrieved several more fruits, just as he was about to consume them when he noticed Ihua beside him, wide-eyed and filled with anticipation. "Master, what are these?" As he spoke, his gaze remained unwavering, growing increasingly fervent with each passing moment. His demeanor elicited a soft sigh from Hongyun, who then waved his hand, summoning a soul-gathering fruit into his palm. "This item is capable of enhancing your spiritual essence. Give it a try." Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Yehua did not hesitate to swallow the fruit whole. The instant it was consumed, excitement illuminated his face, and he quickly nodded in acknowledgement to Hongyun. The power within this fruit is formidable. I sense my spirit has experienced a breakthrough. After expressing this, he once again fixed his gaze intently. Hongyun, undeterred, channeled a strand of primordial purple energy, which he then tossed towards him. Chapter 56. The breakthrough of the spiritual essence radiates the aura of a sage upon receiving the item. Yehua's face lit up with elation, and without a second thought, he prepared to consume it in its entirety. Noticing this instinctive action, Hongyun was momentarily taken aback and quickly interjected, "Do not be so hasty." At these words, Yehua offered an awkward smile and respectfully nodded. Stowing the item away, "I have left a trace of power within this soul-gathering fruit for you. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your own abilities." "Thank you, Master." After expressing his gratitude, he stepped back 2 paces and vanished from sight. With this item, the prospect of his spiritual breakthrough seemed promising. As he departed, only Hongyun remained within the fire cloud cave, holding a soul-gathering fruit in his hand. He pondered for a moment before transforming the chaotic energy that emanated from it. However, he did not fully merge this chaotic energy with the soul-gathering fruit, for its power was too terrifying. A single fruit could hardly bear such might. The chaotic energy in his grasp underwent division and further division. After several breaths, it diminished to an almost imperceptible level, yet the strength contained within it remained potent. At this moment, he cautiously brought the soul-gathering fruit closer. The gray aura surrounding the fruit flickered continuously, and moments later, its power surged several-fold. Observing this, Hongyun smiled faintly as he contemplated the fruit before swallowing it whole. As the energy from this item permeated him, his spirit ascended further, and golden light enveloped him incessantly. After a brief interval, his spiritual essence reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Having achieved the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, he was but a step away from a breakthrough, prompting him to retrieve another soul-gathering fruit. Yet before he could absorb it, a warm current surged within him, and a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, saturating the surroundings with an extraordinarily rich, sage-like aura. The heavens and earth stirred, and auspicious energy swept across the sky above the fire cloud cave, drawing the attention of many in the primordial realm. "Look, the fire cloud cave? Could Hongyun be breaking through? How is that possible? He was merely at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level. He cannot possess such formidable power. There must be someone else. Let us investigate." Following the clamor, the powerful beings of the primordial realm mobilized their energies, arriving above the fire cloud cave within mere moments. Hongyun sat cross-legged in midair, exuding an impressive aura of auspiciousness while the power within him incrementally intensified. However, the onlookers were oblivious to the fact that his enhancement was not a mere elevation in realm, but rather the manifestation of a sacred avatar. As he absorbed the powerful energies radiating from his body, a smile gradually emerged on Hongyun's face. The sensations were pleasant, and despite their intensity, he felt no discomfort. After several decades, the golden light surrounding him began to fade, a wait of 10 years for the primordial beings. The 3 pure ones furrowed their brows, and, as Hongyun descended from the air, their expressions shifted from concern to curiosity. Although his realm had not advanced beyond the mid-stage of quasi-saint, they sensed a notable difference, albeit unable to articulate it. Under the watchful gaze of the 3 pure ones, the true form of Kunpeng stepped forward, bowing respectfully before inquiring with a hint of intrigue. "How did you accomplish this?" Hongyun, noticing the curiosity in his eyes, Hongyun feigned puzzlement as he turned his head. "What are you referring to?" He could not divulge the existence of a sacred avatar. Should these individuals learn of it, chaos would surely ensue. With the sage-like aura you just exhibited, did you not experience a breakthrough? Kunpeng asked, astonishment evident on his face. Although Hongyun's realm was merely mid-stage quasi-saint, he was certain that what he had witnessed was indeed the aura of a sage. Achieving a breakthrough is no simple feat. I merely acquired a treasure to cultivate my spirit. As he spoke, he conjured the Qian Kun Ding, its supreme aura rivaling that of sage, upon seeing the object in Hongyun's hand. Kunpeng's expression visibly dimmed, and he swallowed the words he had intended to say. I see. He feigned shock and took a step back, transforming his true form before vanishing from sight. The three pure ones, similarly furrowing their brows, departed in succession, having no time to linger. Although these four had left, the remaining individuals showed no inclination to depart. Niwa approached with a gentle smile. Congratulations on your breakthrough in spiritual essence. Hongyun, may I inquire what level your spirit has attained? Not even a third of Taoist Niwas. I have just reached the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Upon sensing their arrival, he intentionally suppressed his spiritual essence. Though in truth, his spirit had already reached the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal, but he was certain that at this moment, his spirit ranked among the foremost in the entire primordial realm. Advancing the realm of spiritual essence is far more challenging than elevating one's external level. For these quasi-saints, reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage in spirit is already the pinnacle, and further enhancement would require ascension to sagehood. Hearing his words, Nuan nodded with a faint smile, her eyes flashing with golden light as she pierced through Hongyun's form. Upon glimpsing his spirit, her doubts began to dissipate. The Tai Golden Immortal stage was not particularly rare, as many of them also resided at that level. Retracting her gaze, Niwa offered a courteous bow with a smile before vanishing from the scene. Watching her retreating figure, Hongyun said nothing further, instead directing his attention to the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. They had achieved the quasi-saint level, albeit only in the early stage, and now every step forward was akin to scaling the heavens. They were certain that they had not misperceived earlier, and thus sought an opportunity from Hongyun. Dijiang stepped forward, respectfully addressing Hongyun. Elder brother, do you possess any treasures that could enhance our spiritual essence? His serious demeanor prompted a look of curiosity from Hongyun. You 12 lack souls. This item would be of no use to you. While he would not have cared for other items, the soul-gathering fruit was indeed unsuitable for the 12 ancestors. We wish to attempt stimulating the condensation of our spirits. We humbly request your assistance. Elder brother, listening to his respectful tone, Hongyun sighed inwardly. He desired to help, yet felt utterly powerless. Other matters could be addressed, but this left him at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, a flash of blue light crossed his eyes, and the system shop opened at that instant. The soul-gathering fruit was precious, and he would not bestow it upon the 12 ancestors, yet other items could be considered. After surveying the system shop for a considerable time, his gaze settled upon the soul-condensing leaf. This item, with its dark blue hue and faint spiritual energy, was something he had stumbled upon. It could indeed assist in the condensation of one's spirit. Though he was uncertain of its efficacy for the 12 ancestors, you 12 might as well give this item a try. As he spoke, the object appeared in Dijiang's hands, sensing the overwhelming spiritual power emanating from it. Dijiang's face lit up with excitement as he hastily accepted it with both hands. Though they lacked spirits, they could still perceive the immense spiritual potency. Chapter 57. The difficulty of ascending levels receiving the item. They each bowed respectfully to Hongyun. He waved his hand nonchalantly, cleared his throat twice, and addressed them. We are all sons of the Father God. There is no need for such formality. After this, he paused for a moment before shifting his tone. Speaking to the crowd, though this item exists, condensing one's spirit is no simple task, and I cannot guarantee success. Regardless of the outcome, we 12 wish to give it a try. As they spoke, they bowed respectfully and instantly vanished from the location. With their departure, the source of red cloud energy increased significantly. Upon returning to the fire cloud cave, Hongyun conjured all the innate spiritual treasures he possessed. Among them was the Qian Kuinding, which he frequently utilized alongside another innate treasure, the Qian Kuingord. He had spent a century refining this item, yet had never put it to use. After pondering for a moment, he held the Qian Kuingord in his hand, and a golden vortex materialized, gradually integrating into his being. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Hongyun smiled faintly, and his actions quickened considerably. By merging with the Qian Kuingord, not only could his strength be augmented, but he could also maximize the gourd's potential. However, completely devouring this item was not an easy feat. It was unlike the Shun Yuan sword, which he had infused with a significant amount of chaotic energy during its refinement. A golden radiance enveloped Hongyun, and this power persisted for a millennium. Slowly opening his eyes, the golden light around him dissipated, a slight smile gracing his lips as he rose and struck out with his palm. Behind him, a golden gourd emerged, crashing down towards the ground with a resounding impact, creating a deep pit with faint traces of chaotic energy lingering in the air. Witnessing this scene, a look of astonishment crossed Hong Yun's face. This power, while slightly inferior to the Qian Kuan Ding, was by no means weak. It could instantly obliterate a Deluo golden immortal. After absorbing the Qian Kuan gourd, he understood its utility. Once manifested, it weighed millions of pounds, containing rich San Wei Zhanhua and endless frost. Utilizing this item, once an opponent was drawn inside, those below the Deluo golden immortal would dissipate in an instant. While even Deluo golden immortals could only endure for a few breaths, however, this item currently could not trap a quasi-saint. It could at most confine the opponent, still presenting a considerable gap compared to the Qian Kuan Ding. Just as he retracted his power, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, host, for devouring the innate spiritual treasure, Qian Kuan gourd. Level 1. That upon hearing this, Hongyun frowned slightly, and after a moment of hesitation upon seeing the displayed information, excitement lit up his face. With the Qian Kuan gourd now fused with him, he could enhance it using source points. His strength had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, while the gourd's maximum enhancement level was 15. Wearing an excited smile, he unhesitatingly extracted the source points. Initially, Hongyun naively believed he could elevate the Qian Kuan gourd in an instant. Yet he was mistaken. The first enhancement required merely 10,000 source points, while the second skyrocketed to 100,000. Staring at the numbers displayed by the system, he was utterly dumbfounded. Could it be a multiplicative increase? If so, with his 30 million source points, it would be utterly insufficient to raise this item to level 15. Days passed, and he shook his head in disappointment. After pouring all his source points into it, the Qian Kuan gourd had only improved by 4 levels. Stepping outside the fire cloud cave, he summoned his quasi-saint aura, and a colossal golden gourd appeared above his head. With resounding booms, the heavens shook as he unleashed a strike towards the distant peaks. Boom! After the deafening roar, hundreds of mountains in the distance were flattened, leaving only the golden gourd's shadow lingering in the air. Observing this scene, Hongyun nodded in satisfaction, retracting his aura with a wave of his hand. Just as he turned his gaze downward, he caught sight of Yi Hua diligently cultivating. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. The Qian Kuan gourd appeared in his hand, and a beam of golden light shot forth from within, instantly drawing Yi Hua inside. Upon entering, Yi Hua was bewildered, having just been outside training. How had he suddenly arrived here? As he surveyed his surroundings in confusion, countless flames erupted from beneath him. This unexpected assault caught him off guard, and without hesitation, he leaped into the sky. Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself! He bellowed in fury, flames engulfing him as he shot upward. He was the first flame of heaven and earth. This power could not harm him. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the force before him was completely shattered, and the scattered flames were absorbed by him. Blocking the attack, a proud expression emerged on Yi Hua's face. Yet before he could react further, Hongyun's voice rang in his ears. Not bad. This is a training ground I found for you. Upon hearing this, his mind went blank, and after a considerable pause, he awkwardly replied, So it was master. Forgive my rashness. Though his tone was respectful, he inwardly cursed, questioning why he was brought here without his consent. Despite his displeasure, he dared not voice it, only managing a forced smile while adjusting his aura. The place Hongyun had chosen for him was undoubtedly not simple. It was wise to remain cautious. The gourd rested in Hongyun's hand, and with a gentle smile, he waved his hand, infusing golden light into it. The temperature within the gourd plummeted, flames dissipating around, replaced by an endless expanse of frost. The sudden change startled Yi Hua, who hurriedly enveloped himself in flames. Yet his power was no match for the frostier. And soon, the flames surrounding him extinguished. Moments later, he was left trembling from the cold, frost forming on his lips and eyes. Master, you can't play me like this. Hearing his plaintive cry, Hongyun sighed helplessly. Was this fellow truly the first flame of heaven and earth? How embarrassing. You are the first flame of heaven and earth. Can't you handle such a small amount of power?" As these words left his lips, Yihua hesitated, struggling to channel his cultivation. Looking ahead once more, a crimson flame ignited in his eyes, and golden light surged from within him. He leapt into the sky, golden light transforming into flames as he struck downward. After a series of resounding crashes, the surroundings were shrouded in mist. While he had shattered some of the extreme cold, it was far from sufficient. Rest assured and cultivate here. Do not worry. Master will ensure your safety. With a mischievous smile, Hongyun infused another beam of golden light into the Qiankuan gourd. Chapter 58. The Life and Death Tribulation of the Six-Eared Macaque, since he had resolved to assist Yihua in his enhancement. Such a meager amount of power was insufficient. It was time for him to truly experience the depths of power this energy poured in. Yihua was utterly flabbergasted. Moments ago, he had some resistance. But now he was barely able to evade that, in addition to the extreme frost, a torrent of Sanwei Zhenhua surged forth. Initially, he could absorb this Sanwei Zhenhua, but now he was completely incapable. Merely touching it would result in burns. Meanwhile, Hongyun remained leisurely, waiting for several hundred years. One day, he slowly opened his eyes. Stretching his neck, he glanced at Yihua within the Qiankuan gourd, nodding in satisfaction before releasing him. After centuries, Yihua had significantly improved. Although his realm had not changed, his overall strength had increased tremendously. "Master, you finally let me out? I nearly perished in there." Upon emerging, Yihua could not help but voice his grievances. "This was all for your own good," Hongyun replied calmly, leaving Yihua at a loss for words, unable to express his frustration. Just as he turned to leave, Hongyun suddenly called out to stop him. "Wait, go fetch your senior brother back. Let him experience this as well." Upon hearing this, Yihua paused for a moment, then excitement lit up his face. "Yes, I will go at once." Eager to let the six-eared macaque experience this, he had long desired to see how much the six-eared macaque had improved after a century apart. After a long while, he arrived at the Taoist temple of Zhanyuanzi. Just as he paused, a golden light flashed, and the six-eared macaque approached, casually carrying the free-flowing needle. "What brings you here? Has Master abandoned you?" The task of waiting for the ginseng fruit tree to mature had been entrusted to him by Hongyun, leaving him puzzled as to why Yihua had come here. Seeing the confusion on his face, Yihua smirked mischievously and cleared his throat before speaking. "Master sent you back for a visit. I'll keep watch here for now." Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque's confusion deepened, yet he chose not to question further. "Since it is Master's command, I shall return a check." After exchanging words, he adjusted his aura and took a step forward, only to halt again. By the way, there are 4 unruly fellows here. If you have time, do teach them a lesson." Upon the utterance of these words, the fervor on Yihua's face was instantly ignited. "I shall depart at once. You should return promptly to avoid keeping the master waiting anxiously." Yihua urged him with a sense of urgency, yet a flicker of unease crossed his countenance, as he harbored a persistent feeling that this individual might lead him astray. Although perplexed, he dared not defy Hongyun's command. Days later, upon his return to the Fire Cloud Cave, he was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of sanctity. Sensing this powerful energy, he was taken aback. Surely, Hongyun had not attained the status of a saint. Whence did this formidable force originate? Pondering this mystery, he entered the cave and beheld Hongyun, radiant with golden light, from which countless saintly energies emanated. At this moment, he was somewhat astonished, yet he concealed his emotions, redirecting his gaze to respectfully bow to Hongyun. "I pay my respects to my master," as his reverent voice echoed. Hongyun gradually opened his eyes, causing the surrounding holy aura to dissipate. "Do you know why I summoned you back?" Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque shook his head in confusion. Yihua had not divulged the reason, and with his strength he could hardly surmise it. "I beseech you for guidance, Master. I foresee a calamity befalling you, one from which you shall narrowly escape with your life." Observing the grave expression on Hongyun's face, the six-eared macaque felt an inkling of trepidation. Though he was skeptical, he recognized that Hongyun had no reason to deceive him. As he contemplated how to articulate his thoughts, Hongyun continued, "Absorb this power over the course of a century, and then proceed to Mount Shumi." As he spoke, A torrent of pure chaotic energy flowed continuously around him, and the six-eared macaque's face began to radiate excitement. "Thank you, Master." With the needle of freedom appearing in his grasp, he leaped towards the heavens, and in that instant, the Qian Kun Ding subtly attached itself to his form. Hongyun's actions were indeed motivated by personal interests. The six-eared macaque was his most prized disciple. Although one cannot defy destiny, he was inclined to test the waters, according to the natural course of events in Hongyun. The six-eared macaque was destined to face a trial in a century. Whether by his own doing or through external forces, he would inevitably draw the attention of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. In the chaotic realm, the demon ancestor Luo Ho and the chaos divine ape were at odds. From the inception of the chaotic world, the demon ancestor had yearned to devour the laws of battle, yet had awaited the opportunity in vain. If memory served him correctly, in his previous life, the six-eared macaque had never encountered Hongyun, and thus had been effortlessly stripped of his soul by the demon ancestor, along with a quarter of the battle laws within him. Casting a glance at the six-eared macaque soaring in the heavens, he sighed, hoping that this individual could elude the impending disaster and cling to a sliver of hope. A century of cultivation transpired in the blink of an eye. Golden light enveloped the six-eared macaque, and the chaotic energy fully fused into his being. Of course, this was largely due to Hongyun's influence. Had it been anyone else, they might have absorbed scarcely a fraction of this power. As he descended from the moonlit heavens, his face was alight with exhilaration. "Thank you, Master." He had now reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, and with a single step could break through. The transformation of his strength would be akin to a chasm separating clouds from mud. Yet he inquired, "Why have I not yet broken through?" His perplexity was palpable. Having absorbed such a vast reservoir of power without achieving a breakthrough left him genuinely distressed. "The timing for your breakthrough is not yet upon you. Go now, and remember what I have instructed." His words left the six-eared macaque in a fog of confusion, yet he refrained from further questioning. With a leap from the celestial realm, he instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow, his destination set for Mount Shumi. In the 33 heavens, the golden light enveloping Hongyun had persisted for a millennium. This power not only remained unweakened, but was gradually intensifying. This was indeed the benefit of establishing the heavenly court. Now, the heavenly court boasted tens of thousands of inhabitants, both human and demon, all contributing to his reservoir of faith. Among them, the most significant contributions came from the three purities and Yuhua. These four were his disciples, each having attained the status of quasi-saint. Their collective faith was far mightier than that of thousands combined. "How fares Hongyun of late?" His expression remained placid, tinged with a hint of disdain. As his words fell, Taishang promptly rose and respectfully replied, "He has been cultivating in the fire cloud cave, his strength remaining largely unchanged, with little improvement. It had been a millennium since then. Surely, his fortune must have waned by now." At this pronouncement, discomfort flashed across Taishang's face. "Over the years, I have observed that Hongyun's fortune has not dwindled. Rather, it has grown substantially. Master, his power has not diminished. Instead, it has increased significantly." Upon uttering this, he quickly bowed his head. Hongyun furrowed his brow and waved his hand, conjuring the scene within the fire cloud cave before him. Observing Hongyun in the midst of his cultivation, his face gradually aged, confirming Taishang's assertions. The power of fortune had indeed not weakened, but had increased, and Hongyun's soul had reached the status of a great Luo golden immortal. However, he could not be certain. He merely sensed a hint of a breakthrough, yet it had still eluded him. Under his watchful gaze, within the fire cloud cave, a meaningful smile crept across Hongyun's face. He had sensed earlier that this individual would surely take action. He had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. With the divine avatar as a shield, Hongyun could not discern the extent of his cultivation. Moments later, sensing that Hongjun's gaze had vanished, he exhaled, retracting his cultivation. With only a millennium remaining until the next discussion of the Tao, he needed to elevate his divine avatar without delay. Otherwise, the next discussion would spell his end. The increase in his fortune had certainly caught Hongjun's attention. Having tolerated this for so long, he would not show mercy any longer. Yet now, he was in desperate need of Tao source points. Not only did he require the enhancement of his divine avatar, But the Qiankuan gourd also needed to be upgraded by 15 levels. However, the means to acquire these Dao source points posed a dilemma. Without the points provided by the system, he could not progress. After much contemplation, his eyes suddenly brightened as he fixed his gaze upon the Qilin clan. Over the course of several millennia, the primordial Qilin's cultivation had significantly advanced, yet the overall strength of the Qilin clan still left much to be desired. Most of the Qilin clan had merely reached the golden immortal stage, with only a select few achieving the Tai golden immortal status within this millennium, and their power remained exceedingly unstable. Moments later, he arrived above the Qilin clan, yet he did not hasten to descend. Instead, he summoned his quasi-saint aura, and an abundance of saintly energy cascaded downward, drawing the attention of the Qilin clan. The primordial Qilin looked up with a furrowed brow, his true form materializing as he leaped into the sky, initially believing it to be Hongyun, only to discover it was Hongyun. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly retracted his true form and respectfully bowed to Hongyun. I pay my respects to my fellow Taoist, Hongyun. There is no need for such formalities that I wish to immerse myself in the essence of the Tao here. Is that permissible? Upon hearing his words, the primordial Qilin trembled with excitement, nodding vigorously that of course, it is permissible. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, please join me in the Qilin clan. Hearing this, Hongyun smiled faintly, hesitating briefly before consenting. The primordial Qilin was overjoyed. Hongyun's fortune had vastly increased compared to thousands of years prior, that be why experiencing the essence of the Tao within the Qilin clan, regardless of whether Hongyun could perceive it, the clan would undoubtedly benefit. Such a small scheme could hardly escape Hongyun's notice, who had long since entertained similar thoughts. Upon entering the Qilin clan, a knowing smile adorned his face as his quasi-saint aura radiated. Astonishing the entire clan, they dared not hesitate. Eagerly beginning to absorb the power of the quasi-saint, a golden light enveloped the Qilin clan, and at that moment, Hongyun's fortune began to gradually dissipate. Sensing the unusual activity above the Honghuang, Hongjun furrowed his brow, his expression hardening as he pierced through the 33 heavens with his gaze. Upon reaching the Qilin clan, he immediately spotted Hongyun. Observing the diminishing fortune surrounding Hongyun, a knowing smile crept across his face. Truly, heaven aids me. With the loss of his fortune, Hongyun would be stripped of the Tao's protection, making his elimination a trivial task. Hongyun had sensed his scrutiny long ago, but had dismissed it as inconsequential. Time flowed swiftly, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. Under the influence of his quasi-saint aura, the members of the Qilin clan began to break through. Streams of golden light surged down from the heavens, merging into the bodies of the Qilin clan members, their faces alight with joy. Rising to their feet, they collectively cupped their fists in salute towards Hongyun. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hongyun. The auspicious aura above the Qilin clan remained undiminished, while the initial Qilin had ascended to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Observing their advancement, Hongyun felt a surge of excitement. Upon opening the system store, his Tao source points had risen to 90 million, that despite his exhilaration, he did not allow his expression to betray him, maintaining a calm demeanor and suppressing the aura emanating from him entirely. The unusual activity above the Qilin clan caught the attention of the Phoenix clan. The initial Feng wore a solemn expression. Sensing a profound change, and leapt into the heavens, he was well aware of the initial Qilin strength. It was impossible for him alone to summon such auspicious energy, indicating the presence of a formidable ally. His gaze pierced through the miles, and upon spotting Hongyun, his brow furrowed slightly as he sprang to a distance of several thousand zhang. Were it anyone else, he might not have reacted so strongly. But Hongyun was different. Moments later, he arrived at the Qilin clan, retracting his true form and stepping directly before Hongyun. Upon seeing him, the initial Qilin's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Friend Shifeng, what brings you to my Qilin clan? Though the two clans generally maintained a harmonious relationship, their rapport had soured since their recent breakthrough to quasi-saint. Do not misunderstand. I am not here to seek you out. He replied respectfully to Hongyun, quickly continuing, your prowess is extraordinary, and I wish to invite you to our Phoenix clan for a discussion. Such a subtle intention could hardly escape the notice of those present. No sooner had he finished speaking than the initial Qilin stepped protectively in front of Hongyun. Hongyun is a guest of my Qilin clan. He is not available to visit. Hearing his somewhat icy tone, the initial Feng maintained a faint smile, yet his eyes brimmed with frost. Whether he goes or not is entirely up to Hongyun. It is none of your concern. Witnessing the escalating tension between the two, with anger igniting in their eyes, Hongyun sighed and quickly intervened. There is no need for such hostility that I have completed my business with the Qilin clan. So I shall take my leave. Since the clan leader of the Phoenix clan has extended a sincere invitation, I will gladly accept. Upon hearing this, the initial Feng's face lit up with excitement, and he promptly gestured for Hongyun to proceed. Then I shall trouble you to come this way. With a gentle smile, Hongyun mobilized his energy and stepped into the heavens. The initial Qilin's expression turned frigid. He had initially intended to assist his own kin in breaking through, only to see the Phoenix clan benefit instead. Cursed fate, he muttered darkly, stomping his foot, causing the ground to shatter instantly. This moment. Hongyun's pace was leisurely. Although the initial Feng was anxious, he dared not rush him, merely following alongside. By the time they reached the Phoenix clan, several days had elapsed. Chapter 60. The superfluous blessing during these days. All Dao source points had integrated into the Qian Kuan gourd, which had now reached level 6.90 million. Dao source points had only elevated it by 2 levels, causing Hongyun considerable distress. Had he been in the system store, he could scarcely fathom how many innate spiritual treasures he might acquire. Now, he merely hoped the Qian Kuan gourd would not disappoint him. Upon arriving at the Phoenix clan, the initial Feng greeted him with utmost respect. Our Phoenix clan has encountered obstacles in our breakthroughs. We hope Hongyun can lend us his assistance. He was forthright in stating the purpose behind Hongyun's invitation. Upon hearing this, Hongyun felt a rush of excitement, though his expression remained placid, betraying a hint of confusion. I fear I might not be of much help. As he's saying himself, it would be prudent to feign reluctance first. Just as he finished speaking, the clan leader of the Phoenix sighed deeply, his expression somber. If we could attract the auspicious energy of the Tao, I believe my clansmen would soon achieve their breakthroughs. His voice was not low, and his words were deliberately directed at Hongyun. Fixing his gaze on Hongyun, he quickly added, if you, esteemed Hongyun, were to impart your teachings within our Phoenix clan, they would certainly gain profound insights. His intentions were transparent. If Hongyun were to teach here, it would undoubtedly summon the auspicious energy of heaven and earth. In that case, I shall give it a try. Upon hearing this, the initial Feng nodded excitedly and promptly gestured for Hongyun to proceed. Without hesitation, Hongyun stepped onto the prepared Dao platform, where the members of the Phoenix clan awaited him. The atmosphere was no less grand than that of the Qilin clan. Upon seeing Hongyun's arrival, the Phoenix clan members rose in unison, their eyes filled with utmost reverence, unfazed by their instinctive actions. Hongyun settled down, cross-legged, as his quasi-saint aura began to radiate. Golden light enveloped the members of the Phoenix clan, and moments later, auspicious clouds gathered above, wrapping them in a cocoon of golden radiance. Observing this spectacle from a distance, the initial Feng's face broke into an excited smile, as Hongyun had indeed lived up to his expectations. This time, Hongyun was merely putting on a show. Aside from the diminishing blessing he felt, he exerted little effort. He was far more concerned with the increase of Dao source points in the system. After decades had passed, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The benefits derived from the Phoenix and Qilin clans were indeed substantial. Although he had suppressed his cultivation, the auspicious energy above the Phoenix clan showed no signs of waning. He had long grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Without the blessings from him, how could such power be summoned? Just as he stood up, the clan leader of the Phoenix approached him, his eyes brimming with excitement. Thanks to your assistance, dear Hongyun. The strength of the members of the Phoenix clan had not only risen, but even the clan leader himself had significantly improved. Hearing this, Hongyun simply smiled and waved his hand, not letting it weigh heavily on his heart. Previously, he might have valued this blessing, but now it felt superfluous. With the realm of his divine incarnation, he could discard it at any moment. However, this was a matter known only to him. It was best not to mention it in front of others. Moments later, he departed from the Phoenix clan, his next destination being Mount Shumi. He could not allow the affairs of these three clans to delay his own disciples. Upon his arrival, he found the six-eared macaque practicing amidst the heavens, surrounded by a halo of golden light, his aura nearing that of a quasi-saint. Satisfied, Hongyun nodded, choosing to remain where he was, standing in the heavens. The six-eared macaque was energetically cultivating, drawing the attention of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Observing the disturbances above, Luo Ho furrowed his brow, a cold smile creeping onto his face. I am the chaotic world. I failed to absorb your combat principles. I did not expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Speaking to himself, his demeanor turned icy as he instantly summoned the god-slaying spear into his hand. Just as he was about to advance, the demon's sovereign Ji Du cast a puzzled glance his way. Master, I can handle such a character. Is it necessary for you to intervene personally? As he spoke, a flash of bloodlight flickered in his eyes, his aura surging forth that he was prepared to engage. But before he could move, demon ancestor Luo Ho shook his head. This time, you need not intervene. I shall handle it myself. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing moments later, locking his gaze onto the six-eared macaque. There is indeed a striking resemblance. His voice was low, but the six-eared macaque was exceedingly cautious. Soon as Luo Ho's words fell, the six-eared macaque opened his eyes, a wary glint shining within. The wishful needle appeared in his grasp as he took a cautious step back, his expression darkening. Who are you? Observing the expression on his face, Luo Ho let out a cold laugh, his god-slaying spear trembling as he advanced towards him. The speed was astonishing, and the six-eared macaque's face reflected shock. Without hesitation, he hastily mobilized his cultivation, a layer of golden light enveloping him entirely. Yet his power paled in comparison to Luo Ho's. With a mere flick of his hand, Luo Ho shattered the golden light, sending the six-eared macaque reeling back thousands of zhong. After the strike, the six-eared macaque's complexion turned pale, and the wishful needle trembled in his grasp. He had underestimated Luo Ho's strength. Having reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, he would have perished had Luo Ho not held back. This all the strength you possess? Luo Ho, with a voice dripping with disdain and a teasing smile gracing his face, completely incited the ire of the six-eared macaque, standing tall despite his trembling. The six-eared macaque's eyes ignited with the fervor of battle, the laws of combat swirling around him. Upon witnessing this, Luo Ho's expression brightened. This was precisely what he desired. Without the six-eared macaque unleashing the laws of combat, he would be unable to absorb their essence. Very well. Let me witness your strength. Do not disappoint me. Luo Ho's voice was laced with mockery as he swung the god-slaying spear, delivering a swift upward strike. The speed of this attack was astonishing, yet the six-eared macaque showed no signs of retreat. With a wand of free will in hand, he unleashed a dark gray radiance. Exerting all his strength to parry the god-slaying spear with a single swing, a thunderous crash echoed as the incoming attack was deflected, and the six-eared macaque frantically brandished the wand of free will. Observing his movements, Luo Hong maintained an impassive expression, though an unshakable coldness lingered in his eyes. Previously, he had believed the six-eared macaque merely grasped the laws of combat, but to his surprise, he wielded the chaotic staff technique with remarkable finesse. Chapter 61. Intervening in the life-and-death tribulation of the six-eared macaque, the battle intent emanating from the six-eared macaque surged, his movements quickening as the wand of free will began to multiply in his grasp. Hundreds of beams of golden light flashed forth, striking directly at the demon ancestor Luo Ho, this assault akin to a cataclysmic wave that caused the very Mount Sumeru to tremble. With a resounding boom, the demon ancestor was engulfed within, and only then did the six-eared macaque's movements slow slightly. Yet before he could fully react, an icy sensation crept up from behind. As he turned, the demon ancestor had inexplicably appeared at his back, seizing his throat and violently hurling him towards the ground. With a thunderous impact, the ground shattered, and as he struggled to stand, his body was already drenched in blood. Observing from the heavens, Hongyun furrowed his brow but showed no inclination to intervene. This was not the six-eared macaque's limit. Patience was required. Fury ignited in the eyes of the six-eared macaque as he clenched the wand of free will, his expression darkening, and he swung upward with immense force. The power Red Cloud paid little heed to them, his gaze firmly fixed on the interior of the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 62. The Struggle for the Hongmeng Lotus Platform. The duration of this discourse will extend for a staggering 10,000 years. And those who acquire the Hongmeng Lotus Platform shall achieve a breakthrough. For Kunpeng and his ilk, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity, as they stand on the precipice of the sage's path. However, for himself, the situation is far less auspicious. He too will undergo a breakthrough, yet Hongyun will undoubtedly devise means to target him, ensuring that Red Cloud will no longer exist in the wilderness henceforth. Contemplating the events that would unfold, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he stepped forward into the Zixiao Palace. The six-eared macaque trailed closely behind him, while Zhuanti and Jiejing exchanged glances, their expressions cold as they advanced. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, their attention was drawn to the 10 suspended Hongmeng lotus platforms hovering in the air, emanating a rich aura of the sages. After casting a glance, a knowing smile appeared on Red Cloud's face. Just as he had anticipated, Hongjun also possessed a Hongmeng lotus platform. Not only was there the aura of the sages, but also a dense essence of Hongmeng qi. Red Cloud maintained a relatively calm demeanor, but the two figures beside him, Zhuanti and Jiejing, were already brimming with excitement. This was the legendary Hongmeng lotus platform. We must secure this item at all costs. This was their sole opportunity to ascend to sagehood, and it simply could not be missed. Otherwise, they would be forever estranged from the sages. Listening to their words, Kunpeng could not suppress a disdainful snort. Just the two of you bald heads. What? Are you not convinced? Zhuanti and Jiejing's expressions darkened, a glint of cold light flashing in their eyes as they approached him with a surge of energy. Do you truly believe I fear the two of you? Kunpeng's eyes were filled with scorn, and he transformed his true form. Yet before they could make a move, an ethereal sound enveloped the entire Zixiao Palace. No fighting here. The voice was frigid, and the oppressive aura of the sages swiftly subdued the energies of the three. Sensing this power, all three were momentarily stunned and quickly reined in their auras. I have seen the sage Hongjun. With their words, Red Cloud shifted his gaze away. A golden light shot skyward, enveloped in countless sages' auras, as Hongjun slowly descended from above. Toward these three, he merely nodded with a placid expression, his narrowed eyes fixated on Red Cloud. Feeling his gaze, Red Cloud let out a cold snort in his heart, stepping forward to perform a respectful salute. I have seen the sage Hongjun. This fellow's gaze was exceedingly unfriendly. But he was not a match for him at present. He could only endure for now. Nevertheless, he bore no fear of this man, for the fortune bestowed upon him had yet to dissipate. Should Hongjun act against him now, it would only invoke the punishment of the Tao. Though he was a sage, he still had to abide by the Tao. Moments later, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial qilin all arrived. Upon seeing the floating objects, excitement was evident on their faces. The breakthrough to sagehood was within reach. As they halted, two more auras of quasi-saints surged forth from the 33 heavens. Sensing this power, Red Cloud turned with a faint smile to observe Dijuan and Tai. Ever since their last discourse, these two had diligently cultivated within the demon clan, and now their strengths had both reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Coupled with the demon clan's exceptionally robust physical forms, their power could be considered among the very best. However, this time, their path to sagehood would not include them. Had it been in a previous life, there would have been a Hongmeng lotus platform destined for them. But with the addition of the six-eared macaque this time, their chances were gone. As the crowd excitedly awaited, the Hongmeng lotus platforms gradually descended from the heavens. As these items fell, the expressions of those present turned icy as they exchanged glances. The first to act were the three clan leaders, who simultaneously transformed into their true forms. The ancestral dragon led the charge. An overwhelming dragon might surging forth as he rushed toward a Hongmeng lotus platform. The leader of the Phoenix clan, Shifeng, and the leader of the Qilin clan, Shikolin, likewise surged forward. Zhuanti and Jiejing had long been poised for this moment and dove forward. Though the six-eared macaque could hardly contain himself, he refrained from acting, awaiting Red Cloud's command. Watching the rapid decrease in the number of platforms, his expression darkened, and the wand of intent appeared in his hand. "Master," he tentatively began, but Red Cloud interrupted him with a calm smile. "Go." The moment those words left his lips, excitement lit up the macaque's face as he leaped onto one of the Hongyun lotus platforms. However, just as he halted, dozens of golden lights surged toward him from afar. "This is mine." Tai's face darkened, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes as the Eastern Emperor Bell swept forth, observing the imminent strike. The six-eared macaque scoffed, golden light surging from his hand as the wand of intent shot forth with tremendous force. "Is that all you've got?" Tai's strength was indeed formidable, but he had recently endured a life-and-death tribulation and completely absorbed the Hongmeng purple chi. His current realm was only that of quasi-saint pinnacle, yet his power was far beyond what Tai could contend with. At a tremendous explosion resonated as Tai was sent staggering back 1,000 zhang, with the Eastern Emperor Bell falling into the six-eared macaque's grasp. Glancing at the object in his hand, the macaque looked up with a cold smirk. "You are no match for me. Once I achieve my breakthrough, I shall return this to you." With that disdainful remark, he took his seat, while Kunpeng engaged in a fierce battle with Zhuanti and Jiejing. Given the limited number of positions available, he could not afford to offend others. But with Zhuanti and Jiejing, he felt he had a fighting chance. Countless golden feathers rained down from the heavens, millions of cold lights erupting in that instant. That Kunpeng's offensive energy was incredibly fierce. Yet Zhuanti and Jiejing showed no signs of retreat. The two joined their hands before their chests, a continuous stream of Buddhist chants emanating from their mouths, as a golden Buddha image gradually materialized behind them. Shattering the force with a single punch, the power dissipated. Kunpeng found himself 100 zhang away, his body bearing several cracks. Indeed, facing these two was quite a challenge, but he was unwilling to simply concede. "Damn it! Even if I can't have it, you two shall not have it either," he uttered coldly, unleashing all his energy as a golden ray shot from his mouth, hurtling toward the distant Hongmeng lotus platform. He intended to bring them down with him. Zhuanti and Jiejing, recognizing his intent, rushed forward, channeling their energies. Yet before his power could approach, Red Cloud stepped out, effortlessly shattering the force with a single palm. Red Cloud's casual gesture had thwarted his energy, leaving Zhuanti and Jiejing profoundly astonished. How could he be this strong? Their expressions turned grave, yet they hesitated not, hastening forward. However, matters did not proceed so smoothly. Only one lotus platform remained, and they dared not recklessly engage Red Cloud. Exchanging glances, Zhuanti turned his focus toward Shifeng. For among the three clans, this individual possessed the weakest strength. Countless golden Buddhist sounds erupted from behind him as he stepped forth. Hundreds of Buddhist figures rushing toward Shifeng. Chapter 63. Assistance from fellow Taoist Red Cloud. Sensing these energies, Shifeng's expression tightened. In an instant, he transformed his true form, unleashing countless fiery feathers, observing the fierce battle. Kunpeng's expression grew serious as he squinted, locking his gaze directly on Red Cloud. Retracting his true form, he stepped forward to stand before Red Cloud, a subtle smile gracing his face. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud. Upon seeing the expression on his face, Red Cloud scoffed derisively, fully aware of what this fellow intended. Feigning confusion, Red Cloud looked up, his eyes betraying an unshakable bewilderment. "What business does fellow Taoist Kunpeng have? Might you allow me to sit upon this Hongmeng lotus platform?" Red Cloud was renowned for his accommodating nature, and Kunpeng believed that such a modest request would surely be granted. Yes, as soon as the words left his lips. Red Cloud smiled gently and nodded. "Very well, I shall grant it to you," as he had envisioned. He wore an expression of exhilaration, nodding repeatedly, and no sooner had he settled onto the mat than he felt the overwhelming presence of countless sages. Under the embrace of such formidable energies, a look of rapture gradually adorned his countenance. Hongyun, however, paid little heed to it. With a casual wave of his hand, the chaotic mat materialized in his grasp, visible only to him. This artifact was exceedingly rare, with only one existing in the entire primordial realm. Should it attract the attention of outsiders, it would spell disaster. The aura emanating from it was at least equal to that of the Hongmeng mat. Infused with potent chaotic energy, The ease with which he relinquished it caused a momentary stillness in the expression of Jin, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. They had harbored similar intentions, yet had refrained from voicing them out of respect for Hongyun's might, resulting in this fortunate windfall for him. The gathering already boasted a considerable number of participants, aside from the 3 pure ones and Yuhua. The other 6 mats would require their contention. Hongyun, undeterred, approached the 6-eared macaque. With his presence, those with ulterior motives quickly diverted their gazes, shifting their focus to other competitors. This contest persisted for decades, with none willing to concede. Yet ultimately, those of lesser strength were destined for elimination. The final 10 remaining included the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, the 6-eared macaque, as well as the ancestor dragon, the beginning Qilin, and the likes of Zhuan Ti and Jin. Although Hongyun was not among them, his gains were considerable. Bolstered by the chaotic energy and the aid of the Tao source points, his strength surged beyond the threshold of quasi-saint, elevating the level of his Qian Kuan Gourd as well. Through his diligent efforts over the millennia, the power of the Qian Kuan Gourd successfully overshadowed that of the Qian Kuan Ding. Though the latter had merged with him, its potency remained formidable. As the battle concluded, the words of the sages began to resonate, yet they could not perceive Hongyun's figure. Nevertheless, the aura of the sages stirred excitement among them. Each face lit with anticipation, while Hongyun remained notably composed. His eyes closed as he savored the chaotic energy within. This discussion of the Tao was less convoluted than before. It was ostensibly a discourse, yet in truth, it served as an opportunity for them to absorb the sage's aura and seek a breakthrough. Of course, those who obtained the Hongmeng mat were not limited to Hongyun alone. Outside the Zhixiao Palace, there were thousands more within the 33 heavens. However, most of these individuals possessed only the strength of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Fully aware of their inadequacies, thus shying away from contention, merely hoping for personal advancement. Sensing the formidable sage's aura in the vicinity, Shifeng, Emperor Jun, and Tai Yi exchanged glances, a hint of reluctance evident in their expressions. Before fixing their gazes upon Hongyun, without a moment's hesitation, they approached him, their auras subdued. Upon sensing their presence, Hongyun opened his eyes, a look of perplexity crossing his face. "Fellow Taoists, what brings you here?" he inquired. Before he could finish his sentence, Tai Yi, with a somber expression, respectfully implored, "We request your assistance, dear Hongyun. This breakthrough is of utmost importance to us 3. Accompanying his words, the other 2 nodded in agreement. They understood that Hongyun possessed numerous treasures, and his decision not to claim the Hongmeng mat indicated he had something of significance in hand. Observing the expressions on their faces, Hongyun feigned a sigh. Yet inwardly he was elated that if he were to aid these 3 in breaking through to the realm of saints, the Tao source points he could acquire would be boundless. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and addressed the trio with a neutral expression. "Since you have spoken, how could I possibly refuse to assist?" With those words, he placed his hand behind his back, and a strand of Hongmeng purple energy split off. Swiftly entering their bodies, this force permeated them. Excitement blossomed on their faces. "Thank you, dear Hongyun," they exclaimed. "And no need for such formality. Simply immerse yourselves in this sage's aura. It will be immensely beneficial for your breakthroughs," he replied. Hearing his words, they hesitated no longer, turning aside to attune their auras. As the Hongmeng purple energy was a fraction of his own, their breakthroughs might take several hundred years, but Hongyun was patient. Within this span of 10,000 years, he could also elevate his own strength, primarily focusing on the Qian Kuan Ding. Resuming his seated position, the golden radiance of the sages enveloped him, while a golden vortex manifested in his hand. Gradually assimilating the Qian Kuan Ding for the power of Hongyun, Hongyun had no intention of attending to it. He had his own plans, since he was destined to wait for a millennium. He would seize this opportunity to meld the Qian Kuan Ding, subsequently absorbing the remaining 7 Tao principles. After a century, the Qian Kuan Ding was fully integrated into his being, and he abruptly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light illuminating them as the system materialized. Upon reading the notification provided by the system, he was momentarily stunned, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. He had anticipated a gradual increase in the level of the Qian Kuan Ding. But to his astonishment, it matched the Qian Kuan gourd at level 11. That this unexpected turn of events filled him with joy, and without delay, he unleashed the Tao principles he had previously acquired. This time, he aimed to absorb the principles of life. He thought it would be a simple endeavor. Yet upon unveiling this principle, he was left utterly speechless. The miniature principles contained within surpassed 6,000, exceeding the number of the principles of life and death by more than double. Staring in shock, he stood frozen, unable to articulate his thoughts for an extended period. Eventually, a wry smile appeared on his face as the energies within the principles began to envelop his form. He was in no rush, for he was now on the cusp of breaking through to sainthood. In the 33 heavens, during the discourse on the Tao, within the depths of Mount Xiumi, the demon ancestor Luo Ho had also discovered the principles of the demon path over these millennia. Though this power was but a sliver, it held the potential to propel him to the status of a demon path saint. In the dim abyss of Mount Xiumi, a surge of blood-colored demonic energy erupted, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 64. The power that has been repressed for millennia breaks through. The demonic clans sensed this aura. Excitement painted their faces, and they quickly mobilized their cultivation. The demon Lord Jidu was enveloped in blood-colored demonic energy as he sat cross-legged in meditation, allowing the energies to permeate his being. Having reached the mid-quasi-saint realm, he believed that absorbing this power would enable him to transcend. With the enhancement of the demon path principles, the strength of demon ancestor Luo Ho steadily increased. Already at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, combined with his chaotic divine demonic soul, breaking through to sainthood was a mere formality. The demonic energy within Mount Xiumi had been accumulating for thousands of years. As this power dissipated, demon ancestor Luo Ho suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red glint flashed within them as he leaped into the sky, a blood-colored beam shooting forth from the heavens. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, shaking Mount Xiumi as dark golden radiance enveloped him. This was the demon path saint. Indeed, he bore a subtle smile as the god-slaying spear trembled in his grasp, surrounded by countless blood-colored demonic energies. Launching a strike towards the heavens, the sound of tearing resonated as the blood-colored spear image above lingered, refusing to dissipate. Observing his newfound strength, a cold smile crept upon his face as he gazed upward, his eyes piercing through the 33 heavens. Hongyun, our clash is inevitable. In the 33 heavens, thousands of years passed once more, and he had absorbed half of the principles of life. After enduring these lengthy years, Hongyun found himself growing weary of the monotony. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Taishang, encircled by golden light, having leaped beyond the quasi-saint realm. Countless sage auras surged forth from his being, lifting him gradually into the air, golden light radiating as myriad auspicious energies flowed into him. Boom! As the power dissipated, Taishang gently descended, his aura transformed beyond recognition from before. Observing the golden light that enveloped his hand, he bore a serene smile, casually striking out with a palm that instantly pierced the 33 heavens. To his astonishment, he had not exerted much force, yet the sight left him in awe. Retracting his gaze, the excitement on his face lingered, and it was not until a considerable time had passed that he managed to suppress his joy. Though he had achieved a breakthrough, he showed no inclination to depart, instead opting to elevate his divine consciousness. Noticing the acceleration of her movements, Hongyun maintained a calm demeanor, no longer restraining the surging power within him. He had awaited this moment for thousands of years. As the energies within him surged, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him in a torrent of auspicious energies. Feeling the transformation of power within his body, a gentle smile emerged on his face. So this is the body of a saint. Previously, he had not perceived any distinction regarding the sage, yet the power of this sage indeed caught him off guard. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a flickering golden light. As the auspicious aura surrounding him surged into his being at an astonishing pace, as these forces entered him, he ascended to the realm of the sage, but the external disturbances showed no signs of abating. After absorbing this power, hundreds of strands of primordial purple energy erupted in the heavens. That moment, Hongyun was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that his breakthrough would summon such primordial energy. Not only was he astonished, but Taishang also furrowed his brow, and the practitioners outside began to rise in unison. Look, how can there be so much primordial purple energy? Though the wilderness was vast, such energy was rare and elusive. To attract this quantity was unfathomable to them. Could it be Hongyun? One individual stammered, his expression turning grave. Apart from Hongyun, he could not conceive of anyone else, for only Hongyun possessed the great fortune and blessings in this realm. Indeed, it is Hongyun, my fellow. What? As these words were spoken, the crowd directed their gazes toward the Zixiao Palace, and upon seeing, they were rendered speechless that it truly was him, with such an abundance of primordial purple energy. It was possible that upon his breakthrough to sage, he might even surpass others. Just as this thought was half-formed, a companion beside him cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the sound, he swiftly realized he had nearly misspoken and promptly swallowed his words. Within the Zixiao Palace, the power persisted for a considerable duration, and once all the primordial purple energy had entered Hongyun's body, his sage realm finally stabilized. Casting a glance around, Hongyun nodded calmly, then settled back into a meditative posture. This time, he had indeed broken through, but his fortune had been completely expended. During his breakthrough, the power of fortune had significantly diminished, leaving only a final thread. With a grave expression, he glanced toward the distant six-eared macaque, and a flash of golden light emanated from his hand. With a wave, this power stealthily entered the body of the six-eared macaque. With the enhancement of this power, within a century, the six-eared macaque would ascend to the ranks of the sages. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. Yet his greatest concern remained the entity known as Hongjun. The disturbances here would undoubtedly attract Hongjun's attention, and with his fortune nearly depleted, it was likely that Hongjun would soon take action against him. Above the 33 heavens, Hongjun's expression darkened as he opened his eyes, piercing through countless miles, his gaze locking onto Hongyun. With just a glance, he furrowed his brow, a palpable killing intent lingering in his eyes. Interesting to provoke such a great commotion. Sensing the anomaly, Hongyun's countenance grew somber as he raised his gaze. He could easily perceive Hongjun but had to feign ignorance. Wearing a puzzled expression, he surveyed his surroundings and withdrew his gaze. Just as he prepared to absorb the Tao principles of life, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the breakthrough task. Reward: 300 million Tao source points. At the sound of this announcement, he was momentarily taken aback, shock evident on his face, and he hastily opened the system. Observing the Tao source points before him, he felt an overwhelming excitement, though he refrained from displaying it and instead infused 200 million Tao source points into the Qiankuan gourd. System rewards stacking. The system's voice resonated once more, and when he glanced, the level of the Qiankuan gourd had reached 16. Previously, he had deemed this system useless, but now he held a different opinion. This device was indeed remarkable. Unable to suppress his admiration, a flash of golden light appeared, and the Qiankuan gourd manifested in his hand. It had now reached its maximum potential as a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. And if it were to advance further, it could potentially transform into a chaos artifact. However, such aspirations were a distant thought. At present, each level of advancement was as challenging as ascending to the heavens, and the 100 million Tao source points he possessed were utterly insufficient. Gazing at the levels presented by the system, he could not help but let out a sigh. Both the Qiankuan gourd and the Qiankuan ding capped at level 30. Yet now each level required no less than 1 billion Tao source points. Chapter 65. Entering the 99 heavens and frenziedly observing the Tao source points required for advancement, Hongyun sighed helplessly. Deciding not to dwell on such matters further, and instead focused his thoughts on the Tao principles at this moment, he did not take long to absorb. After a century, the Tao principles of life had fully merged with his essence. Just as he prepared to absorb the next Tao principle, a sudden disturbance arose in the distance, where golden light spread, and the six-eared macaque began to float into the air. Upon witnessing this, a faint smile graced his face, and he suppressed his aura at that moment. The auspicious energy brought forth by the six-eared macaque did not last long. In mere moments, it dissipated entirely. Nevertheless, the six-eared macaque was ecstatic. Having broken through to the sage realm, his breakthrough signified the complete disappearance of Hongyun's last thread of fortune. Coming to a halt, he radiated golden light, and the blood-colored demon ape behind him transformed into a golden silhouette. Moments later, he suppressed his cultivation, while Hongyun distinctly felt a force vanish from within him. Without hesitation, the six-eared macaque stepped forward. "Thank you, Master." He understood that without Hongyun's assistance, he would not have achieved such rapid progress. The innate talents of the Sanqing surpassed his own, yet he had managed to advance a step ahead, a feat undoubtedly orchestrated by Hongyun. Hongyun remained silent, merely nodding with a gentle smile, as the last thread of his fortune dissipated. Hongyun suddenly opened his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his face. "So it is." Casting a neutral glance at the gathered individuals, Hongyun adjusted his aura and stepped outside the Zixiao Palace. The six-eared macaque closely followed, pausing at the 33 heavens, while Hongyun smiled faintly. "You still remember the task I entrusted to you." Hearing his words, the six-eared macaque was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded vigorously. "That I shall go at once." After 10,000 years, the ginseng fruit tree should now be ripe. With a respectful bow, he gathered his aura, yet before he could move forward, Hongyun raised his hand to halt him. "Bring this to Zenyuanzi." As he spoke, a strand of primordial purple energy surged from his hand, followed by the emergence of the primordial lotus platform. "Master, what is this?" The six-eared macaque was somewhat perplexed, as the primordial lotus platform was an innate spiritual treasure, and giving it away so casually seemed inappropriate. Before he could finish his sentence, Hongyun waved his hand with a gentle smile. "Go. He will understand." The enigmatic red cloud, shrouded in mystery, found himself accompanied by the six-eared macaque, who, despite his lack of comprehension, dared not hesitate. With a modulation of his breath, he vanished from the present location in an instant. As he departed, Red Cloud lifted his gaze towards the celestial realms above. Previously, in their ignorance of the path to sanctity, they were only aware of the 33 heavens. Yet now, having transcended, he could perceive the profound depths within, instinctively aware that a plethora of spiritual treasures lay within. With the essence of a sage summoned forth, he too vanished from this place, only to pause on a cloud several days later, where a resplendent palace of gold awaited him. Initially contemplating a gamble, he was pleasantly surprised to find his instincts had indeed proven correct. After ensuring that Hongjun was not present, he cautiously advanced. With each step, a faint smile graced his countenance, channeling his divine avatar. A golden vortex manifested in his hand, drawing forth countless spiritual treasures that surged towards him. The treasures here had been cleansed by the essence of Sage Hongjun, their potency surpassing that of the primordial realm by several folds. Given that a confrontation with Hongjun was inevitable, he resolved to strike first rather than await the sage's move. Although this realm comprised 99 layers, he had already spent 10 years on the first layer alone, a mere blink of an eye in his experience. Upon reaching the second layer, he encountered a profusion of spiritual fruits and herbs, their delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Having previously consumed countless spiritual fruits, he found these to be in an entirely different league. As he surveyed his surroundings, the laws of devouring within him activated instantaneously, and the power of his divine avatar radiated forth. In this primordial expanse, sages represented the pinnacle. To enhance one's self further, one could only cultivate the spirit. However, this was merely applicable to those sages, as he was unique. Beyond his spirit, his divine avatar was only at the third tier. It was undeniable that breaking through was a formidable challenge. Since his ascension to sagehood, he had only managed to breach a single layer. The essence he had just consumed bore little utility, only granting him a slight elevation in strength. Though somewhat disheartened, his curiosity burgeoned, eager to discover the heights he could attain after enhancing his divine avatar. Surrounded by the laws of devouring, as he traversed the realm, spiritual treasures flocked to him in droves that, in the primordial realm, his devouring could be instantaneous. However, here he had to wait several years after each absorption. These powers not only transformed into his divine avatar, but also significantly elevated his physical realm, stabilizing his newly attained sage body. Typically, it took others several thousand years to stabilize their cultivation after reaching sagehood. He, however, achieved this in a mere few decades. While he busied himself in the 99 heavens, the denizens of the Purple Cloud Palace began to break through in succession. After a millennium, it was time for them to ascend. Following the six-eared macaque, the first to achieve this was Nua. As she broke through, the heavens trembled, and auspicious signs enveloped her, even attracting the essence of the five elements, surrounded by this elemental force. The auspicious energies from above gradually flowed into her being. With their influx, her peak quasi-saint strength surged forth in an instant. Although she had attained the status of a sage, the power within her did not dissipate. Instead, it grew more formidable. After several decades, as her power waned and she descended, her face radiated with excitement. The distinction between quasi-saint and sage was like night and day, and she felt this truth profoundly. Not long after Nua's breakthrough, Tai slowly opened his eyes, a flash of sword light gleaming within them. He leapt forth, transforming into his true form as he ascended to the heavens. Noticing the aura of cultivation emanating from him, Taishang and Nua furrowed their brows in unison. Tai had not acquired the Hongmeng Pulwan, so how could he have broken through in such a short time? Their eyes widened in disbelief until Taishang suddenly realized that although he had not obtained it, he had received assistance from Red Cloud, in the 99 heavens. Red Cloud sensed a shift in energy. A smile graced his face as he leaned forward, his gaze fixated on Tai. He had anticipated a millennium's wait. But to his astonishment, the breakthrough had come swiftly. This time, he had indeed assisted Tai in reaching sagehood, and the number of his Dao source points must have increased significantly, as he had predicted. Tai's Dao source points surged by 200 million after his breakthrough. While this seemed substantial, it was still far from sufficient for his current needs. Chapter 66. An unexpected acquisition of the celestial coffin at this moment. He hoped that the other two would yield even more Dao source points. After a moment's contemplation, he quickened his pace, arriving at the fifth layer. The palace within was devoid of any treasures. Starkly contrasting with the previous one, with a sense of disappointment, he prepared to depart when a tremendous sound reverberated throughout the palace, filling the air with a dense fog of chaos. Upon sensing this power, he paused for a moment, a thrill of excitement washing over him. Chaos energy, apart from his system, he had never encountered in the primordial realm. He hastened his steps, and soon before him appeared a coffin shimmering with golden light. The celestial coffin, it emanated the essence of sage, with countless golden rays flashing from the seams. As he tentatively approached to inspect, a voice filled with urgency suddenly called out, "Who are you? Quickly, help me open this." Startled, Red Cloud hesitated, a look of confusion crossing his face. Upon stepping closer, he discovered a layer of seals enveloping the coffin, tightly woven with golden threads. Raising his hand to probe, a force erupted from within, instantly knocking him back. Pangu, shocked, he realized that he could not act recklessly. If this seal was left by Pangu, then this artifact must have existed since the primordial era. As he pondered this, another rugged voice echoed, "What are you waiting for? I command you to open this immediately." The tone was somewhat frantic, and the sage essence spread throughout the grand hall. Regaining his composure, Red Cloud maintained a calm demeanor, channeling his sage cultivation to shatter the force that had just approached him. "Who are you?" he inquired. As his words fell, a figure materialized above the celestial coffin, revealing a being with 3 heads. "Our identities are beyond your comprehension. Follow my instructions, and once we emerge, we shall not be ungrateful." Listening to the threatening tone, Red Cloud chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I am unable to assist. This seal was left by Pangu, and I cannot open it." His expression remained neutral as he turned to leave. In truth, he possessed the ability to unlock it, for he bore Pangu's blood within him, which had stirred upon his arrival. Just as he took a step to depart, the voice of an elder suddenly rang out, "Wait, wait. If you open this seal, we shall grant you the celestial coffin. It is a supreme innate spiritual treasure." The tone was much more amiable and respectful. Hearing this, Red Cloud turned with a gentle smile, replying, "I have no interest in this item. nor do I have the power to open it. He was adept at the strategy of feigned disinterest. At present, he sought only Tao source points. Showing no interest in anything else, he had no intention of wasting time with these three beings. Since the seal was left by Pangu, he thought it best to let them remain trapped within. As he finished speaking, a youthful voice chimed in. Then what do you desire? We can assist you. Hearing the voices of the two, Red Cloud sighed internally, waving his hand in exasperation. The things I seek are beyond your capability to provide. As he uttered these words, he intended to depart, but just as he stepped forward, the system's voice rang out, detecting the powers of Xiantian, Huantian, and Qingtan. Assist them in unsealing and receive a 30-fold reward. At this proclamation, Red Cloud paused for a moment, his foot still suspended in midair, turning back to gaze at the remnants hovering above the celestial coffin. He lowered his voice to inquire, Are you Xiantian, Huangtan, and Qingtian? As soon as he posed the question, the remnant souls froze, their astonished gazes locking onto him. How do you know? Seeing their reaction, Red Cloud realized he had spoken correctly. With a faint smile, he activated the Panga blood within him, radiating a golden light to be truthful. I am the son of Pangu. Upon the utterance of these words, Xiantian, Huangtan, and Qingtian were simultaneously rendered speechless, their eyes wide open in astonishment. Observing the expressions on their faces, Hongyun let out a cold snicker within, cleared his throat, and with a grave countenance spoke, Do you harbor any regrets for the transgressions you committed in the past? The chaotic world had elapsed for countless millennia. They must have been trapped here for an equal duration, that we acknowledge our mistakes and beseech you to intervene, granting us our freedom. Listening to their voices, Hongyun nodded with a placid demeanor, as a golden vortex surged forth from his hand, gradually consuming the seal atop the Zhentian coffin. This was a remnant left by Pangu, imbued with an exceedingly dense aura of Pangu. The power contained within was formidable. Fully absorbing, it was no trivial task. After hundreds of years had passed in this place, Hongyun slowly retracted the devouring principle from his grasp. The beam of golden light erupted from the Zhentian coffin, and Xiantian, Huangtian, and Qingtian simultaneously burst forth. The three figures stood resolutely before Hongyun, refraining from any reckless behavior, and each offered him a respectful bow. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Their physiques varied. Xiantian was an elder. Huangtian was stout and robust, while Qingtian appeared to be an adolescent child. Yet, the power emanating from them was undeniably potent. Hongyun remained silent, merely nodding slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon the Zhentian coffin. Now that you have departed, I shall take possession of this artifact. With these words, he waved his hand, and the Zhentian coffin was instantly drawn into his possession. Where do you three intend to go? Upon hearing this, the trio was momentarily taken aback, yet they did not hesitate to respond with utmost reverence. We three are the celestial beings of this primordial chaos. Following this proclamation, three beams of golden light flashed like crosses across the vast heavens, and they transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing from sight. Qingtian ascended to the 33 heavens, his sage-like aura surging, and at that moment his form dissipated. Huangtian manifested within the first 4 layers of the 99 heavens, while Xiantian leaped to the pinnacle of the 99 heavens. The three vanished. Hongyun exhibited no intention of lingering. Adjusting his aura, he took a step and disappeared from the scene. The disturbances here would undoubtedly attract Hongyun's attention. It would be prudent to depart swiftly, for without the blessing of fate, Hongyun could easily end his existence. The saints achieved breakthroughs. Hongyun gradually rose, gazing skyward, his expression darkening. So, they have ultimately been released. He had been present when these three were sealed, yet, due to Pangu's might, he had refrained from taking action, never anticipating that the seal would be undone by Hongyun. Chapter 67. The ambitions of the ancestor dragon emerge upon returning to the Fire Cloud Cave. The six-eared macaque and the flame of retribution had long awaited his arrival. As soon as he saw him, the six-eared macaque eagerly bowed. Master, as he spoke, he respectfully presented 3 ginseng fruits, seeing the items at his feet. Hongyun smiled faintly and accepted only one of them. You and the flame of retribution should each absorb these. They will aid in your cultivation. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque's face lit up with excitement, while the flame of retribution maintained a rather indifferent expression. Noticing this subconscious reaction, Hongyun turned away, casting his gaze elsewhere. The moment the flame of retribution met Hongyun's eyes, he rushed forward and seized his arm. Master, he has already broken through to the saint level. When will I achieve my breakthrough? Breakthroughs require the right opportunities, and you are not yet ready, Hongyun replied. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in the flame of retribution's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly brightened, addressing Hongyun earnestly. Master, surely you have a way to help me strengthen my powers. I am at the peak of quasi-saint level, and I wish to enhance this strength. Though he spoke confidently, the small schemes in his heart could not escape Hongyun's notice. However, this time, Hongyun did not refuse. Given the earnestness of his request, to deny him would seem unreasonable. Nodding with a gentle smile, he swiftly infused a wisp of chaotic energy into the flame of retribution's body. The moment the energy entered, excitement illuminated the flame of retribution's face, and he nodded rapidly before vanishing from the scene. Watching his departing figure, Hongyun sighed in resignation. The energy he imparted could indeed facilitate the flame of retribution's breakthrough, but it would still require several thousand years. Following the flame of retribution's departure, the six-eared macaque also vanished in that moment. The ginseng fruit, born from the primordial roots, contained an exceedingly potent spiritual essence. Should he absorb it, he would stabilize his saintly form in no time. Returning to the fire cloud cave, Hongyun summoned his cultivation, and the Jun Tian coffin appeared before him. He contemplated whether to retain the power within it or to fully integrate it into his divine avatar. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to preserve this power. After all, it was a legacy from the era of chaos. He had previously devoured numerous spiritual treasures, and his devouring principle had significantly improved. If the ancestral beings were to witness this, they would surely be astounded. After decades, he had completely refined the coffin. Once integrated into his being, his power surged exponentially. Not only was it several times stronger than before, but his divine avatar had also ascended to the fourth tier. Overjoyed by this unexpected fortune, he stepped outside the fire cloud cave, just as he prepared to showcase his newfound prowess. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the heavens. Dark clouds gathered above the three clans, and a dragon's silhouette ascended towards the sky. With a resounding roar, the ancestral dragon stood amidst the cosmos, flanked by multitudes of dragon kin. Witnessing this spectacle, Hongyun furrowed his brow, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Calm the discord among the three clans. As the system's voice resonated, Hongyun realized that in his previous life, after the third Tao discussion, he had lost his memory. The discord among the three clans was not what he had previously witnessed. What lay ahead was the true beginning, with the ancestral dragon's breakthrough to saintly status. His ambitions had undoubtedly grown that if Hongyun's conjecture was correct, the ancestral dragon sought to subjugate the other two clans, compelling them to eternal subservience. Suppressing the expression on his face, he withdrew his gaze. The system had merely instructed him to quell the discord among the three clans, without specifying any course of action. The ancestral dragon's demeanor was arrogant, while the leaders of the other two clans regarded him with disdain. Though they were also saints, they were not necessarily inferior to him. Everything unfolding in the primordial realm had already been perceived by Hongyun, who, with a somber expression, pierced through the 33 heavens with his gaze, his eyes betraying an unshakable chill. After a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a strange smile crept upon his lips as the first saint of the primordial chaos. He found it inconvenient to intervene in such matters, yet others could. Since the ancestral dragon was willing to instigate conflict, it presented a perfect opportunity to thoroughly suppress the three clans and, through the ancestral dragon's hands, eliminate Hongyun. Exuding an aura, he stepped forth from the 33 heavens. After some time, he arrived in the primordial realm, concealing his presence, and reached the dragon palace he had no intention of approaching. With a flicker of golden light in his hand, he instantly entered the ancestral dragon's body. Sensing the surge of power within, the ancestral dragon's countenance brightened, an expression of uncontainable excitement crossing his face. Proudly, he loomed over the heavens, releasing waves of dragon might, and let out a furious roar, his gaze locking onto Feng and Shikolin. This time, my dragon clan shall eradicate your two clans in accordance with the will of the Tao. Such arrogance! Shikolin's face darkened as he stepped forward, his true form manifesting into a fleeting shadow. Though they were all saints, a significant disparity remained between them. Shikolin had no chance to approach and was instantly repelled by the overwhelming dragon might. After stumbling back a few steps, he wore a cold expression, shadows of discontent lingering in his eyes. Infuriating, he uttered icily, but before he could continue, Feng interjected. Let us strike together. All three of them were saints. And their fierce battle in the heavens resulted in a stalemate. With a tremendous clash, they separated, leaving the primordial realm in ruins. Once more, gazing ahead, the ancestral dragon's expression darkened, having just attained saintly status. His strength was still unstable. Otherwise, how could these two possibly stand against him? I shall grant you both one opportunity. Should we cross paths again, I shall show no mercy, he coldly declared, retracting his true form and vanishing from the scene. Observing his departing figure, Feng and Shikolin wore grim expressions, and after a moment of contemplation, they retracted their auras. This fellow has broken through before us. His power far exceeds ours. The beginning of the tale unfolds with the somber visage of Shikolin, whose eyes betray an inescapable intent to kill. Had they joined forces during the pre-saint era, there might have been a glimmer of hope to slay the ancestral dragon. However, the present circumstances offer no such opportunity. The distinction between a saint and a pre-saint appears trivial, yet the disparity in power is anything but minor. After a prolonged contemplation, a sudden illumination dawns upon them: to seek out Hongyun. As the foremost benevolent figure of the primordial chaos, Hongyun would undoubtedly not stand idly by while innocent beings suffer. Their resolve crystallized in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their powers and vanished from the location. Meanwhile, Hongyun, already aware of the intentions of these two, awaited them quietly within the confines of Hongyun Cave. Ultimately, evasion was futile. He had foreseen Hongyun's maneuvers, and if he refrained from intervening, both clans would face annihilation. Days later, upon the awakening of Hongyun, a tremendous clamor erupted outside the Fire Cloud Cave. Shikolin and Feng simultaneously retracted their true forms and entered the cave, offering a respectful bow to him. We humbly request the assistance of fellow Taoist Hongyun. Despite being well aware of their purpose, Hongyun feigned ignorance and inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Shikolin and Feng turned awkward. After a brief moment of reflection, they recounted the events leading to their visit. As they spoke, Hongyun's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment, he rose to his feet. "If that is the case, I shall accompany you." The impending battle would not last long, yet its aftermath would signify the fracturing of the primordial chaos. Upon hearing his words, Shikolin and Feng nodded with fervor, eager to leverage Hongyun's fortuitous essence to avert this calamity. Unaware that the blessings within Hongyun had long since dissipated, three figures soared into the sky, heading towards the territories of the three clans. Observing from above, Hongyun could not suppress a cold smirk. "Go ahead. This time, I shall ensure your demise." He believed himself to be shrouded in secrecy, oblivious to the fact that all his actions were under Hongyun's scrutiny. The first to arrive was the Phoenix clan, which had already established a formidable formation requiring the strength of two saints to sustain. After casting a grave glance, Hongyun summoned the essence of countless saints, propelling himself onto the formation. This was precisely why Feng had summoned him. Only by reinforcing this array could the Phoenix clan hope to withstand a lethal blow. With Hongyun's infusion of power, the formation began to shimmer with golden light, its potency multiplying exponentially. The members of the Phoenix clan, witnessing this transformation, revealed expressions of excitement and bowed in reverence to Hongyun. That moment, Hongyun unexpectedly sensed the power of faith. As he descended, bewilderment etched across his face before he could grasp the situation. The voice of the system resonated within him. "Congratulations, host, on encountering the power of faith. Rewards compounded." Without a moment's delay, he opened the system interface, The increase in Tao source points stemmed from a stabilization of the formation, revealing a dark golden lotus within the system. Upon seeing this artifact, a look of confusion crossed his face, but after a moment of contemplation, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. The chaotic holy lotus. This entity was birthed during the primordial emergence of chaos. Originally, there were 3,000 of these, and the one in his possession was the very essence that nurtured Pangu. The ethereal essence enveloping it was pure chaotic energy, imbued with formidable Pangu power. Yet he dared not absorb it directly, for its might surpassed that of the saints. However, he could certainly train with it, as it was the very force that gave rise to Pangu, its power beyond measure. Returning to his senses, the smile on his face lingered, while the leader of the Phoenix clan regarded him with curiosity. "What is it, Taoist Hongyun?" Upon hearing this, Hongyun momentarily froze, his smile faltering. He composed his expression, waving his hand dismissively. "I have stabilized this formation, capable of withstanding 2 attacks from a saint." Gratified by this assurance, Shifeng promptly bowed in gratitude. Hongyun, however, was preoccupied with his thoughts. As he prepared to depart, a disturbance in the heavens caught his attention. A flickering golden dragon silhouette accompanied by a resounding roar echoed through the cosmos. I could see the sound. Hongyun's brow furrowed, and he looked up to see the ancestral dragon. His demeanor arrogant, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "It is time to settle the scores from millennia past." Hearing the furious declaration, Chu Feng's expression darkened. His true form materialized as he soared into the sky. The essence of saints mingling with flames enveloping the heavens. How dare you act with such impudence in the realm of the Phoenix clan? Though both were saints, the gap in their strengths was evident, with the ancestral dragon's might far surpassing Shifeng's. As the tension escalated between the two, Hongyun's expression grew serious. He stepped into the celestial domain, prompting the Phoenix clan to activate their formation. Waves of golden light surged forth, encasing the entire clan. Observing the unfolding conflict, the ancestral dragon scoffed. "I am a saint. Do you think such trifles can deter me?" As he spoke, radiant energy coalesced in his mouth. A roar of dragon fury reverberating through the skies, and countless dragon shadows surged forth. The tremendous crash resounded, shaking the very foundations of the Phoenix clan. Yet the formation remained unscathed. Observing this, the ancestral dragon furrowed his brow, preparing to strike again when Shifeng confronted him. Torrents of fiery rain cascaded through the heavens, crimson golden feathers blanketing the sky. "Fall." In Shifeng's icy command, the forces converged, tearing through the air, ensnaring the ancestral dragon within. While there was a significant power disparity between them, as fellow saints, the ferocity of this strike could only be described as terrifying. Amidst the fiery tempest, the ancestral dragon writhed violently, his golden radiance flaring as the essence of saints enveloped the skies. Roar! Surrounded by this infernal storm, the ancestral dragon's eyes bled fury as he unleashed a deafening roar, shattering the approaching forces. "Such meager power, and you still dare to call yourself a saint?" His voice dripped with derision, and with a surge of energy, he lunged forward. His speed was beyond Shifeng's capability to counter, sending him tumbling back several thousand zhang. As Shifeng regained his footing, the ancestral dragon unleashed a devastating tail strike. The dragon's soul swirling with a terrifying intent to kill. That a colossal explosion erupted as Shifeng plummeted from the sky, his true form shattered, blood spilling from his mouth, his countenance pale. Gazing upward, he was met with a profound darkness in the ancestral dragon's eyes, yet beneath it lay sheer astonishment. This fiend had grown even stronger. The moment their gazes locked, the ancestral dragon's eyes glimmered with disdain as he approached, cold malice radiating from him. "Did you not expect this?" As he spoke, he took a step forward, but just then, Hongyun appeared, calm and collected from afar. "What necessity is there for such hostility, ancestral dragon?" Upon hearing his voice, the ancestral dragon darkened, turning to face Hongyun. "Hongyun Taoist, this matter concerns the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. Do you intend to meddle?" His tone was frigid, eyes brimming with lethal intent. Yet, aware of Hongyun's status as a being of great fortune, he refrained from attacking. "This has been ongoing for millennia. Now that we are both saints, to engage in battle would only bring suffering to the innocent. Chapter 69. A single strike to shatter the might of the ancestral dragon. Hongyun's expression remained inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestral dragon scoffed dismissively. What do the lives and deaths of the beings of the primordial chaos matter to me? Upon uttering these words, Hongyun furrowed his brow, left speechless by this statement. Before he could respond, the ancestral dragon continued darkly. We are both saints. We should pursue greater power. Why concern ourselves with these weaklings? They deserve annihilation. Hearing this impassioned rhetoric, Hongyun sighed inwardly, shaking his head with indifference. You are unworthy of being a saint. With a frigid demeanor, Hongyun summoned the Kunpeng gourd. Since its enhancement, he had yet to test its capabilities. The ancestral dragon, upon hearing his proclamation, merely shook his head with a sneer. But I have achieved the status of a saint. If you do not wish to yield, do not blame me for being ungracious. As the sound ascended, he stirred the aura surrounding him, stepping forth, and in an instant, countless golden dragon souls surged forth from within him. It must be said that this fellow's strength was indeed formidable. Even during his time as a quasi-saint, his power surpassed that of Feng and others. After breaking through to the status of a saint, the disparity had widened significantly, yet he had made an unfortunate choice in his opponent this time. Hundreds of golden dragon souls swept forth, leveling the surroundings to a barren expanse. Observing the impending strike, Hongyun merely smirked, showing no intention of evasion. The Kunpeng gourd quivered in his grasp, emitting a beam of golden light that absorbed all the dragon souls. In the blink of an eye, the aura summoned by the ancestral dragon dissipated entirely. Witnessing this scene, the ancestral dragon was left utterly dumbfounded, the saintly aura around him swirling, yet he inadvertently took a step back. What on earth did you employ? How could this be? His expression bore astonishment, and at that moment, he had completely lost the will to engage in combat. He was aware of the numerous treasures in Hongyun's possession. Yet to be able to obliterate his strength so effortlessly was truly beyond his expectations. The shadow of gloom settled upon his face, while Hongyun remained composed, nonchalantly stowing away the Kunpeng gourd. Ancestral dragon, do you still wish to continue our duel? If you persist, I shall accompany you to the end. In times past, Hongyun would never have uttered such words, but having already established enmity with the ancestral dragon, there was no need for further trivial conversation. Should this fellow take action, he was certain the ancestral dragon would meet his demise here, especially after having ascended to the status of a saint. An insight the ancestral dragon was not blind to. Casting a dark glance in Hongyun's direction, the ancestral dragon transformed, leaping into the heavens and vanishing from sight. Observing from the 33 heavens, Hongyun's eyes instantly gleamed with murderous intent. Among the saints who had recently broken through, excluding the 3 pure ones and Yuhua, the ancestral dragon possessed the strongest power, and yet he had been defeated by Hongyun. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed skyward, muttering to himself, could it be that he has concealed his fortune? If that is truly the case, then his actions would surely invoke the punishment of the Tao. Yet upon reflection, it is unlikely. The power of fortune cannot be hidden from anyone, not even me. After pondering for a prolonged period, he resolved to wait, allowing the ancestral dragon to test the waters first, as long as no punishment from the Tao descended. It would indicate that the fortune had dissipated. With this matter settled, Hongyun ascended to the heavens, ensuring the vicinity was devoid of any onlookers. Golden light flickered in his hands as the chaos golden lotus materialized before him. Observing the swirling chaotic energies and the might of Pangu, excitement illuminated his face. Without hesitation, he crossed his legs in meditation, allowing the energies to engulf his being. Previously, he had absorbed Pangu's blood and coupled with the devouring laws. This absorption was exponentially faster than before. Due to the essence of Pangu's blood, the power of Pangu did not reject him. As his aura intensified, a faint golden light shimmered upon the heaven-opening divine axe. Noticing this anomaly, his expression tightened, and he quickly transformed the heaven-opening divine axe, which now radiated golden light, infused with the terrifying essence of Pangu. After a brief glance, he hastily concealed this artifact. While its material power was impressive, caution was paramount in the primordial chaos. Should that old fellow Hongyun discover it, his tranquil days would be over. Currently, he refrained from making a move out of fear of inciting dissatisfaction among the denizens of the primordial chaos. Yet if the power of Pangu emerged, he would no longer concern himself with such matters in the primordial realm. The only entity capable of influencing his status was Pangu himself. Having finally reached this point, he would not allow anyone who threatened his position to exist. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon wore a somber expression, his aura brimming with saintly energy, while the surrounding atmosphere was thick with the oppressive might of dragons. The 4 dragons before him dared not inquire further, standing awkwardly by his side. They were unaware of the circumstances surrounding the ancestral dragon, but they understood that anyone who spoke excessively at this moment would be courting their doom. After a prolonged stalemate, the ancestral dragon finally raised his head with a grim countenance. Let those below take action. Spare no effort to subdue the 2 clans, regardless of how strong Hongyun was. He could only hope to restrain one person at most. Their dragon clan's strength far surpassed that of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Once they engaged in combat, it was certain that the dragon clan would not be the one to suffer. Understood. After a respectful bow, the 4 dragon kings retreated. Just as the ancestral dragon retracted his aura, a figure flashed outside the palace. Hongyun strode through the air. Upon seeing Hongyun, the ancestral dragon was taken aback. Quickly rising to offer a respectful salute, "I have met with the saint." Though he had broken through, his power was incomparable to that of Hongyun. Even without exerting his strength, the incessant pressure of the saintly aura was palpable. Hongyun did not respond to his greeting, but instead moved forward, taking a seat upon the dragon throne. This position belonged to the ancestral dragon. However, he dared not utter a word, merely smiling as he approached. "May I inquire what brings the saint here? You adhere to the will of the Tao. I sensed your power. Thus I came to observe," Hongyun stated in a calm demeanor, causing a tremor in the ancestral dragon's heart, soon replaced by excitement on his face. "With your assistance, subduing the 2 clans will be within reach." Previously, he had feared that Hongyun might intervene, but those words had completely assuaged his concerns. Hongyun would not only refrain from obstructing him, but might even lend a hand. His eyes glimmered with anticipation. If Hongyun were to act, he was confident that he could eradicate the Qilin and Phoenix clans entirely. "I have ascended above the status of a saint. It is inappropriate for me to interfere in matters of the primordial realm." Upon uttering this, the ancestral dragon clearly felt a sense of loss, but dared not speak further. Any additional words could be construed as questioning Hongyun's authority. Hongyun narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at him before stating once again in a placid tone, "Though I cannot take action, there is one thing I must inform you. The fortune upon Hongyun has nearly dissipated. He is now vulnerable." Chapter 70. The Dragon Clan's Collective Cultivation for a Millennium. Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon furrowed his brows, realizing that his thoughts were indeed correct. He had previously harbored doubts, but with Hongyun's verbal confirmation, there could be no mistake. "Thank you for your enlightenment, Saint," with excitement evident on his face. He promptly bowed to Hongyun. Just as he finished speaking, Hongyun raised his hand, and a beam of golden light merged with his being. "This is a primordial treasure, the Hongmeng diagram. I shall temporarily lend it to you." Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with exhilaration. With such a treasure in hand, subduing Hongyun would be a mere trifle. "Thank you, Saint." He bowed respectfully, and when he looked up again, Hongyun had already vanished. He then waved his hand, producing the Hongmeng diagram. The more he gazed upon this artifact, the more he found it to his liking, a smile of excitement gracing his face. Within the 3 clans of the primordial realm, the Dragon Clan launched a massive offensive, catching the Qilin and Phoenix clans entirely off guard. In just a few short days, they had already seized the territories of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. A result that greatly pleased the ancestral dragon. He leaped into the heavens, a wave of dragon might sweeping forth, the saintly aura illuminating the entire Dragon Clan. Sensing his energy, Hongyun, who was in the midst of cultivation, slightly opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow as a sense of foreboding settled within him. After a moment of contemplation, he soared into the skies above the Phoenix and Qilin clans. This situation could not continue. He needed to devise a means to delay the ancestral dragon. Otherwise, his chances of advancement would be bleak. Having painstakingly obtained his treasures, he could not afford to stagnate. For failure to progress would lead him to imminent doom. As he halted, the two figures of Shi Qilin and Shi Feng appeared beside him, their expressions grave. "Hongyun, my friend." After exchanging words, the two wished to say more. But Hongyun raised a hand to interrupt them. "We three must unite to fend off this dragon clan." In truth, he alone was sufficient, but he did not wish to reveal too much of his strength, as he was wary of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing his words, Shi Qilin and Shi Feng nodded in unison, stepping forward as they simultaneously transformed into their true forms. Releasing torrents of saintly energy, their powers surged. Hongyun too unleashed his aura. Yet before the three of them could make a move, the heavens dimmed, and countless dragon might surged forth. The ancestral dragon had leaped into the sky. His eyes fixed upon the trio. Casting a disdainful glance at the three, he brandished the Hongmeng diagram. "Just the three of you?" Previously, he may have regarded Hongyun with some caution, but now, with Hongyun's assistance, he dismissed Hongyun entirely. As the collective energies of the three surged forth, the Hongmeng diagram in his grasp transformed, instantly enveloping Hongyun and his companions. Observing the power he emitted, Hongyun's brows furrowed deeply. A shadow of darkness flickering in his gaze, he had anticipated that Hongyun would not remain indifferent. He had even brought forth such an artifact, just as Shi Qilin and Shi Feng prepared to strike. They were met with the overwhelming force of the ancestral dragon's might that he stepped forward, and the Kunpeng ding manifested, countless golden rays shooting straight into the heavens. Being a congenital treasure himself, he was eager to ascertain how the item in his possession measured up against the Hongmeng map. A torrent of power cascaded down, enveloping the ancestor dragon and the entire dragon clan within the confines of the ding. Initially, the Hongmeng map possessed some resistance, but it was soon suppressed. After casting a nonchalant glance, he raised his hand and struck, sending the dragon clan reeling. Yet he did not deliver a fatal blow. By the time the dragon clan regained their composure, the Kunpeng ding had vanished. The ancestor dragon felt a tingling in his arm from the impact. Although uninjured, he was overwhelmed by an unending sense of humiliation. Just as he was about to turn the Hongmeng map in his hand to advance once more, the voice of Hongyun suddenly resonated from the skies. "Do not act." With merely this succinct command, his raised foot froze mid-air. After pondering for a long while, he reluctantly withdrew his foot. Retreat. With the roar of anger from the dragons, the clan swiftly withdrew, vanishing from the scene in an instant. Upon returning to the East Sea, a golden light enveloped his entire dragon palace, and Hongyun approached from afar, stepping through the air with the power of your dragon clan. "You cannot withstand the might of the two tribes." At these words, the ancestor dragon's countenance darkened, his eyes reflecting an inescapable killing intent. Although he felt a reluctance in his heart, he dared not reveal his emotions before Hongyun. He forced a neutral expression and half-bowed, inquiring of Hongyun, "I beseech you, Sage Hongyun, for your assistance." Hongyun offered no response, but instead cast a calm gaze into the distance, penetrating miles with his sight, his focus locking onto the dragon clan's formation. With a wave of his hand, a beam of saintly golden light surged forth, directly entering the formation, which activated, and the overwhelming might of countless saints permeated the surroundings. Feeling this power, the ancestor dragon was momentarily stunned, quickly replaced by excitement on his face. With his strength, the overall capability of the dragon clan could be enhanced, making the subjugation of the two tribes a simple task. Observing the expression on his face, Hongyun nodded indifferently. "I leave this power with you, Dragon Clan. I hope you wield it wisely and do not disappoint the Tao." Indeed, the ancestor dragon, now filled with exhilaration, lifted his gaze only to find Hongyun had vanished, and he felt the surge of power within him, the aura of the saints radiating forth, his voice echoing throughout the Dragon Clan. "All shall enter the Dragon Clan's formation for a century." Having said this, he was the first to charge forward. Leaping into the formation, closely followed by Qinyo. Though the dragon clan felt a sense of confusion, they dared not disobey his command and collectively infused their cultivation into the formation. Benefiting immensely from the power left by Hongyun, their cultivation would inevitably require a millennium. The Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan, though puzzled by the situation, remained ever vigilant. Just as they were lost in thought, Hongyun leaped beside them. The dragon clan is cultivating. Hongyun's expression turned grave. He knew who was behind this, and apart from Hongyun, he could think of no other. Upon hearing this, Shi Feng and Shi Qilin furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. The dragon clan was already formidable, and should they break through further, the two clans would stand no chance. If he can elevate his strength, why can't the two of you? Hongyun's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, two complete strands of Hongmeng purple qi entered their bodies. Feeling this power, both individuals displayed excitement on their faces. Hongyun did not dwell on it. Since the dragon clan was cultivating, how could he lag behind? In a millennium, how much they could break through depended on their own efforts. After exchanging words, he stepped forward and vanished from the scene. Yet he did not head to the Fire Cloud Cave, but rather to Buzhou Mountain. Several days later, he halted atop Buzhou Mountain, where the Chaos Golden Lotus appeared beneath him, scanning the surroundings. A golden light enveloped him, and as he mobilized the saintly aura, he sat cross-legged upon the Chaos Golden Lotus. As he absorbed the power emanating from it, a faint smile gradually graced his face. Initially approaching it with a mindset of mere experimentation, he was astonished to discover that it truly worked. Chapter 71. The fiery calamity touches the power of saints prematurely. Here, the Pangachi was amplified several times over, and he also absorbed a portion of the power from Buzhou Mountain through this artifact. As this energy swirled around him, the strength within his body steadily increased, and his aura grew increasingly potent. This period of cultivation lasted several hundred years. He was cautious not to excessively draw from Buzhou Mountain's energy, for if the mountain were to collapse, the entirety of the primordial realm would face calamity. Even so, his power had significantly strengthened, his divine avatar breaking through to the 5th level. Although it seemed merely a single tier apart, his strength had multiplied 100-fold, now able to contend with Hongyun. While he could not guarantee his ability to slay Hongyun, he was confident he could exchange a few blows with him. Just as he prepared to mobilize his cultivation once more, a flash of red fire streaked across the sky. As he withdrew his gaze, the fiery calamity appeared before him, excitement evident on his face. "Master, I have touched the power of the saints." At this moment, the fiery calamity was brimming with exhilaration as he approached Hongyun, his cultivation surging forth. Noticing the aura emanating from him, Hongyun was taken aback, shock evident on his features. He had thought it would take the fiery calamity thousands of years to breach the threshold of sainthood. Yet this individual achieved it so swiftly. Regaining his composure, he maintained a calm demeanor. "Indeed, that is commendable. Your master feels immense pride." As soon as these words left his lips, the fiery calamity rushed forward and embraced his arm. "Since you feel pride, then I shall entrust my breakthrough to you." Upon hearing this, Hongyun chuckled softly, feigning confusion. "Did you not already touch the power of the saints? Why do you still require your master's assistance?" Observing his expression, the fiery calamity sighed and hastily explained, "I have indeed touched it, but my power is still a tad lacking." Though he did not elaborate, his meaning was abundantly clear. He simply wished for a few more strands of Hongmeng purple qi. The first time he absorbed the Hongmeng purple qi, it took him a millennium. The second time he accomplished it in merely 100 years. That he was confident that with this power assisting him, in another 100 years he could undoubtedly step into sainthood. Noticing his expression, Hongyun smiled faintly, nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a strand of Hongmeng qi flowed into his body. However, he found himself unable to mobilize this energy, merely sensing it. After a moment, he looked up in confusion, his eyes filled with puzzlement. "Master, what do you mean by this?" Seeing the expression on his face, Hongyun smiled gently and replied in a calm tone. "Your master needs you to wander the primordial realm for a century. A fated individual will help you unravel this seal, and when that time comes, it will be your moment of ascendance." Upon hearing this, confusion spread across his face, utterly unaware of Hongyun's intent. Yet he dared not defy the command, ultimately nodding with a solemn expression. Watching his retreating figure, Hongyun wore a meaningful smile. He could have allowed the fiery calamity to break through in an instant, but that would go against the principles of the Tao. The fiery calamity's journey did not end here. As the foremost fire of the primordial realm, he had a mission to fulfill. Though not directly involved, he still influenced many outcomes in his past life. The fiery calamity gradually approached the threshold of sainthood only after completing this task. With the fiery calamity's departure, he too lost the desire to cultivate. Rising to his feet and gazing at the auspicious aura above the Xinyuanzi Taoist temple, a faint smile flickered in his eyes as he stepped forward and vanished from the location. Moments later, he arrived atop the temple, and as he came to a halt, Xinyuanzi appeared before him, excitement illuminating his face. "Thank you, Taoist Hongyun." Upon hearing this, Hongyun wore a puzzled expression. "Why do you thank me? Had it not been for your earlier sending of the Hongmeng Pudu to Lu Air, I would have no hope of attaining sainthood in this lifetime." At this revelation, Hongyun finally understood. Offering a faint smile and nodding, "A mere act of convenience. You have successfully integrated the item. It appears you are poised for a breakthrough." Upon hearing his words, Xinyuanzi nodded, with the assistance of his innate spiritual roots. Combined with the gifts bestowed upon him by Hongyun, he was certain that in a millennium, he would undoubtedly break through to the quasi-saint realm. After exchanging a few words, they arrived at the Taoist temple, where Hongyun's face lit up with a long-lost smile as he gazed at the ancient celestial tree before him. Previously, he had only known of the existence of the innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree. He had never had the opportunity to visit this place. This entity was indeed formidable. After a thorough examination, he summoned his inner energy, and with a flick of his hand, a ginseng fruit materialized in his palm that if it were anyone else, Xinyuanzi would have likely taken significant action. Yet he feigned ignorance. Holding the fruit, Hongyun contemplated deeply, a knowing smile gracing his lips as a primordial purple aura emanated from his hand. His movement was so swift that Xinyuanzi did not catch it, and Hongyun turned, offering the item to Xinyuanzi. "Give it a try," he said with a tranquil expression, which left Xinyuanzi perplexed. Despite his confusion, he accepted the item, pondered it momentarily, then cautiously absorbed its power. Upon the energy from the ginseng fruit entering him, he froze for a moment, followed swiftly by a surge of excitement on his face. After a few breaths, he had absorbed all of its energy, the exhilaration evident on his countenance as he turned to Hongyun and inquired, "Hongyun, how did you accomplish this?" Observing the expression on his face, Hongyun smiled faintly but refrained from revealing his methods. "Just a few minor techniques." Hongyun was unwilling to elaborate further, and although disappointment flickered across Xinyuanzi's face, he chose not to press the matter. "That single fruit is sufficient to stabilize your breakthrough that in the coming millennium, I shall guard you once more. Make haste with your ascension." Upon hearing this, the disappointment on Xinyuanzi's face vanished instantly. The reason he had previously abstained from breaking through was precisely due to the innate spiritual root. Channeling his energy, he quickly bowed in gratitude to Hongyun. "I am grateful for your assistance." "Hongyun." Hongyun merely smiled and nodded in response. Once Xinyuanzi disappeared, Hongyun's gaze fell upon the remaining 20-odd ginseng fruits. Now devoid of fortune, if he did not exert effort, these innate spiritual treasures would remain beyond his reach. After casting a faint smile, he summoned his energy, and with a wave of his hand, 10 ginseng fruits appeared in his grasp. However, he did not fully absorb them. Instead, he extracted one, cautiously infusing it with chaotic energy. The power within the innate spiritual root was not inferior to that of supreme innate spiritual treasures. Perhaps this chaotic energy could withstand it. Though he thought so, he dared not move too boldly. For this was indeed an innate spiritual fruit, and destroying it would be a grave loss. In the ensuing chapter, the demon clan set their sights on the ginseng fruit. The demon lord, Luo, who had long coveted this innate spiritual root. Previously, it had been unripe, but now the time was ripe. He had broken through to the saint level and was ready to act. After a century of waiting, on this day, As Hongyun drowsily opened his eyes, a figure appeared in the heavens. The demon lord, Ji-do, his strength had also reached the saint level, and upon catching Hongyun's gaze, a cold smile crept across his face. "Hongyun, my friend." The voice was soft, yet the malice in his smile was palpable. As soon as he spoke, Hongyun leaped into the sky. "A member of the demon clan? What brings you here?" His expression remained calm. The aura of a saint fully activated. He had no intention of wasting time with this individual. Although the demon clan appeared quite reserved within the primal chaos, their covert maneuvers were far from few. "I come seeking the innate spiritual root and request your assistance." Hongyun. As he spoke, a long spear appeared in his hand, surrounded by demonic energy, with a blood-colored apparition manifesting behind him. Witnessing the aura he emitted, Hongyun could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. "Do you truly believe you can challenge me?" With a swift motion, the Chinquan gourd appeared in his grasp, countless saintly energies enveloping the heavens. The moment Ji-do set eyes on the item in Hongyun's hand, his brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. Yet, that look of concern lasted only a moment before he regained his icy demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. "I alone may not be your match, but with them." He had come prepared, and as soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures appeared beside him. These were the 4 great beasts, whose strength had significantly increased following Luo's breakthrough. They had all now reached the quasi-saint level. After casting a glance at them, Hongyun's smile gradually faded. His gaze sharpened as he hurled the Chinquan gourd skyward. "It seems you have come well prepared. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. Attack." The ginseng fruit must be obtained. With this command, he unleashed his aura, enveloping the area in demonic saintly energy, and with a punch, he shot upwards into the heavens. The 4 great beasts, in that moment, summoned their powers, but they were merely cannon fodder. As they charged, the Chinquan gourd descended from the sky. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and the 4 great beasts were sent reeling back thousands of feet. The demon Lord Ji-do unleashed all his power, yet it was utterly futile. He was completely overwhelmed by Hongyun. Standing 1,000 feet away, his face darkened, his clenched fists making a sound like bones grinding together. Yet he hesitated to advance. Initially, he had not taken Hongyun seriously, considering himself a saint as well. However, after this single clash, he fully realized that this saint was far from ordinary. Setting aside strength, merely possessing that innate spiritual treasure was enough to leave him defenseless. Observing Ji-do's expression, Hongyun smiled faintly, and with a flash of golden light, the Chinquan gourd returned to his hand. "Do you wish to continue this fight?" Her voice was not loud, yet it was exceedingly cordial. Upon hearing this, the demon Lord Ji-do cast a dark glance at her, then turned and vanished from the scene, with the 4 great beasts trailing behind him. Though he departed, his ambitions remained undiminished, and Hongyun understood him all too well. After a few moments, the demon Lord Ji-do paused in the heavens, his demonic energy unwavering, his expression darkened to the extreme. He had failed to fulfill the task assigned to him by Luo, and he now dared not return. After much contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the 4 great beasts. Under his scrutiny, the beasts wore puzzled expressions, but before they could speak, Ji-do darkly commanded, "I will hold them off. You 4 must infiltrate and retrieve the ginseng fruit as quickly as possible." Upon hearing this, the 4 great beasts froze in place. They had witnessed Hongyun's power, and if they acted recklessly, they could very well lose their lives here. This is the only option that if you value your lives, you will do as I say. Within the entire demon clan, the most formidable is undoubtedly the demon ancestor Luo, followed closely by the demon sovereign Ji-do. The 4 of them can only comply with his commands. Listening to his cold voice, the 4 furrowed their brows in unison, their expressions tinged with a hint of gloom. That moment, they dared not utter a word, merely nodding in acknowledgement of his words. "Very well. You 4 shall first recuperate from your injuries. When the time comes, I will lure him out, and you must ensure that you obtain the item for me." Inside the Taoist temple, Hongyun maintained a composed demeanor as a beam of golden light shot skyward. Moments later, the 6-eared macaque, wielding the wandering needle, appeared in the heavens. "Master, what is the urgent matter that necessitated summoning your disciple?" As he descended, the 6-eared macaque bowed respectfully, his face reflecting a trace of confusion. "Oh, you wish to test the extent of your power?" A mysterious smile graced Hongyun's face as he patted the six-eared macaque's shoulder. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque's face instantly lit up with excitement. Chapter 73. The six-eared macaque's fiery combat spirit. Without waiting for Hongyun to elaborate, he stepped forward eagerly and affirmed, "Master, does this mean you permit me to take action?" Since his breakthrough to the saint level, he had never truly engaged in combat, as Hongyun had placed restraints upon him. "Here, while I am away. No one is allowed to approach." Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque nodded vigorously, disregarding who it might be. He simply wished to ascertain the power he had attained as a saint. The six-eared macaque's strength had indeed reached the saint level. Though not extraordinarily strong among the saints, he could easily dispatch several quasi-dash saints. As expected, he stepped into the sky, and just as he halted, the demon's sovereign Ji-Du appeared in the distance, this time alone. "Hongyun, I only seek the ginseng fruit. If you have any sense, step aside." Upon hearing his somewhat somber tone, Hongyun shook his head and smiled. "I am afraid that is not possible. I have promised to guard this place." At these words, Ji-Du's expression darkened significantly, a palpable killing intent brewing in his eyes. "Since you refuse to recognize the situation, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he summoned his aura, taking the initiative to strike first, advancing a step as countless blood-red rays of light surged toward Hongyun's face. Seeing the power he had summoned, Hongyun furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated this foe. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and Hongyun staggered back a few steps, yet he was enveloped in a layer of golden light, emerging unscathed. "Not bad. Your strength is commendable," Hongyun remarked with a faint smile. Summoning the Qian-Kuan gourd into his hand, that he mobilized his aura, and an immense wave of saintly energy enveloped the heavens as he waved his hand downwards. His power, among the saints, was undeniably among the elite. Throughout the vast wilderness, aside from Hongyun, he truly regarded no one else with high esteem. Boom! Another resounding explosion shook the heavens, and the ground shattered completely as the demon's sovereign Ji-Du found himself pinned beneath the Qian-Kuan gourd. He unleashed all his saintly power, straining to resist, yet he still fell short. The demonic energy coursed relentlessly from his body, while Hongyun remained indifferent, casting a casual glance at him and retracting some of his aura. At this moment, the six-eared macaque sensed the disturbance above and began to transform the wandering needle, prepared to advance. However, recalling Hongyun's words, he reluctantly withdrew his foot. "When will it be my turn to strike?" Just as he voiced this thought, four figures suddenly emerged in the distance. The four great fierce beasts halted, channeling their power, and a layer of demonic energy enveloped the surroundings. Initially, their gaze was fixed upon the ginseng fruit tree, but they soon shifted their attention to the six-eared macaque. Upon seeing him, they each frowned, their expressions darkening slightly. "Who are you?" A cold voice sounded as the four simultaneously unleashed their demonic energy. Dozens of cold rays hurtling towards the six-eared macaque. They were here on a mission and dared not exhibit any carelessness. Witnessing the incoming strike, the six-eared macaque's expression brightened in realization. It turned out that these four were exactly the foes Hongyun had anticipated. In that case, he would not hold back as the forces approached him. He waved the wandering needle in his hand, unleashing a burst of golden light that shattered the incoming attack. Boom! As the energy dissipated, golden light surged from his body, enveloping the area in a cloak of saintly energy. Noticing the level of his cultivation, the four fierce beasts frowned in unison, their expressions turning grim. How could there be a saint here? Initially, they had not discerned the six-eared macaque's strength, but now they had to proceed with caution. After all, he was a saint, while they were merely at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. Without a breakthrough, they would never stand a chance against a true saint. While they were still pondering, the six-eared macaque could no longer contain his excitement. He wildly wielded the wandering needle, taking a step forward, transforming into a blur as he surged forth. Having broken through to the saint level, his combat laws could be utilized at will. The power of this strike surpassed their expectations by several folds. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as all four retreated simultaneously, their demonic energy dissipating in the process. glaring ahead once more. Their faces were grim, bloodlight swirling around their bodies, that we must secure the item today. The three of us will hold them off while you go for the grab. At this moment, the demon sovereign Jidu had also freed himself from the constraints, standing above the heavens. Surrounded by swirling demonic energy, dozens of cold rays flashing from his hands. After recently suffering a loss at Hongyun's hands, he dared not approach, opting instead to remain at a distance to contain Hongyun. As time passed, Hongyun grew somewhat bored. He casually waved his hand, shattering Jidu's power, and smiled as he inquired, "Do you think those four will succeed?" Upon hearing this, Jidu's expression darkened instantly, an uneasy feeling rising within him. Since Hongyun was aware, and yet continued to linger here with him for such an extended period, it indicated that something had gone awry with the four. Casting a cold glance at Hongyun, he began to mobilize his power, prepared to advance. But Hongyun stepped forward to block his path. "Oh, not be hasty. My disciple has yet to finish his fun." With this statement, a tremendous sound erupted from the Taoist temple in the distance, as the wandering needle shot skyward, sending the four fierce beasts retreating a vast distance. Halting, their faces were filled with dismay, and their auras dissipated at an alarming rate. Realizing they had no courage left to continue fighting, they hastily began to stabilize their powers. Casting them a disdainful glance, the six-eared macaque retracted his true form and stepped forward to stand beside Hongyun. As soon as he stopped, the six-eared macaque's eyes reflected disdain, and he complained, "Master, their strength is rather lacking. I feel as though I haven't even unleashed my full power yet." His voice was not soft, and the distant figures heard his words clearly. The four fierce beasts, whose strength was already subpar, could only seethe in silence. Ignoring their gazes, the six-eared macaque shifted his focus to "Do your strength is commendable. How about we test it against each other?" This statement was undoubtedly a tremendous insult to the demon's sovereign Jidu. Taking a step forward, Jidu's expression darkened, and his magical artifacts surged forth. "Are you certain?" The six-eared macaque, however, wore a look of disdain, saintly energy radiating from him as the laws of combat ignited in his eyes. Yet he did not rush in. Instead, he glanced at Hongyun as he stepped forward. Noticing Hongyun's encouraging nod, he felt reassured. Since the six-eared macaque was willing to engage, Hongyun decided to observe from the sidelines, confident that his disciple would not disappoint him. With Hongyun's approval, the six-eared macaque unleashed his full power, wildly swinging the wandering needle as he leaped before Jidu. Chapter 74. The saintly power of the six-eared macaque. Sensing the immense saintly energy emanating from the six-eared macaque, Jidu was taken aback, his expression darkening as demonic energy swirled around him. But he raised his hand to deliver a strike. While he was no match for Hongyun, he believed he could handle a six-eared macaque. With a single blow, the shadow of the wandering needle exploded before him. Without any intention to halt, his expression soured further as he mobilized his aura, stepping toward the six-eared macaque to strike again. Countless waves of demonic energy surged from his hand, and before the six-eared macaque could react, he found himself thrown back, his body marred by hundreds of bloody scars. "Just based on you." The demon Lord Jidu's countenance was shrouded in gloom, his eyes brimming with an inescapable murderous intent. Yet he dared not act recklessly at this moment. Though he possessed the ability to suppress the six-eared macaque, the presence of Hongyun beside him posed an uncertain variable, one that could very well lead to his demise. Upon hearing his words, the six-eared macaque was instantly incensed, flames of fury igniting in his gaze, and the whimsical needle instantly enveloped in the aura of a sage. How infuriating! A roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as a blood-red divine ape materialized behind him, merging his form with it. Witnessing the power he exuded, Jidu furrowed his brow, his body cloaked in a layer of demonic energy. Come forth, as a demon lord, he possessed his own dignity, and he regarded the six-eared macaque with utter disdain. As a fellow sage, his strength surpassed that of the macaque. Countless auras surged forth as he, embodying the demon lord, plunged downward. In the firmament above, two streams of blood energy collided fiercely. From a distance, Hongyun maintained an expression of indifference, a faint golden light shimmering around him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as an overwhelming force surged through the surroundings, causing both Demon Lord Jidu and the six-eared macaque to be violently repelled 1,000 zhang away. Coming to a halt, Jidu's expression darkened. His body swayed unsteadily, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The six-eared macaque had descended from the sky, the whimsical needle returning to his ear, while the sage aura surrounding him dissipated at an alarming rate. Observing this scene, Hongyun sighed helplessly, stepping forward to catch the six-eared macaque in his arms, the primordial purple energy enveloping him in that moment. After a few breaths, the aura surrounding the six-eared macaque stabilized, and he looked up with a faint smile. "Do you wish to continue fighting?" With a calm demeanor, the moment his voice fell, the sage energy emanated from him. Noticing the power he wielded, Jidu's expression darkened further. He shot a fierce glance at him before turning to depart. Though he bore the form of a sage, there was a significant disparity between him and Hongyun. Having just exerted all his strength, he was no match for Hongyun, and now, how could he possibly contend with him? Casting a placid glance in Jidu's direction, Hongyun withdrew his aura, and as he turned, the six-eared macaque struggled to rise. "Master, I have performed admirably. Feel the power I have bestowed within you. Absorb it over the next century." Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque could only nod gravely, stepping into the sky and transforming into a golden light, vanishing from sight. After breaking through to sagehood, this was his first time unleashing his full power. Though he was not weak, it fell far short of his expectations. Hongyun did not linger, turning to enter the Taoist temple, where Xinyuanzi was in meditation, and he too was not idle. Opening the system store, countless source points flowed into the Qian Kuan gourd. Over the course of several centuries, he had absorbed countless source points, yet this Qian Kuan gourd had only upgraded by a single strike. Glancing at it helplessly, Hongyun raised his hand to close the system. This contraption was excessively time-consuming, and if it were to reach level 30, who could say how long it would take, with a century having passed? It was time for Xinyuanzi to break through, and he set his gaze upon the heavens. The beam of golden light descended, and Xinyuanzi gradually appeared in the celestial sphere, his sage aura radiating. Attracting auspicious energies from the cosmos, an overwhelming multitude of auras surged forth, and Xinyuanzi, standing at the horizon, wore an expression of excitement. The moment he opened his eyes, a golden light shot forth from them, the majesty of the sage instantly enveloping tens of thousands of miles. Though he had entered the ranks of sages, his aura remained unstable. Restoration would require time. Sensing the peculiarities of the locale, in the 33 heavens, Hongyun's expression darkened, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he pierced through the entirety of the primordial realm with a single glance. This person has actually broken through. Upon seeing this, his face fell, and an unshakable chill settled in his gaze. The number of sages who had broken through in the primordial realm was limited, aside from his last discussion of the Tao. Xinyuanzi had managed to break through solely by his own strength, but soon he detected an anomaly. Hongyun. Initially, he had thought Xinyuanzi relied solely on his own power, but now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Without Hongyun's assistance, it was improbable he could have broken through so swiftly. Intriguing, since he does not treasure the spiritual treasures in his possession. Why should he continue to hold on to them? Hongyun possessed countless magical artifacts, and given his apparent lack of appreciation, it was time for him to take action. Hao-Yen. He pronounced the name with a frigid demeanor, and a golden light descended as Hao-Yen respectfully appeared before him. At present, this individual's strength was merely at the peak of quasi-saint, for he had been unable to participate in the previous discussion of the Tao. "Master," coming to a halt, Hao-Yen hurriedly bowed in respect, to which Hongjun responded with a gentle wave of his hand. "You are now at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Do you have intentions of breaking through?" Upon hearing these words, he paused for a moment. An anticipation ignited in his eyes. Of course, he wished to break through. "I would be grateful for your guidance, Master. Hongyun possesses countless magical artifacts. You may enlist his assistance, as you are his disciple." This statement. Hao-Yen found himself in a quandary. Though he was indeed Hongyun's disciple, how could Hongyun be unaware of his true identity? "Master, if I approach him, he may not assist me." observing the dark expression on his face. Hongyun shook his head with a faint smile. Go forth. He will aid you. You are now the ruler of this realm. How could he possibly make things difficult for you? Your breakthrough would also be beneficial for all beings in this world. He had already begun to plot, well aware of Hongyun's temperament. How Akin cared for the populace, and how could Hongyun not lend his support? Hearing his words, How Akin nodded in confusion, offering a respectful bow before vanishing in an instant like a fleeting shadow. Several days later, Zenyuanzi's aura had stabilized, and as he observed the still unstable sage energy around him, Hongyun smiled faintly, channeling a fragment of primordial purple energy into his body. Feeling this power, Zenyuanzi was momentarily taken aback. And then excitement radiated from his face. Thank you, Taoist Hongyun. A mere gesture. Truly appreciate this sage power, and I must take my leave now as I have matters to attend to. Upon arriving at the Fire Cloud Cave, he immediately caught sight of Hao Yin. Upon seeing him, Hao Yin respectfully approached, halting to deeply bow towards him. Greetings, Master. No need for such formality. You are now the ruler of the heavenly court. What brings the great Emperor Hao Yin to my humble Fire Cloud Cave? Chapter 75. Luo Ho personally acts for the primal spiritual roots. In truth, he had known Hao Yin's identity all along, but had chosen not to make it explicit. The title he used elicited a bitter smile from Hao Yin, who quickly began to explain. Though I have become the ruler of the heavenly court through unforeseen circumstances, you remain my master, and I have come to seek your assistance on a matter. After pausing for a moment, he then solemnly added, I wish to break through to sagehood. I implore you, Master, to lend me your support. Upon hearing this request, Hongyun smiled lightly, casting his gaze aside. Why should I assist you? For the sake of the primordial beings, would you truly wish to see them remain in torment? As he spoke these words, he felt a pang of uncertainty within, unsure whether Hongyun would acquiesce. Hongyun's smile remained, but his gaze seemed capable of piercing through to the very core of him. Thus, they locked eyes for a prolonged moment before Hongyun finally nodded with a faint smile. However, upon hearing this, Hao Yin exhaled a long sigh of relief, hastily bowing in respect to Hongyun. Thank you, Master. The moment he lifted his head, a strand of primordial purple energy entered his body. Feeling this power, he was momentarily stunned, excitement blossoming on his face. Thank you, Master. Though you are already at the peak of quasi-saint, breaking through will still require several millennia. From this moment onward, cultivate peacefully in the Fire Cloud Cave, and depart at your own leisure once you achieve your breakthrough. Speaking these words with a calm demeanor, Hongyun turned to leave, and Hao Yin dared not hesitate. He felt the energies of heaven and earth surge around him. As the ruler of the heavenly court, he certainly enjoyed privileges during his cultivation, and the Tao even bestowed a sliver of auspicious energy upon him. However, he was unaware of this. Only Hongyun, standing outside the Fire Cloud Cave, witnessed it. Looking up at the heavens, Hongyun wore a faint smile, though it carried a hint of coldness. He was aware that Hongyun was currently observing all that transpired within the Fire Cloud Cave. Within Mount Sumu, the demon Lord Jidu and the four great beasts were in a wretched state, kneeling on the ground as the demon ancestor Luo Ho's eyes burned with fury, the surroundings thick with an eerie aura of malice. Is this how you conduct your affairs? Hearing his icy voice, the four great beasts trembled, lowering their heads in fear, unable to dare look forward. Only demon Lord Jidu, suppressing his terror, darkly explained, this matter was initially proceeding smoothly. But Hongyun and his disciple, the six-eared macaque, intervened. Both of them are sages, rendering the four great beasts utterly powerless. This statement utterly bewildered the four great beasts, causing them to gaze upward, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. This seemed to bear little relevance to them, for they were merely executing the commands of the demon Lord Jidu. Upon catching the gaze of one among them, the countenance of the demon lord turned cold, a flicker of bloodlust flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a chilling tone. Are you dissatisfied? This single utterance forcefully returned their unflattering glances, for they were no match for the demon ancestor Lu, and they could not afford to offend the demon lord Jidu, a group of useless wretches. It appears I must take matters into my own hands. The ginseng fruit, a manifestation of innate spiritual roots, was something he must acquire this time. Though he currently possessed the body of Sage, only by absorbing this treasure could his strength be further augmented. Demon Ancestor, we the Demon Lord Jidu, intended to elaborate. But before he could finish his words, the god-slaying spear had already been thrust between his brows. I have no patience for excuses following a failure. You would do well not to test my limits. Upon witnessing the blood-red, demonic aura emanating from the god-slaying spear, he was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard in panic, and promptly lowered his head in respect. Yes, in that instant, he genuinely felt the threat of danger and dared not utter another word. As the god-slaying spear vanished, Lu had already disappeared from the location, reappearing atop Shumi Mountain, where he unleashed his full power with a single step, covering a distance of several tens of thousands of zhang. Pausing to survey his surroundings, a meaningful smile graced his face. Not bad, indeed. How unexpectedly formidable. In mere moments, he followed the aura of the innate spiritual root to the outside of Zenyuanzai's Taoist temple. Upon halting, a greedy smile broke out upon his face. This is the item. With a surge of demonic energy, he prepared to descend, when a flash of golden light revealed Zenyuanzai standing before him. Who goes there? Though he did not recognize Lu, he sensed danger radiating from him, the thick demonic aura stirring a sense of unease within. You are Zenyuanzai. I demand that ginseng fruit be handed over, and I shall spare your life. He had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. The moment his voice fell, his aura expanded, enveloping the space with countless waves of demonic energy, and in a single step, he closed the distance to Zenyuanzai. Zenyuanzai, unable to perceive his speed, was taken aback and hurriedly summoned his sage energy. Yet how could the demon ancestor Lu grant him the opportunity to act? Before Zenyuanzai could lift his palm, Lu's fist had already sent him staggering back several tens of thousands of zhang. I shall take this. Casting a disdainful glance at him, Luohu waved his hand, and the remaining 6 ginseng fruits fell into his possession. Observing from the heavens, Jidu couldn't help but inhale sharply. After all, Zenyuanzai was a sage, yet Lu had triumphed with such ease. Before he could retract the expression on his face, Lu had approached him, dark clouds gathering on his features as he inquired, "Was that difficult?" At these words, Jidu shuddered, hastily lowering his head to explain, "The demon ancestor is immensely powerful. We are unworthy in our cultivation. I implore your forgiveness to..." That moment, he dared not even lift his gaze, fearful of incurring Lu's displeasure, lest he lose his life with a mere gesture. Hearing his words, Luohu scoffed dismissively, conjuring a ginseng fruit into his hand. Absorb this. Upon seeing the item, Jidu's face reflected shock. Such a manifestation of innate spiritual roots was bestowed upon him so generously by Lu. However, he noticed a distinction. While the previous ginseng fruits radiated golden light, this one was shrouded in a dark demonic aura. Despite the difference, he did not refuse, but rather his face lit up with excitement. He sensed the power within. Should he absorb it, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Zenyuanzai had arrived from hundreds of thousands of zhang away, casting a dark glance at the two as numerous golden rays surged from behind him. Leave the item behind, or else before he could finish his warning, Luohu waved his hand dismissively. I leave it to you. Without hesitation, Jidu's demonic energy surged forth, transforming into a shadow of darkness as he charged forward. Though his strength fell short of Hongyun's, he was confident he could handle a Zenyuanzai who had just broken through. Observing the aura radiating from Jidu, Zenyuanzai furrowed his brow, golden light illuminating him as sage energy enveloped the surroundings. Yet there remained a significant gap between his power and Jidu's. After a single clash, his sage aura dissipated entirely. Witnessing Zenyuanzai's somewhat disheveled form, Jidu smirked disdainfully, leaping into the heavens, vanishing in a spray of blood. He had no time to waste with Zenyuanzai, having just obtained the treasure. He needed to absorb it swiftly. Chapter 76. The grand ambitions of the ancestor dragon over a millennium. Zenyuanzai's expression darkened as he looked upward. The moment he took a step, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his sage energy fully expended. Helpless, he could only retreat to the Taoist temple. Pursuing them would yield no benefit, only leading to his demise at their hands. Coming to a halt, he summoned forth a golden light, and a ginseng fruit appeared in his hand. After Hongyun had informed him of the situation, he had prepared in advance, securing a portion of the remaining ginseng fruits. Not anticipating their necessity would arise. Feeling the immense, innate spiritual energy within, he swallowed the item whole, a faint golden glow emanating from his body. Having broken through to Sage, his aura had yet to stabilize. After his recent battle with the two demons, recovery would require at least several hundred years. For beings such as them, a millennium of cultivation was merely the blink of an eye. Hongyun was gradually strengthening within the fire cloud cave. While at this moment, Haoyan was enveloped in golden light, his power incrementally increasing, but he paid little heed to this, instead directing his gaze outside the fire cloud cave, piercing through tens of thousands of miles. Locking onto the East Sea, a millennium had passed, and the dragon clan ought to make their appearance, as he anticipated. The moment his gaze settled, a cacophony of dragon roars erupted from within the East Sea. Thousands of dragon forms soaring into the heavens, a golden light flashed from the sky, the ancestor dragon swirling through the firmament, a hint of arrogance gleaming in his eyes. This time, I shall undoubtedly conquer both clans. After a millennium, with the assistance of Hongjun's power, he had significantly enhanced his strength, sensing the ancestor dragon's aura. Shifeng and Shiklin simultaneously opened their eyes, their expressions darkening to an extreme. He has grown stronger. Shiklin's face was grim, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Over the course of a millennium, the two of them had also made considerable progress, yet paled in comparison to this ancestor dragon. Their faces grim, the two leapt into the heavens, their true forms manifesting at this moment. As soon as they halted, the ancestor dragon danced in the air, a triumphant smile adorning his face. After a millennium, you two remain as inept as ever. As he spoke, the sage energy around him surged, and a golden dragon soul erupted from his body. Rushing toward the duo dared not hesitate, unleashing their auras as crimson golden fire feathers surged forth. The heavens darkening, and the ground being reduced to a state of devastation. Boom! After a tremendous crash, Shiklin and Shifeng found themselves 100 zhang away, while the ancestor dragon stumbled back only a single step. Observing the distressed expressions on their faces, an air of arrogance bloomed upon his own. If you two willingly submit to my dragon clan, I may yet spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Chaos diagram, arise. With a millennium of strength enhancement, he could now wield the chaos diagram with ease as the terrifying sage energy loomed above. The two simultaneously frowned, retreating to a distance of millions of zhang. Though their speed was swift, the ancestor dragon would not grant them the chance. Casting a disdainful glance at them, the chaos diagram accompanied by sage energy bore down upon them, and a tempest of wind surged forth. Leaving them with no avenue of escape, they sensed the encroaching scent of death. As fellow sages, they felt the peril emanating from the ancestor dragon, their hearts ablaze with resentment. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such matters. If they did not devise a means to counter this force, they would soon find themselves grievously injured. Should that occur, both the Phoenix and Qilin clans would vanish, the power from above pressed closer. Their expressions darkened. The only course left was to gamble everything. Just as they prepared to advance, a myriad of auspicious clouds suddenly appeared in the distance, and the power from the chaos diagram was absorbed almost entirely. Witnessing this scene, both were rendered speechless, their gazes shifting to the distance where Hongyun stood, a faint smile gracing his face. Observing the dissipating power of the chaos diagram, the ancestor dragon's countenance darkened, fury igniting in his eyes. You again, a millennium ago, you thwarted my plans, and now you return. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige you. Previously, he might have shown a modicum of courtesy towards Hongyun. But now, such considerations have dissipated entirely. The auspicious fortune surrounding Hongyun has nearly vanished, rendering him utterly useless in the eyes of Zulong. Why then, should he be retained? Listening to Zulong's furious tirade, Hongyun remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his features. Why must you act this way, Taoist Zulong? You are not my match. As he spoke, a surge of energy emanated from him, enveloping the heavens in countless auspicious clouds, while the golden radiance of a sage surged toward the primordial chart in the sky. Boom! Following a tremendous explosion, the power of the primordial chart dissipated entirely, and Zulong stumbled backward, retreating 100 paces. Witnessing this scene, Hongyun felt a twinge of astonishment. His earlier strike was intended to obliterate that object. Gazing at the fading golden light upon the primordial chart, Zulong's eyes darkened with an unshakable ferocity, and he unleashed a furious howl toward the heavens, summoning tens of thousands of dragons to appear behind him. All dragonkind, heed my command. First, slay Hongyun, then annihilate the other two clans. Upon hearing his decree, Hongyun's heart quivered slightly. Although his expression remained relatively calm, the Qian-Kun gourd and Qian-Kun cauldron materialized simultaneously in his hands. Given Zulong's stance, it was clear he intended to kill him. A multitude of figures surged towards Hongyun, and the surrounding area was shrouded in an overwhelming aura of dragon might. Zulong led the charge, his form crackling with lightning, unleashing a torrent of power aimed directly at Hongyun's face. Witnessing this assault, Hongyun hesitated no longer. He summoned the sage's aura and stepped forward into the heavens. The Qian-Kun gourd slipped from his grasp, releasing twin forces of ice and fire from within. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, shaking the heavens, as the power surging towards him erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. Casting a calm glance, he then adopted a serious demeanor as the Qian-Kun gourd expanded in the sky, unleashing its fury upon tens of thousands of dragons. While most of the dragon clan had attained the status of the Luo Jinxian, they were utterly powerless compared to the sage, as the disparity in realms was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Aside from Zulong, the other dragons possessed no means of resistance, and in the blink of an eye, they were forced into the Eastern Sea. Though they struggled to withstand the onslaught, they could not even counter the initial layer of power emanating from the Qian-Kun gourd. Casting a calm glance, Hongyun suppressed his aura slightly, turning his gaze to lock onto Zulong. Noticing Hongyun's stare, Zulong was momentarily taken aback, cautiously retreating a step. Zulong, too, was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated Hongyun to be so formidable. "Are you still intent on making a move?" Upon hearing this, Zulong's expression darkened as he cast a glance at him, his own aura now subdued. "You care for the myriad beings of the wilderness. Do you not think the dragons share the same sentiment?" He could not allow any mishaps to befall his kin, lest his plans to absorb the two clans fail. Furthermore, he understood Hongyun's character. He would never truly harm the dragon race. Chapter 77. The temptation of the innate spiritual treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongyun retracted the Qian-Kun gourd, freeing the dragons trapped beneath the eastern as he had anticipated. The dragons emerged unscathed, merely having expended some energy. Casting a grave glance at Hongyun, Zulong summoned his energy and vanished from the scene. It would not do to confront him head-on. Though Hongyun's auspicious fortune had waned, the innate treasures in his possession were not to be underestimated. That a single purple gold gourd was already sufficient for him. And should Hongyun reveal additional treasures, he would certainly be no match for him. Although this conflict had subsided, Zulong was far from finished. He sought the three clans. Watching Zulong's retreating figure, Hongyun let out a resigned sigh. Zulong was devoid of the support of the great Tao, and at present, he was merely a pawn in Hongjun's game. Hongjun was fully aware of the situation, and Zulong's failure had been anticipated long ago. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, he appeared outside its gates. Sensing Hongjun's power, Zulong's expression darkened, retracting his true form as he leaped before him. "I pay my respects to the sage Hongjun," though he dared not show disrespect to Hongjun. His expression bore a hint of gloom. Over the millennia, while the dragon race had made significant strides, they remained unable to approach Hongyun and his ilk. Observing the expression on Zulong's face, Hongjun's demeanor remained unperturbed as he struck the depths of the Eastern Sea with a single palm. A resounding crash echoed as torrents of seawater surged forth, and a golden, luminous orb soared toward them from the distance. Upon seeing this object, Zulong's face darkened, his eyes filled with astonishment, just as he was at a loss for words. Hongjun's expression remained calm as he waved his hand, allowing a beam of golden light to merge with Zulong's body. What should be done next? Need I articulate it, as this power entered him? Zulong was momentarily stunned, followed by a series of vigorous head shakes. Thank you for your guidance, sage. The dragon race had only one sage, yet the wilderness boasted many. Once Hongyun vanished, Zulong summoned his energy and leaped into the heavens. Setting his sights on Beiming, it had been several millennia since he had last sought a breakthrough. The power of Kunpeng had surely grown considerably. If he could enlist Kunpeng's aid to subdue the two clans, he would undoubtedly gain an upper hand. Within Mount Shumi, the demon ancestor Luo, who had consumed all 5 ginseng fruits, his form radiated with sage's aura, intertwined with an exceedingly terrifying demonic energy. At that moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, a profound and sinister smile appearing on his face. It has appeared. Upon uttering these words, the demon Lord Jidu cast a perplexed glance at him. However, before he could react, a surge of blood-colored demonic energy melded with his body. Utilize Zulong wisely and retrieve that item for me. What Hongjun had presented was precisely 3 lotus seeds from the Chaos Golden Lotus, each an innate spiritual treasure. Should he quantify the demonic energy, he was confident he could forge these into exceptional treasures. It is worth noting that these items had previously been closely associated with Pangu. At the dawn of the wilderness, they had fallen into the hands of the 3 clans. Though he had contemplated this before, his lack of strength had deterred him from acting rashly. However, now he would no longer hesitate. This item was a necessity for him. Yes, after a moment of contemplation, the demon Lord Jidu summoned his demonic energy and vanished from Mount Shumi. You 4 should also go. If you obtain this item, I will assist you in your breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, the 4 ferocious beasts were momentarily stunned, quickly replaced by expressions of excitement. They were not incapable of breaking through. They simply had not captured the demonic energy until now. With the support of the demon ancestor Luo, their breakthroughs would be imminent. Thank you, demon ancestor. With their energies surging, the 4 figures transformed into fleeting shadows and vanished. However, at this moment, Hongyun, who was deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Within his being, the chaos spirit flickered with golden light, and he detected an exceedingly faint trace of chaotic energy. The Dragon Palace? A look of shock crossed his face. Though the chaotic energy was incredibly weak, he could discern that it was undoubtedly an innate spiritual treasure. After a moment of contemplation, he activated the system. Although the Tao source points had increased by several billion, he had little interest in them now. Observing the items offered in the system shop, his expression darkened, and he hastily refreshed the offerings. As he had surmised, 2 golden lotus seeds appeared before him with a mere wave of his hand. If he was not mistaken, both the Phoenix and Shilin clans should each possess one, and with the 2 in his possession, there should now be 5 in total. Yet there could only be 3 of these items in the wilderness, indicating that 2 would inevitably perish. Were they any ordinary items, he might not have been so concerned. However, as these were intrinsically linked to the Chaos Golden Lotus, which had once accompanied Pangu, they were beyond his ability to prevent from being lost. After holding the item and contemplating for a moment, Hongyun's expression turned grave as he stowed it away. Casting a sweeping glance, he leaped into the heavens, releasing his aura and piercing through the miles to lock onto Zulong. At that moment, Zulong's focus was set on Beiming. Though he felt a sense of confusion, he resolved to follow and observe. Deep within the northern sea, as soon as he sensed the sage's aura, Kunpeng opened his eyes, his expression slightly grave. Transforming his true form, he leaped into the heavens. There was only one sage in Beiming, and anyone coming here surely harbored ill intentions. He surged forward. Zulong appeared in the distance. The moment he spotted him, Zulong retracted his aura. How fares my friend Kunpeng of late? Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow, replying coldly, "What brings you here?" He understood Zulong's temperament well. Given his cordiality, he likely bore ulterior motives. Before Kunpeng could finish his thoughts, Zulong offered a disarming smile, explaining, "I wish to invite you to the Eastern Sea with me. I have no interest in your affairs in the Eastern Sea. Kindly take your leave." With a single decisive refusal from Kunpeng, the aura of the sage was summoned in that very moment. Should the ancestral dragon fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would not hesitate to take action. I had assumed that my actions would incite the ancestral dragon's wrath. Yet to my surprise, this creature responded with delight, a flash of golden light illuminating his hand. An overwhelming presence of sage aura enveloped the surroundings, leaving Kunpeng momentarily stunned. The power contained within was astonishing. What is this? A congenital spiritual treasure. If you agree to assist my dragon clan, how would you like to borrow this item for a millennium of cultivation? This proposition was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation, and Kunpeng could sense the formidable strength it promised. If he could cultivate with such an artifact for a millennium, not only would his power ascend, but he might even touch upon something far greater. Observing the expression on Kunpeng's face, the ancestral dragon realized his words had struck a chord. Patiently, he waited for Kunpeng to ponder, who then looked up with a questioning gaze. What do you wish me to do? We are both sages. I require your assistance in thwarting Hongyun. If we can eliminate him, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng was utterly taken aback. Chapter 78. The benefits of refusing the ancestral dragon. As he cast a glance towards the ancestral dragon, astonishment painted his features, disbelief evident in his inquiry. Are you certain you haven't misspoken? Gazing at the expression on Kunpeng's face, the ancestral dragon smiled faintly and nodded. I never jest. Listening to his resolute tone, Kunpeng's expression darkened as he fell into contemplation. He could contend with anyone, but not with Hongyun. Hongyun was inherently blessed, and his strength far surpassed Kunpeng's. Engaging him would be tantamount to courting death. I am not worthy of the treasure you wield. I must ask you to leave, dear friend, ancestral dragon. He had resolutely made up his mind. The allure of the artifact was undeniable, yet having just ascended to sagehood, he did not wish to meet his end so swiftly. Upon hearing these words, the ancestral dragon's expression soured, his countenance turning cold as he retorted sharply, Are you certain? Kunpeng chose not to respond further. Yet his expression conveyed everything. The ancestral dragon, lacking patience for explanation, leaped into the heavens and declared with a frigid tone, Then you shall remain in this North Sea for eternity, though a sage. Your strength is the weakest. His voice echoed throughout the vast expanse of the North Sea, laced with derision that Kunpeng's temperament was not far removed from that of the ancestral dragon, and such a statement ignited his fury. What did you say? I said you are worthless. The ancestral dragon would not back down. A fierce dragon might enveloping the skies, as golden lightning surged from his mouth. In that instant, Kunpeng's sage aura surged forth, manifesting millions of golden feathers above the heavens. Yet his strength was still significantly inferior to that of the ancestral dragon. He gained no advantage from the encounter. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the waters above the North Sea began to boil, and Kunpeng found himself several thousand zhang away. Looking up, his expression darkened, a hint of shock still lingering in his eyes. They had both achieved their breakthrough in discourse a millennium prior, yet the ancestral dragon's strength was astonishingly formidable. Noticing Kunpeng's gaze, the ancestral dragon smirked disdainfully, his sage dragon might swirling in the air. I have given you an opportunity. Since you refuse to cherish it, do not blame me. As he spoke, dozens of golden dragon souls erupted from his being, hurtling towards Kunpeng. The force of this strike exceeded Kunpeng's comprehension. Radiant golden light enveloped him as he summoned his true form and fled into the distance. Although he could not match the ancestral dragon's might, his speed and retreat was remarkable, covering millions of miles in an instant. However, the relentless pursuit of the golden sage dragon souls left him feeling somewhat distressed. This could not continue. Observing his frantic escape, the ancestral dragon wore a contemptuous smirk. Just you wait. Though both were sages, the ancestral dragon's power was far beyond what Kunpeng could withstand. Boom! A deafening noise erupted as Kunpeng was engulfed by the golden dragon souls. Yet, to the ancestral dragon's surprise, as he looked on, a figure emerged before Kunpeng, absorbing the dragon soul's strength entirely. Who dares? His expression turned frigid, unleashing a furious howl as his sage aura burst forth. Dear friend ancestral dragon, why the fury? He refuses to assist you, and you resort to such blatant aggression. The voice of Hongyun rang out, momentarily stunning the ancestral dragon, whose expression darkened. How did you come to be here? With such a commotion, how could I not sense it? Hongyun's demeanor remained calm, the Qian-kun gourd appearing in his grasp. Though he refrained from making a move, the presence of the gourd was enough to instill fear in the ancestral dragon. Upon seeing the artifact, the ancestral dragon furrowed his brow, his expression darkening significantly. Casting a cold glance at Hongyun, he did not hesitate to leap into the heavens, vanishing from sight as countless dragon might dissipated. Had it not been for Hongyun's intervention, he would have exacted a price from Kunpeng. Observing the ancestral dragon's departure, Hongyun made no attempt to pursue, instead stowing the Qian-kun gourd, sensing the departure of the ancestral dragon's aura. Kunpeng let out a sigh of relief, his sage aura retracting. Thank you, dear friend Hongyun, for your timely assistance. Were it not for you, my fate would have been dire. The ancestral dragon's power is simply too terrifying for me to contend with. There is no need for such gratitude. Why would he seek trouble with you in the North Sea? Hongyun feigned ignorance, having captured every word exchanged between them. Hearing this, Kunpeng's face contorted into a wry smile as he suppressed his emotions to explain. He sought my help against you, and when I refused, he resorted to aggression. Upon hearing this, Hongyun feigned shock. His expression grave. He has set his sights on me. This is truly unexpected. Shaking his head, he continued. But may I implore you to assist me, dear friend Hongyun? I have just turned him down, and I am quite injured. Upon uttering these words, Hongyun smiled gently, a stream of primordial purple energy entering Kunpeng's being. He had anticipated Kunpeng's intentions regarding the spiritual treasure, and thus had prepared the primordial purple energy in advance. Feeling the influx of power, Kunpeng's joy was instantaneous, excitement illuminating his face. Thank you, dear friend Hongyun. Hongyun did not respond, but instead summoned a golden light, revealing a pearl enshrined in golden sage aura. Upon seeing this object, Kunpeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Dear friend Hongyun, what is this? He recognized the power he had sensed from the ancestral dragon. Astonished that Hongyun possessed a similar item, an unexpected congenital spiritual treasure. Dear friend Kunpeng, would you be interested? Of course. Kunpeng was beside himself with excitement, tentatively raising his hand. However, before he could approach, Hongyun gently interrupted with a smile. I can lend you this item for your cultivation, but you must assist me with a small task. At this, Kunpeng's expression turned quizzical. What would you have me do, dear friend Hongyun, apart from opposing the ancestral dragon? I am amenable to anything else. Being a sage himself, he sensed the danger posed by the ancestral dragon, thus refraining from any reckless actions. Yet he was not afraid of certain matters, such as dealing with the duo of Zhuanti and Jiejing. I will lend you this treasure for a millennium. A conflict among the three clans is inevitable, and I would require your full support for the Phoenix and Qilin clans. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Kunpeng was momentarily taken aback, astonishment flickering across his features. Could it truly be this simple? Was dear friend Hongyun jesting? This time, Hongyun remained silent, merely nodding with a neutral expression, instantly piquing Kunpeng's interest. Of course, I shall not disappoint you, dear friend Hongyun. He would certainly welcome such a fortunate event. With this item, after a millennium of cultivation, his power would undoubtedly soar to remarkable heights at that time. Not only the three clans, but perhaps even the ancestral dragon would be easily within his grasp, allowing him to cleanse the humiliation of today. As his words fell, the chaotic lotus seed had already manifested in his hand, and in a flash of golden light, it fused seamlessly with him. Chapter 79. The overestimation of one's own abilities in the underworld river, feeling the surge of power within him. Kunpeng's face instantly radiated with joy. He bowed respectfully towards Hongyun and vanished from the scene. Upon entering the depths of the North Sea, the aura of a sage coursed through his veins, the power within him spreading throughout every meridian. As this energy surged, excitement began to illuminate his countenance. The force contained within was no less than that of the primordial purple qi, and combined with the primordial purple qi recently bestowed upon him by Hongyun, he felt confident that he could elevate his strength significantly over the course of a millennium. However, after casting him a glance filled with mirth, Hongyun showed no inclination to linger, retracting his aura and disappearing from the North Sea in a single step. Unbeknownst to him, the ancestral dragon had not departed, but had instead arrived at the underworld as soon as he halted. The sage aura enveloping him began to activate. Sensing this power, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river furrowed his brow, his aura undulating as he instantly appeared before him. Ancestral dragon, my friend, since their last philosophical discussion, he had remained immersed in the underworld sea, never inquiring about matters in the primordial realm. The sudden visit of the ancestral dragon stirred a sense of unease within him. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Might you have any interest? He refrained from unnecessary pleasantries. Producing the chaotic lotus seed, feeling the power it emanated, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river's brow knitted tighter, a shadow of gloom crossing his eyes. What are your intentions, ancestral dragon? I know you are on the brink of breaking through to sainthood. This item can assist you. What do you seek? There are no free lunches in the heavens. Here, in the primordial realm, everything is about profit. The ancestral dragon would not lend this item to you without a reason. Once you achieve your breakthrough, join forces with me to deal with Hongyun. Should you agree, this item is yours. With a somber expression, the ancestral dragon activated his sage aura. If he refused, he had no intention of engaging in further discourse. He had expected the ancient ancestor of the underworld river to deliberate extensively before providing an answer. Yet, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the ancient ancestor nodded in agreement. Agreed. After their last philosophical debate, he had not yet broken through and had only reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. With this item to aid him, he was certain he could ascend. This was an opportunity to break through to sainthood that he could not afford to miss. Otherwise, he would be forever distanced from that realm. His prompt agreement brought a faint smile to the ancestral dragon's face. With a flash of golden light, the chaotic lotus seed appeared in his hand, feeling the exceptionally pure power it contained. He could hardly contain his excitement as the aura of quasi-sainthood began to resonate within him. Give me a century. In 100 years, I shall undoubtedly achieve my breakthrough. Previously, he had thought it would take at least several thousand years. But now he felt that was unnecessary. Having been in a state of quasi-saint peak for a millennium, with this item as assistance, his breakthrough was imminent. The ancestral dragon said nothing further, merely nodding with a faint smile. As long as this fellow did not let him down. Remember your promise. In 100 years, I shall reclaim this item. Upon returning to Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon was in no rush to engage in confrontation with the two clans. Instead, he began plotting other strategies. Since he could not confront them openly, he would act covertly. Over the course of several centuries, tensions between the Dragon Clan and the two clans deepened, although they did not openly engage in conflict. There were numerous skirmishes beneath the surface. For them, a century was but a fleeting moment, while Hongyun remained leisurely, knowing that as long as the ancestral dragon did not act, he had time to grow stronger. Time flew swiftly. Within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon bore a faint smile, his gaze piercing through thousands of miles. The sage aura enveloped the underworld sea, and a golden light suddenly descended from heavens. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river slowly ascended toward the sky, his aura now fully activated. Countless sage energies swirled around him, and he could see for thousands of zhang. The golden light surrounding him lingered, refusing to dissipate. This is the power of a sage. As he spoke, he took a step and found himself 1,000 zhang away in an instant, with a casual wave of his hand. The waters of the underworld surged, and dozens of blood-colored rivers shot skyward. Witnessing this display of strength, excitement flickered across his face. After lingering in the heavens for a considerable time, he finally reigned in his aura. As the sage energy dissipated, a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, and the ancestral dragon appeared before him. Congratulations. This is largely thanks to the assistance of my friend, the ancestral dragon. If not for your help, how could I have broken through so easily? He did not grow greedy. Once they exchanged pleasantries, he respectfully presented the chaotic lotus seed. The ancestral dragon had been a sage for several millennia. Though he wished to appropriate the chaotic lotus seed for himself, his current strength did not permit it is time to fulfill your promise from a century ago, as he reclaimed the item. The ancestral dragon's expression grew grim. the sage aura surging as he leaped into the heavens. Moments later, he and the ancient ancestor of the underworld river arrived at the junction of the three clans. As soon as he halted, he let out a furious roar towards the sky. "Hongyun, come forth!" With rage, the ancestral dragon bellowed, the sage aura instantly enveloping the area, causing Hongyun to slowly approach from a distance. Upon halting, a torrent of sage energy surged forth, and with an indifferent glance, Hongyun raised his hand for a strike. With a palm thrusting skyward, the surrounding dragon energy dissipated into nothingness. "Might I inquire as to the cause of your fury?" Ancestral dragon? Hongyun feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. While the ancestral dragon had no intention of engaging in further dialogue, "I must eliminate you to seize the opportunity against the two clans." "Attack!" With an icy glare, he shouted in anger, and the ancient ancestor of the underworld river immediately activated his aura, the light of the sage enveloping him as dozens of blood rivers surged towards Hongyun. At that moment, the ancestral dragon's aura erupted, and countless golden dragon souls surged forth from within him. As both sages launched their attacks simultaneously, Hongyun appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he showed no inclination to retreat. The Qian gourd flashed in his hand, and with a single strike, he launched an assault. Although the ancestral dragon had considerable strength, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river lagged significantly behind. Now that he had just broken through to sainthood, his aura remained unstable. How could he possibly withstand this assault? Boom! After the thunderous sound, the Qian gourd remained suspended in midair, its power lingering without dissipating. The ancestral dragon and the ancient ancestor of the underworld river found themselves 1,000 zhang away. The ancestral dragon successfully landed a blow, but the ancient ancestor was not so fortunate. Numerous fine cracks appeared across his body, and his complexion turned pale. How could you be so powerful? He had just broken through to sainthood, believing he could contend with Hongyun, yet it now appeared utterly insufficient. After pondering for a moment, he activated his aura and vanished from the scene. His instincts told him that this was not a place to linger. His sudden departure caused the ancestral dragon's expression to darken. This fellow had proven to be unexpectedly formidable. Just moments ago, the ancestral dragon had been brimming with arrogance, but now he found himself in a state of utter disarray, his countenance grim and the dragon's might waning. Chapter 80. Only capable of restricting Hongyun, standing distantly beneath the heavens, the ancestral dragon withdrew his true form, his expression exceedingly somber, his eyes filled with an unrelenting murderous intent. Roar! A fierce roar of dragon rage soared into the clouds. His fierce gaze fixed upon Hongyun. Yet at this moment he dared not strike. He leapt into the sky and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from the scene. Though both were sages, he was no match for Hongyun. Remaining in a stalemate held no significance for him and could potentially lead to his demise at Hongyun's hands. As he departed, Hongyun retracted his aura, and the Qian gourd vanished from the heavens. If the ancient ancestor of the underworld river managed to stabilize his cultivation, combined with the ancestral dragon, the two sages attacking simultaneously might prove overwhelming. However, the ancestral dragon was overly anxious, while the ancient ancestor was indeed a sage. His strength remained at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Hongyun showed no signs of lingering either. Scanning the surroundings, he effortlessly pierced through the entire Phoenix clan. The strength of the Phoenix clan leader had indeed seen substantial improvement, yet it still fell slightly short of his expectations. Over the course of this millennium, the ancestral dragon had significantly enhanced his own power. With a beginning Phoenix to engage him now, she would undoubtedly perish. Withdrawing his gaze and looking up towards the heavens, he sighed helplessly. This impending battle would not last long, and soon the leaders of the three clans would meet their demise in succession. In the skies above the eastern sea, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river wore a grim expression as he stood before the circling ancestral dragon. "You wretched fool!" The ancestral dragon's voice was icy, his eyes filled with an inescapable murderous intent. As these words left his lips, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the ancient ancestor's eyes. "You would do well to choose your words carefully. You have witnessed his formidable strength. How could I, having just achieved a breakthrough, possibly contend with him? The ancestor of the underworld seethed with fury within, for not only had he sustained grave injuries during this confrontation, but he had also squandered the optimal opportunity for stability. The ancestor dragon remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed the answer to the ancestor of the underworld. He no longer wished to keep this individual alive. I grant you time to stabilize your cultivation. Should you prove ineffective once more, I shall not hesitate to end your life. His murderous intent towards the ancestor of the underworld was evident. However, the number of saints is limited, and this fellow still possesses utility. It would be prudent to resolve the matter of Hongyun before making a final decision. Upon hearing his frigid voice, the ancestor of the underworld's expression darkened. Casting a cold glance at him before vanishing from the scene, that I shall honor my promise, but for the next century, do not disturb me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Listening to his icy tone, the ancestor dragon smirked disdainfully, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes. If it weren't for your residual usefulness, you would not have survived this long. Now was not the time for idle chatter. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate Hongyun. Gazing skyward, his true form transformed, and he leaped into the 33 heavens. As he arrived, the resonant voice of the Saint Hongjun echoed within the Zhixiao Palace. What business brings you here? Taken aback by this voice, the ancestor dragon hastily suppressed his aura. I have come to request the assistance of Saint Hongjun. As he spoke, he bowed respectfully, but within the Zhixiao Palace. No response came. After a prolonged wait, a flash of golden light emerged, and Taishang stepped out from the palace. Upon seeing him, the ancestor dragon was momentarily stunned. With Taishang's assistance, capturing Hongyun would be akin to childish play. I have come to greet you, Taishang Daoyu. You are too kind, ancestor dragon. I am here at the behest of my master to assist you. The ancestor dragon nodded with a gentle smile, confirming his earlier thoughts. Although Hongjun could not intervene in the affairs of the Hongwang, his disciples were free to do so. Shall we proceed to find Hongyun now? He inquired tentatively, but Taishang shook his head. I shall only assist you in activating the Dragon Clan's grand formation. He preferred not to engage deeply in the affairs of the Hongwang, his aspirations reaching beyond mere saints. His involvement was solely due to Hongjun, otherwise he would have disregarded such trifles. Then I must trouble Taishang Daoyu to accompany me. The ancestor dragon bowed respectfully, his true form emerging as he vanished from the location. Moments later, they arrived deep within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Taishang raised his hand and waved. A golden light surged forth, infusing the surroundings, while the chaotic lotus seed upon the ancestor dragon gradually melded into the formation. This chaotic lotus seed, a congenital spiritual treasure, would effortlessly ensnare a saint when combined with this array. Taishang's strength already surpassed that of the other saints, and the saintly aura he exuded was beyond what the ancestor dragon could compare. Days later, Taishang slowly retracted his aura at this moment. The Dragon Clan's grand formation was enveloped in golden light, radiating an immensely terrifying saintly presence. Witnessing the transformation of the array, the ancestor dragon's face lit up with excitement. This formation bore the power of both himself and Taishang, and if activated, Hongyun would be left with little chance of survival. With a beaming smile, he promptly bowed to Taishang, but before he could speak, Taishang's expression darkened as he cautioned. This formation may only be used to trap Hongyun. Should I discover you have him, I will not spare you. His own power was intertwined within, and he did not wish to become a pawn in another's game. He had no desire to involve himself in the three clans' war, nor did he wish for any unforeseen consequences regarding Hongyun's fate due to his actions. Listening to his icy words, the ancestor dragon's expression tightened, yet out of respect for Taishang's strength, he dared not speak further. Simply nodding with a grim countenance. Rest assured, Taishang Daoyu. Hongyun sensed the anomaly. He was currently within the Phoenix clan, where there were variables at play, allowing him to remain vigilant. He could distinctly feel the strengthening of the Dragon Clan's grand formation, and he was certain that this was not solely the doing of the ancestor dragon. He lacked the strength for such a feat, implying that assistance was being rendered from the shadows. With the saintly aura retracting, he shot skyward, for in all of Hongwang, only Hongjun could pose a genuine threat to him. The enhancement of the Dragon Clan's grand formation, intertwined with the power of the chaotic lotus seed, was noteworthy. Retracting his gaze, a knowing smile crept onto his face. The ancestor dragon seemed to underappreciate this treasure, and thus he would not hold back. With a knowing smirk, he felt his aura surge as he soared towards the heavens. His target set on Ling Mountain. After breaking through to the saint level, Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in had remained inactive on Ling Mountain for a millennium, and it was about time they emerged to stretch their limbs. He was well aware of their nature. Whenever a spiritual treasure was involved, they would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Days later, he arrived at Ling Mountain, and as he halted, he released his saintly aura. Sensing his immense power, Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in were momentarily taken aback. Their recitation of Buddhist scriptures halting as excitement illuminated their eyes. He has indeed come to Ling Mountain. It was worth noting that previously, Hongyun could not be invited despite their efforts. Yet this time he arrived unbidden. In mere moments, they approached Hongyun, halting before him and bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Hongyun Daoyu. Your unexpected visit to Ling Mountain. Might there be a purpose?" Though their words were respectful, their hearts were already scheming. Chapter 81. The chaotic lotus seed draws Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in into the fray. Having finally made the journey here, they were determined to keep Hongyun from leaving. Yet, they remained unaware that Hongyun's fortune had long since dissipated and was now of no use to them, that I wish to borrow your Western Holy Land to activate a piece of congenital spiritual treasure. Would that be feasible? As he spoke, he summoned forth the chaotic lotus seed, and upon witnessing the power emanating from it, Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in exchanged astonished glances, followed by a flicker of greed. Of course, having readily agreed, Zhuan-Ti tentatively inquired, "May I ask, Hongyun Daoyu, where did this congenital spiritual treasure originate? I acquired it from the East Sea. If you two are interested, you are welcome to take a look." Upon hearing this, their expressions darkened, and the saintly aura around them flared. If this were an unclaimed item, they could vie for it, but knowing the ancestor dragon's notorious temperament in the East Sea, they were well aware that he would not willingly part with it. Noticing the change in their expressions, Hongyun smiled lightly, raising his hand to reveal the chaotic lotus seed before them. This item possesses a formidable Buddhist essence. Since it resonates with you both, I shall gift it to you. His gesture left Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in utterly stunned, rendering them speechless with excitement. "Hongyun Daoyu, is this truly the case?" They cautiously accepted the item with both hands. Their gazes fixated upon it, not daring to lift their heads as they inquired further. "As a saint, would I jest about such matters? However, I do require the Western Holy Land for my cultivation." Agreed. Please, Hongyun Daoyu." Although he claimed to be cultivating, Hongyun had his own intentions. As he walked forward, he waved his hand, and a golden light merged into the chaotic lotus seed. Though the power within this item was substantial, it still paled in comparison to the treasures he possessed. Rather than keep it in his possession, it would be far more advantageous to utilize it effectively. His recent action had sent its aura cascading throughout the Hongyun. Any saint would be able to detect it, especially the ancestor dragon, who had previously encountered this item and would undoubtedly sense it faster than others. While ostensibly cultivating on Ling Mountain, he merely took a brief slumber for several centuries. Moreover, after sending out this item, his Tao source point had increased significantly. During the ensuing century, Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in remained in a state of absorption and comprehension within this item, stabilizing their saintly realm while simultaneously enhancing their strength. Suppressing their saintly aura, their expressions turned slightly cold, and a glint of cold light flickered in their eyes. The power within this item was formidable, should they acquire what lay within the Dragon Palace. Their strength would surely eclipse the three pure ones. However, as saints, they possessed their own dignity. If they were to sneakily approach, it would likely incite considerable conflict, leaving them with no place in the Hongyun. Just as the two were deep in contemplation, an enraged roar echoed from above, as the ancestor dragon manifested his true form from afar. Upon arriving at Ling Mountain, his dragon might enveloped the entire area, piercing through the mountain with a single glance. "Who dares to act recklessly in my Ling Mountain?" Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in's expressions darkened. As saints, they ascended into the sky simultaneously. "Ah, it is you, ancestor dragon. May I inquire what brings you to my Ling Mountain?" "I have heard that Hongyun is in your midst. Surrender him to me, and I will not make things difficult for you. He is invoking the name of Zhao Hongyun, yet his true intention is merely to ascertain the presence of the chaos lotus seeds in this place. Upon arriving here, he already harbored the answer within. Indeed, the chaos lotus seeds are present. Previously, he had heard Taishang mention this item, noting that it existed not only in his dragon palace, but also in the possession of the other two clans, each holding a single seed. Should he manage to acquire these items simultaneously, he might yet have a chance to ascend beyond the realm of a saint. Hongyun Taoist is not here with us. If you seek him, perhaps you should look elsewhere. Zhuan Ti's expression was cold, the aura of a saint intensifying rather than diminishing. Though Hongyun was indeed present, this individual could not be informed of such. Upon hearing this, the expression of the ancestor dragon darkened instantly. He had been troubled by the lack of a justification. Can you two confirm this? His demeanor was frosty, the might of his saintly dragon aura soaring into the heavens. Do you dare to act against me on Ling Mountain? Had this been before, Zhuan Ti might have harbored some trepidation in the face of his approach, but now they felt no fear whatsoever. If Hongyun emerges today, I can assure you that Ling Mountain will remain unscathed. However, should he choose to stay hidden, I guarantee that today, tens of thousands on Ling Mountain shall perish. The ancestor dragon's audacity was emboldened by the influence of Hongjun. He had always believed that his actions were in accordance with the principles of the Tao. Such arrogance! Do you truly think that we fear you? Both of them struck simultaneously, their saintly auras enveloping them as they unleashed a powerful palm upwards. Countless sacred sounds resonating across the skies. Observing the impending strike, the ancestor dragon scoffed, unleashing a torrent of golden light from his mouth, which erupted in a spectacular explosion. Just the two of you? After breaking through to the saint level, he had received direct guidance from Hongjun. His strength was not something an ordinary saint could withstand. The reverberations echoed, causing the entire Ling Mountain to tremble. And Zhuan Ti could not help but step back 2 paces. Once more, their gazes lifted, both individuals' eyes clouded with foreboding. They had reached the saint level and understood the grave consequences of engaging in combat here. Exchanging a glance, they summoned their Buddhist light, colossal Buddhas materializing behind them. In that moment, they held nothing back, the power derived from the chaos lotus seeds they had previously absorbed erupting forth. As the ancestor dragon gazed upon the burgeoning force emanating from them, his expression darkened. The aura of a saint surged within him as he descended with intent to strike. I did not expect that you two would possess such items. In that moment, he showed no intention of holding back. While he had been uncertain before, there would be no mercy now. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, the combined saintly auras of the three enveloping the entirety of the primordial chaos. The heavens above Ling Mountain shifting in hue. Countless bolts of lightning illuminating the skies. Surrender the chaos lotus seeds, and I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, once my dragon clan subdues your 2 clans, it shall be the day Ling Mountain faces obliteration. Listening to his brazen declaration, the ancestor dragon was met with disdainful scoffs from Zhuan Ti and Jin. You wish to destroy Ling Mountain. The chaos lotus seeds rightfully belong to us, if you possess any sense. Surrender the item. Hearing the cold voices from above, Hongyun wore a faint smile as he revealed the Qian gourd in his hand. It was time for him to take action, just as the ancestor dragon prepared to strike downwards. The Qian gourd enveloped the entire firmament, shattering his saintly might and forcing his rapid advance to a halt. Ancestor dragon, what a grand display! You have gone to great lengths to seek me out. Hongyun approached calmly from a distance, each step radiating an aura to be by the time he reached the heavens. All the saintly energy had been fully mobilized. Chapter 82. Entering the great formation as he wished. Upon seeing his silhouette, the ancestor dragon's movements slowed considerably, yet his eyes remained resolutely filled with murderous intent. Hongyun Taoist, I did not expect you to truly be here. Weren't you quite eager to meddle in the affairs of the 2 clans? What brings you to the Western Holy Land? The murderous intent in the ancestor dragon's eyes did not wane. Golden light surging around him, a layer of dragon might enveloping Hongyun. However, Hongyun remained unperturbed. This power could only encircle him, never penetrating his being. That I have come to discuss the Tao with the two saints of the West. Does Ancestor Dragon wish to join? He could not reveal that he was here to set a trap for these two. For if that were to be discovered, the two saints of the West would surely join forces against him. Though he was concerned for the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, it was high time for him to cease being the perennial Good Samaritan. Otherwise, he might not even realize when his demise would come. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Ti and Jean turned their gazes upwards, coldly asserting, the matters of Ling Mountain are not for Ancestor Dragon to interfere in. At these words, the Ancestor Dragon's expression darkened instantly, his eyes filled with unrelenting malice. However, this expression would not linger long. A cold smile crept onto his face. Apologies for the intrusion. With that, he retreated a few steps with a mocking grin, leaping into the heavens and vanishing from sight. With Hongyun present, there were three saints here, far beyond what he could contend with. Nonetheless, he had other means to draw Hongyun into the Dragon Clan's grand formation. It was not wise to act against Hongyun, but the leaders of the two clans would be much easier to manipulate. Their strengths were inferior to his own, and their intellects left much to be desired. Watching his retreating figure, Hongyun furrowed his brow. This fellow intended to strike against the Phoenix and Qilin clans. His expression darkened as he summoned his own aura, taking a step forward and appearing several thousand zhang away. Observing the two figures ahead, Zhu Ti and Jean exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They steeled their resolve and channeled their powers to give chase. Previously, they might have been indifferent to Hongyun's fate, but now they had reconsidered. Assisting Hongyun could yield greater rewards. By the time Hongyun soared above the two clans, the Dragon Clan launched a massive assault, with the Ancestor Dragon single-handedly suppressing Shifeng and Shikolin, standing atop the heavens. The Ancestor Dragon wore a cold smile, his saintly aura expanding, hundreds of golden dragon souls bursting forth from his being. In contrast, Shifeng and Shikolin appeared rather somber, their eyes tinged with darkness. The overall strength of the Dragon Clan had significantly increased. Although the two clans had joined forces, they still found themselves at a disadvantage against the Dragon Clan. You two worthless fools, and you still claim to be saints. Though the Ancestor Dragon had the upper hand, he did not miss the opportunity to taunt them, a remark that instantly enraged Shikolin and Shifeng. Such arrogance! As the two of them charged upwards, the Ancestor Dragon smirked, propelling himself towards the eastern sea. His instinctive action left Shikolin and Shifeng perplexed, but they were consumed by rage and had no time to consider the implications. Where do you think you're going? Their expressions darkened as they pursued relentlessly. And from a distance, Hongyun sighed. The Ancestor Dragon was merely using the guise of drawing them in to lead him into the formation. Since that was the case, he would oblige. He had long anticipated this calamity and had made his preparations. While he could not evade it, he could certainly turn it to his advantage. There were two strands of saintly energy within, and if he could absorb them using the law of devouring, it might even strengthen his divine incarnation. Just as Shifeng and Shikolin desperately pursued, he leaped into the heavens, swiftly intercepting them. His sudden appearance startled the two, and as they froze for a second, they had yet to react when Hongyun surged forward. Upon seeing Hongyun follow, a cold smile graced the Ancestor Dragon's face. This was precisely what he desired. Moments later, he plunged into the deep sea. With Hongyun trailing closely behind, they entered the battlefield of the Dragon Clan. Shock registered on Hongyun's face. This power was formidable. It was no wonder this fellow had gone to such lengths to lure him here. While this strength would not be sufficient to slay a saint, imprisoning him for 100 years was certainly within reach. The moment he entered, the Ancestor Dragon halted, turning with a knowing smile. I did not expect you to dare follow. How reckless! The aura of a saint surged around him as the Dragon Clan's grand formation activated, a layer of golden light instantly enveloping all directions. He did not waste words, propelling himself out of the formation. His demands were simple: to ensnare Hongyun here. As for the other two clans, he had his methods to manage them. Sensing the surrounding energies, Hongyun's expression darkened. The law of devouring manifesting as the power of the saint realm erupted forth. He made no attempt to resist the oncoming energies, allowing the saintly auras to merge into the law of devouring. However, he had underestimated this power. After all, These were saintly energies, and absorption would not be so straightforward. As he observed dozens of golden cold beams rushing towards him, the ancestor dragon, standing at a distance, wore a cold smile as he mobilized his own saintly energy. Hongyun Taoist, this is a carefully crafted trap. Do enjoy your stay, as his words echoed. He soared into the heavens, countless golden dragon souls swirling around him. With a single leap, he ascended to the firmament, where thousands of dragon souls surged forth, charging towards the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Previously, he had held back, but now that Hongyun was ensnared, what fear did he have? After a series of thunderous blasts, the earth resounded with anguished wails. When Shifeng and Qilin appeared before him, their eyes were filled with an inescapable killing intent. Noticing their gaze, Zulong smirked disdainfully, his aura of a saint now fully unleashed. Hongyun is already trapped by me. Next, it is your turn. The three saints struck simultaneously, their combined might formidable, as the heavens dimmed under the ferocity of their battle, and the three clans suffered grievous losses. This clash was a spectacle that summoned the dread of gods and spirits. After a prolonged engagement, Zulong wore a cold smile as he distanced himself from the two, although he could suppress Shifeng and Qilin entirely. Slaying them both at once proved to be a daunting task. In the shadows, the demon Lord Jidu bore a sinister grin, and the four great ferocious beasts summoned their demonic energies. All three were gravely injured. I will hold Zulong back. You must slay the other two. This moment was one he had awaited for a century, and as his demonic energy surged forth, he leaped straight towards Zulong. After all, he was a saint of the demonic path, and Zulong had just endured a fierce battle. He was unprepared for this strike. Boom! With a resounding crash, Zulong found himself thrown aside, a portion of his dragon scales severed. Casting his gaze upwards upon sighting Jidu, he let out a thunderous dragon roar, and countless golden dragon souls erupted from within him. How dare you attack me? Chapter 83. The long-awaited demon, Lord Jidu, observing the savage expression on Zulong's face. The demon, Lord Jidu, smiled contemptuously, his hands swirling with demonic energy as the terrifying aura of a saint of demons coalesced. A mere reptile dares to consider itself significant. His words dripped with disdain, and in an instant, they ignited Zulong's fury. How dare you? He roared, thrashing his dragon form, and as he descended, thousands of dragon souls surged forth. However, having just emerged from a fierce battle, Zulong's power appeared feeble in Jidu's eyes. Though he was at the saintly realm, this strike lacked the strength to overcome. As he approached, Jidu's shadow manifested behind him, and with a simple gesture, he shattered Zulong's power. Before Zulong could react, Jidu leaped onto his dragon form. His fist enveloped in blood-red, demonic energy, and he struck directly at Zulong's head. Attack! A chilling voice commanded, and from the shadows, four figures surged forth, the four ferocious beasts simultaneously channeling their cultivation, dozens of chilling beams racing towards Shifeng and Qilin. Having been severely wounded in the previous battle, they had no strength left to resist and were sent flying thousands of zhang away. They came to a halt. Their bodies were marred with bloodstains. Their saintly energy reduced to a mere flicker. Upon seeing the expressions on their faces, the four ferocious beasts smirked disdainfully and channeled their powers once more. Their intent was not merely to obtain the Chaos Lotus Seed, but also to secure a breakthrough in their battle. Luoho had promised them that should they acquire it, they would ascend to the saintly realm. Previously, they may not have been a match for the two, but with Zulong's earlier assistance, they now held the upper hand. In the 33 heavens, Hongyun sensed something amiss. A potent demonic energy was emanating from within the three clans. The demon clan has emerged, he remarked grimly, raising his hand to summon Tongtun, Yuanshi, and Yuhua, who appeared before him. Master, there are demons within the three clans. You must investigate this matter. As he spoke, the three were momentarily stunned, their faces darkening in understanding. And they nodded before instantly vanishing like shadows. This moment, Zulong could no longer withstand the strain. Continuing to consume his energy against Jidu would lead to his demise. With a cold glance, he felt his aura surge and leaped towards the EC that he held a trump card. He was no match for Jidu, but the Dragon Clan's formation could surely ensnare him. Noticing Zulong's rapid retreat, the demon Lord Jidu scoffed, his aura surging forth. You think you can escape? Do you believe you have a chance? Moments later, they reached the depths of the East Sea, and upon seeing the grand formation before him, Zulong's expression darkened as he raced towards it with incredible speed. He could no longer afford to concern himself with Hongyun. Survival was his priority. Hearing the commotion outside, Hongyun calmly raised his head and, upon seeing the demon Lord Jidu, his expression soured. The demon clan had indeed chosen this moment to strike. Just as he was taken aback, Zulong appeared at his side, activating the Dragon Clan's formation. Countless lights of the saints enveloped them, and the terrifying aura within the formation surged forth. Yet, as this power radiated, Zulong sensed something was amiss. This strength was significantly weaker than before, although there were two auras of saints. They paled in comparison to that of the demon Lord Jidu. As he drew near, Jidu shattered this power with a single punch, a disdainful smile adorning his face. You think you can stop me with this? A fool's dream. Seeing the menacing aura surrounding Jidu, Zulong's expression darkened, and he instinctively took a step back. I could see that moment. He set aside all else and urgently called out to Hongyun, I implore you. Hongyun, lend me your aid. Upon hearing his plea, Hongyun sighed and shook his head indifferently. It seems he is coming for you. Not me. This individual truly considered himself a victim. When he had sealed himself here, he had never contemplated the consequences. Were it not for his own capabilities, he might have long perished within the Dragon Clan's formation. With a calm demeanor, Hongyun took a step back, deliberately distancing himself from Zulong. Before Zulong could retract his true form, the demon Lord Jidu struck him with a punch, sending him flying 100 zhong away. His dragon scales scattered, and his entire body was drenched in blood. Casting a disdainful glance at him, Jidu turned to Hongyun with a gentle smile. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you do not hold it against me. Dear friend, while he did not fear Zulong, he had personally experienced Hongyun's strength. This being was formidable, and now was not the time for conflict. Hongyun appeared to ignore Jidu's words entirely, paying him no heed, and at this moment he ceased to hesitate. Charging towards the Dragon Clan's formation, he grasped the Chaos Lotus Seed and vanished like a fleeting shadow. Having obtained the item, he deemed it unnecessary to linger. Although Hongyun had not attacked, he remained an unpredictable variable. Watching Jidu's retreating figure, Zulong's eyes blazed with murderous intent. This was a primal spiritual treasure that must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the demon Lord Jidu. Yet, in his current state, he lacked the strength to counter, let alone pursue. Why do you not stop him? He roared, his dragon might surging forth. Hearing his furious outburst, Hongyun's expression remained placid, the aura of a saint swirling around him. Why should I stop him? He may be a benevolent soul, but he is no fool. Zulong, you have sought my demise more than once. Now, you wish for my assistance? Not a chance. Zulong's face twisted in rage. But before he could finish his retort, Hongyun coldly interrupted him. If you wish to fight me, feel free to try. As he spoke, his demeanor turned icy, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The moment Zulong caught sight of that frigid gaze, he faltered, and his aura dissipated in an instant. Even at his peak, he had been no match for Hongyun. Now, burdened by injuries, engaging him would lead to his certain death. With a frigid glance, he clutched the law of devouring in his hand, as the two auras of saints surged into his body. Though this power did not enable his divine avatar to break through, it nonetheless provided him with significant enhancement. As the saintly energy in this place dissipated, he departed from East Sea, and upon returning to the firmament, he found the Phoenix and Qilin clans in a state of disarray, retreating into the formation. The four ferocious beasts outside continued their relentless assault, their faces twisted in cruel smiles. Casting a dark glance at the four, Hongyun's hand shimmered with golden light, and with a swift motion, he sent them reeling back. This sudden strike caught the four ferocious beasts off guard, sending them flying back thousands of zhong. As they halted, their eyes were filled with savagery, but upon catching sight of Hongyun, they froze, fear flickering in their gazes. What are you doing here? Had it been anyone else, They may not have been afraid, but they had witnessed Hongyun's strength firsthand. Are you not planning to flee? Chapter 84. The four fearsome beasts that have been abandoned upon hearing the frigid voice of Hongyun. The four formidable beasts were momentarily taken aback, hesitating no longer as they felt their powers surge and promptly vanished from the scene. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts, it was too late for any further words. They were no match for Hongyun, and lingering here would only seal their doom as they disappeared. Shikolin and Shifeng let out a collective sigh of relief, retracting their auras as they leaped forward to stand before Hongyun. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hongyun, for your intervention. Hongyun paid little heed to their gratitude. His gaze fixed on the direction in which the four beasts had fled. Although the four beasts had retreated in defeat, the demon Lord Jidu had successfully seized the Chaos Lotus Seeds from the Dragon Clan. Uncertain of Jidu's intentions, Hongyun's intuition warned him that it could not bode well. Upon returning to Shumi Mountain, the demon Lord Jidu wore a faint smile as he respectfully presented his spoils. As soon as he extended his offerings, the demon ancestor Lu seized them, scrutinizing the items in his grasp before revealing a cryptic smile. Well done. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned his gaze toward the four fearsome beasts, who immediately lowered their heads under his scrutiny. Demon ancestor, before they could finish, the demon ancestor Lu rose, his saintly aura surging as he stepped before them. This time, it is largely thanks to you four. He spoke with a calm demeanor, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed four streams of demonic energy, which surged into the bodies of the four beasts. In that instant, they experienced a profound breakthrough in their realms. Feeling the newfound power coursing through them, the four beasts were momentarily stunned, their faces alight with excitement. Although they had indeed advanced in their realms, they remained oblivious to the fact that their actual strength had not significantly increased. They had merely achieved a qualitative leap in their cultivation. Bring me the remaining 2 Chaos Lotus Seeds. Oh, not let me down this time. With a cold wave of his hand, the demon ancestor Lu dismissed them, and the four beasts displayed eager anticipation. Rest assured, demon ancestor, we will not fail this time. Previously, due to their disparity in realms, they had been no match for Hongyun. However, having now advanced to the saintly level, overcoming Hongyun would be a mere trifle. The demon ancestor Lu remained silent, his expression unfaltering as he waved them away as they departed. The demon Lord Jidu's expression darkened, and he turned to Hu with a question. Demon ancestor, do you truly believe they can retrieve the items? Before he could finish, the demon ancestor Hu turned to him with a faint smile. You doubt their strength? This time, Jidu did not respond, but his expression conveyed his thoughts clearly. Despite their breakthroughs, he felt that their capabilities still fell short. You should accompany them. Their strength is commendable, and should you absorb them, you will advance further. This. The demon Lord Jidu hesitated momentarily, but a cold smile soon crept onto his face. Thank you, demon ancestor. As the others departed, Luahu wore a chilling smile. He had never intended to retain the four beasts. After multiple failures, it would be more beneficial to extract their latent potential for the demon Lord Jidu to absorb. Throughout, his guiding principle remained unchanged. He required few subordinates, only those who were powerful. Unbeknownst to the four fierce beasts, as they approached the skies above the 2 clans, they wasted no time in brandishing their weapons. Sensing their power, Hongyun furrowed his brow. How had these creatures returned so soon after leaving? At that moment, Shifeng and Shikolin were gravely injured, leaving Hongyun as the sole combatant. Just as he prepared to engage, a colossal shadow suddenly descended from the heavens. Kunpeng, filled with fervor, enveloped the area with his saintly aura. Taken aback by this surge of power, Hongyun turned to see Kunpeng standing above, who, disregarding the four fearsome beasts, advanced directly before him. Halting his approach, Kunpeng respectfully presented the Chaos Lotus Seeds, quickly addressing Hongyun. I lost track of time while cultivating. I hope you can forgive me, fellow Taoist Hongyun. Hongyun was not overly concerned. Glancing at the Chaos Lotus Seeds, he raised his hand to accept them. Their interaction drew the attention of the demon Lord Jidu, who had intended to search for them but was surprised to find them here. Summoning his demonic energy, he took a step forward, only to recall Lu's words, retracting his foot. Patience is key. I am not yet Hongyun's match. I must wait until I absorb these 4 fearsome beasts. Since you are here, assist me in resolving this trouble." Hongyun held no intention of engaging, suppressing his saintly aura. Kunpeng instantly understood his meaning, nodding with a faint smile as his aura surged, leaping into the skies. "Are you for the ones causing a ruckus here? Quite impressive. It seems you've just broken through to the saintly level. Where do you hail from, audacious enough to chatter here? Begone." The 4 beasts had no desire to squander time with him, their expressions darkening as they transformed into fleeting shadows and charged forward. However, before they could draw near, Kunpeng radiated golden light, his saintly aura expanding as his true form manifested. That all you 4 have. Though these 4 were at the saintly realm, their strength paled in comparison to his. Eliminating them would require little effort. Countless golden feathers cascaded from the sky, and before the charging 4 beasts could react, they were engulfed by the golden light. Previously, Kunpeng might have found them somewhat challenging, but since absorbing the power of the chaos lotus seeds, his strength had increased exponentially. Boom! In the wake of the deafening explosion, the demonic energy in the sky shattered, and the 4 fearsome beasts found themselves 100 feet away. As they gazed forward, the expressions of the 4 beasts darkened, their eyes filled with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance, seeking death. The 4 beasts, still unaware of the gravity of their predicament, glared fiercely as torrents of demonic energy surged forth, their shadows charging directly at Kunpeng. Observing their renewed vigor, Kunpeng furrowed his brow. These 4 truly possessed some strength when serious. A knowing smile crept across his face as he unleashed his aura, his true form expanding to obscure the sky. With multiple golden rays descending upon the scene, the power dissipated. The 4 fearsome beasts found themselves battered against the ground, their demonic energy gradually dissipating. Their eyes brimmed with resentment, yet they dared not act rashly. As they deliberated, the demon Lord Jidu emerged from the shadows, casting a cold glance at Kunpeng. His demonic energy surged forth. "Demon Lord," the 4 beasts began to speak, but he interrupted them with a chilling smile, turning away meaningfully as his demonic energy enveloped them. "You 4 are worthless. What use do I have for you?" Feeling his overwhelming power, the 4 beasts stood stunned. Yet they were powerless to escape. Chapter 85. A battle that leaves 3 clans severely weakened amidst the overwhelming surge of demonic energy. Their forms gradually faded away, and before long, the silhouettes of the 4 beasts had vanished. Stepping forth from the demonic haze, the demon Lord Jidu bore a cold smile, his demonic energy now exponentially stronger than before. From a distance, Hongyun observed this with a furrowed brow, his saintly energy stirring within him. Leaping into the air, the Qian Kuan gourd appeared in his grasp. Initially, he believed that the demon Lord Jidu had come to aid the 4 beasts, only to realize he had devoured them instead. With a cold smile on his face, the demon Lord Jidu paid no mind to the nearby Kunpeng, his gaze fixated intently on Hongyun. "Hand over the items." Upon hearing his icy demand, Hongyun's expression remained impassive as he waved his hand, revealing the chaos lotus seeds. This what you seek?" Upon seeing the items in Hongyun's hand, the expression of the demon Lord Jidu darkened as he coldly commanded, "Hand it over." Hongyun shook his head calmly, propelling the Qian Kuan gourd skyward, enveloped by his saintly aura, suppressing the surrounding demonic energy completely. Sensing this power, the demon Lord Jidu's brow furrowed as he leaped into the sky, a torrent of demonic shadows streaming forth from his back. "Having absorbed the power of the 4, you may not be my match. Legions of demonic shadows, arise." Thousands of demonic shadows surged forth from behind him, while members of the Phoenix and Qilin clans began to mobilize their powers. In an instant, Hongyun's expression remained cold. Despite being engulfed by the myriad of demons, he did not budge an inch. Witnessing this scene, the demon Lord Jidu's face broke into a meaningful, chilling smile. Utterly defenseless. Just as the words left his lips, his expression changed dramatically, and he inadvertently took a step back. Shock ignited in his eyes as a layer of demonic energy enveloped his body. Hongyun, maintaining a composed demeanor, emerged from the swirling demonic aura, effortlessly shattering the shadow that approached him. In that instant, he was utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that Hongyun would be so formidable, having absorbed the powers of the four great ferocious beasts. His current strength was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, yet Hongyun displayed such ease. Was this truly all the power he possessed? Hongyun's voice was not loud, but his words ignited the fury of the demon Lord Jidu. Damn it! If I do not obtain what I seek today, I shall drag you down with me, even in death. The aura surrounding demon Lord Jidu surged as he lunged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy toward Hongyun. However, he found no opportunity to approach. The Qian gourd spun in the air, absorbing all the demonic energy he had summoned in the blink of an eye. The surrounding demonic energy dissipated entirely, and the Qian gourd returned to Hongyun's grasp. That moment, Demon Lord Jidu was left speechless, his icy gaze fixed on Hongyun as he retreated several steps before vanishing from the scene. As he departed, the heavens returned to tranquility, and the saintly aura surrounding Hongyun diminished. Kunpeng approached, his expression somber as he glanced into the distance, puzzled. Hongyun, why did you not keep him? Though his words trailed off, his meaning was unmistakable. If Hongyun insisted on detaining that individual, he would have no means to resist. Observing the confusion on Kunpeng's face, Hongyun offered no further explanation, his expression neutral as he gazed at the heavens. Murmuring to himself, he will disappear, but not by my hand. Now devoid of fortune, there are certain actions he cannot undertake. Should he attract the attention of the Tao, it would spell disaster. This statement left Kunpeng bewildered, yet he chose not to press further, bowing respectfully toward Hongyun, acknowledging the resolution of the trouble at hand. With the matter resolved, I shall take my leave. In their previous battle, he had exerted all the fundamental powers of a saint. Yet it felt insufficient. He sensed a potential for greater strength within himself as a fellow saint. The power Hongyun unleashed was leagues beyond his own capabilities. After Kunpeng departed, Hongyun too vanished from the location. This battle had significantly drained the vitality of the three clans, and it was time for the conflict to subside. Within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the Ancestor Dragon's eyes were filled with rage as he let out a furious howl that shook the entire palace. He had invested immense effort to subdue the two clans, only to have the sudden intervention of the Demon Clan not only cost him a primordial treasure, but also the chance to annihilate the leaders of the two clans. Cursed be this fate. Within the Grand Hall, thousands of dragons listened to his wrathful voice, daring only to lower their heads in silence, fully aware that speaking up would equate to seeking death. Though enraged, he did not lose his composure. Raising his gaze to the heavens, his dragon fury unabated, he lowered his head once more, his voice resonating throughout the dragon race. From this day forth, the dragon clan shall enter seclusion for 1,000 years. As these words echoed, astonished gazes filled the hall. Given the ancestor dragon's temperament, it was surprising that he could endure such a situation. The dragon clan suffered significant losses in this battle, and even he bore severe injuries. Although his current realm was that of a saint, his strength fell short of the mid-stage quasi-saint leveled in the skies above. Hongyun sensed an anomaly. Upon hearing the ancestor dragon's voice, a hint of surprise crossed his face. The ancestor dragon, typically arrogant, had surprisingly displayed such foresight this time. However, this was precisely the outcome he desired. As long as the dragon clan refrained from taking action, the other two clans could recuperate in peace. A millennium may pass in the blink of an eye, yet the events that transpired afterward would no longer concern him. In the depths of Mount Shumi, Demon Lord Jidu's expression was grim as he knelt on one knee upon entry. Demon Ancestor, I was unable to retrieve the 2 Chaos Lotus Seeds. Though he had devoured the powers of the 4 great ferocious beasts, he underestimated Hongyun's strength, compounded by the top-tier primordial treasure in his possession, which he simply could not contend with. He had anticipated punishment from the Demon Master Liu, yet to his surprise, Liu merely nodded with an indifferent expression. That moment, Jidu felt a sense of bewilderment. His eyes filled with uncertainty. Demon Ancestor, before he could finish, Liu's demeanor turned cold. The 3 clans have suffered significant losses. I have dispatched others to retrieve the remaining 2 Chaos Lotus Seeds. Upon hearing this, Demon Lord Jidu finally grasped that he was not the only one involved in this endeavor. He rose to his feet, Lehu's gaze drifted far into the distance, piercing through vast expanses. A strange cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth that moment. The heavenly demon Shan Ajuin had arrived at the Phoenix clan, having just endured a fierce battle, and now the Phoenix clan was entirely oblivious to his presence. With a cold smirk, he surveyed the area before locking his gaze on the Phoenix clan's grand hall. When Demon Lord Jidu engaged with Hongyun, he had been secretly searching for the Chaos Lotus Seeds. Although their aura was exceedingly concealed, it could not escape his detection. Wearing a sinister smile, he vanished into the shadows, and moments later, he found himself in the depths of the palace. This place was a realm unto itself, replete with terrifying spiritual energy. Demonic energy surged around him. He raised his hand and struck down. Chapter 86. The Chaos Lotus Seeds ignite a battle among the saints. The ground fractured, and a dark gray orb materialized in his palm. With a twisted grin, he vanished from the scene in an instant. Moments later, he arrived at the Qilin clan, but this time, to his surprise, Hongyun approached with a cold expression from afar. Heavenly demon Shan Ajuin. Hongyun's demeanor remained calm, the saintly aura around him surging at that moment, as a flash of golden light revealed the Qian Kun gourd in his hand. Upon sensing the formidable energy emanating from Hongyun, Heavenly demon Shan Ajuin's brows furrowed, instinctively taking a step back. Unlike Demon Lord Jidu, he was acutely aware of Hongyun's strength. Although he might engage, he had witnessed it firsthand. Hongyun, you have a heart for the beings of the Honghuang. Surely you would not strike against me. Speaking cautiously, he retreated 2 steps, his own demonic energy beginning to manifest. You demons should remain at Mount Shumi and not intrude here. You speak true, my friend. I shall take my leave at once. He had no desire to linger with Hongyun. Having obtained a Chaos Lotus Seed, he prioritized making his escape. With a surge of energy, he vanished from the spot. As he departed, Hongyun's expression darkened. Glancing at the grand hall of the Qilin clan, he sensed the presence of the Chaos Lotus Seed. The demon clan would undoubtedly not relent. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned a flash of golden light from his hand and leaped into the sky. The aura of the Chaos Lotus Seed permeated the entire Honghuang. If that were the case, he would seize the opportunity to destroy the one in his possession. The aura of the Chaos Lotus Seed spread, and the prominent figures of the Honghuang looked up at the sky, their eyes alight with excitement. The primordial treasure. Sensing the power, Taishang's pace quickened considerably. He had been ordered to come to the 3 ancestors and was the first to arrive. Upon seeing him, his expression darkened. This item was indeed in Hongyun's possession. Though startled, he did not allow this shadow of gloom to show on his face. Stepping forward to respectfully greet Hongyun. Greetings, Hongyun, my friend. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the object, sensing the immense power contained within. Noticing his interest, Hongyun smiled lightly, presenting the Chaos Lotus Seed before him. Taishang, are you interested in this item? This unexpected inquiry left Taishang momentarily taken aback, his countenance slightly perplexed as he questioned Hongyun. What do you mean, my friend? Primordial treasures are meant for those with destiny. If you are interested, I shall relinquish it to you. With that, he took a step back, instantly vanishing in a flash of golden light. This maneuver perplexed Taishang greatly. However, upon turning around, he discovered dozens of figures had appeared in the distance. Qianti, Jin, Kunpeng, Tai, Emperor Jun, and even the 12 ancestors of sorcery had arrived in succession. Upon seeing the object in Hongyun's hand, their faces lit up with excitement, with Kunpeng displaying the greatest astonishment he had previously cultivated with this very item. Although he was uncertain if it was the same one, he was determined to seize it now that it was no longer in Hongyun's possession. Taishang, it seems rather inappropriate for this item to be in your hands. Kunpeng sneered, stepping forward toward the heavens, his true form revealing itself at that moment. Witnessing Kunpeng's emerging form, Taishang's expression darkened, and with a slight stamp of his foot, the saintly power radiating from him surged forth, manifesting as black and white energies behind him. This item rightfully belongs to the strongest. Listening to his icy voice, Kunpeng sneered disdainfully. In an instant, as his aura surged forth, he leaped downwards. Thousands of golden feathers sliced through the air, radiating a dazzling golden light from his form. His figure flickered, transforming into an afterimage as he charged forward. Though his speed was remarkable, the power of Taishang was no less formidable. The falling golden feathers never had a chance to approach. The saintly aura surrounding Taishang enveloped him, and with each step he took, the force he unleashed detonated before him. As Kunpeng drew near, his expression darkened. Raising his hand, he delivered a powerful punch to Kunpeng's abdomen. The saintly energy swirling around his fist, sending Kunpeng hurtling back thousands of zhong. Stumbling to a halt, Kunpeng's face was grim, his eyes filled with an unquenchable murderous intent. Taishang's strength was overwhelming, and he was utterly outmatched. Taishang, my friend, I have encountered this object before, that if we join forces to seize it, how about sharing it afterward? Upon uttering these words, a knowing smirk appeared on Taishang's face. However, just as he finished speaking, the saintly aura around him shifted, and he leapt towards the heavens, the Dongwang bell slipping from his grasp in an instant. Having witnessed Taishang's prowess, he realized that without collaboration, they would have no hope of subduing him, and the innate spiritual treasure would slip from their grasp. Having made his choice to engage, how could the other demon emperors stand idly by? Emperor Jun's true form transformed, golden light shimmering as he descended like a comet. The three of them joined forces, a prospect Taishang had not anticipated. As golden light surged from his form, he evaded with astonishing speed. If he were up against a single saint, he might have had the strength to resist. But he truly found himself at a loss against these three formidable foes. Each of them was a being of saintly caliber. While individually they might not match him, their combined might was indeed terrifying. A tremendous crash resounded as the heavens trembled. Taishang found himself pushed back 100 zhong, his expression exceedingly grim, his eyes echoing a relentless, murderous intent. Zhuan and Jia observed the fierce battle unfold before them, their own golden Buddhist light radiating forth. They chose not to intervene immediately, waiting patiently. The battle had only just commenced, and the Sanqing would not arrive with Taishang alone. They intended to reap the benefits once the three were mutually weakened. Taishang, my friend, kindly relinquish the item, lest we three inadvertently take your life. A cold smile graced Kunpeng's face as dozens of cold lights surged from his back, while Tai Chi and Emperor Jun unleashed their auras simultaneously. With darkened expressions, the Dongwang bell reverberated through the skies. Though they appeared to collaborate with Kunpeng, their minds were already calculating alternative strategies. If they could subdue Taishang, overcoming Kunpeng would pose no challenge. At that point, the innate spiritual treasure would certainly be theirs to command. Should you wish to battle, we shall accompany you to the end, but you may find yourself meeting your demise here. For the sake of a single innate treasure, was it worth sacrificing the saintly body amassed over countless millennia? The three engaged in a verbal exchange, and Taishang's visage was increasingly shadowed with darkness. If we must fight, let us do so without further ado. Taishang had no interest in their idle chatter. A golden silhouette materialized behind him as hundreds of golden lights flashed from the heavens. With a single step, he appeared before Kunpeng and raised his hand to strike. His speed was remarkable, yet Kunpeng was no weakling. While he might lag in strength, he had never been bested in speed. He sidestepped, and the hundreds of golden feathers swept forth in an instant. The moment his power surged forth, Tai Chi and Emperor Jun also sprang into action. Chapter 87. Zhuan and Jia endure the final confrontation. The might of the saints bore down, dimming the heavens amidst a resounding crash. Taishang was forced back by the combined strength of the three, numerous fine cracks appearing upon his body. Gazing forward once more, an unshakable murderous intent lingered in Taishang's eyes. Yet this time, he refrained from further action. The strength of these three was not to be underestimated, and engaging them would yield no advantage. Just as Kunpeng prepared to speak, two golden figures suddenly flashed across the sky. Tongtian's expression darkened as thousands of sword lights sliced through the distance. This unexpected assault caught Kunpeng and his allies off guard, forcing them to retreat several hundred zhong. The golden light enveloping them surged forth, shattering the sword images that approached. Who dares? Kunpeng bellowed towards the heavens, his gaze fierce as Tongtian and Yuanshi arrived at Taishang's side. It is no small feat for a nameless wretch to ascend to sainthood. If you remain obstinate, I shall render your saintly form powerless. Tong Tian's demeanor was cold as he trembled, the Zhuxian sword in hand, millions of sword images instantly enveloping the heavens. Yuanshe maintained a placid expression, a golden light flashing forth from his palm, enveloping the gathered saints in a Taiji diagram. That I in the primordial world, do you three truly believe yourselves to be our equals? Yuanshe's tone was calm, yet his power was unmistakably formidable. This moment, Kunpeng's face darkened to its utmost degree, the saintly aura within him surging. Yet he hesitated to act. They had failed to subdue Taishang even with their combined efforts. And now with the arrival of two more, facing the Sanqing simultaneously would spell disaster for them. Though they were all saints, these three had each received direct guidance from Hongyun. Kunpeng, if you refuse to act, my companion and I shall seize that item. Having spoken, Tai Chi and Emperor Jun disregarded him entirely, their auras flaring as they transformed into afterimages and charged forth. That Kunpeng's expression darkened. Both had chosen to engage, and he could not afford a retreat. Perhaps if he risked everything, he might still have a chance at claiming the innate treasure. Golden light swirled around the three, their auras reaching a terrifying peak. Countless hearts of saints radiating forth, pressing towards the Sanqing. Previously, Taishang had held reservations, but with the current shift in circumstances, could they truly contend against the three? The Sanqing surged forward, golden light shining brightly as they leapt into action. Unleashing their combined power, a tremendous roar echoed as the power of the saints reverberated throughout the heavens, shaking the very firmament and causing the ground to shatter. The 12 ancestral witches, witnessing this, unleashed their peak quasi-saint powers, retreating to a distance of 10,000 zhang. Their strength had indeed increased significantly, yet at such a close range, they were utterly unable to withstand this might, under the overwhelming power of the saints. Zhuan and Jiyin were also forced back a few steps, though they wore enigmatic smiles upon their faces, observing the unfolding scene. Hongyun sighed in resignation. He had anticipated only a portion of powerful beings would be drawn here. Yet he never expected the saints of the primordial world to gather en masse. As the power dissipated, Kunpeng and his allies found themselves 1,000 zhang away, their bodies riddled with wounds. Their strength reduced to its nadir. Though they were gravely injured, the expressions of the Sanqing were not much better. After all, these three were still saints, and the strength they had unleashed exceeded their expectations. Zhuan and Jieyin, witnessing the situation, exchanged faint smiles as countless Buddhist lights surged forth from them, transforming into afterimages as they charged in. This was their moment. Their speed was already remarkable. But now they poured all their cultivation into this rush. A fleeting shadow passed by, and the chaos lotus seed was swiftly grasped in hand. Sensing the power within, an enigmatic smile crept across his face as the saintly aura spread around him. Taishang, I shall be taking this item. You dare to take that from me. Before Taishang could respond, Tong Tian's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he charged directly at him. Tong Tian moved with incredible speed, arriving before Zhuan and Jieyin in an instant, the saintly aura enveloping him as he raised his sword to strike. However, he found no opportunity to close the distance. Zhuan and Jieyin exchanged disdainful smiles, and countless Buddhist lights erupted from their bodies, effortlessly blocking his attack. As the sword light dissipated, the two were already 100 zhang away, their expressions still laced with scorn that we shall be taking this item, observing the fierce battle before them. The 12 ancestral witches wore dark expressions. Zhurong could scarcely contain his fury, flames flickering in his hands as his aura surged forth. Brother, this is an excellent opportunity for us to strike. Shall we simply wait? Patience, let them fight it out first. Dezhong's visage was somber as he too began to channel his quasi-saint energy. He longed to intervene, but now was not the time, while they had reached quasi-saint status. The gap to true saints remained substantial. This moment, the Sanqing had shifted their focus, yet having just battled Kunpeng, they found themselves locked in a fierce stalemate against Zhuan and Jieyin, neither side gaining the upper hand. After several moments of deadlock, Zhuan and Jieyin wore cold smiles. Despite the consumption of their Buddhist light, they were unperturbed as long as I can subdue the Sanqing. The remaining 12 ancestral witches will pose no threat, but you three wish to continue. Zhuan-Ti and Jia-in smiled faintly, their backs brimming with countless Buddhist figures, sensing the saintly Buddhist light emerging around them. The 12 ancestral witches' expressions darkened, and Di Zhang's voice turned cold. Let us engage. Having just endured the fierce battle, these individuals had all suffered some depletion. If the 12 of them were to strike simultaneously, they might indeed gain the upper hand, but a dozen auras began to pervade the atmosphere. And at that moment, the 12 fundamental laws of the universe surged forth. Although they were saints, the combined might of these 12 should not be underestimated. However, Di Jiang and his companions were oblivious to the fact that Zhuan-Ti and Jia-in had already taken notice of them. Just as their power was about to converge, Zhuan-Ti and Jia-in turned simultaneously, their faces adorned with a profound smile. 12 ancestral witches, do you dare to act here? Their voices resonated in unison, their energies surging forth, as two colossal golden Buddhist figures descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar. Boom! With a single strike, the assault from the 12 ancestral witches was completely dissipated. Under this residual force, they remained motionless in the sky, their faces contorted in dismay as they fell to the ground one after another. Upon lifting their heads, the 12 displayed pallid expressions, their bodies marred by numerous cracks. This is not a place for you to appear. Considering this as your first offense, leave immediately, or I shall ensure your demise here. The auras of Zhuan-Ti and Jia-in remained undiminished, yet their expressions darkened at that moment. Though the 12 ancestral witches harbored resentment, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. They pondered with grim faces. A sudden disturbance rippled through the heavens, and the Qian-Kuan gourd appeared above them, causing the gathered individuals to frown at the sudden manifestation of saintly power. Their gazes shifted, and Hongyun gracefully descended upon clouds. Chapter 88. The destruction of the primordial treasure shocks the saints. As soon as Hongyun halted, the 12 ancestral witches leapt to his side. Greetings, elder brother. The words caught Hongyun off guard, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, though he did not let it show, responding with a calm demeanor. There is no need for such formality. I am well aware of the emergence of the primordial treasure here. As he spoke, his gaze fixed upon Taishang, who had just been present with him. Upon hearing this, Taishang's expression darkened. He realized why Hongyun had relinquished the treasure, as he had inadvertently assisted him in resolving his troubles. Hongyun, my friend, you have truly impressed me, he said coldly, his eyes betraying an inescapable killing intent. However, Hongyun paid little heed, turning his gaze towards Zhuan-Ti and Jia-in from the west. Do you two wish to engage me in battle? Upon hearing his unassuming voice, the expressions of Zhuan-Ti and Jia-in darkened, their energies surging forth at that moment. They could sense the saintly aura emanating from Hongyun, and their reluctance to allow such a primordial treasure to be so easily surrendered was palpable that we wished to give it a try. If we risk it all, perhaps victory is still within reach. Rather than conceding defeat here, soon as the words left their lips, their cultivation surged, and thousands of Buddhist figures erupted from behind them, transforming into fleeting shadows as they charged forward. Yet, they did not even come close to connecting. The Qian-Kuan gourd trembled in the heavens, devouring all the Buddhist figures in an instant. Before they could approach, Hongyun sidestepped and struck, sending the two of them staggering backward 1,000 zhang. The moment they regained their footing, the primordial treasure had already appeared in Hongyun's grasp. This commotion had not gone unnoticed by the demonic factions, who began to scrutinize the two chaotic lotus seeds in their hands, with Luo Tuo's expression darkening to the utmost degree. Noticing the change in his demeanor, the demon Lord Ji Du remained impassive, his face shadowed as he spoke. Demon clan, I shall retrieve the treasure. You are his opponent? This statement rendered him momentarily speechless, for he had witnessed Hongyun's prowess. His injuries from the last battle had yet to heal, and any effort now would be in vain. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. I am eager to see just how formidable this Hongyun is. With a cold gaze directed at the heavens, his aura surged, propelling him skyward. The demon Lord Ji-Du, his expression still grim, followed suit. Though he was no match for Hongyun, Luo Ta was the foremost among the demon clan, and even he was uncertain of Luo Tuo's true power. At this moment, the saints were utterly exhausted, each wearing a grim countenance as they regarded Hongyun. Their saintly auras diminished to the barest flicker. The primordial treasure lay before them, yet none were willing to confront Hongyun. For the recent battle had drained them significantly, and any further engagement would be tantamount to seeking death. Since none of you desire this treasure, then hand it over to me. A voice, laced with disdain and coldness, echoed through the air as myriad demonic figures flickered into existence, with Luo Ta hovering in the sky. With a derisive glance at Hongyun, he was enveloped in a golden radiance as he surged upward. He had no intention of wasting words. Obtaining the treasure was his sole objective for being here. His appearance was anticipated by Hongyun, and as he approached, the Qian Kuinding was instantly hurled from his hand. Although Hongyun's strength was formidable, the Qian Kuinding failed to harm Luo Ta in the slightest, instead causing the demonic figures to recoil. The first cloud of the world, considering your arduous journey to sainthood. Obediently hand over the treasure, and what if I refuse? Hongyun's brow furrowed as the Qian Kuinding and Qian Kuingord appeared in his hands, the power of his sacred incarnation also mobilizing at that moment. Of course, the strength of this sacred incarnation was something only he could sense. The other saints could not perceive it, only feeling that his power had significantly amplified, with a dismissive glance at the energy radiating from him. Luo Ta sneered, the divine slayer spear materializing in his grasp. You are truly ignorant. Empowered by the laws of the demonic path, blood-red demonic figures swirl behind him as he brandished the divine slayer's spear and charged forth. Seeing this attack, Hongyun furrowed his brow. The saintly aura enveloped him as he launched the Qian Kuinding and Qian Kuingord simultaneously. Though these two were supreme primordial treasures, the divine slayer spear was a chaotic treasure, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, scattering the radiance of the saints as the divine slayer spear struck directly at his forehead. This unexpected blow sent him staggering back several thousand zhang, and as he sidestepped, his form was shrouded in golden light. Impressive. No wonder that fellow Ji Du was bested by you. It seems you possess quite a few treasures. Hearing his frigid tone, Hongyun's expression darkened. He concentrated all his saintly power into his palm, the aura of the chaotic lotus seed intensifying at that moment. I may not be your match, but I can destroy this. The moment these words left his lips, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Tuo's eyes. You dare? Then let us find out who is quicker, your actions or mine. Hongyun disregarded him as the saintly energy shifted and several streams of chaotic energy surged into the treasure. He already possessed a chaotic golden lotus. Thus, this treasure held little value for him. In the blink of an eye, numerous cracks appeared on the chaotic lotus seed, and the gathered saints turned pale at the sight. This was a primordial treasure, and Hongyun was destroying it just like that. At this moment, Luo Ta, the most agitated of all, ceased to care about anything else and charged forward. Yet his speed was still insufficient. Just as his fingers approached, the chaotic lotus seed erupted in a violent explosion, shaking the heavens and sending him reeling thousands of zhang away. Coming to a halt, dozens of blood streaks marred his arm, and he looked up again, terror and rage flashing in his eyes. I shall kill you. Upon hearing his icy voice, Hongyun smirked coldly. You have no chance. As he spoke, Hongyun took a step back, and a beam of golden light fell from the heavens. The aura of Hongjun enveloped the entire sky, causing even the demon ancestor Luo Ta to furrow his brow. Sensing this power, Luo Ta froze in place, the killing intent in his eyes unyielding. He had not expected that Hongyun would possess such a card. Although he was already a saint, he was not yet a match for Hongjun. His expression twisted in rage, while Hongyun wore a faint smile. Should you not depart now, you will find yourself with no opportunity later. Upon hearing this, his countenance darkened, blood-colored demonic energy surging wildly around him. Wait for me. Next time, I will surely kill you. As his voice faded, he unleashed his demonic aura, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished. Watching him depart, Hongyun exhaled with relief, retracting his saintly power. When the other saints looked up, Hongyun stood in the heavens, radiating golden light, though his expression remained somewhat somber. Chapter 89. A reunion with the demon ancestor Luo, casting a cold glance at the distance. He then redirected his gaze, and the gathered saints dared not hesitate, bowing in unison. Greetings, Saint Hongjun. Hongjun remained silent, his attention fixed upon Hongyun. You have destroyed the primordial treasure, listening to his exceedingly somber voice. Hongyun nodded with an expression of indifference. I am no match for Luo who, rather than relinquish the item to him, it will be wiser for me to destroy it first. Surely, Hongjun's saint will not hold it against me. After speaking, he posed a counter-question. Hongjun's countenance darkened, yet the aura of a saint about him receded considerably. As the foremost sage of the primordial chaos, should he choose to act now, it would surely chill the hearts of all the present saints. The innate spiritual treasure rests in your possession. Thus, it rightfully belongs to you. As for the authority over this item, that rests solely in your hands. Uttering this with a frigid demeanor, he vanished from the scene. Although the three pure ones harbored some reluctance, with the item now destroyed, why should they linger here any longer? The expressions of the duo, Jin and Junyi, were equally cold and grim as they cast a glance at Hongyun before disappearing from the location. They had already obtained the innate